last 100 years. And that is why it is very, very relevant for a leadership emergence of this leadership to happen on various scales, and especially large countries like India, US, China, and so on. So there is a very strong leadership that has emerged, and these leadership are basically creating a mass movement in their own respective countries. And important thing is these leaders are also collaborating with each other so that the global pandemic can be handled, can be tackled, and the entire global economy can come out of this. So I think the trend, number one trend, is that the emergence of very strong leadership that has come out among people, and there are a lot of followers for these people, so that together as one humanity we fight this pandemic. Number two trend is the decline of China. Now, if you try to understand the China as a country, they have prepared their baseline economy based on production. And China always knew, being a newly independent country 70 years back, they already knew that they have a lot of people, the population is huge, and the development is not there. So they, over the years, prepared their production lines to cater to very large requirements. So if you see today across the world, any country is or every country, every human being is using a China made article or a product, whether it is a small toy to very large machinery. Everything is manufactured out of China, because there is no country which has built the baseline economy or the production lines in such a way that they can compete with China in terms of pricing, in terms of distribution, etc. And when it comes to raw material, the dependency of the world is even more relevant if you look at China, because China, being a large country, they have a lot of natural resources. So they also excavate some of these elements which are required by the world, different countries, for production. So China as a country not only provide the prepared goods for consumers in retail, but also the raw material, so that you can buy the raw material at a lower cost and then start manufacturing in your own country. So the dependency of China is, it's well established. They have been ruling the world for last 30 years when it comes to any trade or any manufacturing or any raw material which is required for any industry across the world. With COVID-19 pandemic, all the countries were forced to um, seal their borders and to basically to reinvent their own production, reinvent how they can get the raw material, etc., for past 2 months. So this has actually shown the first time that the China is having a little bit of issue, and because of the COVID, China themselves shut down their own assembly lines and production lines. So they actually put everything under lockdown for last 2 months, and the other countries which were dependent on these raw materials and the finished goods had to look elsewhere. So now this chain is broken after 30 years, and this could be a decline of China, because many countries are now talking about sanctions on China and different kinds of tariffs which they are going to impose. So after post-COVID, when the lockdown is lifted, um, the world may come out in a different fashion. It may not be the same as it was in January or in 2019. Number three trends, dear friend, is the era of localization or deglobalization, which essentially means that um, now the borders are sealed. People are not traveling by ship or by air, and a lot of these material which is required across all countries. There was a sourcing mechanism from each country, and then the whole established business was there for last 40-50 years, and all the supply chain lines were built around this sourcing mechanism. And now for last 2 months that has broken. In fact, if you look at the IT also, or the systems which were developed was to basically look at the supply chain which was already existing, which is buying from different countries, and there were, in true sense, a true globalization for last 50 years or even 60 years. Now what has happened is, since the borders are sealed, there is no air travel, there is no shipping happening, because the fear of COVID spread is more than what you want to bother about when it comes to supply chain. So most of the countries are now forced to look inwards and to fulfill those supply chain, and hence there is a logical move that once the lockdown is lifted, there could be an alternate mechanism locally available, and hence the countries may not have to look at the global business at all. So I think this is number three very big trend, that world is moving from globalization to localization. Number four trend is just in time concept. And since the supply chain was very well established, there were a lot of systems and there was a lot of processes which were very well established for last 50 to 60 years. So people didn't, there was no need for any country or any large business to stock beyond what is needed. So they didn't have to maintain a huge inventory. And because there was always supply, and if they need something, it can be procured very quickly. Now the borders are sealed, and hence that supply chain is broken, and just in time buying, just in time hire, just in time concept maybe maybe gone after when the government lifts the lockdown after COVID-19 pandemic. uh, I think all the businesses will be required to maintain certain amount of adequate inventory, and which will help them in their production. So this is something new which will emerge after this, and this is number four trend as far as we are concerned. Number five is the emergence of distributed workforce. All these while, even during the Second World War, even before that, the whole measure of the industry was really measured at by considering how many people are working for them, what is their infrastructure, what is their capital investment, and so on and so forth. So now after COVID, uh, that infrastructure is not required, and businesses across the world have seen that if they keep the workforce distributed, it may be less risky, and it could be a good risk mitigation method. So the emergence of work from home as a concept has come up in a big way, and also the distributed workforce. That means you don't have to set up a huge factory or a huge setup in one location, like Boeing has a huge factory in one location. Instead, this business can spread out and then control and probably implement risk mitigation, because all regions may not be affected equally in case there is a pandemic like this in future again. So I think the emergence of distributed force has come up in a big way, and it will become even more stronger after the lockdown is lifted. The number six trend, which is last on the list today, is the digital economy. Now, everybody is predicting that it is not unique, and we will also like to predict that the e-commerce or the digital economy will be the only economy in near future after the lockdown is lifted, because people will not like to go around and going to mall, going to this place, that place. They rather sit in their homes or their offices, small offices, and order whatever they need. So right now it's mostly retail business, predicting that very soon the wholesale business will also emerge on the digital platform, because right now it's only Alibaba, but I think very soon Amazon and all these different websites, Walmart, will come out with a wholesale e-commerce platform other than retail. So the whole digital economy of buying things, and you can literally, you would be able to buy anything on the internet, even from starting from objects, articles, even services you should be able to buy, and education as well. So the whole scenario is going to change. In fact, education and media, these are the two businesses which are going to see major recalibration in their whole business. Some of the jobs which people have lost during the past 2 months are not going to come back. Parents are not going to send their kids to school even if the school opens, because nobody wants to put their children at risk by sending them to school. So there is going to be a major changes, starting with media and followed by education and then followed by rest of the industry. I think the digital economy will take off in a very big way, where people are only buying using digital platforms. These are the six trend predictions we would like to make, and I will be more than happy to hear your comments. Do write back to us and we will engage with you. See you next time. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav as our guest. You know, Sitesh has deep interest in corporate training and he's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's nice always to talk to you. We know very interesting subject we have today. How have you been doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, enjoying the chill weather of northern India. And when we are fighting with COVID, and we have yet another very dangerous disease, AIDS. And the World AIDS Day is being celebrated every year on 1st December. And today also we are celebrating this day. And this day's theme is Global Solidarity Resilient Services. So let's talk about this dreaded disease and how we have been successful in coping up with this disease yet again.
Yeah, Kanchan, this is something that it was a taboo to talk about HIV almost a decade back or so. And in some cases, it is still is. But I got to really see this side of the severity of it, HIV, when I went to work in Africa. And from there on, I have been closely watching, observing, and figuring out the reasons. And I saw it in Africa. Then I realized that it is also prevalent in many countries. India happens to be number 3 or probably number 2 in the cases of active HIV cases in the world. So to celebrate, I mean, rather than not celebrate, to sensitize the general public about this health disaster, I would say, it is important for us to understand and talk about the World AIDS Day and why it is celebrated, why it is basically sensitized, and who are the people who are affected and how can they get help once they have it.
Yeah,
Right?
for our viewers, I would like to little go deeper and tell what this HIV is. So HIV is a retrovirus which attacks a specific category of immune system cell in the body identified as CD4, helper cell or T cell. So once HIV destroys this particular cell, it becomes difficult for the body to combat other infection. When HIV infects a cell, it attaches the host cell first and fuses it with it, and HIV bears single strand RNA, which is genetic material, and it opposes to the double stranded DNA which a human cell carries. So in a way, it is quite a dreaded disease if somebody gets it. and life become really terrible to cope up with these kind of infections, because there are many infection also along with HIV we get it.
Yes, Kanchan. And as I said that, uh, we live in today COVID-19 or this coronavirus timings, and suddenly the whole focus has been shifted to this pandemic, coronavirus. But, HIV has been a pandemic all the while it has been discovered. And out of the 34 million HIV positive people worldwide, 69% live in sub-Sahara Africa. There are roughly 23.8 million infected people in all of Africa, and 91% of the world's HIV positive children live in Africa. More than 1 million adults and children die every year from HIV/AIDS in Africa alone. So I was a part of that world in South Africa, from where I could see, observe the Southern African nations. And it has intrigued me that despite so much of knowledge and wisdom and information and also help is available through a United Nations AIDS program. In India, we have our National AIDS Control, uh, and many countries have this kind of health programs and government information programs. But still, HIV is something that doesn't stop increasing, and it is something that I always wonder whether it is too much of information is being helped by the people for the people, or it is something that, despite so much of budgets being allocated for HIV/AIDS program, we have so many people who are unaware of it, and they keep doing those risky things that basically make them affected. What do you say?
Yes, I feel that health is a human right, you see. And though who is already doing a global health campaign, and this organization had been doing, but I feel is that approximately 85% of pregnant and breastfeeding women living with HIV has not been, I think maybe educating them is not being done properly, and taking care of these patients are not being done properly, though awareness is there. So are we on a right track? People are following the guidelines which are being stated by WHO and other organizations, because what, as you said, 13 million people are still living with HIV positive, and though globally 12.6 million living, and they have access to United Nations guidelines. But are these people and organizations helping to curb this disease or educate in how to live after when somebody is infected with HIV?
So, Kanchan, I think when you talk about education about this dreaded disease, it all is something that is still is under wraps when it comes to about open education about it. I have never seen in any of the offices or any of the corporates any health programs coming to the corporates to talk about it. I've never heard about any health programs or camps being set in the universities and colleges to talk about it to the youngsters, the students, and forget about the school level at all. But I will tell you something that I have only observed and discussed within while I was in Africa. I have worked in Africa. In many of the offices I have seen, there are condom dispensing machines in the corporate offices, in the banks, in the IT companies, and and they are refilled every Monday. And many years back, if this was something like I was surprised to see. And that is a very bold approach by any human resources or the company management to address it so openly. And I have seen it in South Africa. And something to talk about it very, very openly. It is not about, educating somebody who is affected. It is about educating people so that they don't get affected, so they don't get into those risky businesses. And if you see closely from the India's perspective, the northeast states have a large population: Mizoram, Nagaland, Manipur. And there are some practices that needs to be educated about. If health, as you said, Kanchan, health is a right of everyone, and people would come and they will also argue, yes, sexual activity is also a right of people, but how do you do it, and how do you safely do it, and how to avoid it? Can it be completely eradicated, like we had the measles or the polio? Can it be eradicated to that level? So probably there needs to be more open dialogue, not only with the affected people, not only in the hospitals, but in the public spaces. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done in our subcontinent, in Africa, of course, and in the southern part of the Africa: Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe. I mean, there are 15 to 29 years of people. It is so surprising and sometimes so unfortunate to see these. But sometimes I feel that the education, the budgets, everything is being pushed, but it is not being discussed in the open forums. The way the pandemic, this coronavirus, is being discussed, I would think that there should be, we should discuss in the public life about HIV the same way we are discussing this coronavirus.
Yes, you have very well put the point across that though allocation of budgets are being done by the government organizations, but the education and discussion on this particular subject or many other infections, they are not being taken seriously somehow, especially when we talk about general public. So now at this point, one question arises is, are we a responsible race? Are we working towards sustaining the future of children by getting education about these pandemics and eradicating and taking care about these pandemics? Are we so serious and responsible race?
I think, Kanchan, more or less, we have not been responsible. To give your answer to a very, very straightforward, I thank you that you asked me this question. I think we do not understand the seriousness of this, especially the AIDS part of it, because it is related to a basic human right, fundamental right to sex. And therefore, I think we don't understand the seriousness of it. We don't understand that we are impacting not only a community or a person or a family, we are impacting few decades of someone and the stigma around it. And then we go and we meet some affected person who does not say. In many countries they can choose to have a pseudonym and not disclose about it. And then we have a lot of stigma and social taboo around HIV and AIDS. And that's the reason I think the taboo, the stigma, the social discardness needs to it has to be removed. I think a lot of discussions are happening around LGBTQ and queer groups, and because so many of these are interrelated. So there needs to be a campaign. There needs to be senior people. There needs to be politicians. It is not the job of only of the doctors. Lot of campaigns need to be taken forward by the youngsters, the youth icons, and talk about it. I mean, I can think of uh, one organization of like National AIDS Organization of India, or United Nations AIDS. They should come to Kaun Banega Karodpati on the Friday episode in the Karmveer, and they should talk about what is happening about the AIDS and India, what is statistics of AIDS and India, and how National AIDS Control Organization is working. That is something, the platform that is needed. Every Friday, KBC brings such kind of Karmveer. So, yes, it needs to be spoken about.
So, according to the World Health Organization, there's a breakdown in essential HIV services due to COVID-19, and it's threatening. We must fight with a passion, as you said, about any, not only AIDS or HIV, but now COVID is also a pandemic which is going on, and many people are not taking serious steps to really safeguard themselves and the society. So we must take up a center stage in the societies, in the communities, to really discuss about the health problems and the health systems. So I think that is very, very essential at this point of time, because now today is for COVID today. Tomorrow there will be many more pandemic. There will be threatening to the world and to the people. So I think this is the right time to take seriously about the health, because that is a human right, and whatever taboos associated in any of these diseases, we should eradicate. We should understand and get more information, and accordingly we should act. Like
Correct.
yeah, so like HIV, there are so many taboos are associated, but and they are not suitable for that kind of disease. And for we take a COVID also, people have currently, though the lockdown is there, but people are taking it so easy because they feel that it will not get it, but that is not the case. So we have to discuss
Correct.
the health issues, and health. These are very serious issues. We can't take them lightly.
Correct. Of course. And when I was looking at the India's number, Kanchan, I realized that compared to the neighboring countries, India has made good progress in reducing the new HIV infections by 50%, by half, since 2001. And despite the free antiretroviral treatment, or ART, being available, uptake of it remains very, very low. For many people face difficulty in accessing those clinics in India where they get those antiretroviral treatment. So India is doing good about it, but I'm saying that we need our public space celebrities to come and talk about it. It should not just remain as a lip service by writing few lines on Twitter, and just talking about it in a television and prime time. We need a campaign around it, and I hope in today's social media world, we should use the social media to do awareness, to reduce these things. It comes for free. This kind of awareness needs to be reduced, and I think this pandemic has given us an opportunity to open up and talk about a lot of things, and I think that should be used to reduce and probably kill other pandemics in our life. And the biggest pandemic that needs to be killed is our inhibition talking about it.
Correct, correct. So I feel that all the viewers will think about it and try to propagate good words, informative words regarding the pandemics, diseases, and take care of themselves and the society. It was good to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again tomorrow with a very interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. और आज हमारे बीच में बहुत ही स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं and I'm very privileged to have him today on the show. और मैं आपको बताऊं इनके बारे में, ये फिल्मों से जुड़े हुए हैं, इंडियन फिल्मों से, और टेलीविजन की दुनिया में तो ये छाए हुए हैं अच्छी तरह से। और आपको ये भी बताऊं, आपको थोड़ा सा हिंट देती हूँ कि वो तथाचारी का रोल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा में। और आपने बिल्कुल सही गेस किया, जी हाँ, पंकज बेरी। पंकज जी, आपका बहुत स्वागत है हमारे इस शो में।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
पंकज जी, ये बताइए, जैसे अभी लॉकडाउन चल रहा है और उस तरह का कैमरा एक्शन नहीं हो रहा है, तो आप बताइए आपकी तरफ क्या एक्शन हो रहा है?
देखिए, बेसिकली मैं वर्कहोलिक इंसान हूँ, मुझे काम करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मैं अभी जब ये लॉकडाउन नहीं था तो डेली शूटिंग पर जाता था, कैमरे का सामना करते थे, बहुत वो एम्बियंस, वो माहौल होता था। आई एम मिसिंग दैट, बट अब लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मैं पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ, पूरे डिसिप्लिन के साथ। जिस तरीके से हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, ठीक वैसे ही मैं लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ और मेरे ख्याल से सभी को वैसे ही पालन करना भी चाहिए।
आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारा डिफरेंस आया है, पहले लोग एक दूसरे से मिलते थे, तो आपकी कम्युनिटी में और आपकी नेबरहुड में किस तरह से लोगों ने इस बदलते माहौल को लिया है, वो क्या सोचते हैं?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मिलना जुलना तो हो नहीं रहा, लेकिन खुशी की बात यह है कि लोगों ने बहुत पॉजिटिव तरीके से इस लॉकडाउन को लिया है और हर तरीके से इसका पालन कर रहे हैं। लोग अपने घरों में हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ हैं और जैसे जैसे सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है, वैसे वैसे ही लॉकडाउन का पालन किया जा रहा है। लेकिन थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है कि कुछ लोग, नेगेटिव बात यह है कि सम पीपल आर नॉट ओबेइंग दिस ऑर्डर जो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है। तो जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, आप सुनते भी हैं, न्यूज में भी चल रहा है कि पीपल आर गोइंग टू मस्जिद और बाहर जा रहे हैं, लोग ग्रुप्स में भी मिल रहे हैं। दिस इज नॉट गुड, दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल गुड। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा उन सबसे कि ये उनके लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए, सोसाइटी के लिए एंड फॉर द कंट्री इज नॉट गुड, इट्स नॉट गुड। प्लीज प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए।
आप जैसे लॉकडाउन खत्म होता है and there will be new changes which are occurring and which are happening, लोगों की सोच भी बदल रही है, तो आप क्या सोचते हैं कि आगे अगर सपोज लॉकडाउन खत्म हो जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट कैसे मेजर्स लेगी ताकि हमारी लाइफ दोबारा से एक पटरी पे आए, एक खुशहाल जिंदगी आगे बढ़े?
जी, देखिए, ऐसा है कि अच्छी बात यह है कि अभी तक गवर्नमेंट ने जो भी स्टेप्स लिए हैं बहुत अच्छे लिए हैं, बहुत बेहतरीन लिए हैं और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आगे भी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही स्टेप्स लेगी। और हाँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारी इकोनॉमी अभी उस तरीके से सेट नहीं है, गड़बड़ाई हुई है। अब हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री देखिए, हम लोग सारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का काम रुका हुआ है और हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में डेली वेजेस पे काम करने वाले बहुत होते हैं। अब वो बेचारे, उन लोगों की रोजी रोटी सब रुकी हुई है। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि हमें सबको मिलजुल कर, सबसे पहले तो ये जो प्रॉब्लम आई है, इस प्रॉब्लम को ख़त्म करना है। उसके बाद हम सब मिलजुल कर, सरकार के साथ मिलजुल कर, ये जो चीज़ें होंगी इसको भी सेट कर लेंगे। हमारी इकोनॉमी फिर से आगे बढ़ेगी, बहुत अच्छे से आगे बढ़ेगी और सरकार बहुत अच्छे कदम लेगी, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। और हमें, मुझे लगता है कि हमें स्वयं भी सेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल होना चाहिए इस मामले में और लोग अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे लाइफ में।
तो पंकज जी, आप ये बताइए, जब लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा तो पहले दिन आप क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, कंचन जी, आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया है। लॉकडाउन, बिकॉज सबसे पहले तो मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ अपने दोस्तों को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को, अपनों को जिनसे मैं बहुत दूर हूँ। मैं उनसे अवश्य मिलूंगा और उसके पश्चात मैं सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ हमारा स्टूडियो है, जहाँ हम तेनालीरामा की शूटिंग करते हैं, वहाँ पे बहुत से डॉग्स हैं, जो स्ट्रीट डॉग्स बहुत से हैं, स्टूडियो में बहुत से हैं और उनके छोटे छोटे पपीज भी हैं, जिनको हम सब, मैं भी बहुत उनको खिलाता था, लेके जाता था। अब मुझे पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो उनको कौन खिला रहा है, कैसे खिला रहा है। मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल हो गया।
इमोशन की बात ही है।
मैं उनके पास जाऊँ।
अच्छा, नहीं, very good. It's a big applaud for you for this kind of emotion and this kind of gesture, because animal need help, and
Yes,
especially at this point of time. तो
yes,
आगे
yes.
बढ़ते हैं पंकज जी। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए कि आप जो सीरियल कर रहे हैं तेनाली रामा, उसमें आपके रोल के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए। आप किस तरह से आपने अपने आप को प्रिपेयर किया है इस रोल के लिए इनिशियली, और आप
देखिए कंचन जी, ये जो रोल है, दिस इज ए लाइफ टाइम रोल फॉर एनीबडी। किसी भी एक्टर की जिंदगी में इस तरह का रोल आएगा तो वो बहुत खुश महसूस करेगा, जैसा कि मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ। इस ए कंप्लीट रोल, इस ए कंप्लीट कैरेक्टर। हमारे नाट्य शास्त्र में 9 रस हैं। इस चरित्र में जो तथाचार्य का कैरेक्टर है, उसमें 9 के 9 रस हैं। और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी, पीपल आर एंजॉयिंग दिस कैरेक्टर, और मुझे इतना आनंद आ रहा है। एक यादगार कैरेक्टर बन चुका है। आज हमारे तकरीबन 725 एपिसोड्स हो चुके हैं, और अभी तो लॉकडाउन की वजह से शूटिंग रुकी हुई है, और जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा शूटिंग आगे बढ़ेगी, और फिर से वही तथाचार्य की जो मौज मस्ती है और वो तथाचार्य की जो हरकतें हैं वो चालू हो जाएंगी।
हाँ, जो
जी
जोश
जी
है।
जी
हाँ,
जी
एक्चुअली
जी।
बहुत ही पॉपुलर है, मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा सीरियल लगता है। मैं टाइम निकाल के कुछ सीरियल्स हैं जो देखती हूँ, उनमें से ये तेनाली रामा भी एक है। तो बहुत
सो
ही
नाइस
अच्छा
ऑफ यू,
लगा
थैंक यू,
पंकज जी आपसे बात करके, और
थैंक यू
फिर
वेरी
हम
मच।
मिलेंगे किसी और सब्जेक्ट पे बात करने के लिए। एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच टू वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू हैव यू ऑन आवर शो।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरी एक विनती है, प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए, अपने घरों में रहिए, और सेफ रहिए, स्वस्थ रहिए, मस्त रहिए। गॉड ब्लेस यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Hello, everybody. This is your friend Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I'm also joined by my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the start of a new week, so it's a new opportunity to get out there and make a change. So what are you going to change this week, CK?
Naval, actually, I have been reading your book, and I spent some time over the weekend about your book, which is called Can You Handle the Truth? And I have started reading the chapter 2, which is about self-reflection and growth. So just wanted to know your thoughts and what was running in your mind when you started writing this particular chapter, specifically because this book has been written for the leaders and the CXOs. So would you like to throw some light on this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we needed to look at a chapter that was very much looking at ourselves, looking in the mirror, because most of these, CXOs, the C-suite arena, the senior leadership teams are so involved in what they do, working in the business and on the business, they've got no time for personal reflection. And so we're constantly doing SWOT analysis within the business. We're doing gap analysis, the business. We're trying to look at growing the business. And it's all about the business, the business, the business. But of course, sometimes we just forget, actually, the business is about what I'm doing, what we're doing as a team. So the motivation for that particular chapter, and you'll see by the questions at the end of that chapter, is to just take a little look at yourself. Now, we ask, as you've pointed out in the past, CK, when you get to the end of every chapter, these questions we ask are not easy questions. We really do want you to delve into answering those questions honestly. And again, no one's looking. You know, the only person that's looking is you, because you're reading the book. So you could share it with your colleagues by all means, but in the first instance, nobody else is looking over your shoulder. But I bet what's going on in your mind are three different people. You know, there's a won't do, oh yeah, we didn't do that before, did we? And a can't do, well, we couldn't do that because we didn't have the money. And a can do person is desperately fighting the other two to come to the surface. Because you know, and everyone else knows, unless you've got a positive can-do attitude, you won't grow. And it really is as simple as that. So it is all about just taking a bit of time out for yourself, looking at your personality, your responsibility, your accountability in the business. And we tend not to do it. So going to the questions at the back of that particular chapter, they're not easy, are they? Let's face it.
Neville, I have just started reading the book, this chapter 2, and I was very curious to ask you this because the title of chapter 2 is self-reflection. And I was thinking over the weekend I think the most difficult task is self-reflection. So that is why today is Monday, and I've been thinking all over the weekend that what do you mean by self-reflection, because I've not been able to figure out, because it opens up a new box, and when you go inside that box, it opens another two boxes. So it's I think one of the most difficult tasks for a leader to do a self-reflection.
It is probably the most difficult task, but we have to do it. So for instance, if you're going to grow, are you prepared to do something different? And that is a question for you. So if you're going to grow, are you prepared to do something different?
Yes, certainly. For growth, I'm prepared to do something different from my routine. And if it brings positive result, why not?
And the interesting thing is, believe it or not, when I ask that question, and we ask it actually, we ask it a lot of golfers, because a lot of golfers will go to a coach and they want to improve their game. And one question we ask them, well, to improve your game, are you prepared to change something? And they say, well, why should I change? Well, if you're not prepared to change something, you're not going to grow, So if you don't change something, you'll just do what you did yesterday. And they sort of scratch their head and they say, oh yeah, I'd not thought of that before. Now that sounds incredible. Yeah. The depths of things, and when you're really struggling to grow the organization, the last thing you think of is, I need to do something different. You just think, I need to do the same better or smarter, as the phrase goes. But the reality of life is, even if you do it better and smarter, your growth won't be that much improved. You need to do something different. And this is when the fear factor starts to come in. And that chapter really is about handling your fears. Get to know yourself so that you can realize that actually you're pretty resilient. You're quite inspirational. You're fairly empathic rather. So you are a leader that people want to work with. And then you start actually saying, yeah, I'm not that bad actually. I've got a few holes, so let me start to plug the holes. And that's why we do a gap analysis. Now, some of those holes are huge, frankly. Some of them are not very big at all. But the interesting thing is, if we start to plug the big holes, you get a better result than plugging the little ones. Because the big holes are the ones that's holding you back. So one of those holes could be you judge people very quickly. But if you continue to judge people very quickly, you're not necessarily getting the best out of them. And you're not getting the best out of yourself because there's a lack of judgment by coming to a snap decision. You know, that person may just be having a bad day. So this self-reflection actually really does help you grow your business because you start to see other people in a slightly different light. But as I say, the proof of the pudding is answering the questions at the back of the chapter. So I look forward to you getting to that point so that you can go and answer those questions. And your toes will start curling up. But that's fine because no one's watching.
Yes, I will reach that point as well, Neville. I think the first dilemma that is running in my mind is that all my seniors have told me that you have to build on your past. And it's very difficult for people to let go your past and build something new. In fact, I've been doing on the contrary. I've been, not sticking to my past, but building a future which is different from the past. But that is a dilemma. I think when we do a self-reflection, the thing comes to the mind is that, hey, maybe I should have stuck to what I was doing for last 20 years, and that would have given me incremental growth. But what I did not continue that. I started something new, and that is taking time. So I think these are all part of self-reflection, goal setting, and listening to elders. I think it's a very, very difficult. When I reach the end of the chapter and I'm able to answer your question, I think all of these things are running in my mind just at the first page itself.
No, that's great. I mean, but the thing is, like anything else, it's your time. It's not can we handle the truth, it's can you handle the truth. And I'm asking that to myself, so I'm going through all the questions we got at the end of every chapter. Am I doing this the right way? Can I do it better? Is there a more optimum way? Do I need more help from other people? Can we get more out of our team? Can we get more for less? Notice all of these are questions. None of them are statements. No one's perfect in this world. Believe you me, if I were to start to write down all of my imperfections, it would be quite a long list. But are they relevant in a context where I need to grow? The majority of the time is no, they're not. Because they're just niggly little pains. But I've worked on them over the years and got better at it. So I'm a far better listener today than I was 20 years ago, than I was 30 years ago. When I think of back into going to the first day of my degree when I was 18, I thought I knew everything. I was brilliant. I was top of the class. I did this. I got into a great university. And then you start again and you realize, actually, no, you don't know everything. You know very little, and that's the whole point of going to university. So in a nanosecond, you get an alignment and you say, the reason I'm here is to grow. And that's the point. That's the whole point. And in life, we grow on a daily basis. Sometimes we go backwards. But that might be just reflection. So it's okay to go backwards. And as you say, stick to what you know. I mean, the stick to your knitting phrase that we use in the UK, that works for a while. But when it doesn't work, that's when you need to be aware that you need to be changing. But ideally, you've changed before that. So you're proactive. We use these words all the time. To be proactive. What does that really mean? Am I proactive? Can I prove to myself I'm being proactive? Does my team know that I'm being proactive? Do they tell me I'm being proactive? You know, do I get feedback regularly? Are they scared of me? You know, do they only speak when they're spoken to or asked to contribute? You start to break some of those things down. These are very, very simple questions, but tough, real tough questions to answer. And then you find out whether you can grow, whether you've got the right ingredients to grow. So, yeah, it's a tough chapter. I look forward to hearing in private, perhaps, you telling me some of the answers to the questions.
Yes, whether in private or on the show, let me reach the end of the chapter. But I think it's a very interesting, intriguing conversation that we are having. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now addressing the viewers. If you are a coach or a CXO or a leader, this is a book for you. It is an eye opener. You can write to me and we will share a free copy with you. Neville, as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow on some other interesting subject.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody, because once the day's over, it's not repeated.
Certainly. So, see you. Tata for today.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is the CEO Roundtable and let me welcome my friends. Our first guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello everyone.
Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida. And our second guest joins us from UK, my friend and chairman of MindFit Limited, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a really good discussion this morning.
Likewise, Neville. And our final guest is from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is CEO of Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to CEO.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing all? How things are at your end?
All well,
Yes.
Kanchan. All well, Kanchan. So today's subject is the elevator pitch. And why we have this subject? Because many people don't know the importance of an elevator pitch. And even if somebody knows the importance of elevator pitch, they don't know how to make that. So, you know, when I meet somebody in the corridor and I ask them what they do, their elevator pitch goes for 15 to 20 minutes. So that is so funny. So what do you guys feel about this?
Well, let's go. Let's go. The elevator pitch, 15 to 20 minutes. Sounds like the elevator got stuck somewhere along the line. Because the whole point of an elevator pitch, as we all know, is it needs to be maximum, 30, 40, 50 seconds. It's a short conversation where you get in the elevator at the bottom of the building and you get up off at the top of the building and you've influenced somebody along the way. And that's the whole point. You're pitching to somebody. The origins of it is, believe it or not, comes from Hollywood many years ago when they were pitching scripts, and scripts were in their thousands. So this isn't a new thing. It's not a business thing in many respects. It comes from the movies. So we need to take a bit of a script from that, because the movies need a script. You've got a limited time, so make sure you've got a good script.
I think elevated pitch is very, very essential in terms of emotional and business related conversation. And I think the way you interact with your client or individual, that makes hell of difference, because what is your body language, that also deals very highly when we go into elevated pitch. So I think elevated pitch has to be small, and then you should have few keywords so that you can impress your client, and you should not be afraid of repeating these keywords, and it's small and then impressive.
Excellent, actually, because this is something which is very close to my heart. I'm an ex-banker, and in the banking world, we believe if you don't have a product description, the product doesn't exist. Yet there are cases where certain products are sold for many years, and you can't find a description anywhere. So, a proposition, a service, or a product without an elevator pitch is something like that. That okay, you've sold it, but at any point in time, if you put on the spot, it might be very difficult to explain it in a brief 20-30 seconds. Many years ago, when I started my first business, I actually used to go up and down, actually in an elevator in one of the buildings. I won't name it because people who have not figured it out could figure it out by now. But I used to have a day pass, and I knew that the decision makers for that particular company would be going up and down in the elevator from the cafe at any point in time. And that was my opportunity to engage them. So to basically just summarize this, it's an opportunity to be brief, be clear, convey your USP, make it very specific to your audience, identify the benefits really quickly, like Kanchan said, with a few keywords, make a very compelling call to action, and extend an invitation for further engagement and speaking more. So this is an opportunity for anyone to basically pitch either in the elevator or in the corridor, but it's an opportunity to elevate, talk about your product, and get the other party interested in your product or proposition.
So elevator pitch is like a brochure. In fact, many people don't understand, what is the sales or marketing methodologies. So elevator pitch has its position, and it is meant for people to remember you by your keywords. They may not remember your name. They may not remember, what your company name is, but they would remember the keywords in your elevator which you have used. For example, if Farida, let me go back to your example, which is related to banking. So if the elevator pitch says deposit and make money, grow money, people will remember that. But if they say, hey, this is something like a 5-year plan, and it will work like this in a cumulative manner, it will have interest twice a year or once a quarter, people don't remember none of this. They will not remember your product, and they will also not remember your elevator pitch. So this is what I feel.
You're absolutely right, CK. This is about leaving the person with a memory so that they remember who you are. And you don't have long to do that. We always know that when we meet people in a networking arena, everyone is talking about the elevator pitch. So, but the key thing is you need to be aware of who the other person is. So if you see someone in a networking arena and they're very timid, they're standing to one side, they've just about got their coffee or their tea, and they're looking around in a sort of a very, scared type of way, it's absolutely pointless walking up to them and saying, hello, my name's Neville Gordon, this is what we do, because you'll frighten the living daylights out of them. So what you need to be doing is recognizing who the audience is and adjusting your pitch accordingly. And the nice thing about that is you need to practice. And Farida, it did make me laugh because I had a flashback moment to one of the really big management consultancies that used to, as part of their training program, tell their students to do what you did. Go in the elevator, go and experience it. You know, we can tell you how long the elevator takes, but go in and experience it and ask the questions. The first question is, ask the question to yourself, who am I? Try to answer that one, because that is probably the most difficult question to answer. You can say what you do, and you can probably say how you do it. But answering the question, who am I? And if you can answer that very succinctly, emotionally, so that you have an engagement with yourself, more to the point, then you've really cracked the elevator pitch, because that's the question you need to answer every time. Because remember, the person on the other side is assessing who you are by what you're saying. Are you engaging? Are you interesting? Are you challenging me to think? Or are you just throwing stuff at me like a typical salesperson? You know, whack. This is what we do. This is how we do it. You know, do you want to buy it? That's not an elevator pitch. That is literally, here's my brochure. I'll talk to you later. That's not an elevator pitch either. So I think we need to work out, and I'm surprised the elevator pitch has lasted as long as it has. I would have thought by now, because we change the labels so often in the business world. You know, it used to be a leader, and then we had a thought leader, and now we have an influencer. So, but the elevator pitch seems to have had a remarkable resilience to have not been changed. I'm wondering who's going to come up with it's a Twitter pitch, or it's a Facebook pitch, or it's a social media pitch, or it's a WeChat pitch. I mean, TikTok has gone now, so we can't do that one really in many respects. But I hope we're getting the message over to people out there. This is a conversation, and that's all where you need to start. So you need to be comfortable in it.
I have something to add to it. I'm just going to pick up from where Chandra was talking about. People make their elevator pitch like 15 minutes long. That's the inability to actually define their product really, really quickly. You know, I like to share an example. When you go to the supermarket, always the name of the product and the one or two keywords are in the forefront. Nobody ever puts the list of ingredients in the forefront. If you are interested in the product, you take the product, then you read, okay, sugar, walnuts, emulsifier, blah, 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 blah. But what attracts you is the Hershey's chocolate syrup, because nobody ever puts a list of ingredients on the forefront. And that's exactly the same thing about elevator pitch. I could go on and on about my methodology at what my team does at Career Zoom, but nobody gives a damn. But my quick pitch is that it's a CXO on demand. And that is something that resonates with my audience. They are able to quickly identify whether that's something they're going to use or not. And that's going to determine whether we are going to have further engagement or not. There is no point in me going on for 15 minutes and turning that elevator pitch into a train pitch or a bus pitch, because you don't actually have that much time with someone.
Yeah, I'll take this point from Farida, but I also want to add that knowing the product and service is also very essential, and the power of language. You have to be very good. What sentences you have to use, and how many times you have to really name the product, like how to display the product in a limited time, and that the power of language comes into it plays a great role in that. So for elevated pitch, I guess it is very, very essential to know the product, to know the service, and have a wonderful control on the language and the utility of the time in the elevator.
You're absolutely right. And the other thing is, remember, if you're giving an elevator pitch, the person you're giving it to, you don't know. You may have seen them before, but you don't know them. So I always say the best way to give an elevator pitch is to ask the other person who they are and what they do. Then at least you're giving yourself the opportunity to adjust your conversation. Because like anything else, Farida, you know, if you went into the elevator and you were ready to give someone a pitch and you had a banking product that you thought, I'm going to try this one out, you're in the elevator where there's another banker, but you haven't thought that because you're so keen to get your pitch out there. Now, if that other banker knows everything about your particular product, you're just wasting your time talking to them about your product because they know everything anyway. So the best way here is when you start an elevator pitch is find out who on earth are you talking to? What do they do? Where do they work? What's their favorite color? Ask around the subject because that means they think you're interested in them. But please don't do this. Don't impersonate someone that's interesting in other people. Be interested. Be curious about what the other person does. And as I say, you never know. I mean, if you'd have met another banker and said, Farida, oh, hi, my name's Farida. What's your name? What do you do? And they say, well, I'm the chief of, export banking or something. You know, immediately gives you an opportunity to work out the type of experience that person has. So then you can ask the next question. Oh, really? I know this person. They work in that area. Do you know them? And all of a sudden, you're not pitching, but you're building a relationship. And that is the forefront of pitching. This is so easy to do when you practice it a lot. But in the first instance, it's a bit like driving a car on day one. When you've never got in the car before, it's going to be clunky, you know, and you might have kangaroo juice, you know, because you've got the clutch or the wrong gear, you know. So there are sort of realities of life that we need to take into this elevator type of arena and just practice it, because the more you practice, the easier it becomes.
Absolutely.
So let me add to what Farida and Neville have said is basically the elevator pitch objectivity. You know, why we need an elevator pitch? That is the question. So the question is, like Neville said, people don't know you. You're meeting them probably for the first time. And the elevator pitch is required so that whoever you have met just now, remember you at least for 15 days. Or 20 days or 1 month. So then the remembrance is what the elevator pitch is all about. So let's go back to the example of banking product. Now, we all know that all the products are very similar, from HSBC to Bank of America to ABN AMRO. I mean, their products are for deposits and loans are all similar because all of them are regulated. So how customer decides whether to buy the product from ABN AMRO or a similar product from HSBC? It is all because of the elevator pitch, because people perceive, hey, this product is better, whereas the other set of people will perceive, hey, ABN AMRO product is better. So it's basically how you speak and how you make an appeal of the same thing. And the same example is also true for telecom companies. Hey, you buy from me, pay me $30 a month, and I will give you XYZ. But the thing is that everybody is offering that XYZ. So the elevator pitch for telecom companies matters. And similarly, elevator pitch for everyone is very, very important.
We often forget actually why people buy from other people. And if you're in this world of consultancy, because that's where the elevator pitch is, or if you're in this world of digital presentations, trying to get your product above everybody else, is that people buy from people. But like anything else, this phrase has been shortened over the years because there's another part of the phrase that's really important, but everyone ignore and forget. People buy from people they know and trust. So the purpose of this pitch is to get people to trust you, to believe in you, to understand who you are. then they may buy from you if they see consistency in your pitch. If they actually like you, you know, a lot of people are driven by, do I like that person? Even today, lots of consultants actually get work because they're liked by their organization. Not that necessarily they're the best, but they actually feel comfortable with that person or that team. And they know that they're getting some results. They may not be getting the best results, but they're getting some results. And in the consultancy world, we know how difficult it is to displace an incumbent consultant, because you're up against a known entity and you're an unknown entity. And that's the whole purpose of this pitch. It's to close that gap, so at least people understand who you are, what you do, and why you may be better or different from their current incumbent. So don't underestimate the value of a short conversation with someone in an elevator. And as they say, what goes up must come down.
So I think there is a place for everything. For example, every company has a mission statement, and the elevator pitch has to be driven from the mission statement. So that is step number 2. And the step number 3 is your half pitch elevator. So you have a 15 seconds elevator, and then you have a half page, like a 1 minute elevator. And then in the end, you will have a brochure. So I think the first thing is to get your mission statement right, and then you get your elevator pitch right, and then you get your half page pitch right. So, and you're actually making sure that your listeners, your clients, your audience are actually progressing one after the other. Now, suppose, as Neville said that, you know, there are consultants and they are sitting in front of a class. You know, what is the impact if the trainer or a consultant speaks that 15 minutes thing in the beginning itself and then come back to 15-second bit after that? It's a total disaster. So that is why if you have been given a 1 hour slot to speak, you first make your mission statement, then you make your elevator pitch, and then you make your half page pitch, and then you talk about what the subject line is. So you are actually making sure that the audience are walking with you and they are at a place where you want them to be.
Yeah, that's very true. I think, any decent trainer or presenter knows that you win the audience at the beginning, because everyone judges people really quickly, and this isn't a 21st century thing, and it's not a millennial or a Gen Y or Z. We have always judged people very quickly, even from a distance. You know, is it friend or foe? Can I trust this person? Is this person worth talking to? Do I like them? Do I like the look at them? You know, oh, they're a lot bigger than me, I'm fearful. You know, we automatically judge people. Therefore, you've got a very narrow window. You might call it an elevator window. You know, you've got a very narrow window to make an impact. And a lot of people make a judgment call on your first impact.
Yeah.
And that is so powerful in their memory. It's actually one of the things that stop those people performing and moving forwards. Because if you don't like the teacher, even if the teacher is going out of their way to make you change your mind, too late. You've already made your mind up. And the majority of people, vast majority of people, over 80% of people, make that judgment call very quickly. So when you walk up to somebody in an elevator, whatever it is, when you're pitching, a big beaming smile actually has a big impact on the person that's watching you. So there are ways to do this really well, and they're not tricks. It's a process that works, and it works every single time. But the interesting thing is you've got to own it. So if you're having a bad day and you have got this big presentation to do, you need to G yourself up, or however, to give that presentation. And it has to be your best effort every time. We used to have a phrase in my industry was, you're always on parade. Now, I wasn't in the army or the navy, but we were always on parade. So when I was traveling, wherever I was, apart from in the hotel room with the door shut and no one can get in, that was my time. Every time I shut that door and went down the corridor, that was the business time. That was my employer's time. And I had to be on parade. And if you can do that, you can be really successful at this. And it is so easy to do once you get into the discipline and once you start to practice. And remember, it's the audience you're talking to that's really important. Any presenter knows this. So the key message I think I've got today is, who are you talking to? Find out who they are first, and it changes the way you pitch to them, always.
So one thing I like to say here is, while people create their companies and they don't bother to build their elevator, their mission statements, and their brochures, they think that no, I have a product. The product will sell by itself. So that is the confusion number one. And the confusion does not remain there. Now, if you get into a conference room and somebody says, "Hey, why don't you introduce yourself?" That introduction will also go for 10 minutes. All you have to do is tell your name and what you are and where are you from. So I think the confusion really starts from that point, where people don't know even to, introduce themselves.
So I feel that when we talk about elevated pitch, it's very, very essential to take along the person, individual or a team. Apart with it, you should not be scared of asking some challenging question and be intermingling emotionally along with the business. So that makes a lot of difference once we are talking. Maybe a small talk will make a lot of difference once we are we have a small window, as Naval said. So I think it needs a practice to really do a good elevated pitch.
So I'll just attempt to kind of, summarize what we all actually kind of, put our thoughts on an elevator pitch. The key is that you need to know who you are speaking with. So find out a little bit about the person you're going to pitch to. Doesn't need to be long, but genuinely find out what they do, so you have some time to do your mental adjustment as to how you're going to present. Be brief, be clear, make it very specific to your audience. Again, that's extremely important. Highlight your benefits, identify the problem and what is your solution, and make a compelling call to action. This is an invitation for the other person to further engage with you, and therefore the elevator pitch is the most important 30 to 60 seconds that you're going to have with that person, because it's going to drive your future relationship. So I feel that very briefly, very clearly and concisely convey your product idea or your USP to the other side. That's the definition of an elevator pitch. And like Neville said, everything has changed. The way we look at people, the way we look at leaders, etc. But elevator pitch has stayed. And the idea has come from Hollywood movies, but it has stayed for so long, across so many years, across so many generations. It has had to be very successful, and that's why it stayed. So we all need to polish our elevator pitch and make sure that we are at our best when we deliver it.
In fact, I remember about Hollywood, and recently I was watching a program where this presenter called Conan O'Brien, and somebody asked him, "Hey, do you have a card?" And he showed his card, and believe it or not, his card has only his eyes. So his card has only this portion. It's a fantastic elevator pitch.
I've had some fantastic business cards handed to me over time, and many taking that as taking a leaf out of that one's book. I've had business cards where the corner's been chopped off, deliberately chopped off, but it looks like it's like a frayed edge, so someone couldn't be bothered with the card. But it's only that edge and they pass you it to make that important message. I don't care about business cards. Here's mine. It's got a frayed edge. I mean, who cares? And then when you take the card, they don't present it like this. If you know different people, some people present it. The Japanese typically present the card like this, so it's two-handed. But this person actually presented it with a worn-off corner. Immediately, my mind said, "I'll share this with you because this is the point about the immediate impact it has on the other person." Immediately, I thought, "Walk away, Neville. Just run. This guy is not really interested at all." He passed me the card, and I looked at the card, and it was embossed. It was thick. This frayed edge was done for effect, and all it had was his name and what they did. Not what they did as a company, but what they did for me. And it just said, "Your success is our aim." That's all it said. His name, "Your success is our aim," and a frayed edge. And that made a massive impact on me. And this was about, I would say about 15 odd years ago. And I still am friends with this person, despite the fact we've never done business together, but I'm still a friend. And we still, we still talk on a regular basis. So this is about impact. As everyone's been saying here, it's an elevator pitch because you don't have very long. It's a memory you want to leave that other person with, just in case they may not need your services, but they've got a big network and they may know someone that might need what you've got. Or equally, you might need what they've got. That's what great networkers do. They put people in touch with others, not for any reward. They're not looking at 10%, They just put other people in touch with other people. And that's how the network grows. So the importance of the elevator pitch is absolutely critical today, especially in this digital world. And when we've got video like this, you can actually see the person, how real they are, how successful they want you to be with their pitch, not "I'm selling this, it's done this, it's done this." We can just switch off. So the world now is a lot smaller because of the digitization of what's going on. But that means it's now down to you being more critical about what these people out there have got to offer. So my suggestion, and I'm sure everyone else is, get your elevator pitch right. But remember, think of who you're talking to, because that's the most critical part of the elevator pitch.
So I think we had a great conversation today, and I like to thank all the panelists, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville, for their valuable inputs. And I think we are going back with a lot of learning today. I think the biggest takeaway from this discussion is that you need to have already defined your elevator based on your product offerings or services. And if you don't have an elevator defined or ability to create an elevator pitch, take help from the market, take help from the people who have experience of doing that. And as Neville said during the discussion, that the elevator pitch may differ from audience to audience. So make sure that you have elevator pitch designed or defined either by yourself or by taking some help from the market using a smart consultant. So thank you very much, all friends, and we will catch up again in the next CEO Roundtable. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we have Pritesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with video broadcasting, and I also want to tell you that he has worked across continents. He is rich in political and economic experience. And so today is a time when we'll be talking about the launch of new parliament. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day ahead for our conversation, and I'm sure that you being in Delhi, you are happy, greater, and so please, how have you been?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. I am enjoying, as you know, the northern winters. And as you must have seen today, Prime Minister has done Shilanyas of the new building of Parliament. So,
Yes,
what do you think about this move?
it is better late than never. So this country, it needs to shed away any monument that showcases its unglorious past, or it shows our new acquired strength in terms of the world rankings, in terms of our economy, in terms of our technology, in terms of where we have reached as compared to our neighbors or the world at large, or the countries who became free around the same time as 1947. So it is, I think, a great honor to be part of this time when in the 2022, that is the 75th year of our independence, we would see a joint session of the parliament in the new building.
Yes, I also look forward towards that, and I also want to tell you that the purpose of this new building is at one level to offer an upgrade and extend the facilities and functioning of Parliament. At other hand, after completing this, it will serve as a landmark to commemorate, as you said, the 75 years of Indian independence. Now, the total built-up area of proposed Parliament spread over 4 floors, and is about 64,000 square meter. That is around 17,000 square meter more than the existing one. So I think that is a big leap.
Yes, that is. And it is not only futuristic, it is also keeping in mind with the change or a different kind of a parliament few years or probably 20-30 years from now. Making a joint parliament session to the seats of 1224, the government has shown a very interesting look at the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha combined together for a joint session, generally which the president comes and takes the podium for that. Apart from that, all the parliamentarians will have their own 40 square feet of an office as well in this. But it is important to understand, Kanchan, the need for a parliament from the perspective of the national heritage versus there are petitions around it, and therefore the inauguration has happened but the construction cannot begin because Supreme Court has said the construction cannot begin. And therefore it is important to understand that what is more important at this point of time: national heritage, national pride, and the concerns that are being raised in the petitions today. The international news talks about, many of the international news outlets, they also spoke about the amount of money that is being spent or being committed for this that could have been used for others, more prioritized things. But I fully believe that the nation has to take a stand and the
text,
political
they
leadership and the
state
people
that
have
he
to
was
support it.
not
It is
brutal
something like
towards
having
Buddhist
the
monks.
statue of
Okay.
our
Now, as I
first
told you,
Home Minister,
he was
Sardar
previously
Patel.
the
Similar kind of
Senapati,
outcry was
the
made.
general
But at
of
least
the
that was a
modern
new
army.
structure,
So
a
he
fresh
knew
structure.
all
In this case,
the
we are
tactics
shedding
and
away
techniques
our
of the
colonial
war,
past, and
and
therefore
to
the construction of
establish
this
his
is
kingdom,
justified.
he used the same.
I would also like
All
to
these
see
war
in the same
techniques,
jest
all
that few
whatever
years,
he has
probably several
learned
decades
in
later,
the
even Rashtrapati
modern
Bhavan
empire,
is being
he
abandoned or made as a
implemented
museum,
those policies
and
of
our Rashtrapati
administration.
ji moves
He
to a
implemented
new
the same
India's
things
own
in the military expeditions
building.
which
And
happened.
therefore, it is
And
important
many
to showcase
inscriptions
this
will be
strength.
found of the Sungas.
However, there
They
are,
found
as I said,
in
quite a
Ayodhya,
petitions
in
have
Uttar
been put
Pradesh,
into the Supreme
and
Court. But today I also saw
in the and even in the
Ratan
Punjab,
Tata was
the
present there,
northeast,
apart
and
from
in
some
those
foreign
inscriptions,
dignitaries.
some of the
And
inscriptions, it is
Tata, as
mentioned
being
that
the
he did
respectable
persecute
house,
the
they have got
Buddhist
the
monks. And
award to
he,
build this new parliament. So
after him,
this goes
his
hand in
son,
hand all the
Agnimitra,
time with every new
he
construction,
succeeded
every
the
new investment.
Shunga
So I think
dynasty after the
it's
death
time
of
to
his
see it
father,
from a
Pushyamitra
more of a
Shunga,
nationalistic
in
perspective
around
rather than any smaller.
148 BC.
Yes, climate and the cutting of the trees and all
uh,
such things
185
should be taken
BC,
care of at the
Pushyamitra
same
Shunga
time.
ascended
What
the
do you
throne.
say?
And in 148
Yes, I
or
feel when we talk about
149
petitions,
BCE,
I think it has
Agnimitra,
become
the son of
putting petition
Pushyamitra
lately
Shunga,
a
he
fashionable thing
ascended the throne.
because
Now,
we find
Agnimitra
petition for
was a very
everything.
dynamic
People
king,
are ready to go to
and
Rashtrapati and
he
to Supreme Court for
was
everything and
the
anything.
subject
But apart of
of
this, what
many
I feel is
works
that
of Kalidas.
from
Kalidas, as you know,
since
was a
independence,
famous poet
the
of that
population
time.
of India has
So,
been
in
doubled.
one of his
And the parliament, the old parliament, which is it is said to
epics
be
known as
completing 100
Malvika
years.
Agnimitra,
So the seats in the
Kalidas
parliament
has
is not
written
being
about
increased because
the
there's no
love
space.
story of
As
Agnimitra and
Prime Minister
Malvika.
had
So
mentioned
that way
in
he
his speech
was
that there had been
also
construction
the
to fix Wi-Fi.
subject
There
for
was
many
construction
poets,
in this
Agnimitra
old parliament
for
to
that matter.
do new things.
And
But then this
the
parliament,
Vayu
because since
Purana
it is 100
and
years old, it needs a rest. And that is
Brahman
one point.
Purana
Second point is
also
we need more
mention his
representative.
name.
And
they
as
say
you
that
know
for
that this
around
new
8
parliament
years he ruled
will be having
through Agnimitra.
will be having around
And according to
1224
Kalidas
MT
in Malvika
space.
Agnimitra,
I mean, that means what
Agnimitra
I
belonged
foresee is that
to
there will be increase
Vainbika family,
in people's
while Puranas mention
representation
him as
in
a
this new
Shunga.
parliament.
So here
So that is a
little
great
conflict
thing,
is there,
and I think
because
this
Kalidas gives
this
a different
issue
picture,
and this
but the
demand has been
Puranas, they
pending in
confirm
the
that he
parliament
was from
from
Shunga
very long
dynasty.
time. And
He
finally,
was the
this
son
new
of
government has
Pushyamitra
initiated and has
Shunga.
concluded and
And
put Shilanyas and
in
started the
Malvika
work of
Agnimitra,
building a
Kalidas
new
has
parliament.
also told
Now, when
that
I
he had three
just
queens,
want to give
three
you a
wives,
little history,
Dharani,
then how it
Iravati,
started, because
and
in
Malvika.
October
So Malvika
2019,
was the
government
princess
is
of
selected
Vidarbha.
HCP Design,
And
Planning and
this
Management at
Malvika
Ahmedabad-based
Agnimitra is the
architecture firm
story
to
of
design the new
Agnimitra
parliament
and
and
Malvika,
redevelop the area around the
which
central
Kalidas
vista.
has written in
The
his
architect
epic.
chose a
Now,
triangular plot and
Agnimitra,
next to the
according
existing
to
parliament to
the
build new one.
epic of
As a
Malvika
result, the
Agnimitra
proposed
written
structure
by
is triangular,
Kalidas,
and I think it
Kalidas
looks
writes
very
in
good.
his book that
And
a
it's not a
war broke
circular, so
out
I think
between
that's
the
a new
Shungas
design,
and the
new
neighboring
thought, and it is
state
four-story
Vidarbha
building, so a lot of space
during
to really
Agnimitra's
work.
reign.
We have
And
separate
before the rise of the
separate
Shungas,
places for
Vidarbha
each
had become
MP to
independent
look
from the
after
Mauryan
the
Empire.
grievances of people who come, which is not
Till
seamlessly done
Ashoka
in current
was
parliament.
till
And again,
Ashoka
it is
had
a
not
paper-free
fought the Kalinga War.
environment,
He was
and
very, very
I think they are
ambitious,
taking care
and
of
he
all
was into many
the
conquests.
trees,
But
and they will
after
be
the
planting more
conquest of
trees. So I
Kalinga,
think that is
there was a
something
hard
which
change of
would be
Ashoka, and
very
he
nice,
stopped
and it
waging
will
wars
represent
altogether. So that
powerful
time,
New India.
Vidarbha
As if
declared
you have seen
themselves
the design, you will
independent
also find the
from the
emblem
Mauryan
of
kingdom.
Ashoka in
And
between. So I like the design. What about
this
you? You really have
one
you seen
war
the
was
design and
there
you have
where a
any idea
former
or your
Mauryan
thought process
minister
on the
put
design?
his brother-in-law
Kanchan, this
Yajnasena
is
on the
interesting
throne of Vidarbha,
from the
and
architectural
Madhavsena,
point of
a
view. And
son
I
of
was
Yajnasena,
going
he
through certain
asked help
discussions that were
from
happening on
Agnimitra
the
in
media,
overthrowing his cousin, but
television,
was
as well as
captured
on,
while crossing the border
internet
of
is replete
Vidarbha,
with
and he was
so much of
imprisoned.
information around
So
this.
Agnimitra
So
demanded
from an Indian
the
architectural
release of
point of view,
Madhavsena, and in return,
this is something
Yajnasena
that
demanded the
India
release
has
of the
never
former
seen
Mauryan minister
before.
who had
After
been captured earlier by
1947, if you see,
Agnimitra.
we
So it
have
was
not
a
really
sort of,
built great
this give
national
and take
symbols,
type of a
just like the way
agreement.
before
Instead,
we had it
Agnimitra,
from our
what he did, he
history.
sent his army to
So
invade Vidarbha,
I mean,
and
there are some
Yajnasena
exceptions
was
all the time,
defeated and
always, like
forced
a
to
Lotus Temple
divide
in Delhi,
Vidarbha with
and couple of
Madhavsena.
other
And both
bridges
cousins
that we have built
recognized the
on
suzerainty
Ram
of the
Setu,
Shunga rulers
and
that
one
time,
big bridge
Agnimitra,
on
and this
in
shows
Andhra.
that he
But
was a he was an
architecture
able
is so
military
important
leader, because
to play a part in
he
this. I mean,
made
but again,
Vidarbha to
today the
come
way the
under
things
his
are,
suzerainty, the
putting
kingdom
up
of
the
Vidarbha
Indian
to come
architecture in
under
place
his
and bringing it to the
suzerainty.
forefront and actually
And if
using it
we
in a building
see,
structure,
many
something
historians
that
have written
needs a
about
lot
the
of scientific
Shunga
fact
Empire
finding
in
plus
detail,
balancing of that. And
like
I always say that it is not about
Rai
symbolism, it is
Chaudhary,
about
Professor
the
Rai Chaudhary,
actual
in his book
implementation
Political
of
History of
those.
Ancient India,
So
he has
I mean,
mentioned
more or
about
less,
the
our
Shunga
Indian
dynasty,
architecture was
about
always seen as,
Pushyamitra
making
and
temples,
Agnimitra.
big and bigger
Then
temples of the past,
Lahiri,
or the
in his book
palaces for the
Indigenous
kings.
States of Northern
But
India,
what
he
has
also
happened is that
has
there are people who
described
are saying
about the
that,
might
are we
of
doing any justice
the
from what was
Shungas,
built in
but it was a very
1913
short-lived empire, the
when
Shunga Empire,
Lutyens
because
made
after
this
them, the
design?
Kanvas,
Are
the
we making an
Kanva
extension
dynasty
to that
came into
design?
being,
Are we taking
and
care of
same
the
thing, Kanva
Indian
was also a
architecture
general
completely
with
with the
Pushyamitra
Vastu
Suga.
Shastra in
So
place?
he declared
When we go
himself
up to those
independent,
levels,
and then a new
there
dynasty
it
was
is bound to
established,
have
that
so
was
many
Kanva
flavors and so
dynasty.
many
So
connotations that
yeah,
sometimes it feels that whatever Lutyens did at that point of time was okay for everybody in our secular country. But when today we try to put something of our own architecture, our
yes,
homegrown people are raising so many questions, which is sad. On the other side, I more or less, architecture wise or Vastu Shastra wise, I cannot comment much. But what I can definitely comment is that for the Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is very important. For the millennial generation or the generation Z, which will come for the corporate jobs, who will become the leaders another 10 years from now, for them it is very important, not only for the reviving of the economies, but also for the mindset and the conviction about a new powerful nation. I mean, this is nothing new that is happening in India. After Second World War,
when Mauryas
Japan
were there,
made Tokyo Tower
because
in
Ashoka was
Tokyo.
a great
It took a lot
propagator
of
of
money. There was a
Buddhism.
lot of
So
criticism. Why do they need a
mostly
Tokyo Tower
people
just after
followed
the
Buddhism,
occupation?
but
But
because
it
Ashoka
was
was a
Japan,
very
and
tolerant
just after
king, he
World War
never
II, they
forced
started Tokyo
anyone to
Tower. It
convert
was
to
completed
Buddhism.
in
So
1963,
Brahmanism
64,
or
and then
Hinduism,
we had an
Jainism, they
Olympics
all existed,
in Tokyo Olympics in 1964.
contemporarily.
So that
But
was a powerful
when
nation giving a
the
powerful
Shunga
message.
rule came,
And
then the
similar things
emphasis
have
was
happened in
more on
USA after
Hinduism
the Great Depression.
than
So
Buddhism. That's
therefore,
why
we
some
all
of the
as a
texts,
countrymen, we
they
should
say
welcome
that
this new
and one
building.
of the
And
inscriptions
I believe this is
also
just a
says
new
that he
way, new
persecuted the
India.
Buddhist
It is,
monks
they have said that they will not
who
demolish the current parliament.
Pushyamitra.
They will make it a
So
museum, which is a good thing.
Hinduism was a
We
dominant
have to
religion
have the harmony
in
with the past,
both dynasties,
at least as of
Shunga
today.
and Kanva.
We don't
Okay.
know after
And
few
after
centuries
that,
what the government
Kanva
of India or the
Satavahanas,
people of
they
India would
came.
do.
So
But at least today we
Satavahanas
are not demolishing
was
it.
one of the biggest
And that is
Hindu
something
kingdoms of
people
India
should be
after
really, the
Vijayanagara
international
Empire.
people should be really
So
happy about.
Brahmanism
And we
was
are
on the
making
rise
just a
that
3
time,
kilometers
and
stretch from the
because
near to
the
the current
kings, they
parliament.
performed many
And
Ashwamedh
India is
sacrifices
also,
to
Kanchan, is on the
confirm
way
their
to become a 5
superiority,
trillion
okay,
economy
over
by
the people.
2024.
So
And a
that
scale
means
that is up to
the
20 trillion by
people who were
2030.
in the empire,
This
they
is the
were
best
happy. There
time
was
for
no
the new set of
discontent,
generation to
only
come up and
because
take
whenever
charge of
these
the
military
country
conquest happened,
and leave
naturally the
all the
public
baggages
will
of the
be
past.
disturbed, because
All the
they will
baggages. And when I say
march
baggages,
towards the
it is
fields,
all about
and
mindset.
all that
We have to
destruction,
think like
indirect destruction will
people
happen.
think about the
So that
nationalistic
was
country when they
very
like the
obvious
Germans, like
thing
the Japanese, like the
to maintain
Israelis,
the dignity
who,
of the
who
empire.
for them the
But
nation comes
otherwise,
first.
people were
I
happy
think
under
that
the
is very important,
rule
and I
of
think this is a great right
Pushyamitra
direction
Shunga
thing that
and
is happening.
Agnimitra also.
Yeah, I also want to add one thing, that we have been sitting in a building which is a representation of a colonial era, since Parliament is not made by Indian
Yes,
per se.
till
But
the
now we
Kanwar
are coming
was
up with a new
established.
building, totally built, designed by Indians, and so that gives a message of a stronger democracy. Now, people say
Yes.
that democracy originated in England, but what I feel, what I have read, that democracy was always there in India in the form of panchayat, in the
Buddhism,
form
yes.
of small countries. Like if you have read about Kalinga, at the time of Ashoka, also Kalinga was following a democratic ruler uh, governance
Buddhism
at that
was
point of time. So
Hinduism
now
was
when
already
we
there,
are very
Kanchan,
powerful democracy, we
because
are popular
in all
in the
the
world due to our democracy, and now
empires
we
which
have a temple of
existed before
democracy, which
Mauryas
is
also,
our own,
only
built by
you
Indian,
get
designed
some
by Indian, and
Greek
the building will be
influence
constructed
because
by
of
Tata
the
Projects
Greek
Limited at the
invasions.
cost of 971
Alexander came
crores.
in
So I
326
really feel
BC,
proud
and
of
then
this, and I
later,
feel that
after
this is
all
a
these
right move
dynasties,
when
these
we are talking about New
Ghazni
India
and Ghorid
and
invasions.
Atmanirbhar Bharat,
So
and for young
Hinduism
people
was there,
who
but
will
it was
cherish
given
for long.
preference
And then again,
in
this
these
will house,
dynasties,
and
the
when we talk
Shunga
about Lok
and
Sabha
Kanva
chamber, they
dynasty,
will
because
house
the founder of
around
Kanva dynasty, Dev
888
Buddhi,
members,
he
and in
also
Raj
followed
Sabha
Hinduism,
chambers will be having
and he came to
384
rule in
MPs. So
75
I think
BCE.
there is a
He also
also
followed Hinduism.
extension
And after
of
Kanva dynasty,
representative in
then
coming years. That's
came
what
the
I foresee,
Satavahanas. They were staunch
and
Hindu
I
believers.
really feel good about
So
it.
with the Hinduism was there,
Correct.
but because of
And I think
these two religions,
like in
Jainism
any
and Buddhism,
project of this
it was
stature, there is
overshadowed a
bound to
bit.
be a lot of criticism going around. People will try to divert it to the issues here and there. For some people, it is always what is happening at the backyard of my home, and for some people, what is always happening in the backyard of my country, and for some people, it is always the world vision. So the three have to be balanced together. And that
If you
is what
see
is
broadly,
happening
they
by
follow
this
the
event
Mauryan
in India.
administration model
And
itself.
I would think
Because as
that
I
going
told you,
forward, before I
Pushyamitra
pass
was
on
the
from this
Senapati
planet,
of
I
the
would see our Rashtrapati
Mauryas
Bhavan also
before he
moving into a new
assassinated
place.
Brihadat
And
and came
that the
to
whole
rule.
old Rashtrapati
So they
Bhavan to be
followed the
given to
same
Archaeological
model of
Survey of India,
administration.
ASI,
Only
just like this
thing
parliament
which
would be
was
given to
more
ASI to manage.
dominant in
And I
the
think that
Shungas
is
and
in the right
Kanvas
direction.
times was
And probably
Hinduism,
this was the
which
only
was
reason
not
why we
there
also
in the
renamed
time of
our cities,
Ashoka,
Kanchan. We were
because he
discussing few
adopted
days back.
Buddhism, and
When we were
he
speaking about Hyderabad becoming a
did
Bhagyanagar or
a lot of
Chennai or
work in the
Madras,
propagation
I think there
of
is a
Buddhism and
colonial
preaching
past.
Buddhism,
There is a
not
baggage
only
that
in
needs to
India
be
but
done away
outside
with,
India also.
so that the
So that
new
was the
generation,
only
at
major
least the
difference
next
you
one
can
or
see.
the next one,
And
starts with a
because the
fresh slate
Mauryan, the
to
extent of
redevelop the
Mauryan
country.
empire was
And
already
by
very
then
large.
also, I would believe
So
we will not
Pushyamitra,
have
he
anybody who would be
enjoyed
born before
that vast empire.
1947 in this
But
country.
because
So
many
we will
of
have a generation who
kingdoms
will
like Vidarbha,
have to see the
they
new India and
declared
take it
themselves
forward. It is
independent
important for them
after
to
Ashoka,
have the
because
slate
after Ashoka,
clean
we
for
don't
them.
find any
Yes, it was so wonderful to
very
talk to you. And
prominent
again,
rulers
I
in the
just want to
Mauryas.
congratulate you
So
and everybody,
small states,
every
they
Indian
came up
on this
like
day,
mushrooms.
uh,
Okay,
and
so
for this
small states, they declared
important
themselves
day when
independent,
we
and
are
they said
starting,
this is
bringing
our
our new
this
parliament
thing,
in
our
Delhi.
area. So that
Thank
also
you,
happened.
Hitesh.
So disintegration of
Thank
Mauryan
you,
Empire
Kanchan.
also
Let's plan
happened.
one day to
And
sit in the new
Shungas
building
and
of the
Kanvas,
parliament
they were
as
not able to
lawmakers.
Yeah,
maintain
look
that
forward actually.
huge empire. So
Bye. Take
independent
care.
kingdoms,
Bye-bye.
they started springing up, because when you go back to the Mauryan times, and before that also the 16 Mahajanpadas which were there earlier, and then there was an integration of those Janpadas by Chandragupta Maurya. Then again, independently, they came up. This was the major difference.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I have a very good news. But before I tell the good news, let me welcome my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville
A lot
Goon.
of work in
Good
literature,
morning,
art,
CK. Good morning,
architecture
everybody.
happened
My goodness, it
in
feels
that
like
time,
winter
no
here.
doubt about it.
We've dropped, the barometer's dropped, the temperature's dropped. But let's raise the temperature today. Let's hear that good news.
The good news is IBM has decided to back the Top Brass SOTI Awards 2020.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. And we've even got a chief penguin involved, I believe. Is that right?
Thank you, Kanchan.
That's right. Melissa Sessi, she is the chief penguin and also the official spokesperson of IBM. She herself is quite impressed with what we are talking about, and she wants to be associated with us, and that's why IBM have decided to sponsor the program
बहुत
for us.
ज्यादा रूल नहीं उतना नहीं था
Fantastic
इनका रूल,
news.
क्योंकि
Fantastic news. Well,
disintegration इतना
calling
ज्यादा हो
all
गया
young
था
Indians out
कि
there.
independent
Now you've got IBM
kingdoms
watching
बहुत
you.
जल्दी जल्दी ऊपर आ रहे
So
तो
you don't have
आप
to have
अगर
your
देखो
IBM
अग्नि
light
मित्रा
or
का ही 8 years था, ज्यादा नहीं
your
था,
IBM interviews
और
going on.
उसके बाद
They're now
कन्वा का भी
actively
बहुत
watching,
ज्यादा
and there's a
टाइम
reason
पीरियड
why
लिया.
they're watching
सत्वाहाना
as
का
well,
बहुत
and they're
बड़ा टाइम
interested
पीरियड
in
है, क्योंकि
sponsoring and
सत्वाहाना
promoting what we're
साउथ
doing
में भी
here
थे,
because it's
नॉर्थ
common
में भी थे.
sense. IBM do
हाँ.
wonderful things in the digital arena, but they also know that without soft skills, without being able to communicate,
Yes, they
talk
made the
with
base
people,
for the Satvahana
have
Empire.
clarity of thought
क्योंकि
and
already
clarity of
Hinduism
explanation.
established हो गया था
Doesn't
जब
matter how
तक,
good your technical skills are,
और
you're never
Satvahana
going to go
was a
anywhere.
large Hindu
Is
kingdom.
that right, CK?
Absolutely. In fact, IBM is not only sponsoring the Top Brass SOTI Awards, they're also recently tied up with a government agency called National Skill Development Corporation. It's a government of India parastatal, and they are coming out with a lot of skill development programs for young Indians. And this is a government initiative started by the Modi government, started a few years back. They came out with a lot of different skill development programs. And now, 3 years back, IBM has tied up with National Skill Development Corporation, and they will be providing digital skills training to young Indians.
That's fantastic, because as we know, digital is the age we're living in. So at the very earliest age, you just need to be conversant with the digital arena. That doesn't mean to say you need to be able to put a PC together, or how to unravel a mobile phone. But you certainly need to be in tune with these digital concepts. Maybe you might even be a coder that goes in creating your own apps. Apps are relatively easy to develop these days. So yeah, it's a great initiative, and it's something that's really useful for life. We talk about education for life, having digital skills, having soft skills, be able to speak clearly with other people. Those are skills for life, and we need to be developing all of those along the way. So well done, IBM. Thank you for coming to the table. I'm sure a lot of people will now start to listen in the fact that this is a really national event. So calling all you Indians, wherever you are in the world, if you're under 40, get on board with our speaking award. Oh, get on board with our speaking award. I've become a poet again overnight. There you go. Yeah, I'll go back into my box now. It's okay, CK.
Right. So I think the most important aspect of IBM backing us is that, I think it's evident the world oldest information technology organization is convinced that we are entering a new digital age, and that is why, they are partnering with Indian government agency to provide digital skill development to Indians. And this also proves that Indian population, Indian citizens, wherever they are in the world, are going to play a major role. So I think it validates our point, Neville, that SOTI Awards is just one of the medium of enhancing the digital skills that people have. So now the IBM is also watching us. So I expect the Indians to come and compete it out with each other and come victorious in the end.
Absolutely. So listening in, everyone, we've now got IBM on board. They're going to be watching you. I mean, who knows? They've probably got jobs around the world as well, and they want really good speakers. So wouldn't be too surprised if they'll be watching each of your presentations of where you are and where you're going. So it's a great way to start Tuesday off. CK, I hope you have a great rest of the day. I'm going to be as busy as ever, as usual, on webinars and interviews. So good luck for the rest of the day. Good luck, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow with a real SOTI award. Flamingo Wednesday, probably.
Yes, certainly, Neville. And thank you very much for all the support and being with us all the time and providing your management inputs, which are very, very important for us. We really appreciate it. Catch you tomorrow in SOTI Awards.
Catch you tomorrow, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and we welcome you in this edition of Top Brass Likeable Leaders. In this edition, we have Mr. Satya Matala, who is the MD of Single Point Solutions, a company which is recognized globally and also specializing in the electric vehicle charge solutions. So without further ado, let me give you a little bit background about Mr. Satya Matala. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Top Brass Likeable Leaders. We are very honored to have Mr. Satya Madala in our show. Satya is the MD of Single Point Solutions.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitish Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And he has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been training a lot of professionals like IT professionals and marketing professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitish. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, I'm very well. Good to talk to you always and ready for another verbal duel with you.
Yes, Sitish, we have been doing communication and critical thinking subjects. And when we talk about communication, there's a very interesting topic which is called visual communication. Now, when we talk about visual communication, there are gestures, there are eye contact, the way you present yourself is a very, very critical aspect of the personality of any professional. And you can leave the profession, even every individual should have these kind of good communication parameters to really get success in the life. So I would like to hear your views on that.
Kanchan, visual communication is something that is most profound way of communication because one, it is said in very less words and more in pictures, diagrams, observations of motion graphics or some kind of graphical representations, illustrations, supporting text, data visualization, and nowadays animation. So visual communication is something that has its base in that particular phrase, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now I don't know, please don't ask me where that 1,000 words measurement came from. And probably that was much before the digitized stuff was around. So probably that 1,000 can become 10,000 now. So visual communication is a very core important message that is used in every place in our schooling system, in our higher secondary education, corporate side, and we see that it is important to talk in terms of diagrams, presentations with visualizations and animations, because for one reason the word is not sufficient. The word that me and you speak or write is not sufficient, and therefore we need to depend on the visualization part of it. And ultimately the whole aim is to convey the message across to the audience for that particular reason why they are there. Now there has to be then a good mix of a verbal, non-verbal as well as visual communication part of it. But also to give you a small caveat, it is not just about any other presentation that we just make a slide and we make a presentation, we put some boxes here and there. It has to be a story that needs to be depicted in those visualizations. To the tune of that seriousness or that particular message, if we go back to some of our historical items like the pyramids, our India's Ajanta and Ellora caves, those were visual communications that have stood ground for centuries. And therefore, it is a very serious and very interesting subject.
Yes, you have said very well that less is more when it comes to visual communication. But I feel that here, when there's a digitization era, we need more enhancement to this skill. We have to look for the inspiration. When we have to do a visualization or doing visual communication, the texture, the coloring, plays a very important part, a part of the written communication. So, do we need a training for that?
We definitely need a training for that, Kanchan, and there is no doubt about it. You just think about a trade show, and these trade shows all over the world, they are intended to bring certain kind of suppliers as well as customers together. And these trade shows are technology trade shows, food trade shows, textile trade shows, communications trade shows. Then we generally know the global trade shows that happen. Like I try to follow the Consumer Electronics show in Las Vegas every year, or Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. So all these trade shows, if we see closely, the idea of a trade show is to have probably 80% of the stuff into a visual communication format, because that's what allows the onlooker to make a story in their head, and therefore be interested in that part, that subject, and then try to attend that trade show. Then another is the websites. In the websites, it's all about the moment we go to a website, we should spend some time there and not just browse through. Generally, we just browse through, we explore, but how many times have we really typed www.abcd.com and said, no, I have to go to this website and study it for another 15 minutes? And therefore, the website, which is very, very rich in the written content, may not get our eyeballs, but the one which has got visual communication, the diagrams, part of the animation part of it, probably it will say, wow, this is something I understand that what they are trying to do. Because when I am at a website, I'm probably not going to buy something from them, or I just want to see whether the people behind that website or the company, the organization, they have thought through about the solution or a product or a concept the way I understand it, right? And therefore, visual communication also needs to have its content strategy, and that content strategy has to be agreed by the stakeholders, because once it goes out, you actually can control your word, but you cannot control your visual communication, because it could mean something different that probably the content strategists have never thought about, right?
Yeah, while speaking to you, I have an idea, so I just want to share with you. The visual communication is with us from very, very long time. Even when the languages were not developed, there were cave paintings. So it's visual representation only. And when the children go to their nursery, their visual representation only about alphabets. So it's a very, very critical aspect of communication. And when we grow up, somehow we mingle with words and we get confused sometimes. So I feel that for a good visual communication, we need a good inspiration. We should have how to use the whiteboard properly. That sense has to be developed. And how to really color combination, how to reach out through visual communication without saying anything. So what will be the best age when it comes to visual communication to teach, to really train the individuals?
I think, Kanchan, the visual communication needs to be taught from a very, very early age in the schooling system, or probably before that. Most of the painters that we have known, they were the visual artists, from their childhood. The sculptors who just, make something out of a stone or some other metal, their visualization is something that they are able to think through in their head early in their life, and they start tinkering with it, with the small places, small things. And as we have discussed earlier, in our earlier schooling, like in the primary section, we give our children lot of visual clues, visual stuff, and then after a certain period of time, from an Indian perspective that I know more, we give them books and books and books. And suddenly the whole visual aspect is lost. And then after 12 years after higher secondary, the students think that they should go into design, they should go into textile design or engineering design. And then they realize that last 12 years, it was only the books and some diagrams, that they did not make anything out of it. They did not make their own diagrams. They did not make their own visual communications. They didn't learn it from the nature. And the biggest virtual and the visual communicator is our surrounding. When we travel, when we are at our homes, when we go to a certain landscape, the whole nature is talking to us through this visual communication of color, combination, pattern, shapes, sizes, fluids, flow, stones, everything. And then we capture all of those moments on our phones, on our cameras. But when somebody asks us to produce a visual communication on a piece of a paper, suddenly we feel, oh, how do I do it? What is the storytelling? What is the narrative? How do I put it all into pictures? And then we go to those standard boxes and those few of those templates that we have known, and we put it there. But I must say, I'm seeing some great stuff in the visual communications coming these days, where problems are being narrated as visual stories, visual resumes, video resumes are being put across. And I think people are thinking more and more, for one simple reason: nobody has time to read all that stuff. Nobody has time to read. From a resumes point of view, people would say, oh, 3 page? Oh, 3 page is actually too big. 1 page? Can we get 1 page? Few paragraphs? Then people say, okay, now let us bring something in the visual part. So something which we see every day around us all the time, but we ourselves are not great visual communicators until unless we are taught by someone or something. And that we all can think of doing it for our youngsters. That's my feeling.
Yeah, now the new education policy is there. Prime Minister has inaugurated this and has been implemented very shortly in the schools. So I think the policy makers or the educationists, they will take up inputs, and maybe they'll take up this subject as a very initial age of the child in school. So it was great talking to you, Sitesh. As usual, we'll take up this subject and extend our views in further episodes. So till then, bye-bye. Take care.
I will leave you with my last thought. We say, seeing is believing. That comes from the visual communication. No one says reading is believing. Seeing is believing. Thank you, Kanchan.
Perfect. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And today we are discussing about the great Rani Lakshmi Bai. Today we are celebrating 192nd birth anniversary of Rani Lakshmi Bai. And to talk about this great lady, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and he's been associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan, and I'm really, really honored to talk about the great personality that we will take up as a conversation. And thanks to you. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine as usual. And today we are discussing about Rani Lakshmi Bai, the great Rani Lakshmi Bai. And I was just thinking that in a way, every lady who is a leader when it comes to a household responsibility. But there are few ladies who go beyond and becomes a leader of army or leader in society. As we are talking about today about Rani Lakshmi Bai, so I think Rani Lakshmi Bai was having a very unusual upbringing for because she was a Brahmin girl and growing up with the boys in the Peshwa's court. She was trained in martial art and became very good in sword fighting and riding. So I think that gives her an edge as compared to other, especially ladies of that time.
Correct, correct, Kanchan. Rebellion of 1857, which is also called the Sepoy Mutiny, was the most important aspect of Indian liberation fight in an organized way with the British. And if you see the impact of 1857, where Rani Lakshmi Bai played such an important role, was seen within 90 years, 1857 and 1947. Within 90 years, we saw the impact and the outcome of it. But I must tell you, the first impression of Rani Lakshmi Bai for me was from that famous Hindi poem of poet Subhadra Kumari Chauhan. For I would like to repeat some lines from that. सिंहासन हिल उठे राजवंशों ने भ्रिकुटी तानी थी, बूढ़े भारत में आई फिर से नई जवानी थी, चमक उठी सन 57 में वह तलवार पुरानी थी, बुंदेले हर बोलों के मुंह हमने सुनी कहानी थी, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. And this poem, when I remember reading it first time, I then realized two things. One is about the personality called Rani Lakshmi Bai, and second, it turned me towards the Veer Ras poetry and how to write it, how to say it, and how it was. So I think the times of Rani Lakshmi Bai is very important in multiple senses. More and more, she is relevant in today's India. And we are seeing a lot of, there was a movie recently on that, Manikarnika, on that. There have been so many institutions named after Rani Lakshmi Bai in our country. And therefore, it is good to celebrate. It is good to celebrate. It is good to talk about it to our children, to our youth, and not just remain as a government celebration. What do you say?
Yes, you're very right. And as you know, she has played a very important role in freedom struggle because she became an icon of freedom struggle against British for Indians and for so many years. So I think that is something which we should appreciate, we should celebrate. And though she was defeated in the Battle of Betwa, but she didn't surrender. And Lakshmi Bai managed to run from the fort and while struggling, while fighting, she was dressed up in a men's costume. So that gives, I think she was more independent and I think she was more brave as compared to other contemporary fighter. And that's why we recall her, we celebrate her, and we always, one way or another, say about her Jhansi ki Rani Lakshmi Bai?
True, Kanchan. There are a couple of important aspects, or you can say some essential points in her life, and that is something, growing up in the India of 1850s, getting married into a Peshwa family, then again, losing her own child, and then adopting another child, and called Damodar, and then standing in front of the British. And if I am correct, Kanchan, that time our the viceroy was Lord Dalhousie, and there was this doctrine of lapse, where any king who does not have a direct lineage, or a child, cannot pass on his kingdom to the next generation, and then therefore it would be annexed by the East India Company. And that was the doctrine of lapse, which was being forced upon by Lord Dalhousie, on various kingdoms of those days. And it also fell upon the Jhansi, small kingdom. And that's where Rani Lakshmi Bai took a stand, which was by far in those days unheard, and nobody would have thought. And even sitting today, thinking of this kind of an action 160 years back, or probably 170 years back, if I'm correct, it is unbelievable that she took that, and she laid her life. In the end, she was fighting with the two swords in the hand, and her horse fell, and she passed away somewhere in the Bitur, which is near Kanpur, near Uttar Pradesh. And interesting point is that I was speaking to my son about the importance of Rani Lakshmi Bai today. And I spoke to him, and I asked whether she is a motivation for the women of India. To my surprise, Kanchan, he said, why only women? Rani Lakshmi Bai was a motivation for her people. She was a motivation for India. Don't just make it narrow to the woman's motivation.
Right.
What a wonderful thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very wonderful, and I think every person, I mean, Indian, should think about this, because she is an inspiration for many. Now, Rani Lakshmi Bai is one of the leading warrior of Indian first struggle of independence, a symbol of bravery, patriotism, honor. So we have to celebrate, and it is not a small thing. It's quite a big thing. So lot salute to this lady of our history, and she lives in our heart. And she will.
Yes, Kanchan. Interestingly, Kanchan, the birthday of Rani Lakshmi Bai, 19th November, is also shared by another Iron Lady from India, our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And we can see the parallels in their personalities. And that is something very interesting to see. I lived in Delhi in a place called Lakshmi Bai Nagar, which is in South Delhi, close to INA colony. There is an army regiment, if I am correct, in Indian Army on Rani Lakshmi Bai. Similarly, in Subhash Chandra Bose, Indian National Army INA, there was a Rani Lakshmi Bai regiment in those days. So she has always been an inspiration for women of this country to come out of their homes and take charge of the administration, take charge of the land that they belong to, take charge of their people. And that is something, the essence and the spirit that Rani Lakshmi Bai carried, and she continues to inspire millions of youth, not just women, but also men, I believe.
Yeah, one point I just want to include in this is that she also taught that you have to believe in yourself, and if you are right, then you just go forward and achieve your goals. So with this thought, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh, and see you tomorrow with the next interesting stuff. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I would like, just by the ending points, is that it is interesting to also note that today is also International Men's Day.
Yes, and I know that to be man is difficult, but anyhow, I think we'll end up this discussion with Lakshmi Bai, and again, lot of good wishes and tribute to her. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you're welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from South Africa, Johannesburg, and as you know he has a deep interest in corporate training and he has been training very profound professionals like IT professionals and marketing professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, hi. Good day to you. I am very, very well and happy speaking to you again after last week. And let's begin our interesting journey of conversations.
Yes, so it is so amazing, no? So that we have a language to share our desires, our ideas. We have communication, the way we speak. We have inbuilt voice box. So it's all thing is so amazing, right? And critical is that you should have a very good communication when we. It's not only required in corporate or in companies, but in day-to-day life also, communication plays a very, very vital role in personalities or in communicating simple thing that I'm hungry, right?
That's right. That's right. Kanchan, communication is something that we are born with, and it is an integral faculty in our body temple. But at the same time, we really either use it very less or we don't use it in a very, very effective and impactful way, and that can be learned. Um, Different kinds of communication, whether it is a verbal, whether it is a non-verbal, visual, written, listening. There are, it needs sometimes a training. It also needs a lot of clues, cues, support of the teams and people to encourage you. And therefore, it is something that uh, cannot be perfected even over a lifetime, and therefore it has to be learned on small doses daily.
Okay, so it is said that when you communicate or when you talk, listen completely. So how you describe this quote?
So, Kanchan, listening is a very important part of the communication. And for listening, we need to bring our faculties of observing, looking, bringing the brain, everything in tandem into the one synchronized place so that we can listen what is being said. It is all the more important today when we are surrounded by so much different kinds of media, television, phone, social media, and so many interactions that are happening at the same time. And we are parallelly working and responding, receiving, listening, talking, all at the same time. I really wonder how much are we really listening. What I always say is that, for example, for the music, so everybody listens to the music, right? But very few people can actually understand the instruments being played, the words being said, the feelings which are percolating amongst us. So not everybody can become like our great Tansen, but I always say we all can become Kansen.
Right. It's very true. Okay, so when we talk about communication skill, so is there any types of communication, or where can we divide for a learning purpose how to begin learning and perfecting this skill?
Yes, Kanchan, communication is, as we all know, verbal, and I always believe that a verbal communication has to have an equal and supplementary amount of non-verbal communication. And just because we know some languages, we know some words, we know some contextual, cultural contexts, uh, we know the vocabulary, we know the grammar, but if it is not supported ably by the non-verbal part, which is a very interesting part that I try to practice and observe. The non-verbal part is my attractive area, my attraction area. And in the non-verbal communications, of course, there is a visual one, there's a body language, there are gestures, there is posture, there's a physical appearance, and there is a great golden silent communication, and sometimes communication through actions, symbols, touch. So my attractive area is non-verbal communication. How about you?
Well, I feel that in any communication or any maybe speech or kind of talking to somebody, I think gesture plays a very vital role. Suppose we are talking about some serious aspect, and then we are not, our whole personality is reacting opposite. So the communication is all blue. So we have to learn, like even moving your hand is a part of a gesture while talking. So sometimes people stand like this in communicating, holding their hands. So this is generally this is said that it is not a right posture. So what I understand is that gesture plays a very vital role with the language, command of the language.
True, very true.
So we will be discussing further, and you have pointed out some very crucial point in non-verbal communication. So we'll be taking this ahead in our next video. And same as usual, it was so wonderful to talk to you.
Yeah, let me end our today's conversation. As you can see my background image, and that is a very relatable image to the communication. And we are using English as our language in this series. And I remember a very famous Urdu couplet, but I will translate it for the English purposes for our viewers and listeners. So communication is something like that we have to reach to somebody's heart and mind, and it is a distance. So reaching to somebody's heart and a mind is a distance, and communication is the vehicle through which we measure and we reach, or we try to reach to the person's mind and heart.
Yes,
thank you.
It's a bridge. It's a bridge, which
it's a bridge.
Yeah, you can reach to other person effectively.
That's right. That's right.
So till next time, that is tomorrow. See you again. Bye bye. Take care.
See you. Great communications.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the wonderful king, Lalitaditya. He is the most powerful king of ruler of Kolkata dynasty. And it is said that in few chronicles that he is a world conqueror. And his empire included not only Indian parts but also Afghanistan and Central Asia. To discuss more about this wonderful king, we have a reputed historian, Ms. Meera Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm also good.
Yes. And today we are discussing a wonderful profile of great King Lalitadit. And I just want to share one thing. I happened to visit his Avantipur in Kashmir. And since that, I'm mesmerized the kind of structure I've seen there. So I would like to listen more about this wonderful ruler of India.
See, Lalitaditya belonged to the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir, and it is also said that this Karkota dynasty evolved from the mythical Naga dynasty. Okay, and he was termed as a word conqueror by one of the writers of Kashmir, Kalhana. So Kalhana wrote one account known as Raj Tarangini, in which he describes Laitaditya as a word conqueror. And to tell you, Kanchan, the meaning of Raj Tarangini is rulers of the river. Okay, rulers of the river. So uh, Kalhana has explained his reign as such that he was ruling all the extents of the rivers of India, not only in India, Afghanistan, Central Asia also. And if you view the historical accounts, not only in Kalhana's Rajtarangini, we get the mention of Lalitaditya in the book of Tang Dynasty of China. So that means he had relations with China also that time. Some historical accounts they put up that one of his ministers, Count Kun, was of Chinese origin. So that means he had, extent till China. And if we see his time period, it is from 724 to 760 CE.
Okay.
Why he is termed as a world conqueror is that he was the king who not only stopped the Arabian and Turkish invasions in India, but also established his empire in most major parts of India, Afghanistan, and the Central Asia. He is also termed as the Alexander of India. So why? Because Alexander also boasted to be a world conqueror. So same way, the Kashmiri author Kalhana, he wrote about him that he was a world conqueror, not only a world conqueror, a person who built the empire, who developed all the areas of art, architecture, and he was a great builder. Apart from a military general, he was a great builder. Why he is termed as a world conqueror? Because first of all, he defeated a very famous king, Yashovarman of Kannauj.
Right.
And finally, Yashovarman, submitted to him, and not only Yashovarman but other rulers that time, they all accepted his suzerainty. And why he is, praised in all the records is because he was the one who stopped all the foreign invasions. That time, all the Arabian the Turkish invasions which were happening in India, and the time period in which he ruled. He ruled for around 37 years. So that time period in which he ruled, they are free of foreign invasions. Otherwise, before that, you find lot of foreign invasions happening, because 326 you get Alexander coming to India, and many other Arabian and Turkish invaders also.
Right.
But his rule, that almost 37 years he ruled, that was free of invasions.
Okay.
That means his army was very strong, his empire was huge, and he was a good administrator, because he was able to manage this huge empire sitting at Srinagar, because Srinagar was the traditional capital, but he developed his new capital that was known as Parihaspur. Still it is there, Parihaspur. Parihaspur means a smiling place. So he developed his capital there, and he controlled the entire India, Central Asia, and Afghanistan from there. Not only in terms of his military conquests, he is also known in history because of his, love for temples. There's so many temples he built, and one of the temples, which is 3 miles away from Anantnag in Kashmir,
Right.
it is the Sun Martand Temple. It is the Sun Temple.
Yes.
We only get the ruins now because it was ruined by one Islamic invader. He ordered rather to destroy the temple. So this Sun Martha temple has a huge temple in between, surrounded by 84 smaller shrines.
Right.
So, and very beautiful architecture. Very beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And not only this Sun Marthan temple, he built temples of Shiva, Vishnu, all deities. He built the temples, but unfortunately, the invaders who came, they destroyed all the beautiful architecture which was left by Lalita Ditya. Not only this, because that time, there was scarcity of water probably, because of, as we know, Kashmir is very, very cold. So he built many bunds. Bunds means small small water bodies for the purpose of irrigation, and canals which he got built from the rivers, canals for the irrigational purposes.
Right.
So not only we can remember him as a military general, but a builder who has left a good legacy. But unfortunately, as I said, the invaders, the Islamic invaders, they ruined it. They rather gave orders to ruin it, so, which is very, very unfortunate. And see, it has not only happened in Kashmir in the reign of Lalita Ditya, but if you move down to Gujarat, Mahmud Ghazni, he attacked Somnath temple many times.
Right.
Why? Because it was a very rich temple.
Right.
Very rich temple. So, to tell you the fact, Ghazni, he invaded India 17 times.
Right.
From 1000 to 1017 AD. So not only in Kashmir, so many places these invasions has happened, which have, destroyed our heritage, because all these temples, monuments, they come under heritage, and they tell us about the history. You know?
Right.
So much of destruction was done in the previous years, in the past, and now I will divert from the topic, Kanchan. Now, when I'm not talking as an individual, I'm talking as a common person. Now, when we we want to undo that which has happened. So lot of communal questions they come up. Many communal questions
Yes, right.
they sprung up.
Yes, actually, we don't realize this is a part of our heritage and we should be proud of it. As I told you, when I visited Avantipuram, it was so mesmerizing because even the ruins, the architecture on the pillars and the stones which I've seen that point of time, which were really very artistic. And you really feel and you have that kind of greatness when you touch any of these stones, and it is spread on a vast area, and that unfortunately it is all in a stone, I mean ruined.
You are getting the ruins.
Right.
And just imagine if we had the original temple, how grand, how beautiful it would be.
Right, right.
Main temple surrounded by 84 small shrines.
Right.
And it was the temple of sun god, because Martand is another name of sun. So not only for the sun, but he built temples for Shiva, Vishnu, and other Hindu deities. And why Lalitaditya is also praised in the pages of history, as I told you, not only for his military conquests, but for the work which he did for his subjects, for the public, because he cared for the public. He built those water bodies, bunds, canals for irrigation. And not only that, we in Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, we get account that the statues which were built, they were huge, and maybe that was exaggerated also, because seeing the time period, you feel little confused at how they were able to erect so huge statues of gods and goddesses. But Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, which was written in the 12th century CE, gives us a very detailed account about his reign, about Lalitaditya's reign. Though he, see, now if you do a comparison, because some people, they compare Lalitaditya as a word conqueror, and they also compare him with Alexander, because they say he was the Alexander of India. But one unique thing about him was he was not into brutal killing, which Alexander did. So that difference we have to understand. He was not. He just when he went for conquests, there was always this option given to the king, that if it is your wish that you submit to us, or you have a battle or fight. So that way, treaties were also done, and many agreements were made. So it was not all that brutality. So when we compare him with Alexander, it is good, because as the history portrays Alexander as a great king, Alexander the Great. So we should also call Lalitaditya the Great. But unfortunately, Kanchan, mention of Lalitaditya is not in our history books, which is very, very sad.
Yes, very sad. And any who doesn't.
Why our children are deprived of the heritage and the great times which our kings had in India.
Right.
So this is little unfortunate, actually.
Yes, really very unfortunate, because any king who has ruled such a vast empire, and so for so many years, he should be, and without benevolent or without caring of subject, no king can rule in such a vast area and such a long time. And of course, Lalita, that has to be taught in school, and of course in colleges also, because he is a part of our rich heritage, and he was a great king.
And even Al-Baruni, even in Al-Baruni's accounts, he is mentioned because his name was Laita Ditya Mukta Pida.
Okay.
So Al-Baruni mentions Muttai, which is an upbranch of Mukta Pida.
Okay.
Tang dynasty of China, they
Okay.
mention his.
Okay.
So that means he was known far and wide.
Okay.
His glory was far and wide. So,
Yes.
but unfortunate that foreigners knew about him, but now our generation, they don't know about the great kings. And I should be thankful to you, Kanchan, because at least you have taken up this task of exploring the great kings of India. So at least through this series, we will be able to tell our students, the common public, about the great kings which existed,
Yes,
who were really great.
yes, and actually it is something which really makes us proud, which should make us proud that we belong to such a great country, that we have so great people like Lalita Ditya, or like maybe Harshvardhan, maybe Ashoka, Chandragupta. So, and then we should have pride in this aspect of our culture and traditions.
Yes, and see why India was known as Sone ki Chidiya that time, because of the prosperity.
Right.
And it was this wealth and prosperity only which lured the foreign invaders to come to India. Alexander, Gori, Ghazni, they all came to invade the wealth.
Right.
So, and how India was so much wealthy and prosperous because of the rulers, because of their policies, because of their administration. Because see, when if a head of the family is not good, you cannot expect a good family. Same way, if the ruler is not good, you cannot expect a flourishing country.
Right.
So that means our kings were great.
Right.
Who were glorified even in our Puranas, Vedas, all the ancient texts. They sing the glory of our kings.
Right.
So we should be proud of that heritage.
Right.
As Indians, we should be proud of our culture, of our heritage, of our history, which is really magical, mesmerizing,
Yes.
beautiful.
Definitely. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, today and discuss one of the greatest King Lalitaditya. We'll be discussing more about his period in our other series. Till then, bye.
Yeah, I will cover about his military conquests
Yes.
in detail.
Yes, we'll be discussing military conquest in detail in our next series. So till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, Great Kings of India. And we are discussing about Ashoka, and today we will be discussing Ashoka the general, because great kings are always good generals. And do you know the meaning of Ashoka, the name? Yes, the meaning of the Ashoka is the one who is loved by God, and also the one who loves everybody. And since we have discussed the administration, so I think it is very viable to really discuss about his warfare, his army. And to discuss this subject, we have an eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of a very prestigious college in Hyderabad, St. Anne's College for Women. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Welcome to the show, Professor Meeta. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I'm fine. So we had been discussing about administration of Ashoka the great king of India. So today I would like to listen about his army and what kind of general he was.
See, Mauryan army was a very, very well organized army, and it has a high degree of tactical sophistication. So if you see it very closely, the army consisted of 6 types of troops, the imperial army, and there were different people in those 6 types of troops. The first troop was of the Kshatriyas, who were the hereditary warrior class, then mercenaries and freebooters who were hired as individuals who loved adventure, warfare adventure. Okay. Then we had troops provided by the corporations and the guilds. Because the trade and commerce was there, so these troops were provided by the corporations and the guilds, who were used to guard the routes from which the trade happened and the trade stations. Apart from this, there were troops supplied by the subordinate allies, troops the troops which constituted the people from the enemy side, deserted people who suppose one lost the war and then those people surrendered. So they were taken in the Mauryan army. And finally, there was a troop which constituted of hills and tribesmen, wild forest people and the hill tribesmen. So these 6 troops constituted the Mauryan imperial army. Then if you see it further, the battalion which was there, it was a unit of around 21,870 battis. Now what was the batti? Batti was a mixed platoon comprising 1 elephant, 3 archers or spearmen, 1 mahavar to control the and guide the elephant, then 3 horsemen with cavalry and who were armed with javelins, because that time javelins, spears, bows and arrows, these things were used in the warfare.
Right.
And then 5 infantry soldiers armed with shield and bow. In many movies, you must have seen the flat shield. So that Mauryan army possessed that time.
Okay.
Then this 12-man unit assembled in 3 units formed a company, and 3 of these together formed a battalion. So this was the composition.
Right.
The entire battalion comprised of 21,870 pattis, and they were added in the multiple of 3, forming an Akshoni or army. Akshoni is a Hindi word, so you call it army. Okay. Then if you refer to the Arthashastra, in Arthashastra it is mentioned that a unit or some Vahini or the battle array was there, and that was the size of a 1 Roman legion. That means 5,000 men. So that was the face of the army, who were in the a front area, who were in the front end.
Right.
So these battle arrays were the 5,000 men. Then there were 5 subunits, and each subunit comprised of 45 chariots, 45 elephants, 225 cavalry, 675 infantrymen each. Okay. Apart from this, there was a reserve, a reserve troop, which was kept in keep to used to be used in some sort of emergency. Suppose soldiers get wounded or they get killed or injured, then they need the reserve troops to fight the battle. So such was the organization of the Mauryan army. And if you see the Mauryan army, they consisted all the weapons of ancient world for the sieges, like they had catapults, they had ballistas, they had battering rams, fire arrow, fireballs, pitchforks. So apart from bow, arrow, shield, spears, javelins, these all were also included as part of the Mauryan army. And because the army was huge, so there was a commander who used to take care of all the activities. Plus, whether there is a war or no war, the entire army, including the elephants, horsemen, all were trained every morning after the sunrise. That was the routine. So, because of that discipline only, the Mauryan army was able to perform very, very excellent. And if you refer to the historical records, Kalinga War was probably the only war fought by Ashoka. Because before that, he was the governor of Dakshina and he was managing like small civil outbreaks or any problems in the empire. After his father's death, Bimbisara's death, he decided to wage a war with Kalinga because his father tried, Chandragupta Maurya tried, but they were not successful.
Okay. So, but
Kalinga
I think
war,
that small uprising and the small wars made him a good general. He understood, though he has not fought a major war, but I think
no,
that made the general what he was.
no, he because since childhood he was being trained into warfare, so he knew all the the tricks of the trade. But when he faced the Kalinga troops and the Kalinga generals, then it was his intelligence how he used to conquer Kalinga.
Right.
Because if you see the bloodshed and the loss, it was huge. 1 lakh of Kalinga soldiers were killed, and 10,000 soldiers of Ashoka's army got killed.
Okay.
And it is said that there was a river flowing nearby the battlefield.
Okay.
It turned red in color because of the bloodshed which had happened.
Okay.
So, and one thing more we have to understand that why he was bent upon, to conquer Kalinga. Kalinga was an independent sovereign state, and it was very, very important if you see from the trade point of view, because there was a port. It has a coastal line. So all the business, commerce with foreign countries happened from there. That's why Ashoka wanted to capture Kalinga. And when he waged this war, Raja Padmanabham was the king of Kalinga that time. And after this battle, the Raja got killed, and so many people, 1 lakh Kalinga soldiers, lost their lives.
Oh, okay. So that was, I think that's a huge impact on Ashoka, the way the bloodshed.
Yes, when he walked on the battlefield the next day, and he saw the corpses, lying here and there, total bloodshed. So it was not a pleasant scene to watch. that gave him lot of grief and agony and guilty feeling that what I have done. And he came back, and then he was in contemplation that what he has done. But after he got converted to Buddhism, and when he adopted Buddhism, after that he admitted his mistake. The 13th rock edict, which is in Kalinga, which Ashoka got, written, it says that Ashoka begged forgiveness from the people of Kalinga.
Okay.
It is mentioned, and for a king to do such a big thing, just killing his ego and admitting
Right.
and asking for forgiveness, telling them that he is sorry for what he has done.
Okay.
No other king in the world history has done that.
Right.
Because with a win, you develop ego, you
Right.
develop prestige.
Right.
You don't become humble.
Right.
You develop a sense of pride. But this Kalinga war, changed him totally.
Yes.
All his
Yes, so-
ego was lost.
Yes. So actually, when we were discussing about the army, and I'm really feel impressed the way that the all pyramid of post and pyramid of army which he maintained, and I think that this has to be taught in schools and in colleges, because we always think of Roman army with their and we always discuss about the Legion of Roman, but I think Ashoka's army was not less than a Roman army, I guess. What do you say?
Yes, it was I told you now how huge it was. Like having 21,870 patti. Just imagine how big it was.
Yeah, and then
It was huge.
yes, it was huge, and then also having elephant. So elephant is like a major tank in our earlier days.
Can you believe, Kanchan? He had 9,000 elephants in his army.
Oh,
9,000 elephants.
okay.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
And
Elephant, well trained, army
well
ready.
trained.
Yes.
They had, each elephant had a mahavar.
Right.
Each elephant had a mahavar. So that way it was a very well organized army.
Yes.
Very well organized.
Yeah. So when we think about army with elephant, they always remind me Alexander's soldier when they first time saw elephant, they ran off. So I think elephant
Because
plays.
it was a new thing for them.
Yeah, it is a new thing for them, and I think elephant plays a major role. I used to play a major role in ancient
See,
warfare.
when one elephant walks in the battlefield, below his feet, many soldiers got killed because elephant will be, the size, the weight, the enormity. So it is what I feel is, after seeing so many elephants in the war field, the army will lose their hearts. That how we are going to wage a war.
Yeah, I think we have discussed about Ashoka's army, and along with me, my viewers will be also impressed the capability of this great general who maintained a great army. And this is a subject which has to be really taught in schools and colleges. They should know, and they should feel proud that the great Ashoka had such a huge, well-maintained army, and that too in peacetime also he maintained that army to safeguard the borders, so that no other king just had a second thought that they can attack Ashoka Empire.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was really nice, and it's new points, new things we have learned today about Ashokas. So it was lovely talking to you, Neetaji, and we'll discuss other aspect of Ashoka or Mauryan Empire in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Definitely. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of our tip section. And I will draw your attention to major news which arose this morning, the whole of England, and because we are all connected with social media, so the entire world has seen it. But before we start discussion on this news item, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, it's international news. It was a highlight on BBC Breakfast News, and I'm sure it'll be on the World Service later on today. And what is it? I sent you the link. What is it? What is the news, do you think?
Well, I don't want to spill the beans, but since you asked me this question, I can tell you that there is a photograph of a person standing in a busy area, sort of a railway station or a bus station, and he's got something written on a placard which is hanging from his neck. So, but I leave it to you to explain it.
Well, it's really simple. What we hear today is there are no jobs. And even if there are jobs, what's the point of applying? Because there are so many people applying for jobs. And I go online and I put my CV through and I'd never get a response. When they do a recruitment fair, I turn up and I never get a response. We hear this all the time, and everyone says, oh, it's COVID, why bother? The point is, if you want a job, you need to go and get a job. It will not come and land in your lap. You need to network with people. You need to do something that other people perhaps aren't doing. So the common thing that people do today is they go online and they're trawling through all of the job sites and they're just applying, adding their CV that they've spent perhaps a couple of hours working on, and they just send it. Is there any reason? Is there any wonder why you're not getting a response? Because you're just a Me Too. You and I talk about Me Too businesses all the time. You need to be different. You need to be doing something different to get someone to think, actually, this is a person I want to interview. Not give a job to, this is the person I want to interview. And this person you mentioned that's got this placard, he was dressed up in his normal livery that he wears. He was on a cruise ship for many years. Very senior position. And because of COVID, all cruise ships have literally, the cruise ship arena has condensed somewhat, contracted, perhaps even non-existent. His job was no longer available. Very senior guy, 63 years old, okay? Not 36, 63 years old. So he dressed himself up in his suit and tie, and he stood on Leeds City Station with a placard. Doesn't matter what it said on the placard, because he was handing out his CV. He was doing what they call this a stunt. Why is it a stunt? Because not many people are doing it. But he wanted a job. He wanted someone to take notice. And the really good news is, not only did he land a job, not only did he get onto the local newspaper, because it's a stunt, it's something different, but he landed a dream job. He's now head of training for a chain of restaurants. So he's imparting his 63 years of knowledge, a lot of it gained in the cruise ship arena, so he knows about customer service, and he's working in a chain of restaurants. Well, what better? And this person hasn't got a plum in his mouth. He doesn't speak the Queen's English, if you like, and jolly good. He was a royal butler. That's his history. So he was really properly trained. Now he's imparting that to a whole new arena of not just the restaurant chain, but young and old people. This is how we do it. Copy me. Copy me, you'll get it right. Well, it's a fantastic story, okay? But it all started with someone doing something different. And how many times do you and I talk about do something different?
Well, the inspiration that I'm getting from this story, Naval, is that you have to shorten the curve. When you're trying for a job, you are, as you said, Me Too, and you are lost in the ocean of thousands of applications. many years back when we used to advertise, like 20 years back, and there used to be fax machines, and we say that, hey, we need this kind of person to be employed with our company. The fax machine used to fail, after 50,000 CVs. And there is a human limit to how many CVs you can see, because the fax keeps coming and get piling up in a trash box. So you pick up the first maybe 200 CVs, and rest 48,200 will go to trash. So that was a thumb rule. So only the first 100 or 500 CVs will be reviewed by the company, and rest of them will go in the trash box. So I think that is a thumb rule. You are actually doing it faster, better. So this person who's a well-trained, well-traveled, Victorian English speaking, from nice pedigree, he's 63 years old, and he has shortened the curve. He has taken his message directly to the HR director of the company who has hired him.
Absolutely, he's shortened the curve. And the thing is, right, there is this phrase, right, the early bird catches the worm. I'm not quite sure whether it translates in India, but in other words, if you get up early and you do things early, then the worms are there. Your food is available. Breakfast is there. Go and get it. And the point is, go and get it. So the advice we can give to people today, okay, your fax machine, the first 500, and that's it, blocked off. So the early bird caught the worm. The one that literally took action early may not have been the best candidate, but it was the one with the right attitude. And I bet the first 10 you looked at more closely than the 490 that followed, because they were the first. That's the type of person you want to employ. And hopefully they've got the right technical ability that you can mold to be that great employee. So what advice can we give to people today? So based upon that inspirational story, what would you say, CK, to someone else that's looking for a job today?
Well, I think you need to differentiate yourself from the rest, and there are different techniques of differentiating. Maybe you should present yourself. Maybe you should go meet the person face to face. Maybe you should write a letter. There are many things. There are various ways of thinking out of the box and shortening the curve.
Yeah, there are various ways. And I think what we need to do is give people one way that we know works, one way that I know works. And it's the way that I suggested for over 15 years since speaking in universities and schools and in the education system around the world. Get your CV. Put a covering letter to it. Don't type the covering letter. Handwrite it. Make it very personal. Find out the person in the organization that you need to be sending that letter to. Don't apply online. Frankly, everyone's applying online. Keep doing it, because you never know. If you're not in it, you won't win it. But do something different. Send a personal letter to the head of HR, the head of the department, someone who's influential in the organization. Tell them why you've seen the advert, or you haven't even seen the advert. This guy did not see an advert. There was no advert. He was the advert. He prompted a conversation. Were they looking for a head of recruitment or a head of marketing or a head of training? I don't know. I can't answer that question. But I know they weren't advertising. So that's the issue. Some jobs never get advertised. Here's an opportunity. Write to the people involved. Be personal. Be unique. Because I guarantee that is the early bird that will catch the worm, because you will spark something in the other person's thought process. They will respond to you because you've taken time out of the ordinary. You haven't applied online. You've taken personal time. You've looked at the organization. You've told them why you want to join them. You've given them your experience. They will respond to you. And the issue is here, if they don't respond to you, you don't want to work for them, because they don't value people. So there's two wins here. The first win is if they respond to you, result.
Hello
I
friends,
can't
I'm
guarantee
Kanchan
you'll
from
get an
Akulmach
interview,
Technologies and you are
but I
welcome
think
to
you're
our
going to
show,
have a
Great
better
Prince of India.
chance of getting an
Today we
interview
have an eminent
than
historian,
anybody
Mrs. Meeta
else.
Joshi,
The second
who is a
thing is
head
if
of
they
the
don't
department
respond to
of one
you,
of the prestigious
big
college,
X.
Sentence College,
Do not
Hyderabad.
approach that
And today
company.
we'll be discussing
Alternatively, it gives you an
interesting
opportunity to write to the
theme
chief exec
of
and
our
say,
history.
I
So
wrote this
welcome
very
to the show,
personal
Meeta ji.
letter.
How are
I'm
you today?
disappointed that this person couldn't even respond
Namaskar,
to me.
Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
And see what the chief
Yeah,
exec
I'm
says.
fine, Meeta ji.
Because
And
they will
as
not
you
like
know,
that.
that we'll be
I can
discussing
assure you.
about
If they're a leader, they will not
dynasty
like
empire,
it. And the other thing
and
is,
which is a
if you don't get a
Magda
response from the
empire
chief
controlled by
exec,
north,
it's not the
controlled
first
at
cross,
north,
it's not the
central,
second cross,
eastern
it's three
India,
crosses.
as well
Three
as part of
strikes, you
northwest,
are
north
out.
Pakistan.
And then
So
you could
we'd
go
like to
publicly,
listen,
you know,
and our
and
viewers
say, these
will
people
also like
don't
to
even
know
respond to
about
personal
the
letters.
great
Why are you
kings
buying things from them?
who established this
No?
empire
The world
after
needs
the fall of modern
organizations that
empire.
believe in people and
Okay.
they believe in you as
See,
customers.
this
So you're going to be doing a great
Shunga
job for these
Empire
customers
was
that are around there.
founded by
So
Pushyamitra
there was a great
Shunga, and
phrase
he
many
was
years
the
ago
first ruler of the Shunga
that was
dynasty.
unfortunately a spitting
And
image character. For those that don't know spitting image, I suggest you put it on, look it on YouTube because it's very funny. They take the mickey out of politicians, they make a puppet out of the politicians, and I can assure you it's not a very flattering puppet. It accentuates the negative side in individuals. And there was a person called Norman Tebbit in the UK government, in the cabinet, and he said, get on your bike. In other words, it's your responsibility. Go and do it. Don't just wait for something to land in your lap. It had a different connotation then, but get on your bike. Do what this guy did. Put a placard there. You can't stand in Leeds City Station if you're in India because it's a long flight, but you can do something similar.
Well, in fact, this has given me ideas, our discussion today. And the key here is to create a differentiation for yourself. And if you send your CVs, you will be lost in the thousands and thousands of oceans of CVs, and there's a chance that you may not be able to differentiate. So there is a method of building a presentation, sharing it about you to the person of the company that you want to get hired, or we can help you actually get interviewed with us, and that will be a great differentiation because stand out. Send this video to the company where you want to get employed, and that will be a clincher because now you're differentiating yourself.
Well, the interesting thing is we are doing that with in a competition, as you well know, in the SOTI Awards. It happens to be Wednesday, I think. Yes. So normally we would have done a SOTI Wednesday, but this is the SOTI Wednesday. It's the Speaker of the Year Awards. And the thing is, here's an opportunity. Get involved. Your video will be in front of thousands of employers around the world. And someone will employ you, just like this guy stood on Leeds city centre, right in the middle of the railway station with a placard. We're doing the equivalent for you. We're not making it hugely easy because you've still got to do all the work, but we're giving you a platform where it can go. So rather than stand on platform 9 of Leeds City Railway Station, you can sit on our platform. There's a bit of a plug that we didn't even think there was coming out of today, but it is about uniqueness. It is about you selling yourself. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. But frankly, this person at 63 years old did something different. Why don't you?
Absolutely.
Don't give us excuses.
Absolutely, Naval. I think this is a very good message that or a tip we are giving to a lot of people in the industry. They have to differentiate themselves. They have to find out the ways of doing it. Thank you very much for giving your time to us today. I think this tip will be very useful for a lot of people.
I hope so. Early bird catches a worm. Don't have an excuse. Get out there and do something.
Thank you so much, Naval. You have a nice day. We will catch up tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Yes, and
How would
I
you like to know about him?
yes, I would like to know the
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we have a very important topic for discussion in the legal matters, and this is concerning the government functioning and their buildings and their infrastructure, which is also known as Capital Vista. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me today in this discussion of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the Central Vista redevelopment and modification challenge. And I'm looking forward for this discussion with you.
Right, Jeet. So before we start the legal aspect, I just want to give a little bit of a preface to why this development is important for a country like India. So very briefly, I just tell the viewers that when the India got independence in 1947, the number of representatives in the parliament were decided on the basis of the population, and the population has almost like three times from that day in last 70 years, whereas the representatives in the parliament have not gone up. So it is like 530 and odd in the lower house, and about half of their strength in the upper house. So about 700 and odd people are representing the Indians in the uh, judiciary or the Parliament of India. So, uh, the whole issue of expansion has been known to the Indian government for last 30 to 40 years, even before that. And the reason being that for some reason or the other, this expansion of the parliament was postponed. And at the same time, during the British Raj, a lot of Maharajas were having their palaces, summer palaces, when they come to meet the vice chancellor, viceroys of India. They used to live in their own palace in the New Delhi area, which are now very old buildings. Some of them are almost like 250 years old, which requires the sort of renovation. And after the independence, these palaces were converted into various government buildings. So I think the government officers, when they
We
are working from
often
these
learn too late.
buildings, they are at risk. So there are two aspects to the Central Vista redevelopment. One is expansion of the parliament, which is mandatory because the current parliament does not have space for extra member of parliament to accommodate. We need to expand. And why it is so critical? Because right now, one MP represents nearly 3 million Indians. If you do the math, which is very high, and 3 million cannot be adequately represented in the parliament. So that is why we need to increase the member of parliament, uh, and that will also have the democratic process. So I think that is a whole basis of this government going ahead with the redevelopment of central government buildings, which is also known as Central Vista. And recently there has been a judgment by the Supreme Court also. So I think uh, I will have Jeet talk more about it. So Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, you rightly said that this modification and redevelopment of the Central Vista is very much required today because when we became independent, our population was less than half of what is today. And at that time, uh, uh, around 530, which is the legislatures which are in the lower house, are not adequate as they represent 3 million people in the country. So that was what was the object and aim behind having this redevelopment of the entire Central Vista and having a modern ultra-tech parliament. And as you are aware that this the Central Vista lies in the heart of the capital in Delhi, within the Lutyens Bungalow zone, where the Central Vista is located between the India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And the Parliament, which was originally started construction in the year 1927, is a 93-year-old structure. And post 1971 census, where the total population of India was recorded around 54 crores, and the number of seats of the House was fixed at 545. But today the population has spiraled exponentially, and it is approximately more than 130 crore mark. And therefore, certainly, it is required to have changes in the number of parliament, the member of parliament, and which is expected to happen in 2026. And therefore, the present central hall of the parliament, which has a seating capacity of only 440 persons, which already falls short of the present need to accommodate members of both houses together during a joint session. And there is no scope to expand the existing central hall. And therefore, it was decided by the central government to construct a new parliament building with a futuristic approach, and the House of People being 3 times the size of the present number. So certainly, this was very much required, and is a huge project. And the planning, which has been conceptualized, is that this will be opened in on the 75th Independence Day of the country in 2022, which is within 2 years, when the global G20 summit is also to be hosted by India in the same year. So the objective of this redevelopment plan was to have a new parliament building with space and technology to meet the present and emerging needs of vibrant Indian democracy. Also, to have a common central secretariat with all ministries in a single location for efficiency and synergy in functioning. Because as you said, that some of the offices are more than 100 years old structures, and also the government is paying a huge rent for all these offices. And therefore, it is desirable to have a common central secretariat with all ministries at one location for convenience as well as for efficiency and for saving the cost. And the third purpose was the Central Vista to be redeveloped as a world-class public space and venue for national and international events. So certainly, this is very much required and important project of the central government, which is very much essential to the democracy of this country. So the development, what was coming in the way, and what some of the petitions were filed before Delhi High Court, and ultimately it were transferred to the Supreme Court, and thereafter the Supreme Court finally coming out with a judgment 4 days ago on 5th of January, permitting the government to go ahead with this Central Vista redevelopment plan. The objections that were raised were basically that there was a change in land use of 8 plots, which were earmarked for redevelopment, and it came in the way of the Development Act, Delhi Development Act, and also with respect to certain clearances from the CBC, as well as certain clearances from the Heritage Site Board, also with regards to the environmental issues and environmental clearances required under the environmental notification, and also with regards to the principle of public trust, and also with regards to providing necessary information to the public domain, as the petitioners had alleged that certain necessary information was not provided in the public domain, which ultimately led to the redevelopment in a clandestine manner by the government, not bringing out all necessary steps, which was against the democratic principles. So all these issues were dealt with by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment. And the Supreme Court, with regards to all these issues, negative the contention of the petitioner, and ultimately in its concluding para observes that the Supreme Court declares that there is no infirmity in the grant of no objection by the Central Vista Committee, that is the CVC. Then the approval by the Delhi Urban Art Commission as per 1973 Act is correct. The prior approval of the Heritage Conservation Committee under the clauses of the building bylaws for Delhi are also correct. It also holds that the exercise of power by the central government under Section 11A2 of the Delhi Development Act is just and proper, and thus the modifications regarding the change in land use of plot number 2 to 8 in the master plan are also confirmed. It further recommends, with regards to the environmental clearance by expert appraisal committee and grant thereof by the Ministry of Environmental Affairs is just, proper, and in accordance with law, including the 2006 notification. And therefore, the Supreme Court upheld the same, along with appropriate directions therein to ensure that the highlighted mitigating measures are followed by the project proponent in their letter and spirit. The project proponent may set up smog towers to adequate capacity as being integral part of the new parliament building project, and additionally use smog guns at the construction site throughout the construction phase in the progress of the site. So ultimately, the Supreme Court, by a majority of 2 judges, upheld the entire redevelopment plan by issuing certain directions and also declaring that the proper approvals and objections were taken by the government in finalizing this plan. So that is what Supreme Court has held. Also, with regards to the principle of sustainable development and with regards to environment and development, the Supreme Court has observed uh, that environment and development are not sworn enemies of each other, and it would be anomalous approach to consider environment as a hurdle in development and vice versa. The entities like Environment Appraisal Committee and the National Green Tribunal are created to strike a just balance between 2 competing interests, and a time-tested principle of striking this balance is timely invocation of mitigating environmental measures amidst a development activity. But it that sustainable development and precautionary principles need to be understood in a proper context, and the expression sustainable development incorporates wide meaning within its soul. It contemplates that development ought to be sustainable with the idea of preservation of natural environment for present and future generation. Because it says that it is the duty of the present generation to think about the future generation with regards to environment. So it also holds that the right to development is an inalienable human right by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So right to development is a part of human right which is inalienable and is available to all citizens, and without which all other fundamental freedoms cannot be fully realized. So certainly development is one of the most important aspect, and considering that the India is at this stage in, and considering that it's going to be one of the most developed nations in the world in coming years, such type of development projects are extremely important for the country, for the present and the future. The only thing is that it has to ensure that the environmental protection is also ensured. So this is what the Supreme Court has held. With regards to change in use of land, also the Supreme Court holds that the master plan does not say that there cannot be no change in change in use of land, and therefore it holds that it is incomprehensible as to how the proposed changes would be termed as substantial enough to alter the basic identity of the plan, or for that matter of the zone concerned. So because the changes in the plan was basically that the plot numbers 2 to 8, which were which was what also be changed, is that they were reserved originally for transportation, that is for bus parking, terminal, etc., for recreational purpose, for public and semi-public facilities, but which were now to be changed into having government offices and also recreational and government offices. So this was the only change in the plan. So the Delhi Development Act itself provides that the change in plan should not alter should not be so substantial. It alters the entire plan itself. But the Supreme Court held that this does not alter the entire plan, and therefore this was permissible, and it was done after taking necessary permission. So this is what the Supreme Court has held in the Central Vista judgment.
Thank you very much, Jeet, for explaining this in detail for the benefit of our viewers. And also, I like to add that in 100 years, the technology has improved almost like 10 times. So what was applicable 100 years back is obsolete now. So with government, it's not only the parliament; it has a Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is the resident for the of India, and then there in the Vista there is a provision to also build houses for vice president as well as for the prime minister. And at this point in time, very close by, there are various ministries which exist in different buildings. And this infrastructure, like rail ministry, finance ministry, just to name a few, Sena Bhavan, which manages the army affairs. So for every ministry, there is a dedicated ministry building nearby. And these are the 12 to 15 buildings actually govern Indian government. So they roll out all the plans, they roll out all the bureaucracy around the entire country. So it is very important to have a new system, more secure system, while keeping a balance. So I think this is the first step, building the larger parliament. And I think we should not stop there. We should also revamp all these ministry buildings, build a very secure infrastructure around them, and wherever there is a need to move between different government buildings, because people go from one building to other every time, and then there are a lot of security involved and there is a lot of wastage of time. I have experienced this myself while pursuing some of these opportunities with the government. To enter this building, it takes about 4 to 5 hours because of the security clearance. So I think the central vista concept is very important, because then the entire infrastructure can be secured, and then you can move around using tunnels underground without impacting the environment. So I think there is a huge need to revamp the Indian governance system and all the ministries, especially when we are such a large country with so much of bureaucracy involved in running the day-to-day activity of the country. At the same time, having more member of parliament to represent Indians will also be beneficial for the federal system of the country. This is what I feel as a layman, without even I'm just talking in English, not talking anything in legal terms. But what is your opinion, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. Because as the judgment itself mentions that today the country's population has increased to so many fold times, and it is more than 130 crores, and the entire country is being governed from this central vista, and therefore certainly it requires to be modern. It has to have adequate capacity, and also it requires to be up to date, and considering that in future the future prospects also, it has to be redeveloped and modified. So certainly it's a welcome judgment, and hope that the construction and redevelopment completes by uh, before the 75th day, and it can reopen and welcome the G20 summit, which is to be hosted by India.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, there are new gadgets being implemented, new systems being implemented in the new parliament. And it's going to be completely paperless to start with. Everything will be recorded. There will be new type of surveillance system. And what I've heard, what I've read in the papers and what I've heard on the news is that there will be a separate entrance for president, and there will be separate entrance for prime minister and for vice president and for ministers. So the parliament will have adequate meeting rooms, so that people, who want to meet the member of parliament will have adequate rooms, meeting rooms, etc., to be available. Because right now there is a huge shortage, and adequate justice is not given to the system. So I think it's very important for us to move to a new parliament. And also from security point of view, considering there was a parliament attack way back in the early part of previous decade, I think it's important to have proper security for president, prime minister, and vice president. I think that is being provided here in the system. Um, Jeet, I think this is just a start. What do you say? I mean, there is an opportunity to convert the entire Central Vista, isn't it?
Um, well, that will be difficult because there are certain heritage sites, and Parliament is also a heritage site grade one. So it cannot be entirely well, material changes can happen, but not a new entire development, because there has to be some restrictions on development in a heritage site. So considering those provisions and with respect to environmental objections, otherwise within the permissible limits, everything can be changed.
Right. I think there is one building which I know for sure is the Rail Bhavan, which is extremely old, and from outside it looks very gorgeous and very jazzy because it looks like a palace. But from inside, it is almost crumbling. There is a rail museum there, and there is a railway ministry operating from there. I think some of the buildings can be selected and can be revamped because obviously railway is a very large ministry, requires it's one of the largest employer in the world and requires a proper building.
No, absolutely, yes. Infrastructure offices are very much required, and if efficiency is ultimately increased by having good offices and infrastructure facilities, then certainly that is the need of the hour.
And it is a very remarkable judgment by the Supreme Court giving clearance to the starting the construction of the parliament, and it will be done in less than 18 months. So I'm sure they will use the latest construction technology, modular approach, best technology to not only build the infrastructure, which is earthquake proof, fire proof, and will have the latest gadgets, completely paperless, um, with all new kinds of security, Wi-Fi, etc. So with this, we can end our discussion. Jeet, thank you very much for finding time and joining us in today's discussion. We will meet you next Thursday again in Legal Matters with something more interesting.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Sortie Wednesday. And friends, as you know, in the Sortie Wednesday, we usually give the tips to our contestants to make more powerful videos so that there are more fan followers. And usually, my colleague from UK joins, and he's one of the key person to give those tips. His name is Naval Gont. Unfortunately, there is a storm which is bracing UK, and in Naval's area there has been a power cut, so he is unable to join. But nevertheless, I will give you the tip. Thank you, Naval. We will catch up again on Sortie Wednesday next week. But in the meantime, the tip today is about how do you ensure that there are more and more viewers sticking to your videos or your channel. So the whole idea is that when you make a video, uh, more and more people should come. It's not only that one video has become very popular, but the next one is not equally popular. So you need to do a little bit of analytics around what is selling on your channel and what is not. In other words, what your viewers, standard viewers, like and does not like. So that analysis you have to do in order to ensure that your channel is more popular and the people who are watching you keep coming back again and again. Now, one of the trick to do that is maintain a bit of variety. And since most of the video platforms allow categorization into different categories, you can also make playlists. Say, for example, if you're choosing Facebook or YouTube, in both the platforms, there are playlists which you can create. And if your channel has variety, that means you're catering to a wider audience. Say, for example, if you're making a training based video, which is related to, say, lead generation, let's say, for example. And if you also have another playlist which talks about how do you create impression using LinkedIn. So that becomes a second link list, playlist, and that is how you can maintain variety in your channel. It's very important, dear viewers and also contestants, to maintain variety on your channel to ensure that your channel caters to a wide array of audience and also provide support to wider audience. It's not only one type. If you're making a video in astronomy, uh, make sure that you also talk about what is happening in the terrestrial world, which is Earth. So you have one thing on astronomy going and another thing what is happening around Earth. So these are just examples. So the moot point here is, viewers and contestants, that in your channel you have to maintain variety, and that is how a set of audience will keep coming to your content, watching your content, because what they like is your content, your presentation style, and your technical skills in terms of presentation. So these are the things that the viewers are looking for from a knowledge-based channel, either on YouTube or on some other platform like Twitch or Facebook. But make sure that you maintain variety in order to uh, popularize your videos or channel. So this is a little tip for today in Sortie Wednesday. I will catch up with you again tomorrow on some other subject. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav as our prominent guest. We usually talk about different subjects on this show. And Sitesh has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been closely associated with broadcasting. Welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great to talk to you every time. And the subjects that we pick up. How are you?
I'm fine. Actually, today I'm struggling since morning due to my demands of my son. You know what he said? That he wants to change his name. He said it's more kind of not classy or name which you have named me. So I want to change the name. So we are giving him examples of how good your name is. You see? So
Great. That's nice. And Shakespeare said, "What is there in a name?"
yes, but then again, there is controversy going on currently, changing our great city Hyderabad and naming it Bhagyanagar. So I was just thinking, so name is a name, but in spite whatever we call the city, it's a wonderful city.
That's true. Name is a name. The purpose of this has been multifarious, and what I hear about Hyderabad that is trending today, it again takes me back to those days when one of the city where I was associated was changed the name. I was born in Kolkata. I was born in Calcutta, and now it is Kolkata. So it is still sometimes hard to understand that. And similarly, there, once it was a Bombay and now it is Mumbai. So, I think all over the colonial world, this has been a trend. in some way, more or less. But somehow I feel that has it achieved the purpose for which it was being changed? Is it only for the national pride? Is it for the keeping in terms with the modern trend? It is, does it help in bringing the doing the marketing or campaigns? I mean, you can think of changing name of New York. We don't know what was it before 1708, 87 or 1777. So it is not only about the big cities. Hyderabad is definitely a city which traces back for almost 300 years. If I can, imagine whatever I know. But how does it feel to you when this happens? Not just about Hyderabad, just asking about other cities in India as well.
Basically, it doesn't hurt me as much because it is sometimes political, sometimes related to the emotions of the people. But yes, it will take time to really call any city which we had been calling from childhood once one name by one name, and now altogether we will be pronouncing, writing on a different name of the same city. But what I feel is that in Hyderabad is associated with Bhagya Lakshmi. And there are two, three legends which are associated with Hyderabad. So one of them is Bhagya Lakshmi. There is a big temple of Bhagya Lakshmi. And it is said that Hyderabad is not having any river, and there's no agricultural economy we can think of for Hyderabad, because most of the part of Hyderabad is is situated on a rocky platform. So the Bhagya Lakshmi is associated, and the moment this temple of Bhagya Lakshmi was built, there was prosperity in Hyderabad, the city which we know. So this one legend which I wanted to share with our viewers. And apart of this, there are many other legends which are associated. And but I believe in this legend because there's no agriculture, there's nothing which can grow a city like this. But today, Hyderabad provides the best living conditions in India. So I believe, and as compared as what you said, that how I feel, yes, I've been calling the city Hyderabad. But I love the city. I can call by any name. The feel and the love for the city will remain the same.
Yeah, I agree. I agree to an extent, Kanchan. But you know what? The proposed changes that are coming up is not just about Hyderabad. Going from now, there are proposed changes from various aspects. Goa to become Goa Puri. Now think about the business that Goa brings by the name of Goa. Kerala to Kerala, Nagaland to Naganj, West Bengal to just Bangla, and Patna to Patliputra, Bhopal to Bhojpur, Ahmedabad to Karnavati. Now, so there is a list, there are almost 2,000 tier 1, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities counted, included. So the official name change, it brings a lot of paperwork, lot of administration, and at least 3 generations to forget it. And not only the emotional part, we live in a world where we have to move fast with the economic upliftment of the people or the community. And few places the names have been changed, and I think all the out of the 4 big cities, 3 have been changed. Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. Now Delhi cannot be changed, or there could be a thing about Indraprasth. But so the list will become like this, and there would be agitations, there would be politics, there would be. I would think that we would waste a lot of precious amount of time, energy, and people being divided into this spectrum or that spectrum. So symbolically, we have done it for a couple of cities. Recently, it was Prayagraj. Faizabad became Ayodhya. Uh, but how far do we go? Can we do it in completeness? And will there be an end to it? What about 50 years, 20 years down the line, there is a new regime, a new movement, a new change. The way India has been divided into some smaller states in last 25 years, now with this city renaming, uh, I'm not saying it is good or bad, but I'm saying is that uh, is it really hurts? Does it really hurts us by changing a name? As Shakespeare would say, what is there in a name? A rose is always a rose. And as you said, Hyderabad with any other name will remain the same city for you. But the lingo, the literature, the people, the legacy, the current history, past history. So probably what I would think is that our historians, they should take a cut-off time. And they should then take a change or propose a change. There should be some kind of a referendum and not just by the government ordinances. What do you say?
Yeah, to some extent, I agree with you. But at the same time, I feel that naming Patna to Patliputra, that is somewhere we are associated with. We add ourselves to our history, our heritage, or converting to Mumbai, Bombay to Mumbai. That means we are associated again with the culture because Mumbai is Mumbai Devi, and on the but then on upon her name the Mumbai was set up. So now Prayagraj was a very historical name. It was initially changed. It was not initially called Prayagraj only, but later on it was changed to Allahabad. And I feel as an Indian that if we are naming the old city and giving the old name which were earlier existed before Britishers came and they changed the name before uh, Islamic emperors came and they changed the name. I think we are sticking to our Indian names and Indian culture.
Yeah, as I said, how much places we will go back, how many cities, how many villages, how many districts. Uh, you know, we still, operate from the parliament that was built by British. We still operate, our president operates from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, which was the Viceroy building. How many British buildings we would, take away and build a new one, and how much money, how much years of project we will do. I think that it should be done one at a time. Maybe key. You cannot have a big bang approach on all of these things, which are also sentimental to the people. And you have to take the referendum of people. It's not about just one election. We see in United States the black movement. They were saying that still we have some Confederate symbols in that country that needs to be raised off. But Donald Trump didn't agree for that. And overall, the American society doesn't seem to be too keen to raise them off. So, Shimla, which was just a Simla, Simla, and now we have put it as Shimla. And Kanpur, Kanpur, and British had given it Cawnpore. Those some of the places, there are no connotations that can be seen, but wherever they have been seen, like in Mumbai's case, they say Mumbra Devi. In Hyderabad case, you are telling me that there is a temple which brought great richness to the city while it was going through a rough time. So it should be taken on a case to case basis, and that's all my plea to the governments of today, because tomorrow the governments would change, people would change, and therefore the movements will change. We have very less time for going and reinventing our history. Rather than, I would like our youth and people and the politicians to move ahead and bring some uh, modern changes which makes our life and our generation's life at par with number 1, 2 and 3 economies, rather than going back and fixing the past. We cannot fix the past, by the way. We can only change the narrative, and that narrative needs to change the way we teach our children in the schools.
Yes, I agree with your point, but I think that naming a city or renaming a city has a very emotional impact on the people, and I will go with the emotion. And again, whether I call Prayagraj a Prayagraj or Allahabad, the city remains same because I go and do my religious or emotional activities in Prayagraj, attending Kumbh Mela and other things. Likewise, in Hyderabad also, the city is wonderful city. You name it any, we call the city any name. So I definitely feel that referendum should be done by the government, but people are not coming forward to really go for a referendum. That means they are okay with the change of the names. So I also feel like that.
No, that's fine. I mean, of course, democracy is all about, let's agree to disagree. And that's the beauty of the democracy. But, one thing I have always realized that a city is not just structures. A city is not just few buildings. A city is the people. And city is a living thing. Any city worth its salt, anywhere in this country or anywhere else, is worth its salt. Why? Because it is a living city, it lives, and people of that city make it, break it, change it, uh, give it a new paint and new face it. But just to say that today, if we change, uh, can we change our Bollywood from Mumbai to somewhere else? We cannot, for
Actually,
some reason.
people are building their base because due to all these controversies which were there in recent past. So they want to create again a new Bollywood, which is free of many ballets, which is there already, I guess.
Correct. So Mumbai city will remain the same geography. I'm saying, if we remove the whole Bollywood and put it in Delhi, which was some project, some engagement of the past governments to create a world-class movie studios and TV studios near Delhi and Gurgaon, it didn't succeed. So there is something about that geography which never changes despite the rulers change. And that history has taught us again and again. We have a great Hindi muhavra saying that Delhi to Daulatabad was one of the times when a Muslim ruler tried to change the capital and it didn't work out. He had to go to Delhi again, and a lot of people died in that. So I'm saying that a city is a living mechanism, a living being. And yes, if there is a majority towards it, it should change. But again, the majority cannot be a brute force on the emotional part, which is called a city.
Yes, okay. Actually, let's wait and see how things will come across in coming days or maybe months. So, but I love Hyderabad, and I can call this city by any name. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh, today. Till next episode, take care. Bye bye.
Great. Thank you so much, Kanchan. And I'm waiting for the name change proposals for Bangalore again.
Okay. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye.
let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out?
Hello, this is Chandra from Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today is day 4 and I'm in company of Raghavendra, who's the Group Managing Director of Thought Folks group of companies, and he joins us from Hyderabad. So Raghav, welcome to the show.
Hey CK, thank you so much for inviting me on the show, and it's always a pleasure talking to you.
His pleasure is mine. So you are in Hyderabad. How Hyderabad is treating you during this lockdown? I'm sure you are making full advantage of your free time. You're trying to find some balance between home as well as your office. You would have called your colleagues and your workers today while at home.
Yeah.
Why don't you share your experience?
Yeah. So CK, I think I feel this lockdown has been a blessing in disguise, because obviously for multiple reasons. A, we never consciously take time to spend time with family and all of that, right? I mean, you know how it is. You yourself have been a very successful entrepreneur, so you're like 24/7 on job. So A, it has been good because we are able to kind of do a little bit of work-life balance. B, you can focus on a lot of your personal projects, like you're doing. I'm also kind of doing a 21-day talk show on LinkedIn, where we are talking about what people should do in these 21 days. And the last thing is, my book is in the final phase of launch. I'm authoring a book on growth marketing, so I've been having a lot of time to redo the edits and all that. So it has been a phenomenal time so far.
Amazing, Raghav. So you're workaholic as ever, even though you're so successful. I know you have also, you were associated at one point in time with United Nations. So, but the drive is driving you, I think. And you're making use of the lockdown. And the lockdown is not stopping you.
Yes.
So what do you think will happen? Because now is day 4 and we got another 17 days to go. Yeah. What do you feel how people will react? Because last 4 days we have been working. I think people like you and me are working. You are fully dressed up. I'm fully dressed up, suited, booted, even on a weekend, and we are utilizing our time. But what do you think after some days, like 10 days or 15 days? What impact this lockdown will have on the psychology of people?
So a couple of things, CK. One is, like you said, people who are in IT fraternity, people like us, people who are doing a lot of consulting, or people who are working with customers overseas and all of that, they are somehow able to still juggle with this lockdown. But people who are not into the core IT and people who need to be physically present at work are facing the heat. I think the initial first week is still okay, because it's like a warm up period where they are still enjoying spending time with their spouse, their kids, their parents. But I think the real challenge will starting next week. And while it is a great move from our honorable PM in terms of requesting people to lock down, I mean, if you see the curve, it still hasn't taken up. We are in week 4. The curve still remains flat. It has been a great move to control the spread of the pandemic, but unfortunately, I think people will start getting a little worked up as we move further in this. So the only thing that probably I would recommend is people who are able to work from home, like yourself, like me, and like most of the IT employees, great. And people who cannot can probably utilize these 21 days, to sharpen the saw, or to probably pick up a new skill and learn a new language, things like that.
So, what do you think this lockdown or this pandemic, which has created, social distancing, physical social distancing, but we are closer than ever because the internet and the broadband is bringing us together. So, what do you think? Is there going to be a change in the way we do business?
Absolutely, CK. So that's a brilliant question. Actually, the whole paradigm or the landscape of the way business is done is going to change, and it will not be same ever. The reason why I'm saying this, if you look at a lot of these online, communication and collaboration tools, right, whether it is a Microsoft Teams, whether it is a Skype, or even a WhatsApp video calling, I think people were restricting it either to their personal use or to communicate and collaborate within the teams. But today, if you look at it, it is being used world over. Like, for example, I'm also, I mean, along with you, and I'm also an active member of World Economic Forum, and we had a call last night to discuss about, how this whole thing is going to have impact worldwide. We had close to 60 plus, people joining on the teams from almost like 11 odd countries, and we kind of didn't feel that we were in a lockdown situation and things like that. And like you rightly said, I think this is going to be the tipping point for technology to take over. And a lot of companies will now realize that with the right communication and collaboration tools, people can work from any part of the world.
So I think there is going to be an opportunity for innovative people, innovative companies to come out with new solutions for office, for schools, for different walks of life. I think I personally believe that 21 days lockout is not sufficient. I think this will proceed for some more time.
Yeah, absolutely. So 21 days will not help. If you look at Maharashtra, yesterday announced the lockdown to be continued till end of April. It was till mid of April. Now it has been pushed to end of April. The Telangana state is also contemplating. We have a press meet on Monday, and hopefully we will get to know on when, to what extent will it be extended. I think, like you rightly predicted, it will be probably extended by another 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
So until that time, the entrepreneurs like you and me and many others, our colleagues in the industry, we cannot sit and wait and watch. So I think the innovation has to come forward. New ways of doing things have to be evolved. I think we are at a tipping point where the evolution will take over.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. I mean, like you rightly said, people just cannot take this lockdown as a holiday. I mean, like you said, I mean, I personally have been working extra hours since the time the lockdown has happened, because now you don't have the hassle of traveling in the traffic, reaching office and doing all that. And whatever extra hours I get, I kind of enjoy doing my personal gigs. Like I'm like working on the book, working on few other podcasts. This is a great opportunity that I get to talk to you. I mean, I think it's been like 4 years that we met, and look what lockdown did. It brought us together, and we are having a nice chat today. So I think, yeah, it's going to be great.
Great, Raghav. I think people in Hyderabad remain indoors and remain safe. I wish you all the best with your book, which is going to be launched very, very soon. And I wish you all the best with your endeavors, which you're running in your group companies. But we have still a lockdown to live through. So I will catch up with you after a few more days to check on you, how things are. Until then, I would like to say goodbye to you for today at least.
Thank you so much, CK. Thanks for the opportunity. And, I loved our conversation. And likewise, I mean, I know you're doing a lot of great things and helping a lot of customers with their marketing sales journey, accelerating their growth. So I wish you all the best, and, let the force be with you and do great work. And yeah, I look forward to catching up with you again soon. Take care.
Take care, Raghav. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. So in this edition of Top Brass, we will talk about a recent skirmish which is happening at the border of India and China as countries. And we had casualties, and now China is shyingly and sheepishly saying that, hey, they also had the casualties. So as far as the Indian army is concerned, we have counted 43 stretchers. So 43 dead bodies. Even the Americans have said there are 43 dead bodies on the Chinese side. And on the Indian side, we know we have been very democratic and we cannot hide in India things like this. So we have lost 20 soldiers in this skirmish, and we have lost all these soldiers without firing a single bullet, because both sides, in fact I am not saying that Chinese fired a bullet, but Chinese broke the agreement that India and China had for not using any arms at the border. But they have used baseball with iron nails, stick used with barbed wires. So they came prepared with these kind of weapons, and they attacked the Indian soldiers, and consequently this whole brawl erupted between Indian and army. And I think as per the news which is in the media, almost like the brigade size force fought with these primitive Neanderthal type weapons. So let us try to understand what is going on and what is the stand of China and what is the stand of India in little bit more detail. So as you know friends, before we get into the geography of or the geopolitical status between India and China, let us understand where these two countries stand today. The India is the world largest democracy, and I will not talk about it what is democracy and all that. India is well recognized world largest democracy with very high population, almost equal to Chinese population of 1.3 to 1.4 billion people. On the other hand, China is a communist country which does not have any democracy. The right of choosing is not with the people or the citizens of that country, it's with the political party. So literally the political party in that huge country makes the decisions, and then they have a draconian kind of a rule where the power is highly centralized. So soon after the independence was awarded to both these countries, which is India and China, the India started building their country by coming out with different plans to eradicate poverty, to adopt modernization, to choose what they have to do. And the Chinese, on the other hand, were right from 1950s were on the mission of grabbing land of other countries. So a lot of things happened, even though our political class was very friendly with China. In fact, the Indian political class sacrificed their permanent position in United Nations, and they said that it will be wrong on our part if China is not part of United Nations. So we will let go, we will show larger heart and let go the seat. And our first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru proposed the name of China, and that's how China became the part of United Nations as a permanent member, and they today have the veto power. So India as a country is not there. However, China invaded India, there were border disputes, but before they invaded India, they first invaded Tibet, and they completely annexed Tibet, and Tibet has a government which is running from a small place in India, and they call the Tibet government in exile, whereas the country of Tibet, which is primarily comprised of the Buddhist monks who were peaceful and they didn't have the army like the Chinese army or the PLA army, so they had nowhere to go, so they ran off and they came to India. So when the independence was awarded to China and India, the Chinese border did not connect with Indian border as much. I mean, there were few places where it connected, because primarily it was all Tibet in the north of India, which does not exist today. So Tibet as a country has been invaded by China, and they said this is our land and it belongs to us, and so on. But there is a very strategic reason for it. Tibet being a plateau, it was very easy for the Chinese people or the army or soldiers to come all the way to India, because even without building roads, you can drive vehicles on the plateau, which is made of very hard rock and there's hardly any soil on it. So you could travel all the way to Indian border, and then they start demanding Indian territories as part of the Chinese empire. So they didn't have to build a huge infrastructure to invade India. All they had to do is take over Tibet, and that's it. They could roll their trucks, they could roll their tanks, they could build their supply chains up to the border of India. So the battle happened. India lost miserably. Chinese acquired a lot of areas of India, and till today we lay claim on those territories which have been acquired by China in 1962 war. However, all these regions which have been acquired by China in 1962 are very strategic in nature, but difficult for anybody to live there. So their position or claim on those regions are only strategic in nature, and they go back from their post, from these highlands in winters, because there is a cost of putting soldiers so high in the mountains. So they actually also returned back to their post, which is in the Tibet area. And those highlands are vulnerable during winters, but no one can actually visit those places because it's so high and they are so cold. Now, in month of November, Indian Parliament declared the area as part of India, which was acquired by China in 1962, and that is where, because it was winters, so it was very predictable that China will do something in summers. So now summers, they have invaded into our region, and now we are actually holding them back. Not even a single inch of Indian territory has been given to China. We are holding them and we are matching their might equal to equal. So that is where we are, and the skirmish happened a few days back, so I think we all know about it. But the reality of the situation is that the China is doing this at the right time, because United States will be busy in their elections. They have their own issues, and so they are not going to come and join this whatever is happening between India and China. At the same time, none of the countries want war. So China, being a communist ruled country which is ruled by few people, um, the the messaging which China wants to give is basically at the right time, where they know that they can do whatever during this time, because America is going through the election, and the world is tackling corona, so nobody has time to fight all these border disputes so high up in the mountain. So they are actually not doing they are not doing any battle or anything. They are just sending a message. Now, on the other hand, even if somebody has to go on war, the war plan has to be planned in such a way that there is a clear objective. So Chinese have a clear objective and they also have a war plan, and so is India. So India has a very clear objective and they are also having a war plan. So the war plan is not something that, hey, I pick up my gun and go into battle, kill few Chinese, and that's it, I have got the victory. The war plan is always made keeping an objective in mind, and if the objective is not met, that means you have lost the war itself. That is when the battles are lost, when the wars are lost, is because of these issues. So I think that both countries have their war plan laid out, and they are working on plan. So it's not that somebody has to go and show bravado, because it's not going to yield anything without an objective in mind. So the China has a war machinery which is at work. They have a clear objective in mind, that is, they are sending a message to different parties, different countries. They got major differences with India with regard to business, because all the business is now ready to come out of China and get into countries like India, Malaysia, Vietnam, etc., in probably United States as well. So having made that point, when I say war plan, the war plan is also has propaganda machinery as part of the propaganda machinery as part of the plan itself. And China, being a communist party ruled country, right from last 100 years we have seen that the communism comes with a huge amount of propaganda. So there is already a built-in mechanism to do propaganda, as what is happening right now. They are holding ground, Indians are holding ground, not even an inch of land is exchanged between them, and there is a propaganda which is going on. The propaganda is that we are the big boys in this region. If you want something, come and talk to us and not to India. Second, they are sending a message, very aggressive message, just like they have done in the South China Sea. They are also raking up issues with Taiwan. They are also raking up issues with Hong Kong. They are having a border dispute with Vietnam, and so on and so forth. So I think they are actually heating up all these issues because they know that it's a message they are trying to send, and they don't want to change the geopolitical situation which is prevailing right now, and they don't want India to become important in the scheme of things. So this whole invasion sorts of on India is part of propaganda. That is what I wanted to bring to you today. And let's come to the situation uh, which is happening at Galwan Valley. This is where the standoff between India and China is unfolding. So this is a valley which is on the east of a state in India called Ladakh. And as you can see, these are all pictures which are freely available, uh, taken by the private satellites. And then you can see that you can make out who's sitting where. So you can make out the Indians have this equipment, so many soldiers. In fact, the images are so clear you can actually count the structures which are there in this valley area. And on the Chinese side, same thing. They have heavy earth moving machines, they have heavy machinery, they have a lot of soldiers, ambulances, and all that. So they are all this is an open. And as you can see in these pictures which I downloaded from the net, there is no water in this river. So that means somebody has diverted the water. So it must be Chinese or India. I don't know what are the facts around it. So I don't want to make any comment on that. But the water in the river is not there. It has been diverted so that people can come and occupy these places. So there is one side of the river in Galwan Valley is India, other side is China, and they are sitting in front of each other. Now the whole point is, if China is trying to have a fight with India, then why they are doing it openly in today's world, where you can watch every move your opponent makes via satellite and also via aeroplane, reconnaissance sorties, and eyes on the ground. So you know exactly, everybody is watching you. There is enough intelligence built in with India and also with China. They can watch every move that we make and we can watch every move they make. So why keep things in open, right? It is like this: if India wants to bomb them, here it is, it's a very juicy target, come and bomb us. So it's like that. So I think that is why I'm saying, I'm going back to my previous point, that whatever China is doing is part of a big propaganda machine. They are just saying that, hey, here we are, showing their muscle, and they are not showing muscle to India alone, they are showing to the world that here we are, do what you want, we are going to do this, but India is stopping them. So this is what I wanted to bring to you, that whatever happens between India and China, it's all fronts are open. It's not only military fronts, there are fronts which are related to propaganda. There is a machinery which is at work. The people who are on the left and ultra left side, they are building a narrative across all countries. So that kind of a lobbying is going on. Twitter wars are going on. There is a Twitterites are going, berserk, talking about different things and all that. Nutshell, my thinking is that no country can afford a war, because the war, if the country has a war between countries like India and China, there will be no result out of it, because both countries are equally comparable, capable, and they cannot be won over, or you cannot just come and kill everybody and acquire the land. It's not going to happen. So I don't think there is going to be any big war between India and China, but I think there is going to be a big propaganda war which will continue for some more time. So friends, this is my analysis of the situation. I look forward to your comments, and also if you like this video and what I have told you with facts, do write to me. I will respond to you as quickly as possible. See you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, he has a deep interest in corporate coaching, and he has been teaching IT professionals and marketing professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I am well, and it is the most chilliest weekend in the South Africa this winter. So, yeah, just in the cocoon.
Okay. So, but then again, I would like to advise you that you should take care because this pandemic era, and you have to take care of yourself well. So, no,
Of
we are
course.
discussing about change management, and we also come across very beautiful points by you, which you mentioned in last shows about creative thinking. Now, creative
Yeah.
thinking needs lot of courage, I guess, isn't it?
Yes, creativity needs courage, but this skill can be acquired and it needs to be fostered by the people who have seen the world little bit more than the youngsters. And this can be this cannot be a tasteless thing. It can be made curious and interesting for the youngsters to take it up.
Okay, so there's a saying that when we talk about creativity, it is saying that uh, uh, the only thing which I know is that I don't know anything. When we come across about youngster and the college going students, so how this creative thinking will help them to become a productive professional in future?
So, Kanchan, creative thinking is a 21st century skill. It is a mandatory skill, though it is generally not written in any of the college prospectus or the admission forms. But if you see, ultimately, the people who succeed, who make their names, who make their marks, who make a significant difference to themselves as well as their societies are the people who were creative thinkers in the same college, in the same institution. So creative problem solving is something we as educators need to promote. Creative problem solving challenges. Something like I always remember this thing while I was in a hotel in UK, and it was a freezing cold day, and I had no place to go for eating. The only three things: a frozen sandwich, a cold room, and no microwave, and no kitchen in the hotel.
Oh.
So those kind of challenges suddenly make you creative. But many times we do these things without knowing it, but it is important for someone to actually inculcate it in a very structured and a designed way. And I think some of the colleges are doing it. You know, the other challenge with the creative thinking is it is not limited to artistic expression. We think it is about artistic expression most of the time, but it could be in any subject and any field: imagination, communication skills, problem solving, mathematics, scientific thinking, and interpreting the information. So it is creative thinking has to, and also it cannot always lie on the shoulders of the college. It has to be in our surroundings, our parents, our elders, our youngsters. And sometimes we have to listen to our youngsters. They are probably some more creative in today's era than ourselves.
Yeah, sometimes, yes.
So and two examples that I can give you from South Africa. One is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the founder of Tesla electric vehicle company, and the SpaceX, space company, which has just made the history by making it the first commercial flight to the International Space Station. And Tesla, we all know, has revolutionized the electric vehicle space.
Yes.
Elon Musk, a South African boy, if he would not have been that creative, he would not have created this kind of two iconic companies. And somewhere I read, Kanchan, that 3,000 years down the line, when people will remember some old earth people in the olden earth, 3,000 years later, people will remember Elon Musk because his things in the space will remain.
Right. True.
The second person that is even bigger person I feel in a modern world is Nelson Mandela. He was a lawyer, he did his normal studies into the college level, but it was his creative thinking plus his empathy plus the support of his community that he brought that kind of a global change. What he could do in the modern history, no one else could have done it. And it was all because of the creative thinking.
Yes.
And he also started it at the college level.
Okay, very true.
So that's my point.
Yes. So, so we will be discussing more about this creative thinking and how to inculcate this and how to take up into this curriculum into the colleges and our next show. And today it was, as usual, very nice talking to you. So, till we meet tomorrow, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to the tip section of Top Brass. As you know friends that we give marketing tips to people, whoever wants to use it, and today we want to discuss something that we experience every day. But before we start the discussion, let me welcome my friend Mr. Neville Gund from London.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And today's tips arena is around people on LinkedIn. There are several 100 million people now on LinkedIn, and there are probably about 3 or 4% of so-called advisors talking about how to make the most out of LinkedIn. And what we see currently is CK and I have had an influx of people coming through and saying, I would like to connect with you. But it's almost as though there's several standard phrases that are utilized within LinkedIn. One of which is, I see we have lots of mutual connections. It would be good for us to connect. Now, there are several 100 million people on LinkedIn around the world. Not necessarily local to you, and people are desperately connecting with people that other people seem to be connected to. Why is that? Why would that motivate you? So we thought that a little discussion between CK and myself might just open up the idea of how to network, specifically, I suppose, on LinkedIn. So, when you get people asking you to connect on LinkedIn, do you see these standard phrases, CK?
All the time, Neville. In fact, let me share my experience that I had between yesterday and today. So I got a message saying that, hey, please join my free blah, blah, blah. And, you can get this advantage, that advantage and all that. So I wrote to the person saying that, hey, did you ever look at my profile before sending that message? So that person was intelligent, and she said that, I've looked at your profile. I think your profile is quite good, but nevertheless, what I was offering is free, so no harm in sharing with you. All right, so that is one segment. The second one is exactly what you said, mutual connections, and I will like to explore opportunities, maybe partner with you, blah, 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 all standard phrases. And then I said, hey, did you ever look at my website? Because you seems to be so interested in me and my services. Have you seen my website? Because what you are actually offering me is selling smartly on LinkedIn. So, so after 1 hour, this person says, yeah, I've seen your website and you have mentioned these activities like CRM and selling and all that. And there could be a campaign designed around these services that you offer on your website through LinkedIn. So my next question was, from your intelligence, can you tell me that people are still buying these services? So then the next response was, yeah, a handful of it. Then I got really wild and I said, look, your standard pitch will not work. Please change your pitch and come back to me. So these are the recent examples of what I faced between yesterday and today.
I mean, the interesting thing is you're actually going back to these people and responding. I would love to see some statistics about how many people actually do respond and actually do connect with others. I quite often just generally accept people's connections because I do believe that perhaps they've done a little bit of research about why they would like to connect with me. I'm just one of the several hundred million on LinkedIn. So why me? And it's a question that I go back to them, why me? Very honestly and openly. And sometimes I get well, if you don't want to connect with me, then we can block each other. And I'm thinking, well, that's an interesting response because you asked me to connect and I'm now just asking you a very simple question. Why me? Now, is that confrontational? I don't think it is. But perhaps we need to think again. Maybe I should say, thank you so much for asking me to connect. I'd really like to know why you identified me apart from everybody else. And my answer to that is that's just creating behavioral waste because I can do a click and paste and put that in there and it just takes you longer to read it. Why me? ? Is not being insulting. You made the first approach. I'm now asking, okay, why? What's going to come of this? But going back to this mutual connections, as I say, there are several hundred million people on LinkedIn and they're all over the world. And I suppose in many respects of the number of people that I'm actually connected to on LinkedIn, I really know very few. And that's the reality because it's only the few people that you really want to connect with and you have a discussion with them on a reasonable amount of time, whether that's on a friendly basis or a commercial basis or a corporate basis. And it's just those people that you're going to keep in touch with. I mean, that's the natural approach that's going to be taken. So consequently, why waste your time having thousands and thousands of connections when only a few really count? Let me share some research that you've heard of Dale Carnegie Foundation, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
And they're a big leadership group around the world, probably very well known, to be honest with you. Although there are lots of leadership groups, popping up everywhere these days. But Dale Carnegie are, in many respects, quite unique because one of the very first books that I read, almost cover to cover, was How to Win Friends and Influence People, which was written by Dale Carnegie, I believe, or maybe someone writing for him. And this is on the basis of, in there, he talked about the power of between 5 and 10 people. In other words, your relationship basis. If you've got 5 to 10 people that you have a very good relationship with, and we'll talk about relationship in a second, but a very good relationship with, that's all you ever need to grow a business.
Hi.
It's got,
Have you always
in
wanted
some
to
respects,
learn
it's
to
the
code,
power of
but
one
don't know
that's
where to
been written.
start? Would you like to make
recent years.
amazing websites
And even now,
apps
today's
and bring
research, which
It was
they
pretty
do
impressive
every
when we
year,
built this giant
says you
machine
only
that spotted
need
gravitational
5
waves from
good
colliding black holes.
relationships.
Well, we've just taken it to the next level.
And then
with a
you will be successful as a
galaxy-spanning
business.
gravitational wave detector
Sorry, I almost
that may have
interrupted you. Go,
detected
jump
a
in, jump in.
foundational element of space
So,
itself.
I just want to have a sort of
background.
a debate or a discussion, whatever you call it. See, in LinkedIn,
When the
I
Laser
have
Interferometer Gravitational
26,000
Wave Observatory,
connections.
LIGO, turned on in 2015,
And you know them all
it spotted
personally.
exactly
I know
what it
you
was
do.
built to detect.
Well,
Vast ripples in
I
the
would say
fabric of
about
space-time
70% of them,
produced
but
by
still
colliding black
30%
holes
are
a
still a
billion
gray
light years
area.
away.
Whether I knew
Since
them,
then, LIGO
I've
and
forgotten,
its
I
partner
don't know,
Virgo
but
have
there are too many
detected
people in the
50
first
similar
degree.
signals from
Yep.
merging
And
black
then
holes and
when
neutron
people
stars
send
across the
me
universe.
a mutual
These
connection
sweep past
request
the
that,
Earth
hey,
every
I know
few
so many,
days,
so many
causing
people,
space itself
the
to
chances,
oscillate.
specifically
Lengths
to
and
my
widths
case,
contract and
is
expand in
that
turn by the
whoever
tiniest
sends me an
fraction,
connection
1/1000th
request,
of
I
the
would
width of a
see at
single
least
proton over
500
the 4
mutual
kilometer
connections with
arms
that
of
person.
LIGO antennas.
And you know, that
these
is the
are only the
inherent
most
quality
powerful
of the
gravitational waves that we
LinkedIn
can
network
detect,
or a social
produced
media
by
network.
only relatively
So
nearby
my
mergers.
point
The
is,
reality of
when
these
you are
strong
making these
space-time ripples reveals an awesome
tips
truth.
to our viewers,
We
saying
know
that, hey, you
black
need
holes and
only
neutron
few
stars
connections
have been
which are
merging for all
meaningful
of cosmic
to
history,
you.
and
But on the
supernovae have been
contrary, the
exploding,
social
and
media
stellar
works in
remnants
a
have been
totally
spinning,
different way.
and probably
Yep.
at or before
The social
the
media
instant of the Big
basically
Bang,
help you
insanely
expand your
energetic
network.
events took place.
So I think, in
And
my
all of
opinion,
these
since
produced
I'm
gravitational
trying to
waves.
rebut what you're trying
That
to
means the
say,
entire universe must be
in
thrumming
my
with these
opinion,
vibrations all the time and
the thing
everywhere.
is that you
We
have to
call
know
this underlying
exactly
buzz
what is
the
running in
gravitational
people's
wave
mind,
background,
and
and
don't
it could
send
reveal
this
the
carpet
lives of the
bombing
most
type of
massive black holes in the
request.
universe, and
Because you know,
provide a
all it
glimpse
takes,
into the time
it
before
does
the
not
Big
take your
Bang,
gray matter
and
to send
reveal the
a
structure of space-time
canned
itself.
message,
Oh,
which is
and we
also
may have just
drafted by
detected.
LinkedIn system
LIGO
itself.
itself
You don't
may
even
be able
apply
to
your
detect a
mind
small
to
part
whom
of
you're
the
sending
gravitational
the
wave background or the
connection request.
GWB,
So I
but
would
it's
say
not there
my
yet.
suggestion would be
It
to,
turns out that we already have another
I mean, there's
device
nothing wrong
that
in
may
sending
have
the
done the
connection
job.
request. It
It's
is
a gravitational
absolutely
wave
legit.
observatory
Please
that
do
spans
increase
the
your
entire
network,
galaxy
but
and
make
recruits some
sure
of the most
that
bizarre
you
stars in the
convey the
universe
right
as our
message,
measuring
because
devices.
sending a wrong
Talking about
message
the
will
pulsar
spoil
timing
your
array, and
relationship
about
with
the
a person
first
who
tentative
you don't
detection
even
of the
know.
gravitational wave background
You're just
revealed
sending out
in
of the
early
blue.
January
So I
over
think you
nanograv
have to do
level.
little research.
But
You
it's
have
going
to
to take a minute
understand
to
that
get to
guy's
that. First, let's
business
talk
model,
about pulsar timing
and
arrays and
then
why we need them.
at least send a
LIGO has a
message
fundamental limit.
that,
It can only
hey,
see those
I
gravitational
have
waves
something
with
which you
frequencies around
may or may
9 to
not need, but
10,000
at least
hertz,
I have done some
corresponding
research.
to
So
relatively
that gives a
compact
very
waves
positive
from tens of
feeling
kilometers to hundreds of
to the
thousands of
person,
kilometers
even
in
though that person
wavelength.
doesn't know you.
LIGO can't see
You're absolutely
ripples
right. And interesting
with
enough,
either
we're not
smaller or
disagreeing at
larger
all,
wavelengths.
because the power
LIGO
of the LinkedIn
is like a
network
robot
is actually
on the Earth.
demonstrating what
You're
Dale
sitting in the
Carnegie is
robot,
saying.
eyes closed.
You only really
You
need
can
to
feel
know
the
5
rise
people,
and fall and the rocking
because
of the
those
boat in the
5
choppy
people will
ocean.
know another 5.
You and your boat
Each
are
of them,
sensitive
and those
to
5 people
waves.
will know another
Very
5.
tiny ripples
So
on the
that's how
ocean
the
surface
network
just rap at the hull,
cascades
but you
out
don't
there.
notice them.
And if you've got a
And there are
very
also
strong
vast
message, and
rolling
here's the
waves that
key,
are so big that
it's
the
the
rowboat
strength of the
feels
message.
steady. Eyes closed,
If you've got a
you
very
don't
strong
notice those
message,
either.
that the 5
Okay,
people that
now
you're
you're
really
on
well
a giant cargo
connected
ship.
to,
It tips forwards
like,
and backwards.
prepared to
Eyes
share,
closed on deck, you notice that
they will
tipping,
share it to
but
the
are
next 5.
oblivious to the little waves
And
that
then,
rock the
dependent
rowboat.
upon that
And they're also
relationship,
much larger waves.
they'll share
the
it
tsunami
to the
perhaps,
next 5,
or
or
the
maybe it
planet-sized
slips down
waves
to
of the
4,
tide itself.
or 3,
There's
or
no
2,
human-built
or
ship
1.
that is
So
rocked by those waves.
we're
It's the
agreeing
same
that
with
the power of the
gravitational waves.
LinkedIn
LIGO
network
is rocked by the
is
little ripples produced at the
humongous.
instant
We
of
can all always
that
see
it's still
first
a
connections,
remnant
second
like black holes and
connections, and
neutron
third
stars,
connections.
or
So
potentially
there's
in
absolutely
supernova
no reason
explosions.
why you
But
shouldn't
we
be
know the
building your
space-time
network with
ocean must
people
have
that
swells
are
that
related
millions
to
billions of
others.
kilometers long,
But don't
produced
make
by
the
the merger of the
assumption
most
that they
massive black
know
holes
each
in the
other.
universe, or by the slow
Because
in
LinkedIn is a
spiral of
network that
small
doesn't
compact
actually
objects in our galaxy.
necessarily
For
promote
that, we're building
knowing
our
other people.
giant ocean tanker.
It's
the
about
laser interferometer
networking
space
with other
antenna,
people.
or LISA.
You only get to
But even the
know other
largest ships are
people
oblivious
once
to the
you
ocean tide,
network
and
with them and
ridiculously
you send
colossal
them a message and
gravitational
you say,
waves
hey,
must
how
also
about a
exist.
discussion?
Waves whose single
You know, what do
oscillation
you do?
span
So
the solar
just like you
system, or
would
even
in
the
a normal
distance to the nearest
networking
stars.
arena, you
Such
go
gravitational
to
waves are
and
expected
I'm
to be
sure you
produced
go
in a few
to
different
networking
ways.
sessions. You know,
Black holes with masses
pre-COVID,
of millions to
you
billions
and
of
I would have
suns
gone to a
live
few
in the cores
networking
of most
sessions
galaxies.
locally or
These
internationally.
supermassive black holes
I mean, when
will
I'm
end up orbiting
visiting,
each other
I will
when galaxies
regularly
collide in that
go
slow,
and meet
fatal
the
in
local
spiral,
Lions
produces
Club
enormous gravitational waves.
or
And there are
the local
theoretical
Rotary
sources
Club.
also. Cosmic strings,
And I'll ask
topological
in
seams
plenty
in
of
the
time
fabric
in
of space
advance
would produce
when
waves
these
when
clubs
their
meet
peaks
and where they
become
meet, and if
unkinked.
my
In the
itinerary
speculative
can
time
actually
before the Big
make
Bang,
it so that I can
cosmic
go
inflation was
to
driving
that
exponentially
group of
accelerating
people.
expansion.
And the reason for that
huge
is I've got
gravitational
fantastic
waves would have been
experiences
produced
with
in the
Alliance
phase
clubs
transition that
around
ended
the world.
inflation.
The one that I
All of these
joined and the one that
space-time
they were
tsunamis
affiliated
would be
to.
invisible to
Let's
our
call
tiny
it the
human-made machines.
Lion
To see them, we need
LinkedIn
a
network.
gravitational wave observatory
And equally,
spanning the
the
galaxy.
Rotary
Unfortunately,
LinkedIn
nature has
network.
provided
There
us
are
with
Rotary
just such a
clubs
network.
all over the
A
world. I
system
mean, in
of
my local
buoys
area,
scattered
there
across
are
the Milky
7
Way,
within
each
about a
fitted with the
10-mile
most
radius.
perfect measuring devices known to science.
And there are about 20 or 30
Obviously, I'm
members
talking
in each
about
of those groups, and I can
pulsars.
go to them
To
on a
remind
regular
you,
basis.
a pulsar is the collapsed
And when you
core of a
go,
massive star.
you
Masses of at
talk
least
about
1.5 suns
other people.
packed into balls
You
20
discuss
kilometers
things,
across.
what's happening in
And that
your area,
extreme
you know,
density
what's happening
converts
here, what's
all of
happening
the
there,
matter into
and you
neutrons.
get to know
They are
people.
on the edge of absolute
But you've
collapse
got to make
with the
that
black
first
holes,
break. So,
supported only
I
by
mean,
weird
the
quantum
the
forces.
one
Neutron
message
stars
today
tend to channel
is,
jets
if
of
you're on
high-energy
LinkedIn
particles
and
due to
if
their
you're
intense
going to
magnetic
grow
fields.
your network,
They also rotate rapidly
have a
with
very
the
clear
rotational axis offset
purpose
from the magnetic
around
poles,
who you're
causing those
going to
jets
talk to.
sweep through space. To
LinkedIn is a
process
fantastic
when the jets
arena
sweep
to
past
show
the
you
Earth,
lots
we
of
see
things up
flashes of
front,
electromagnetic radiation.
just like
And
a
we call those
website,
flashing sources
without
pulsars.
really knowing that
Some
person.
flash every few seconds, but the fastest
And if you're going to
millisecond
sell,
pulsars can
well, then
rotate
sell.
hundreds of
You
times
know,
per second.
just sell right
Just to
up
give you a
front.
feel for
You know,
that,
I've got
this
something that you might
is
be
what a
interesting,
typical
but this is a
pulsar
selling
sounds like.
opportunity.
That's
And
the
it allows
sound
that
of a
person to say
trillion,
yes or
trillion,
no.
trillion tons
Frankly, I'd much
rotating
rather people say
1.4
that
times
rather
per
than,
second.
oh,
And
I see you're
this
connected to a lot of people.
is the
It'd
Crab
be good for us to
pulsar,
connect with
with
each
its
other.
30
And then the
rotations per
next
second.
email you get
And
from them
this
is thanks for connecting.
is a
Here's what
true
we do.
millisecond pulsar
A
at
huge
174
diatribe of
rotations
we're
per second.
CEO
And
experts,
the fastest
CTO
growing pulsar,
experts,
with its
you know, whatever it is,
642
you know,
hertz rotation.
we're experts
These
in this
pulses are
field.
not
Well,
just
that's
fast,
great. I
they're
mean, but did I ask for
exquisitely
this?
regular. With the most
You
stable
know,
millisecond
it's
pulsars,
actually it's
the
lack
exact
of respect
instant
for the
of
person you're
one of
talking
these
to.
ticks can
You
be
wouldn't do
predicted
that
to
in a
within
network,
1/10
physical
of a millionth
networking
of a
session.
second, several
You
years
know,
prior
you would walk
to
around
that
with your
individual
business
pulse.
card that just goes
So
like
nature has
a
graced us with these
cascade of
perfect
credit
pulses
cards that goes,
scattered
"Shoo,
across
this
the
is what we
galaxy.
do." You know, anyone
How we use them
interested,
to
you know,
detect
come
gravitational
and
waves.
join me.
Well,
You
the
know,
whole
this is
thing
what
about
this is
gravitational
for. You
waves
know, pop up.
is that they change
You know,
distances, which
an
can change the
exhibition.
travel
You know,
time
this
of
is
the
what we
pulses
do.
of a
Come on
pulsar,
to our
leading
stand.
to
We're
a difference
nice
in the arrival
people.
time of those pulses
So there's
compared to what
there's
we
ways
expected.
and means of doing
Here's
all
a simple
these things,
example.
but LinkedIn in
Imagine a
particular
pair of
is
supermassive black
supposedly
holes that are orbiting each
professional
other
network.
on the other side of the
Well,
universe.
let's be
As
professional
the
about it.
gravitational waves pass through the
Let's
Milky
have a
Way,
proper
they cause space
discussion.
to stretch and contract in succession at
So,
right
Neville, I
angles to
think
the direction of the wave's
I
motion
understand
in what is
where you're
known as a
coming from,
quadrupole
and
wave.
I
If the
fully
wave
agree with
passes
you
through
what
a
you're
ring of points,
saying, because
those
these
points
are
would move in and out
definitely
like this.
very
Okay, so
important
imagine
tips
these
and
points
very
are
important and
pulsars,
critical
and the Earth
activity
is at the
that
center of the
everyone
ring.
should follow on
As the
LinkedIn.
wave passes by, the signal
From my
from these
experience,
pulsars would have to
I
travel
would
a
like
little
to say
further.
that
There'd be a lag in the arrival time
LinkedIn is not a
during
platform
that
where
part
you
of the
actually sell.
gravitational wave oscillation.
You actually
But for these
don't
pulsars,
try
the
to sell
distances
anything to
traveled are
anyone,
shorter, so the
because that is
signal
not going to
arrives
work.
early.
And I will repeat
After
your
one
words, Neville.
oscillation cycle, the
You
situation
only buy from
reverses.
people whom
If
you
we had
trust.
pulsars in all
So by
directions,
sending
we
a
could
connection
record
request
the
and you know
so-called
100 other
timing
people
residuals,
mutually
the
will not
lateness
build
or
a
earliness of
trust
the pulses,
on one-on-one
and we
basis.
record this
You
sort
need
of
to spend
shamrock
time with that
shape
person
where the
so that the
pixels
trust is
are
built
large
over
timing
time.
residuals,
And
the
then only
diagonals
you can
show
start
very
selling.
little timing
So I
residual.
think the first,
Of course,
from my
space is
point of view,
three-dimensional.
selling
A
is
pulsar
totally
signal
out of the
coming
window
from the
if you're
direction
on
of the
LinkedIn.
gravitational wave
What what you
would
can
actually
explore
ride that wave,
opportunities
keeping
are
pace with it.
of
And so
collaboration.
may spend a lot
So
of the
make your
journey
pitch.
either
I
in
think
the
one advice
stretched
I
out
would like to
region of
give to
space
my
or
viewers
in a
is
compacted region.
the pitch has to
Those
be
guys have large
of
timing
collaboration rather
residuals,
than selling.
while the
So I
pulsar
think
on
they
the
have to put
opposite
their
side
minds
will
together
skip through many
where they
peaks and
actually come
troughs
out
of the
with a
gravitational wave
collaborative
so
way
that its
of
timing residual cancels out.
driving mutual
The end
benefit
result is a
from
very
mutual
predictable
connections.
pattern to the
There's no
lag
point
experienced by
in
pulsar
identifying
signals
mutual
as a
connection
function
and
of
try
their
to sell
position.
to them.
It's the so-called
Yeah,
antenna
you're
pattern.
absolutely right,
A
CK.
gravitational wave
And this
coming
is
from
where,
here towards the
I
Earth
suppose, in some
here
respects, some
causes
platforms
the
have
largest timing
not been very
offsets
clear
for
with their
pulsars within this
purpose.
structure.
Now, let's
a
take
single
Facebook.
pulsar
Let's
isn't
slip
enough
away
to
from
map this
LinkedIn for the
structure,
moment.
and
There's
it's not enough
Facebook,
to be even sure that we're
which
seeing
is a book of
gravitational
faces.
wave.
I mean, that's
Other
how it
things can cause
started.
shifts in pulsar
It
signal.
was
For example,
a
neutron
dating
stars experience star
website,
quakes,
effectively,
which
on
can
day
glitch
one.
their rotational
But now
rates.
you've got
The magnetized
Facebook
plasma between the
Marketplace.
stars also slows radio waves
So
and
it's
pulsars, and the
redefining
relative
itself.
motion
There's
of the
another
Earth,
part
the
of the
Sun, and the Milky Way
platform
shifts
which
the
is
frequency
about
of
selling,
pulsars.
and it makes
if you
no
have an
bones
array
about
of
it.
pulsars,
This is a place
pulsar
where I've got
timing array,
something
in
to
fact,
sell. Are you
then
looking?
this
It's called a
characteristic pattern
marketplace.
leads to
I'm not
unmistakable
giving words
correlations
to
in the
LinkedIn
arrival
here, but
times
maybe they
of
need a
many
LinkedIn
pulsar
marketplace.
signals. So
But
this is probably where you
you're
want me to tell
absolutely
you that
right.
our
The point is, this
galactic
is a
array of
professional
quantum star
network.
clocks has
Keep the
revealed
conversation on a
gigantic gravitational waves
professional
from
level.
some colossal
Imagine
black hole
you're
dance, or
walking
from the
into a
Big Bang or
room,
something.
and
Well,
this
maybe,
person that you're
but
going
not
to
quite
go
so
and
simple,
talk
at least
to
not yet. Instead, we may have detected
is in the
sum
corner,
of all such
and they're just
waves,
having
the
a
cosmic
cup of tea or a
gravitational
cup of
wave
coffee.
background.
They may have just
Let's
got there,
get to the actual result.
and you see them
Nanograv,
as they're
the
on
North
their own,
American Nanohertz Observatory for Gravitational Waves,
and
made
go
an
and
announcement at
have
the
a
American Astronomical
conversation
Society
with that
meeting
person.
in early January.
If you've
Nanograv
identified
is a
this
collaboration
person,
of over 100 US
go
and
and have a
Canadian researchers,
conversation.
and itself
Make
is one
it
of
real.
several groups that together
Like
make up
anything
the
else, as
International
you said,
Pulsar
CK,
Timing
if someone
Array,
starts to sell
which
immediately,
combines many of the
the little
largest
brain
radio
just
telescopes on the planet
switches off.
to monitor around 100 millisecond
I mean, it used to do that
pulsars.
all the time with me.
Nanograv's
you know?
own
I mean,
pulsar timing array
I'm not here to be
consists of
sold to.
47 pulsars, which it monitors with
These
the Green
days,
Bank
I would
Observatory
actually
in
turn
West Virginia
to someone and say,
with the
"Do you know
Arecibo
what?
Observatory in Puerto
I'm
Rico.
not really interested in
I should
what
say,
you've got
it
to
previously
offer, and
monitored
you're
with
probably not
Arecibo.
interested in
You
what
might have
I've got
heard
to offer.
The iconic Arecibo
But let's see what
is
we
no
can
longer
do
with us
together."
after its hurricane
And using
damaged
this
payload
word
snapped,
collaboration
causing a
that you just
catastrophic
said,
collapse on December
this is about
1st.
1 + 1 is greater
We
than
had
2.
the great honor to visit
And that's what the
Arecibo in
LinkedIn network
2019,
allows.
and we
So
shot
this
some 180
5
video
people
there.
you
I
know
invite you
means
to
there's another
climb the
5 and another
catwalk with
5.
me one last time.
And let's take another twist here, right? In a corporate, large organization,
That Nanograv's findings
you
are now
may
part of
know
Arecibo's broad
lots of
and
other
enduring
people in
legacy.
lots of
While
departments.
Nanograv didn't
But the
detect
reality
a
of life
single
is you can only
resolvable
manage,
gravitational
and I'm
wave,
talking about
its
really
12.5
manage
years of
and
observations
motivate
have
and
tentatively
work
detected
with
the gravitational
about
wave
10.
background. This is the sum of all gravitational
And if you
waves
look in all of the
to
best
which
organizations
individual,
around the
but
world,
which together
they've
form
never
this
got more than
universe-wide
4
cone
or
of
5
activity.
people
The
reporting to
GWB
that one person,
doesn't produce
even
the
in a
telltale
flat
quadrupole
organization.
antenna pattern.
And
Rather,
why
it
is that?
results in
Because
more
it does
subtle
take a bit of time
correlation
for
in
you
the
to get to
timing
know
residuals between
those 4 or
pulsars.
5 people, or
Individual
maximum
fluctuations
10.
in this background will
In a
result
sales
in a
team, you
correlation
tend to
across all
find
pulsars in
there's
the
about
array,
10
and the
salespeople
entire
to a
background
sales manager.
results in this overlapping
And
set
again,
of correlations
start
that can be
thinking,
extracted with
well, why is
sophisticated
that?
statistical techniques.
Because actually,
Ultimately,
if a
the
sales
result will
manager
be a
is doing their
distribution
job
of
properly,
wave frequency, a
then they
spectrum
can
for
only
the
manage
background,
about
and the
10
shape
people.
or the slope of that spectrum will help tell
So
us
we
whether
can
the
take
gravitational
lots
wave
of
background is produced by
similes
supermassive black
in
holes,
life, lots of
cosmic streamers,
metaphors that are out
or
there, and
events
bring them
during
all
the
together. And
inflationary
we'll come
epoch,
back to this
or a
LinkedIn.
combination of all of the
People
above.
buy from people
But the
they
current
know and
Nanograph
trust.
result isn't quite sensitive enough to measure
Don't
the shape
start
of the
selling.
spectrum yet. It's
Build
just
a
revealed
relationship.
A signal correlation
In
in
the,
pulsar
you've heard
timing
me say this
residuals
before,
that
and I'm
can't be
not the first
explained
person to
by
say it,
other
but from
known
contact
processes.
to
If
contract
this is real,
is
then
one
there's
letter,
no question that the
and it's the
gravitational wave
letter
background will
R.
become better
It's
and
a
better
big
resolved as we add
word,
pulsars to the timing
relationship.
array, and we stare at it for longer,
Relationship,
and we add more and
4
larger radio
syllables.
telescopes.
And a lot of
Because as a
people
deeper
can't even get
understanding
past
of
the
the
first.
weirdest things
The
in the universe,
relation.
and
you know,
if we manage to prove the existence of,
Okay,
say,
so
cosmic
let's
streamers
make
or
it
inflation or
simple
other weird physics this way,
and just
then
build
we
the
have opened a
relationship.
window into
If
a
you don't
realm
know
of
how
physics
to do
beyond
it,
our current
Google it.
imagination. All it takes is our galactic
And then
fleet of star
practice it.
clocks bobbing in the
Find
ripples
something
across
that
the ocean
you
of space-time.
feel
Before we
will
get to
work for
comments, I want
you.
to let you know about Overview,
Then
a
don't find
science
lots of other
shows, look,
things,
it's okay to be smart. Joe
if you
Handel.
find one thing
Here
and
is a
say,
quick
oh yeah,
trailer.
that'll work,
Some
then go and
stories are best
practice.
told from above.
And keep practicing it
And
until
we've
you
taken
prove
a look
it's
at
working for you, or
The
you
Review
prove,
is a new
actually, I need
series on
something
PDF
else.
Terra that
It's not
explores
quite
the planet
working.
from
I
the
need
lens
to
of a
go
drone.
and find something else. And then go and find something else and practice that. As they say,
Come
any
wander the
practice
skies
makes
with us
permanent.
as we show you the
It's
marvels
only
of
the
our
right
world
practice
from a
that makes
different point of view.
perfect. Simple tips for today.
Yeah, Neville, I think you
Okay,
gave us
today we're covering comments on the
a
last two
very
episodes. That one on the
nice
dark
or
universe,
fine
the physics of dark matter
food for
particles,
thought
and then the one where we
today,
explain
and I think
how
it is
time must
affecting
run
almost
slow
like
in
99% of the
gravitational
people.
fields. The
The
deck to the
tool is
16th
there for
power
networking.
asks
LinkedIn is a
if
very
I'm
good
asking
professional tool.
if dark matter
It
is made of
helps you a
particles.
lot because you can
Okay,
sit
I'm
one corner
not
of the
sure of
world
the
and you
answer
can
to your
network
exact
with another
question,
corner.
so I'll just answer the
But
question that
you
you're
have to
asking
know
if I'm
exactly what
asking.
you're doing it,
Namely, is
how you're
dark
doing
matter
it,
made of
and what is your
particles?
purpose.
The
So I
answer is we
think
have no idea.
you should not
It might
waste
be
away a
particles,
tool
and
like
lots of people
LinkedIn.
think it is,
I
but it
feel
also
that
might
the
be
people who are
larger
watching
chunks
this
of
video
stuff
will
that don't emit or absorb
gain
light, like
immensely
black holes
after
or faint
hearing
stars.
your
But
thought
dark
process
matter
and
may
some of your
also not be
advices,
matter
and
at
then
all. It
change your
could
pitch
be that general
from
relativity
selling to
breaks down at
collaboration.
large
So I
scales.
think with that we
These
can end
days,
our
most
discussion
researchers
today.
are favoring some
Only
kind
to
of
catch up
matter
tomorrow,
and probably
Neville.
some kind of particle.
See you tomorrow, and
but
I
we
hope
just don't
you're
know for
just
sure.
listening, folks, because it's the
Philip rightly
purpose
points
that's
out
important.
that, in fact,
There's
you
lots of
can
people
tell the
telling
difference
you
between a
how
lab
to
in
do it
freefall
afterwards.
versus a
Get
lab
your purpose
floating in the
right.
absence
It's
of
as
gravity.
simple as that.
Because in freefall,
Thank you,
there's a
Neville,
difference
and you have a
between the
nice
strength
day.
of the
We'll
gravitational
catch up
field
tomorrow.
between the floor and the ceiling.
Good to see you, CK. Take care.
That's a subtlety
Bye-bye.
that I skipped.
Bye-bye.
The equivalence principle is technically only true in a uniform gravitational field. So, if the field's strength or direction doesn't change over the region of your experiment, then there's no way that experiment can tell the difference between gravity or acceleration, or between free fall or the absence of gravity. Earth's gravitational field changes with distance from the Earth, and there's also the tidal effect. The direction of down shifts slightly from one point to the next. But that's why Gedanken experiments are so powerful. You get to imagine situations as unrealistically ideal as you like. Gustave Abel typically hears that there are four fundamental forces in physics: weak, strong, electromagnetic, and gravity. But if gravity is really due to space-time curvature, surely it's fundamentally different to the other three, which appear to be governed by their own quantum fields and communicated by force-carrying particles. So this is the million-dollar question. Literally,
Hello friends, I'm
that's roughly
Kanchan
the
from
level of
Akulmach
gravity.
Technologies
It is
and you are
reasonable
welcome to
think
Top
of
Brass.
gravity as a force.
And today we
which has a
have
field,
uh,
and that
Satish
field is the
Srivastava
fabric
from
of space-time.
Johannesburg,
Actually,
South
more
Africa.
accurately,
As you know,
the
he has
force
a
field
deep
of gravity
interest
is the
in corporate
curvature
trade
of space-time.
and he has been doing
More
trainings and
accurately, it's
corporate
the metric tensor,
teaching
which
to
describes that
professionals and
curvature.
IT
Remember,
professionals
a
and
field
marketing
is just
professionals.
something that takes
So,
on a numerical,
without wasting
maybe a
any
vector
more
value
moment, I
everywhere
would like
in
to
space.
welcome
So
Satish
gravity does have its own
Srivastava.
field.
Welcome to the show,
But does it have its
Satish.
own particles? Well, many.
Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing
Get
today?
Quickup's unlimited plan for
Yeah,
15%
perfectly
off for
fine. Weather
assign
is
and organize
good.
tasks with Gantt charts. Collaborate with your
Exactly. So yeah, the weather is good here as well, though the temperature dips very, very sharply in the evening. But yeah, the daytime, the sun is really kind these days.
system currently known as Radio
Yes, so
and
far so good
Toledo.
kind of
Although
conversation.
that's not a name that a
So,
lot of us have
as you know that we
These
are
two
discussing
stars are more
about change
commonly known as
management.
Alpha
So
Centauri.
we have been
And that's probably
discussing
the name that I'm
about
going to be
the
using for
change
the rest
stars
of the
at the
video
top
because
and
the other names are
various
kind of
other
confusing.
aspects
Now,
of
I'm sure
change
you have heard of
management.
these stars before
Now,
because that's basically
let's
the
discuss
closest star system
about
to
the
us.
principles of
The
change
system
management.
of Alpha
So
Centauri
what,
is
how you
technically
will
actually
like
connected
to
to
tackle
the
this
neighbor
change
Proxima
management,
Centauri, which can be barely made out
principles?
right here where the circle is
So
located.
Kanchan,
And together, Alpha
change
Centauri stars
management in
and
any
Proxima Centauri
organization
form this
or
interesting
in
union
any
with
community
Alpha Centauri A
or
and
any
Alpha
welfare
Centauri B
state,
orbiting around
the
one
change
another
management
every
has to be a really
79.9
thought through
years. With the average distance
subject.
between these two stars
It cannot be a
equivalent to the
big bang
distance
approach.
from the
It
Sun
cannot
to
be
Uranus,
just
roughly around
brought
18
about
astronomical units.
with
Whereas
brute
Proxima
force.
Centauri is much farther away at about
Though sometimes
13,000
in the
astronomical
political
units,
spectrum we
or
see
about
that.
0.2 light years away.
But
And
in
though
the
mostly
corporate
we've talked about
organizations,
Proxima Centauri so far
the
because we've
change
already
that
confirmed
needs to
2
be
planets
brought
here, with one
has to
being in
tie
the
up
habitable
with
zone of the
the
star itself.
strategy
The scientists have
where
always
the
been more
company
excited
wants to
about trying to
proceed
find something in the Alpha Centauri
in the near future
because being the
or
closest star system
recent
to us,
future.
it's also the
So
closest
there
star
are many
system with the
parameters
stars
and
very
many
similar to our
thought
sun,
processes,
so-called
mindset
solar
change.
analogs.
And
The stars that
as
are
we
not
were
too
discussing
active, that
last
don't really
week,
produce a lot of flares,
change
and the stars
management
that are
has to
generally
come from
mild
both
enough
sides of the
to provide
spectrum.
necessary
The
conditions
top end of
for
the
long-term
spectrum
habitability
and the
of
lower end of
different
the
planets.
spectrum.
And here is a picture that sort of
But at the same
demonstrates
time,
how
we
these
know
stars compare.
that
We have
executive
the
power
Sun,
is
we
with
have
the
the
top
larger
management,
Alpha
so
Centauri
they are
A,
the best
or the
people
Radio
to
Centaurus, as
force
it's
it
known,
down.
with a mass of of about 1.1
I
masses
would
of the
always,
sun, and the
I would
luminosity
think,
that's about
and I would
50%
like to
higher than the
focus
sun.
on
Then we
the
have the
culture
slightly
part
smaller
of
tournament,
it.
with the size of about 0.9
it is the
masses of the
company
sun
is
and only
a
about half the
has a
luminosity of
culture.
the sun.
Every
And lastly,
great
we have the Proxima
organizations, they
Centauri,
have a
a
work
typical
culture, and we talk
anti-dwarf.
about their
And
work
though
culture,
Proxima Centauri
and
is
we
smaller,
talk
it's
in
also
terms
a
of,
lot more active
you
and
know, we
produces
are
a lot
ex
more
we are
extremely
ex
powerful
Microsofts,
flares,
we are
many of which
ex
have been
Googlers.
detected in the last
You
2
know
years.
why we say
And
that?
so
Because
naturally
it is
discovering
about the
something
culture,
around the
and
sun-like stars
that
is
culture
way more
brings
exciting. Which is why in the
the
last years
change,
there have been a
the
few
thought
announcements
process
of
of the
possible
change.
planets. One of
So
the first
any
announcements was
company,
back in
any
2012, but
organization
within 3
which
years,
is there
several
for a
studies
long haul,
confirmed that it was
who have
nothing but the
a
noise they were
idea
hearing. The
of
planet most
bringing up
likely
their
did not
solutions and
exist.
products
Then,
which will
only a year
do a
later, the
paradigm
scientists observed an
change in the
unusual
way
passage
we
of
work,
another possible planet.
in the way
This
we
was
produce,
basically a
in
shadow
the
of a
way we
planet
talk,
passing
in
in
the
front of
way
the star,
we
which did suggest that there
solve the
could be an
problems.
object orbiting
It
one of
needs
the stars here. Now, this hasn't,
change
of course, been confirmed yet,
management,
but if
and
confirmed,
since
this would
there
be
is a
a
change, there
really,
is a
really
change
tight
management
planet
teams,
orbiting the
and
Alpha Centauri
culture is the
b, also known
most
as Ptolemy.
important, the
And
core,
surprisingly, this was
the
an
core
object
or the
with a
heart of
total size of about 94 size of
and
planet
who
Earth.
defines the culture?
But the orbit here
It
would
is
be
the top
really, really
management.
close to the
It
parent
is
star.
the
A single
middle
orbit here
management.
only
It
takes
is
about
the
20
people
days.
who are joining
This
the
implies that this
organization
would
with
be some
certain
sort of a lava
expectations
world. This,
because
of
their
course, has never
careers
been confirmed
are there
since, and it's
and they are
been
going to
over
build their
7 or
careers.
actually 8 years now.
So,
And this means that it
Kanchan,
could
the
also
best
have
example
really
that I can
false
give you
detection. Many
with
of
my
these have happened in the
experience
past,
of
so this
working
wouldn't
in
really be the
Japan
first.
is that
But because
Japanese
this is such an
companies, the
exciting star
iconic
system, and because
Japanese
this is our
companies,
neighbor,
they're
this
all
has not
based
stopped scientists
on the
in
deep
trying to discover
cultural
more potential
aspects.
planets.
And
And the most
therefore,
recent analysis
it is
has
very,
actually
very
used something very
hard
different,
to
something that
imbibe
has
that
never really
because
been
culture
measured in
is
such a way,
unique.
and something that
You would
potentially
agree.
discovered
Culture
another
is
planet,
unique to
and this time
organizations.
maybe in the
Culture
habitable
is
zone
unique
of
to
the star
people.
system. Now, because
But
this is our
in
neighbor, and
Japanese
because this star
companies,
is
we
pretty
see the
bright
Japanese
in the night
companies
skies,
everywhere,
this
every
actually creates
place
a lot of
on the
problems for
planet.
certain
It
techniques
is all
in trying
because
to
of
detect
the
planets around it.
thought
But there
process,
is
the
one technique
culture,
that we
and
can
the
definitely
change
use on the
management they
star
brought
system,
through
something that
those
has
cultural
also been used in
aspects.
the solar
What do you
system
say?
quite a lot with our own sun. The matter
Very
that's
well
sometimes
said,
known as
and I think
thermochronography.
culture
It's essentially
plays
when
a
you block
quite
the central object, in this
important
case it's
role
the
when it
sun,
comes to change
and then try
management.
to look for
But the
certain
thing is
other
that
objects, bright
we are
and
talking
possibly
about
hot
change
objects
management,
in the
but
vicinity.
many
This is
people
normally
don't
how
want
we
to
look
come
at
out of their
comets
comfort
approaching the
zone,
sun, and
and
this is
they
normally
want
how
to
we also
remain.
discover certain
They are
objects,
happy
such as
in
this
the
one right
same
here once again,
situations,
that
and
are
if there's
both
a
really
change,
close to the sun and
like
also produce a lot
it's
of heat
quite
that's
a
otherwise
challenge for
invisible
them,
because the sun is
and
really,
they
really
are
bright
scared
and
sometimes
essentially
to really
overshadows their heat.
venture into
And
this
so if we
unknown
block a star
territories.
and then
So
look at
what
it
is
in
the advice
infrared
you would
imaging,
like to
for
give these
example,
kind of
we
people?
can actually see heat generated around the star
So, as
system.
I said
And because
in
we
the
know that
beginning,
planets
Kanchan,
and pretty
that
much all objects do produce
we
heat
know that as a
simply by
human
reflecting
beings,
or even
we
through generation of
resist
heat on the inside,
change.
we can usually
We
see
want
them
status
assuming that
quo.
nothing blocks their
We
heat
want,
or their emissions.
as the things are
And
going
back in
on, let it be.
2019, the famous
And there
breakthrough
are
listen, or in this
enough
case, one of the
people on
breakthrough
both sides
initiatives
of the
known as
spectrum who
Breakthrough
talk
Watch,
about,
began
no,
its
we are
collaboration
changing
with
too
the
fast,
European Southern
or we are
Observatory
changing too
and allowed the
slow,
scientists to
or
use
we
a
are
new
not
tool
changing
known
at
as
all.
LISAR, which stands for a
So
Very Large Telescope
I would
Infrared
suggest, I
Imager.
would
You
think
can
that
learn more about this
it is
particular
the
tool in the
collective,
article in
it
the
is the
description
collective
below. And this allowed
responsibility
the scientists to now
of the
directly
organizations
image
or
some
the
of the
companies
nearby
who
stars,
work in
specifically
particular
stars within
industry.
about 20 light
Now,
years away from
in
us,
any
and to
industry,
look
there
at
are
their
multiple
infrared
hundreds and
signatures.
thousands
The
of
main purpose,
companies,
of course,
but
being
only few
discovering new
companies are
planets. Now,
trailblazers.
after about a year and a half,
They are
we now have one of the
trailblazers
most
because they
exciting
can bring
reports,
in the
a planet
change
in the
management
habitable
within
zone
their
from the
own
closest star
organization innovation, and as well that
The
showcases
planet
in
that's
their
visible
products
in
and
this image
solutions.
right here as this
If we
relatively
talk about
large
the
heat
welfare
spot
state
in the image
on the
produced by
political
the visor
spectrum,
tool.
there
Now
are
remember,
change
this is still a
management things
preliminary
that
discovery,
are being
but if this
spoken
is
and
confirmed
talked
and if
about
this
all
is
over the
indeed a
world on
planet
the policy
orbiting in
level.
the star system,
One great
this would be a
example was
planet similar in
demonetization in
mass to
India.
Neptune and would
Definitely,
actually be right in
and
the
I
middle
also
of the
want to
habitable zone.
add that human race itself is a quite a resilient race, and they always look forward and they always look forward to do new things. So change management as a policy or
Hello,
as
wonderful
a
person. This is Anton.
human trait
Today, I wanted to
should be
discuss the
taken
idea of
and
those on
should be
stars based on
developed,
the new research that came out very
not
recently.
in
Correct.
only
The idea here is
organization
pretty
but
simple.
in day to
Because there are so many
life
different
also.
types
What
of
do you say
particles
about
possible, some of these particles
Yeah,
could be
it is a
bosons,
daily
and some of
life
these
thing,
bosons could create
and
stars.
more
And some of these
I
stars
realize that
could
it is a
actually
daily
look
life
very
thing.
similar to typical black holes
We
that we've
need to
already discovered.
practice that. We
And the
need to
scientists behind this
change.
paper decided to
It
find
starts
out
from our
what would
own
make the
personal
black hole
daily
different from
choices
a
that we
typical boson
make in
star
the life.
if we were to look at them with our
You know,
telescopes. And they
we set
discovered
up
something
our
really cool.
pattern,
So let's
getting up
discuss
every
this in more
day,
detail.
getting
But
ready,
first,
running to the office,
bosons, what
attending
is
8
that?
hours of
And
job,
honestly,
coming
don't
back.
feel bad if you have
That
no
life
idea what I'm
becomes
talking about.
monotonous us,
let me try to
and
help you
suddenly we
visualize all
realize
this
after several
just to give
years,
you a
life is
sort of
not
basic
moving
conceptual
anywhere
understanding. So I
because
think
we
most of
have
us
not
are probably
changed anything
familiar with
in
the
our
idea
own
of
lifestyle.
atom.
Yes,
This is what
the thing
most
is that
books,
we
most
want
high
change
school
when
books,
we
for
also don't
example,
want change.
present the atom
So
to.
there's
Exactly.
Honestly, this is actually
kind
not a
of
very
a
good
complex
representation, and
situation.
as a matter of fact, does create
Exactly.
a lot
So it
more
is like a
conceptual
mirage in the
misunderstanding
desert because I
than
see there
explains
is a
things.
water over
But
there,
this is
and
a
when I
completely
reach
different
to that
issue that we're
water,
going to
it is
discuss
not there.
some
It
other
was
time.
just a
Because
reflection.
right now our
So
concern is
it
with
is at a
these
personal level,
tiny pieces
but I would
that we
also
see
suggest as a
forming the atom
collective.
itself. There's
Collectively,
this
we
beautiful
need to
simulation made by the
follow
Atlas
through
team
the change
from the
management
Swiss
practices
CERN, the
brought in
particle
by the
accelerator,
industries.
that gives us this
15
beautiful,
years back,
very
we did not
realistic
really
image
have
of what
credit
each of those
cards or
little balls or
ATM
spheres
cards
looks
and all
like.
those
In
things.
other words, one
But
of
today,
these
everything
is
is
this whole
online
thing right
payment,
here.
right?
Inside of it, as you
And
can see, are
that
no
change, when it
components.
started,
These are
if you,
quarks and
15 years,
gluons.
10 years back,
Quarks
we
are
resisted it.
these things right here,
Same
and
was the
gluons
situation in
are
India
this right here.
when there
Now,
was an
this might not
internet
really
boom,
make
the
sense right now,
PCOs came,
but
the
just bear
mobile
with me.
phone calls
So
became
what you can
cheaper in
see
the
from the
world,
simulation
and
is that
suddenly
the
everybody was
gluons
talking
are
about
sort
that.
of holding
Same thing
quarks
when the
together.
computers
There
came
are three
somewhere in the
quarks here. For
1995
example,
during the
two up
Windows
quarks and
95
one down
Windows
quark will create a
time,
proton,
people were saying we
and
will
two
lose
down
jobs.
quarks, one up quark will create
But
a
then
neutron.
change
But these
management
tiny
is
white
not about
things, these
just
tiny white
changing,
particles,
but it is a
are
full
gluons holding them
ecosystem.
together.
That
Now, most
ecosystem
people don't
needs to
really
be
realize this, but
actually brought in
the
together.
mass of a particle,
And
the
change
actual idea
management
of the
cannot
mass,
always be
is
for the
actually these
profit
gluons
oriented.
themselves.
It can
The mass
have
of a
much
particle
more
is, for the most
connotations,
part,
much
made out
more
of these
policy
gluons, the
reaches,
energy of these gluons
just beyond the
holding
profit
everything
part
together.
of
And
it.
so most of the mass in the universe is actually
Exactly,
made
and
out of the
now
idea
I
of
think
particles just kind of
organizations and
floating together,
institutions,
and this
they have
energy
to
of
take up
holding them is what the mass is. Which
subject
brings me to
and this
another really
practice very
important experiment
seriously
from
to really
Atlas
move
in
ahead
regards to Higgs boson
and
discovery
come
from a
out
few years ago.
productively
It was announced that this
in
is the
future
particle that
their
creates mass in the
efforts.
universe. At least in
So
the
Right.
idea.
as
So,
In
Kanchan,
reality, though, this is
yes,
not
yes,
entirely
yeah,
true. It
just
only
one
creates
more
some
example
elements,
comes to
very,
my
very,
mind,
very
and I
small part
think
of it.
I'd
Once
like
again,
to
we'll
share
talk about this in some of the
because it
future
is a
videos
very
because it's a very,
profound
very
and
long
it
and
went
somewhat
very
difficult
deep into
topic
my
to cover.
mind.
But the whole point
Lego.
here is
Lego
this.
is a
The
Danish
particle that
toy
you see,
production
the proton
company,
in this case,
and all
contains
over the
3
world,
quarks and it
children
contains a bunch
like
of
to use
gluons.
Lego products.
Quarks in this case
And there was
are
a
what we
Lego
call
movie as well a
fermions.
couple of years back.
Gluons, the white
So I
things,
read
are the
somewhere that a
bosons.
small
Protons, neutrons,
teenager
electrons, neutrinos are all
boy
fermions. And these are the
wrote to
particles that are
Lego
more
that
familiar
he
to us
wants
from, for
to,
example, high
he
school.
loves their product
However, the
and
less
he
familiar
wants to work
particles,
with them.
the
Now,
bosons
Lego
here,
is an
are the
iconic
gluons,
toy
the
company
Higgs
we all
boson,
know,
the mesons,
and
pions,
products are
kaons,
based on
and
the
a lot of other
blocks,
stuff,
right?
with the only one familiar to
This
us
was a
being
teenager
the
boy who wrote to Lego that he wants to work with them and he wants to design some toys for them. And
So this right
a
here
big
is
company
most
like Lego
likely
could have
a
ignored
diamond
that
planet.
letter,
Hello, wonderful person.
but
This is Anton.
there was
Today
a
we're going
letter
to be
written
talking
back
about
from
a very
Lego
recent
company,
study that
somebody,
analyzed a
a
lot
top
of different
executive,
carbon planets out there,
explaining the
and
boy
also
that
conducted
Lego
an
company
experiment
is a
here on
toy
planet
company,
Earth,
but it also has
discovering
other
that
things:
it's very likely there are
operations,
billions and billions
design,
of
marketing,
actual diamond
research,
planets out there.
and
Planets with a
implementations,
very
and
thick
then
crust of diamond on the
sending out the
inside.
product.
So let's discuss
And they
this in more
said,
detail
well,
and also
we
discuss how
appreciate
all this was
your
discovered.
interest,
And,
but
well,
maybe
let's
when you
begin
grow
with
up and you
the
learn other
planet
aspects
that's
of
not a
the
diamond planet, and
organizational
that's not a
business,
carbon planet
we would
either.
like you
Planet
to
Earth.
come
If we
and
were to
become
talk
part
about
of
planet
this.
Earth, chemically
And that
speaking,
is what I
it's
call
actually an
culture. That is what I call culture, and that's where Lego has been at the top of
oxygen
this
planet.
toy
There's
production
a
all
lot of
over the
oxygen
world.
here, not just in our atmosphere.
Yeah,
A lot of
nicely,
it is
quite
inside
a nice
lungs. A lot
lot of it
interesting
is
example
inside
you have
the
put in.
actual crust
And
as
as
well.
usual,
And even
it
though
is
the atmosphere of
pleasure
planet
talking to
Earth
you
contains
once
about
again, and
21% of oxygen,
again
the
tomorrow and
crust on
extend
the
this topic
surface,
further.
essentially what we're walking
Till
on,
then,
Thank
contains
you,
bye.
about
Kanchan.
46%
Bye bye. Have
biomass,
a great
with
day
about
ahead.
28% of
Thank you.
silicon and about 8% aluminum, 5% iron. But even as you keep going down, in the mantle of our planet, you'll find more oxygen there too, normally in two elements, silicate oxides and magnesium oxides, which together represent.
Do you want to learn how to hack into systems as an ethical hacker?
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass, and today is day 16, and most of the people in India know that out of 736 districts, few districts have been put under total lockdown, which is in our own interest for the benefit of citizens, because the total lockdown would mean that rest of us are protected and the people who are inside the lockdown will be taken care of by the authorities. So I think while this is going on, the lockdown situation, whether it is a partial lockdown or a total lockdown across India, I think we need to keep our motivation levels up. We have to ensure that we are working for the nation, for the world community, for the entire humanity in some form or the other. So with this, I will like to call Neville, who can give us more information about this word called motivation. Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Day 16, motivation levels are probably getting a little low. So you're absolutely right. Motivation, what is it? And I'm going to ask the question to everyone, but unfortunately, the only person I've got on the screen at the moment, CK, is you. So, what motivates you?
Well, I have work cut out for myself. I have a routine which I follow. I don't think about anything else. Well, I want to be aware of what is going on, but awareness is good, but I need to carry on with my routine, so which motivates me.
So that's good. So as part of that routine, there are elements in that routine that give you a little smile, make you feel good inside, get you into that thought process where time flies by because you're so in the zone. You're so focused on what you do. And the problem with all of this is it's difficult to explain because we don't take time to find out what really motivates us. And you can ask this question to anybody, and the answer that a lot of people will give, especially young people, ultimately they will say, well, it's money. The more money I've got, the more I can do. Which is sort of a funny thing, really, because over your life, if you have a good career, you earn more money later on in your life and you've got less to do with it. So in some respects, we should live our life in reverse, so we have all the money we've got at the beginning, and then we live our life to the full when we're quite young, and then we buckle down and we get on with delivering all of that money for someone else to live their life. But unfortunately, that isn't the way the world works. But that might be an interesting thing for governments to think about, wouldn't it? But let's not go there for the moment. So, motivation, it's a real funny one, because if money is at the top of your motivation list, then I'm going to say you've got it really wrong. Because money is just a facilitator. So you need to think about what really motivates you. And the likelihood is, over time, that might change. So you've got a young family, you've got a dog, that's all out of choice, whether we like it or not, that was a choice. And we find motivation in all of those things that are around us. And I'm sure when your dog comes over to you, for a cuddle, or to say, I need a leak and I do need to go for a walk, there's a bit of motivation going on in there, although we don't really understand what's going on. So here we go. Let's look at motivation. And you and I have done this before, CK. Here's a pen. It's not a particularly special pen. If I look on the side, yep, sure enough. What word do you think is on the side of this pen?
It must be a BIC.
It must be a BIC, exactly. It looks like a BIC, it must be a BIC. And I'm afraid you can't see it, but it does actually say, if I put it there, you can almost work it out, it says BIC. Anyway, it's pretty synonymous to a BIC. It's been copied by thousands and thousands of other companies, but this is indeed a real BIC. It's got that little person by the side with a little hand, you know. So does that, using that pen, does that make you feel good?
Yeah, when I'm not thinking about anything else, if I'm thinking about doing my work, any pen would do.
Any pen will do, okay? But now, CK, I'm going to show you a pen that I know you love. You love to use. You know what's coming. We haven't practiced this, but you do know what's coming, don't you? And I'm not going to show you the pen. I'm just going to show you the symbol. You see the symbol?
Yes.
So here you go. Which pen do you want, CK? Which pen would you like?
Both of them. No,
But you really, you'd like Le Mont Blanc, wouldn't you? You really like Le Mont Blanc.
I do, but my reason is different. I want to use Mont Blanc when I'm probably in front of you, and I want to show off, because I'm eventually want to show off basically. So I want to not use big, but I like to use Mont Blanc.
Absolutely. Now, motivation. We can actually start to work out what motivates us. Okay, this is very functional. Doesn't make me feel good at all. This makes me feel good. Motivation comes from what makes you feel good. You know, I've had this pen for best part of 35 years. It has memories. I can think every time I use it, I think back to the time when it was given to me. So those are my motivational things, and I won't pick up that pen every day, by the way, you know, not least to the fact that the refills are a lot more expensive than this one, so I will use this on a far more regular basis. But when I pick this up, my thought processes are perhaps a little different. Okay, so now we're talking about real motivational issues. And I could see the smile on your face, you know, it brings up something inside. You may have thought about a time when you were given your first Mont Blanc pen and how special that felt.
You know, I would like to share a real life incident with you on this very subject.
Go ahead.
When I started my career, I mean, I was a young professional working for a company. I had a colleague of mine. So we didn't have that much of a salary. We were having fun. We were doing a little bit of savings, but we didn't have that much of money to buy, say, a Mercedes or a very good house or stuff like that. So we were having our fun. I used to ride a motorcycle. I had a Royal Enfield with me. So I used to ride all over the place. But there's a friend of mine whom I remember very clearly. So he and his wife saved money, and while we were having fun, spending all our money in various activities, these guys didn't do that because they were motivated by one thing. With just 5 or 6 years in their career, they were able to buy a Mercedes. And then when some of us asked him, "Hey, what are you doing? I mean, you're spending all your money in a Mercedes." In fact, in the beginning of this video, you mentioned about what motivates you. I remember that person because he said something very profound, which I cannot forget. He said, "Look, I want to enjoy today. I want to ride Mercedes today. I don't want to become old when I'm not able to drive and buy expensive Mercedes and give it to my chauffeur. So I don't want that. I want to drive. I want to ride. I want to have fun." So this is amazing. I mean, I think that person, a friend of mine, was so clear very early on in his career.
And it's brilliant. And some people are, and they never lose it. And I bet if you go back to that person today, you know, perhaps you do on a regular basis, you know they haven't lost it. And more importantly, they've built on it. So motivation, what you need to do is to work out what really motivates you. And the key thing here is, although it may motivate you, it may not motivate someone else. And equally, although what you put down on your list, because what I'm going to ask you to do today is to write down a list of everything that motivates you.
although it may be on the list, so family motivates me. It's not my number one primary motivator, perhaps, but it might be for somebody else. The point is, likely is that we will all have very similar lists. But here's the difference. What you need to do is put your list together and just pick up the 10 main motivators and then write down the reason why. And when you write down the reason why, use the word feel. How does it make me feel? So the Mont Blanc, how does that make me feel? The Bic, how does that make me feel? Because motivation is really how our feelings are affecting us. Now you can see in the background, it's been changing, not much today because the sun is really out and I've left it there quite deliberately. Normally I would shut the blind. You can see the banner behind me. One is bright sunlight. And if you look closely and you know much about pop-up banners, you can actually see down the middle, just along that line there, that's the bar that's holding the banner up. Okay? It's not hidden. It's not artificial. You can see it. That's reality. Look at that sun. Now, that motivates me because the sun's smiling. And guess what? Even at night when it's dark, the sun is still smiling. It's just around the other side of the earth. Just not smiling. Exactly. Which is that we're in darkness, because you know the earth rotates. It comes out. The sun comes out in the morning and goes to bed in the evening. No, it doesn't. It's there permanently at the center of the universe. So write down all those things that motivate you and then put down the reason why and focus on the feelings because feelings really drive us. And then what you can do with your team, do the same thing. Get them to write down what motivates them. And if you've got a good relationship with them, and by now, believe you me, on day 16, you should have been building that relationship, they'll share it with you and they'll tell you the reasons why. And as soon as you know what motivates them, you can help what they do every day reinforce that motivation. And then what's going to happen? So if I motivate you to do something in your business, CK, what are you going to do? You're going to do more because it's really enjoyable, or you're going to do less?
Well, I'm going to do obviously more.
Absolutely, obviously. I mean, this isn't rocket science, And then by doing more, guess what? You'll get more enjoyment out of it, and it'll be more motivating. This is really complex engagement theory, okay? But the more engaged I am, the more productive I be. And engagement comes from what am I motivated by? So today's letter, motivation. And our motivation separates us from everybody else. And I'm going to use your little phrase you love using. It gets you out of being me too. Because we're all humans, but you don't want to be a me too. Your organization, your business doesn't want to be a me too. You want to stick out. And part of sticking out is people understand who you are, what motivates you. And the other little phrase we use sometimes is people buy from people. And that gets you out of the me too, which you and I have run, several online programs of this, and it's really refreshing. But the key thing today is let's get motivated. Write down your top 10 things that motivate you, but more importantly, put down the reason why and focus on your feelings. How does this make you feel? And then you can reorganize it and maybe come up with a slightly different variation on your 10. And then ask your team to do exactly the same thing. And then share it amongst your team. So everyone realizes that we can all be motivated together on a common purpose.
So it's a really, really important word that little understood, unfortunately.
In fact, you have given a great idea. I'm going to run this with my team. In fact, what I'm thinking is I will run a poll asking these 10 things what motivates you most, and then we'll see how we can engage the people by and large. And it's a great idea, Neville. I think thank you very much for sharing this idea with us. I think it's a great idea to engage people.
And it works.
Yes, Neville. So thank you for sharing this today, and we will catch up with a new word and new information tomorrow. You have a good day. Be safe.
Be safe and enjoy out there, people, because this is not going to last forever.
Certainly. So see you tomorrow, Neville. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. As we know that we are undergoing a phase of social isolation. Almost all countries which are affected or not even affected have urged their citizens to practice their social isolation. And obviously, so I don't want to talk about what is happening and how many patients each country, etc. But the important thing is that the Chinese, since they got affected with the coronavirus as a first, and they got to done the autopsy on the victims. And here are certain findings on this virus and how I would like to share, simple things while in isolation you can do to protect yourself. So one of the things that the Chinese found is that the virus actually affects the lungs and the respiratory system and creates a thick layer of mucus which solidifies. So unlike the flu, in case of coronavirus, the layer of the mucus solidifies and then it basically keeps forming layer over layer, eventually blocking the respiratory system. That is how the eventual effect of the virus is. So a couple of things we can do. One is always drink hot water. So I would say that to get the virus out of your mouth cavity into your stomach, every 20 minutes or 30 minutes have warm water and hot water, because the virus cannot survive in such a condition. It will also clear your throat and the virus will eventually get into your stomach, where the stomach acidity will take care of the virus. So it will not get into your lungs. Second thing is try to do gargles by in warm water by using simple stuff like lime, salt, etc. You don't have to try some fancy stuff to do gargle. But when you do gargle, it will actually remove the virus if it is there, and you can take it out from your system. And if you repeat this process, the chances are that even though you are infected or carrying virus on you, it will not affect you. The trick is to avoid virus reaching your lungs. Usually, as per the Chinese, when they conducted autopsies, they found that it takes about 2 to 3 days to reach your lungs. Third thing you could do is, when you go out, don't touch things, don't touch foreign objects like railing and doorknobs, etc. Lift buttons. Try not to touch those, and because you can on the metal, it has been found that the virus can survive for a very long time up to 9 days it can survive. So make sure that you don't touch the metallic objects. When you come home, make sure that the doorknobs, your different things which are metal where you actually touch your doors regularly are also kept clean using the cleaning solutions. Fifth thing that you can do is make sure when there is a feeling of cough, don't sneeze or cough in your hand. As long as possible, either sneeze in an open area or sneeze by covering using your elbow, not with your hand, and immediately clean yourself. Sixth thing is whenever you step out, the virus cannot survive in detergent and soap. So when you step out and come back home, immediately keep your clothes for washing and take a shower. And if you're not able to wash your clothes so often, hang the clothes in direct sunlight. That will kill the virus. So, but make sure that you have a clean shower whenever you step out of the house and you return. Immediately, as soon as you enter the house, immediately go for a shower. Seventh thing is avoid any social contact. It has been already conveyed by all the governments, but don't say that okay, I am not going to be affected and I can take a chance, etc. But this is something that you cannot take chance. In order to improve your immunity system, which is the eighth thing that you should do, is have a lot of vegetables. Don't take animal products. Don't take meat or anything. Have a lot of vegetable juices. Make sure you have herbs in your food. Replenish your zinc content in your diet, because zinc is deadly for this virus as a mineral. So make sure that you have the right amount of green vegetables and all other vegetables in your diet. Ninth thing, which is important, is since we all complain about not having time for practicing, each one's hobby. So now I think all of us have a lot of time at our hand. So be creative. Get your brains work towards doing some creative activity, which you have been longing to do for a very long time, but you didn't have time. But now you have time because you are in isolation. So start making some music. People who have interest in carpentry, start making some furniture or cabinets. People who want to basically have inclination towards painting or arts or sculpture, they start doing that. So whatever, anything that you want to do, longing to do, but you didn't have time, you are complaining, here is a time where you can start being creative. So this will channelize your mind while you are at an isolation at home, and you have time as well, so you can kill time by being more creative. Last most important thing I would like to share is don't harass the animals, because this virus is not affecting the animals. It is spreading among human population on a person-to-person basis. So the animals are not spreading these viruses. Even though if animal carries a virus on himself, it is because of the human contact. So don't harass the animals. They are not responsible for the epidemic. They do not play in any role. We have to make sure that the we don't have some sort of a cruelty towards animal while protecting ourselves. So make sure that be aware that animals are not spreading the coronavirus. So if you follow these 10 advices from me, the chances are you will be much stronger physically, mentally. Your immune system will also work, and you will also not get affected. You will also take care of your near dear and your family and your friends. So I will meet you tomorrow again with more updates and more analytics. Until then, bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technology, and welcome to the Naval Gunt Live. And before we start our discussion today, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gunt.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the 5th of January. Yes, these videos are time recorded. Why? Because it's a new year. So, the subjects for today, I've been thinking about this a lot, CK. So I thought we'd do New Year's resolutions.
Well, you really want to do that, Naval?
Well, the funny thing is that your immediate response is to laugh and then ask me a question, which is brilliant. Why'd you laugh, CK? Everyone does New Year's resolutions, don't they?
To be very frank with you, I stopped making resolution many years back because when you make the resolution, it never gets fulfilled. So why make them?
Well, the funny thing is, CK, you're a can-do person, and we know that can-do people are great performers. I say it all the time because it's printed on the sheet behind me, so it must be true. And can-do people are great performers. But interestingly enough, I know that most people have the best intentions when they make a New Year's resolution. And it's not just one resolution. Some people have a whole list. And we know what to-do lists happen, don't they? They just end up on the list. They never actually get done. But why don't we give our listeners something of a New Year resolution, but they can really focus on and they can really get involved with? Why don't we do that today?
It sounds like a plan, Neville. I think let's do that, and it will be very good, and it will be very insightful for the viewers.
Okay, well, let's do this. And the thing is, I'm going to tell you why New Year's resolutions don't work. Is because they're not well formed. There's no underlying purpose, and therefore they just don't happen. You don't put a plan in place. You don't have. It's like putting a business plan together. If it stays on the shelf, it gathers dust. If it's actually implemented, it has life. It has a living, and the business plan evolves. And same with New Year's resolutions. But let's give everybody, as I say, let's give everybody one thing that they can start with today. And that one thing is going to be very personal, because that's what a New Year's resolution tends to be. But it's got bigger implications. So why don't we do something that actually will help an individual, but also help that individual perhaps in a team, at home. You could have a bit of fun with your kids here, or in a working environment for a small business where you are the boss, you're the owner, you're the leader, the manager, whatever you're going to call yourself, and you've got lots of employees around you. And clearly, you want the best from them, don't you? You want the best from your team, don't you, CK?
Absolutely right, Neville. We want everybody to be at 100% performance level.
Absolute, and happy at the same time, because we do know that when people are happy and they're really enjoying what they're doing, the day goes really quick and they're high performers. Bingo. We're on about performance today, so we're actually building the foundation of you developing into a can-do person. Okay, so we're going to play a game. Okay? Your children will love this game. Your friends will love this game. Your employees will love this game, because the outcome is completely unknown. This is not like playing Monopoly or Cluedo or chess, where you get a winner and a loser. Everybody's going to win. That's not a bad game to play, is it?
Certainly not. I think it's going to be fun, and I am willing to present myself in front of you as a specimen. You can mold me.
Brilliant. So you are the guinea pig of the day. Okay, we're going to do this pretty fast. Okay, but what I would like you to do, CK, is I'd like you to think of a word that you would like to live by for this year? Just one word. Now, while you're thinking, I'm going to explain to the listeners a little bit more about this. Okay? In leadership terms, there's lots of these phrases that are on the walls, you know, teamwork, building together, pulling in the same direction. And we have all these wonderful words that people never really understand because it's not personal to them. So if you picked a word in the leadership arena like integrity, empathy, sustainability, it's a long word, don't think the long words are more difficult to remember, fair, a friend, faithful, committed, all of these beautiful words that we want from people in our organization to show that they want to be with you. They want to be a friend. They want to work with you. So you've had a little bit of time, CK, right? You haven't had much time. You've had about 45 seconds while I've been saying that. So what one word, just one word, not a phrase, not a sentence, not a whole paragraph, you know, just one word that you would like to focus on and live by in 2021?
Well, I've done a lot of thinking in last 45 seconds, and while you were talking to the audience, and the word that struck me is empower.
Empower. Now, that's a brilliant word. It's 3 syllables, so it's a bit complicated. All right. Now, I'm being serious here. You know, the more complicated you make it, the more difficult it is to do, which is why New Year's resolutions don't happen. But we're now going to take this guinea pig a little bit further. Empower, CK. Okay. What does that mean to you? What does the word mean to you?
Well, while you were talking, I was thinking, you know, what I will do this year, and I think one of the things very cut out for me for this year, considering my digital presence in the business, etc., and the amount of work we do extend beyond the company and goes up to the client and prospects. So I offer our solution and empower everyone so that they can do their business in a better way. So that was my logic of giving that word to you.
No, that's absolutely fantastic, because what you did was you gave me a story. Now, a story is really important because we remember that story. And that story's fixed in our minds. So the more stories we have that reinforce that word, the easier it is to do it again. So my next question was going to be, how are you going to do this? How are you going to show this word empower is going to come out there every single time? Because remember, what I said was at the beginning, what word are you going to live by? So if I cut you in half, right? Not that I will, by the way. This is just purely hypothetical. If I cut you in half, it would say the word would be empower. If I cut you from head to toe, the word would be empower. You would see it. It would jump out at you. You've already told me how that's going to happen. So how is really important. And the more how you have, the easier it is for you to recognize when you are empowering people. Now, here's the challenge. Before you say something, how about empowering yourself? Because you were thinking in the third party, empower others, excite others, enable others to do things. Empower, excite, enable. That's 3 words for everybody. Okay. Those are 3 different words. Okay. But they're very well connected. Okay, CK. What about yourself? What about empowering yourself? How are you going to do that?
Well, I think I will, in my little mind, you know, some certain examples are running. So I just break them down into 2 segments in order to just to give a proper answer to you. One is that looking at the internal side of it, which is the company related. And the other is the external side, which is related to the clients and customers and prospects. So I think the whole resolution starts at home. And I would go first with the employees and try to empower them. Usually what happens, Neville, is that in a company, we try to set up our boundaries, and we ensure that these are the policies of the organization and everybody has to follow it. I think this year I would like to relax a bit because every employee has a sort of imagination, and maybe we can have something new because I think we are now reliving the moment in the new era. So we can relax this a bit and empower the employees so that they can come out with new ideas, and I should be open to listen to them. So that is first segment. The second segment is make all this innovation which is coming from the organization, which is myself included and all the team members, open to the clients, and probably do the same exercise with the client so they can think and they can tell us, how we can be more effective for them. And that is how I see the empowerment will benefit all of us as a community. Now, to answer your core question, how about empowering myself? So if I'm able to do these two things successfully, it will result in empowering me. This is my thinking, Neville.
So your how, if you like, is by giving empowerment to people and encouraging them to take empowerment. Encouraging, by the way, is another word. Okay, so there's an opportunity for you to take another word. Funny how all of these are E's, aren't they? But anyway, that's another story. But by the outside happening, you believe it will influence the inside.
I believe so because I think I would say that 60 to 80% of my time is devoted in this activity and 20% is devoted for other things. So I would say that if the majority of my time is spent in empowering others for the benefit of everyone, I think leaving aside the 20%, I feel that is the way to achieve the resolution for the new year.
And that's brilliant because what you've done is you've rationalized this. Okay, so you've given real how. And hopefully, in this very short session, this little coaching session, if you like, it's made a word become real. And I know you're thinking, you're holding back because you're thinking of lots of things. And you're trying to, for this particular video, you're trying to be specific. But like anything else, this might take about a day. Okay, give yourself an opportunity. Let it go for a day. So to empower yourself, let everything else go. Give yourself some time to be able to think about this one word. And as we've established so far, it's not just the one word that you've thought about, it's the context and how you're going to do it. Now, here's the next one. Okay, how are you going to get people to help you make this word live inside you and outside you? What would you like other people to do to help you? And I'm thinking now specifically about your team. Okay, I know you're desperate to get the words out, and so I'm going to shut you down for a minute. You need to think, all right? Specifically about your team, but also about your social setting, your family, your kids. Because we don't work in a vacuum. Entrepreneurs don't work in a vacuum. They like to think they work in a vacuum, but they don't work in a vacuum. We work with other people. So if you're going to live by this word, you need to live by it, not just in your professional context, your entrepreneurial context, let's say, but also in your social context. So those two contexts, CK, how are you going to ask people to help you do it?
It is easier said than done, Neville.
Absolutely. Yep.
While you were talking, I was thinking, and you rightly, nailed me down by saying, "Hey, I will speak further," and you think. So I was thinking, and the thing is that when I say empower my employees, my team members, it is just a word. I'm saying that. I know for sure that at some point in time, I will circle back and saying that, "Hey, I told you empower," but it doesn't mean anything. I am the boss. I'm going to drive everything. And if you come up with an idea, I have the veto power to accept or reject. So I think that is where the dilemma is. it's not really empowering in the true sense. It's a very big exercise for myself and for the entire team, and also for the client. It is not easy to empower people.
You're absolutely right. And let's focus on the business to start with, okay? Because there are ways of empowering people, and there are ways of recognizing that this is your word for the year, and this is what you want to be doing. This is what you believe in. And the point is, I know you believe that all of your employees should take more responsibility. Now, that's empowerment. But they don't understand necessarily that you want them to do that. So you could actually say to them, okay, I want you to take more responsibility, so I'm going to empower you to do that. But you're not going to put the company at risk. So what you could do is come up with a few ideas that perhaps we've tried before and not worked, or perhaps we haven't tried before and they should work, and then let's talk about it and let's see how we're going to do that. Now that is a way that you give responsibility and you give authority to them, because now you're asking them a question. You want their involvement, you want their expression, you want their engagement. And just imagine for one moment how that will make you feel if when you say it, they do it. Would that bring a big smile on your face? Or would it actually say, about time, you know? Oh, thank goodness, you know? The point is, this is about celebration as well. So you've heard me speak a little bit there. I'm trying to give you a little bit of time to think, because this is not easy. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And you would normally do this on your own.
One of the ways of empowering is in a practical situation is not telling them that, hey, I'm trying to empower you, please do this. What I will do instead is incentivize them, come up with a plan where with everything they do there is a little bit of incentives attached, so that the system becomes sort of automatic system where I don't have to really look at micromanage things or even macromanage. There is an incentive attached for every new ideas. If it succeed, they will make it big. If they don't, then they don't lose anything also. So I think this is the way I'm thinking of implementing it.
And it's brilliant because you know your team. Just by saying to them, I want to empower you, frankly, is a waste of time. But by linking that empowerment, what will make them feel empowered? What will make them take responsibility? And you mentioned the word incentivization. That doesn't necessarily mean financial. It may be something else. But you're now relating your specific circumstance to how they feel, what's important to them. Now, just in this very short exercise, you can see how if I'd have asked you that question, CK, and I'd given you a few things to think about, you could go away in the corner and you could think about it for a day and just imagine where your thought process might have gone in a day, because you've gone an awful long way in 20 minutes. But we haven't stopped there, okay? This is a game, remember? It's a game that's got performance as a benefit at the end of it. Everyone's happier, people are more engaged. That's the key to the game, right? So there is an end game here. The end game is bringing the team together. So now you've done it for yourself. Now the big challenge. You bring your team together. You explain. I've been given this game to play, and I think it's a great game that we can do. The ultimate aim is to benefit you, because this has benefited me. I've had a lot of fun coming up with my part of the game. And my part of the game was to think of a word that was important to me. What word do I want to live by? Just one word, not a whole list of things. And you can explain this to your team. You know, if you're a good team leader, they will know all of these words. You know, they will see your daily inspiration that you send them. You know, on an email or on their calendar as it goes through. They will know who you are. All right, but this is an opportunity to be very focused. And then you explain the game that you've played, and now you want them to play the same game. You want them individually to pick a word that's really important to them. And by the way, you need to give them some time to do this, okay? So it may have taken you a day. Give them 2 or 3 days, because they're not going to do it in isolation. They're going to go away with their best mate, and they're going to say, well, what word do you think I should have? And the other person will say, well, you're really passionate. So, why don't you use the word passionate? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. The thing is, what you're doing here is you're building team. You're building the team. You're getting them to communicate to each other in a way perhaps they've never done before. You're giving them the freedom to do it. CK, you're empowering them to do it, okay? So I'm using your word, okay? And I didn't know what your word was going to be today, but you are empowering them to go away and think about one word. And equally, you say the same thing. How are you going to do that? How will other people see it in you? What help could other people give you? Now, I say, do this over a process of 2 or 3 days, giving them a chance to think about it, and say, talk amongst yourselves, but we're going to have a team meeting on Friday. It's 2 o'clock, okay, by everybody. We'll spend a couple of hours having a bit of fun, just playing the game. Then you bring the whole team together. Everyone says their word, how it's going to happen, what it's going to mean to them, how other people can help them. And all of a sudden, in a team of 6 or 7 people, you've got 6 or 7 really important words. You've got maybe 7 better than before New Year's resolutions. Because these are New Year's resolutions that are going to work. They're going to be fixed. And why they're going to be fixed is because every time somebody does what they say they're going to do, you tap them on the back. You say, you're doing it again. Well done. Keep going. And just like anything else, this is just a smile. This is just being thankful that they're achieving their goal. And this is how goal setting could work. And the bottom line is, can-do people are great performers. You are building people into a can-do attitude. Because all the time they've got this word emblazoned on their forehead. And the interesting thing is, it was there before, but they didn't know it. Yeah, I saw a little smile on your face there because, yeah, of course it was there before. Now it's being focused upon. And the thing is, if you come together and play the game on a regular basis, you can incentivize them. You can play bingo, Oh, I did it 15 times last week. There's bragging here, which is funny and it's engaging. And then after a time, it becomes the norm. And then it becomes very serious because it's actually going to improve your business. And maybe, in a month or two's time, you pick another word because this is the game that never stops giving. You don't need to spend millions, thousands, or a penny on this game. You just need to be focused and have a bit of time. We should, by all rights, CK, we should put this up and make people pay $1 every time they look at this video. Because imagine the value that's going to come out of this to your organization. And the thing is, You and I know, CK, we have no idea what value means to these other people. But we do know if it generates one more contract that they weren't going to get, that's value. How much would you pay for that? It's priceless. And I say, this is a game that continues to give. We all love games, don't we?
Absolutely. I think that's a very good idea. Probably this time we will give for free. But
absolutely, we're going to give it for free.
This information is priceless. I think it's a fantastic idea, Neville, that you've given. And all the professionals, all the people who are working in the field should follow this process, even though they are alone. Solopreneurs can also do that, and a team managers can also do that. So I think it's a very good, insightful exercise that everyone should go. And it starts with resolution, but it need not end there. You're going to have a quarterly resolutions. So that's
brilliant. And the other thing is, right, there's going to be a lot of people here that say, well, I'm not too sure that's going to work in my team. Fine, not a problem. Start at home. Right. Start with your mates, do it over a cup of coffee. Just have a little bit of fun and just see where they take it, how they appreciate this. Of course, do it as a game. But be engaged, have a little bit of fun, do it with people that will give you honest feedback immediately. And then, once you've done that, and it might, could take 2 or 3 iterations, doesn't matter. I can assure you it will work if you do it in the right way. And then take it into your organization. And when you're really confident, look at your supply chain. Look at your customers. Play the game with your customers. Now, that's a real challenge, okay? And it will be a bridge too far for many people to even think about that, because you're exposing yourself to your customer. But isn't that going to build your business?
In the new context, definitely the customers speak, or customer advice or customer feedback is very important. So I think it should work. And we no longer can hide under the carpet thinking, hey, customers not even looking at us. So I don't think that is a criteria anymore. I think we should be open with the customers. That's my personal feeling.
Well, I totally agree with you. But there you go, folks. This is our thought for the week, if you like. It's an opportunity to have a bit of fun. Play it with your family and kids. Kids love this. Kids love playing games. And the interesting thing is, I've played this many years ago with a group of young people, and it blew my mind. The thought, some of the things that they were coming up with absolutely blew my mind. And I believe I'm a bit of a progressive thinker, but boom, 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 ideas were coming all over the place. So this is a simple one. As CK says, of course this is free. We're giving it to you for free because we want you to succeed. Unlike many other people out there, we don't charge for our interviews. We don't charge for our advice. We want you to take it. And once you take it and run with it, you want more. That's when you can come back to us and we can look at real value opportunity together. So good luck, everybody. This is the first working week of the year. So make it count.
Thank you so much, Neville, for finding time and coming to this show. We will catch up with you again tomorrow on something very interesting.
My pleasure. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav. As you know, he is as a radio personality. A part of this, he has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing and IT professionals and he enjoys his career, his hobby too much, and I know that. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good day, Kanchan. It's a nice, cloudy, and good temperature in Bangalore and pleasant weather out here. And therefore, it's a great to talk to you again. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm quite fine because weather is good and people are just little coming out and so we are communicating. In this middle of this, I have heard demise of our dear President Pranab Mukherjee and it was kind of sad news which we Indians received because he was 13th President of India and he had a career which spread over 5 decades and the kind of impression he has left on Indian polity is immense because his way of working is entirely different than those of contemporary which were there with him. And he remained a finance minister, he remained a defense minister, and you know that he started his career as a professor of political science in Kolkata. And then suddenly we heard about his demise. He's a Bharat Ratna recipient. So it was little sad to hear about his demise, which is a bad.
Yeah. Yes, Kanchan. I have summarized his passing on in terms of a great loss to the current Indian political setup, the vacuum that has been created by his passing away. One of the tallest political leaders that we have seen, and a leader who was one of the best persons which India did not have as a prime minister is my reading about Pranab Mukherjee, or we fondly have called him Pranab Da. And as you rightly said, 5 decades of a political career, it needs not only the energy, but also a belief in the democratic system of this country to be at the hem of affairs as a finance minister and a lot of other ministries that Pranab Mukherjee was part of since 1969 when our late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi brought him to a Rajya Sabha ticket, which is also an upper house in the Indian parliamentary system. And he became almost number 2 man in Indira Gandhi's cabinet with his wittiness, with his depth of knowledge, with his enthusiasm, with his empathy towards the policy matters of the country. He was known by his political friends and foes as a master in any subject in the policy matters. The great part about Pranab Mukherjee is that he was equally respected by his government as well as the opposition. So he was able to cut across the political spectrum, which helped our democracy in some of the very, very crucial times when we had a series of prime ministers between the legendary Congress party and the BJP. We had a string of 5-6 prime ministers in VP Singh, in Devegowda, in Chandrasekhar, and then of course Rajiv Gandhi. So they were very, very ably supported by Pranab Mukherjee. But my always feeling, a peculiar feeling about the Indian politics, and I don't want to call it a beauty, because some of the great leaders, great thinkers, visionaries could not get into the top job in the controlling power where they could have steered forward our country into a transformational age. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel that he is a leader which is way apart than those of leaders in Congress in his time, and he has a lot of intellect to really solve. He used to be a problem solving for most of the situation which was faced, especially by Indira Gandhi. And after the death of Indira Gandhi, there were some differences, and then he came out of the Congress for a small part of time, and then he made his own party, Rashtravadi parties, Samajwadi Party. But then again, I think he loved Congress too much, and he went back to the Congress. But the important part is he has a keen interest in economy of India, and he always, in fact, he has written many books on economy of India and the national building, national building books in his career. A part of this, he also been nominated as the best finance minister of the world by Euromoney in 1984. So these kind of appreciation he has been given in his career, and I feel his demise will leave a lot of vacuum even in current polity, because he is a person who can give advice to the current dispensation when required. He is always, in fact, I have seen few clipping of 2014 when first time Narendra Modi was elected and went to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The gesture of Pranab Mukherjee was very, very welcoming. And it doesn't, at that point of time, I was not able to find out that being in a congressman, I respected and welcomed Narendra Modi. At that point, whatever clipping I have seen, I found out this. So I think he has that quality to welcome the point of even opposition also.
Right, Kanchan, and more and more tributes have come in, and from the all walks of the political spectrum. You know, Kanchan, the facts are there for everyone to see in his political life of 5 decades. I noticed some of the very interesting personality traits of Pranab Mukherjee, which also reassures my belief in our strong democratic system. He, as you said, he had little differences after, with Rajiv Gandhi, after the passing of Indira Gandhi, where he assumed that he is the number 2 in the cabinet and therefore he should succeed. And that nothing, that was not a very blatant sign of his coming, because before Pranab Mukherjee, we had a Congress leader called Mr. Gulzari Lal Nanda, who had assumed a prime minister's position in the gap after Pandit Nehru's death, and also after the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri. So that's where the little bit of differences of opinion they were observed in the Indian political life. And it is said that because of that, he was always, shunned out of this key position in the Indian politics. But despite this, he was never instrumental in blocking any prime minister, whether it was Rajiv Gandhi from his own Congress party or the opposition parties, and that is the hallmark. If you ask me today, it sounds very cliche that at a given point of time between, I think in 1982-84, when he was finance minister, the Reserve Bank of Governor Chairman was Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who used to report to Pranab Mukherjee. But if you see the turn of events, when Manmohan Singh became the Prime Minister, it was Pranab Mukherjee who was reporting to Manmohan Singh in the government. And both men have equal respect for each other because they were not thinking in terms of who is reporting to whom, but they were seeing that their each other's strength is finally ultimately going to benefit our India, and therefore they stuck together. So in a way, I can always think the relationship between Pranab Mukherjee and Manmohan Singh specifically can be compared with what we had during Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel, and later we saw in the lives of Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Alke Advani. So that is the hallmark of Indian political system, where when it comes to the core of running the country, politicians have come together, they have supported each other, they have supported the hopes and aspirations of the country, and they have steered forward of our nation. And we should be proud of our political system at the top level. And you would be surprised, Kanchan, that I have heard many good things about
Hello
our
friends, this is
Indian
Chandrakant from
political
Akulmach,
system
and today in the
outside
tip
India,
section I would like to
but
cover
probably
about something which
fail to
happens with
see it while
everybody.
we see it
And as
from
you know that
inside.
we are
What
passing
do you
through
say?
a lockdown where all of us are using
There are many good
different
things
PCs
when
and
we talk about
different
Indian
machines
polity
and
because
bandwidth at home,
we choose our
and as a
leader
result, in some cases,
from
some of the
our board,
cases,
unlike
we
in
may need
US,
extra
which is
PCs for
where we
everyone
count
in the
on
family to
percentage.
log on.
We
And
directly
usually it
choose our
happens
leader, and
that
that is a
when you're
very good
buying a laptop, you always buy
democratic right
top of the
every
line
Indian is having. And
laptop. For
I
example, today
think
if you
everybody
end up
appreciate our
buying any
freedom, our
laptop, it would
democracy.
be having at least
Part of this,
8
I think
GB of memory.
Pranata
But
was
after
a
a couple of
great
years, this will become obsolete. So
democratic. He had a
when you
great
buy your
democratic
laptop, you
ideas.
always
He
tend
believed
to
in
buy a
freedom,
top of the line
and
laptop
we will
with the
miss
best
him dearly.
processor, best
Uh,
memory, and best hard disk. But
I think it's
after
a
a few
great
years,
loss
Definitely, Kanchan,
his
we
for
will
hardware
miss
become
him,
obsolete
and
and
the
hence
country will
not
miss him,
usable,
the
and then you are
parliament
forced
will
to
miss
buy a
him,
new laptop
because
after 3 to
as
5
we see
years.
today,
Now
it is very, very
all of these
rare to
laptops, you don't
find such
discard
kind
them.
of
They
leaders
keep
who
lying in
have
your
a
in
backing
your real
of
estate
their
and
own
keep
party as
occupying
well as the
simply because you have a
opposition
lot of data on
system
those
to
laptops.
take steer
So I came
forward the
across a
country on a
situation where I
political
had
matters,
many
especially
laptops
when it
lying for
comes to the
past 10 to
international
15 years
relations. And
with
therefore we
different
need more and more
configuration, and
leaders. I mean,
I
opposition
wanted to
doesn't
use them.
mean
I
that
needed
you
it
have to
for
oppose
giving it to
everything of
my
the government.
kids and the family
The
and so on,
opposition also
and they
means
should
that
not
you
feel
have to
left out
stand with the
because of
government
this digital
in
onslaught.
those matters where
So
the
I called
country
the
is
technician.
going through a
That guy
critical
came and
phase.
said,
And
let me
very,
show
very
you
few
the type of
leaders
laptop that I figured out. It's
understand that.
basically
And
top of the
Pranab
line
Mukherjee
Dell
was
laptop, as you
surely
can see
one
here.
of
I'm trying to
those
show you.
leaders,
This is
and
a
that is
very
one of
good
the
laptop,
reasons
very
I
lightweight,
believe he was awarded
red in
with Bharat
color, very
Ratna, the
jazzy,
highest civilian
but
award
it
of the
has only
country.
30 GB of
And
hard
while
disk
he
and 1 GB of memory.
he was
Now the technician, when he
completely
came
away
home,
from
he
the
said,
party where
look,
he
we can't do anything
grew
with
up,
this because you
and
can't even
he
load
was not
Windows 10 on it,
seen as a
and
president
the
coming
memory
from just one
cannot be
party and
upgraded
working for
beyond
only
4
one
2
party.
GB
And that's the reason you said
because
he
it does
was
not have
very
any extra
happy
slots, and the
to
upgrade cost will be
give the
as much as
oath
the cost of
to
this
our
buying a
new
new
prime
laptop.
minister, Mr.
So
Narendra
then
Modi,
I
and the
felt that
relationship they shared,
this
I
technician
believe
is
that
not
should
helping
be
me,
written
and
in
I
as a
feel something, and
hallmark
I don't want to
in
keep
our
this laptop.
political
It's a very
books or political
beautiful,
students.
bright laptop,
And
as you
that
can
is
see,
something
and it's
he
from a
also
brand
broke the
called Dell.
ranks
It's a very
with the
good quality
with
laptop.
his
I
own
don't
party
want
where
to
he grew up when
discard
he
it.
went to
So I did my research
RSS
and
in
I found a
Nagpur to
solution.
deliver a
The
lecture.
solution
So
is
these
you
are
can
very, very
actually
rare
get rid of Windows
political
completely and use this Intel
personality we are
hardware
talking
with
about. And I
30
think
GB of
the
hard disk
country as a
and
whole is
download
proud of
a
Pranab
free
Mukherjee and will
operating
always
system
remain which
indebted
is
to his
very
political
user friendly,
acumen
and
and
it
his
takes
political responsibility.
hardly half an hour to
Like you
prepare
said, you
your
mentioned
laptop without
Parliament. He
any
remained
external help.
leader of
So I
opposition in
just
the Lok
want to
Sabha.
talk
So I'm sure
about
that
that and probably give
parliamentarians
you a live
will be
demo
missing him, like
what you
all
can
of
do
us
and
will
how you
miss
can
him.
do without
So
knowing
it
anything
was
technical.
a great
It's not a
loss
technical
for
job. All you
us.
need to do is
So
you
I'll
need
end
to
today's
follow the steps
program
that I'm telling
now.
you.
We'll meet
But before
again
you
tomorrow
start,
with another
you
topic.
have to ensure
Remembering the
that you
Thank
bring
Naphtali.
you.
a device like
Bye.
this.
Thank you,
This is a
Kanchan.
pen drive,
Have a
a
great
flash
day.
drive, at least 4 GB. It must be lying somewhere in your house. You can get that. Make sure that you back up your flash drive, whatever pictures, data you have. Make sure that you don't, because this will be overwritten, this will be formatted, and but make sure that this drive is there for this purpose. And what we are going to do is with this drive basically is make this drive a bootable drive. That means I want to boot my this red color laptop using this drive, not its hard disk. So and it can be done very easily. It's not a very difficult thing to
This
do,
video is sponsored by
but make
Single
sure
Point
that it is
Solution.
empty. You
Single
have
Point is pioneer
taken
in
the backup
production
of
and
this drive,
distribution of electric
and
vehicles
it
like
has at
electric
least 4
bikes,
GB of
electric
space.
scooters, and
So the drive
three-wheelers.
that I'm
Single
using
Point
today
also
for
provide
this
consulting
experiment
services to
is
smaller
actually
players.
30 GB, 32 GB. But nevertheless, if you have an old 4 GB flash drive lying around somewhere in your home, you can use it simply. Now, the whole point
Hello
of
friends, I'm
meeting
Kanchan from
or
Akulmach
using this
Technologies and
drive is
welcome to
this
our
will
show.
become a bootable drive.
Today,
And
we
when I
would
say
like to
bootable drive,
discuss about this
uh,
agriculture
once
bill
this
which is passed
drive has the operating system and
by the
entire
government on
bootable
27th of September
aspect of the operating
2020.
system,
And
then
regarding
you
this,
can
lot of
convert any
agitation is
number of
going on. So we'll be discussing
hardware
this
into this
more,
operating
and
system
for
using
this
just this drive. So
discussion,
first
we
of
would
all, we
like to
have to
invite
make this as a
our
bootable drive,
esteemed
and
guest, Mr.
for that
Sitesh
you
Srivastava,
need to
who has a
do
deep
two things.
interest in
And today
corporate
in our
training.
experiment, we
He
are
is
going
also
to
actively
download the
involved
Linux version.
marketing and
Linux,
business
it takes lesser
development,
memory
and he
than
has
Windows, because
closely
Windows 10 takes
studied
about
and
30 GB,
seen this
and the older
bill.
versions of
So,
Windows are no
without
longer
wasting any time, I would
supported.
like to
So you
invite
have to
in
move
this
out of
show Mr.
Windows if you
Sitesh
want to use
Srivastava.
the old hardware.
Sitesh, welcome to the show.
And
How are you
Linux
doing today?
takes about 4
I
to 8
am well,
GB
Kanchan.
depending
How are
on
you doing?
what systems you are
I'm
going to load on
fine.
it. And I'll tell you
So today,
exactly
This
how
is
you can do
interesting.
it and
yes,
how
yes.
user friendly
Today
this
I
is
just
going to be
seen
Yeah.
in the news
for
since
your
morning.
kids
There's
and
lot
for
of
your even
agitation
your parents
happening
who want to use the internet,
in India
browse, do
uh,
simple things like
about
writing
this
documents,
three
browsing,
farmers
watching YouTube
protection
videos,
bill.
even 4K
So
videos,
I have
how you
also
can use
studied,
it.
and I have found
So
out that this is a quite
first thing
a
is
farmer
you need
friendly
to
bill, where
prepare this
a farmer can sell their
4 GB, at
produce
least 4
to
GB
any of the
flash drive.
state
You must
without
have it,
giving any
keep it
tax or
ready
cess,
before you
and
start this
they have
activity.
choice to
And
choose a
then go to
trader.
this
They have
Ubuntu
lucrative
website. We are going to
pricing.
use
So
Ubuntu version
why
of
this
Linux.
whole
There are many. You can choose
agitation
any
is going
actually.
on?
You can use Mint, you can use
So,
Kali
Kanchan,
Linux, you can use
our
Ubuntu.
country
I'm going to use
primarily
Ubuntu.
with the
It is just
agricultural
my comfort, but
produce,
you, if you're comfortable with
there
any other
always
thing,
has been a
just do it.
very, very
All of them
sensitive
have pros and cons.
thing
You
about
can
the
go through the
farmers,
internet
the
and read
produce,
about it.
and the
But I feel
bigger
Ubuntu
part
is
of
very user
this
friendly. However,
is
if you
that
are
some parts of our
if you want to
country are
create your
more
Linux very
fertile
close
than the
to
other
look
parts
like
of the country.
Windows, then you
And
can also
therefore,
use Mint
most
Linux,
of the
because
rich
Mint
farmers,
Linux
I mean, in
menu
India, there has been a
looks very
perception that
similar to
farmers
Windows. But
are always
nevertheless,
poor.
none of these versions are
And that
Windows, they
has
are
been a
Linux.
perception which
And
is
so if you use
being
Ubuntu, many of these
exploited
things
both
are
ways,
pre-built in
corporate
it,
side,
like
political
Word and
side.
all that. We will see all
And
that
the
as we
real
go along.
issue
So what you
is
have to do is
the
go
percentage
to
of the rich farmers
Ubuntu website,
versus the
and it's
poor
absolutely
farmers.
free.
And we
It, as you know,
understand that the
it's all
poor
freeware.
farmers are more
It is
and
there
more
are
in
no
number
charges for
as compared
downloading
to
Ubuntu. So
rich
you go to
farmers in very, very
Ubuntu and
fertile
click on
states.
download.
Right.
On the download page, you
Therefore,
get
it
these different
always has
versions.
been
You get
a very, very
different
sticky
types of
issue
where
Ubuntu can
these
be downloaded
protests that
even
are
from IoT
happening
devices.
now,
But
the
in today's
government's
experiment, we
contention
are
is that
going to
they
download
want to free
only
the
for desktop,
farmer
because our
from
purpose is
the
to
minimum
prepare our
support
old
price.
laptop, which
And
has
one
become
more
obsolete.
bill And
to become
because
ready
this
today and
minimum support
again make it
price has
usable.
been there
And
for,
now
I
here in
think,
the
a couple
download
of
section, you see
decades
two
now,
button. One is
uh,
green and which
the
says
whole purpose
20.04
of
LTS
removing it
and
is
other
to
is
give more
20.10.
freedom to the
And the
farmer
difference between
to
these two is
choose
that the
whom they
LTS is
want to
the
sell
stable version
directly.
of Ubuntu, and that is how the
But as you
Linux
know, Kanchan,
gives their versions.
there
And
is always
LTS
a
upgrade will
resistance to the
happen
change.
once in
First,
18 months,
because
once in
the
2 years,
farmers,
and this is
do they
stable, and
really
there will
know
be no
how
upgrade.
their
So you will
produce will
not be
reach to the
unlike
last
Windows,
mile
which
customer?
which
Do they
gives
really,
upgrade or update or
be able to
some
focus
patch
on the
every 3
retail
to 4 months?
dynamics that are
If you
there in
choose
our country?
LTS version,
Or they would
there will
again
be no
become a
update
pawn of some
for
of the
next 18
big
months to 2 years.
industrial houses?
Yeah,
Or
actually,
Or you can
yes,
use
this I just want to add one thing because
ongoing
I think
version, which
this
is having all the
bill
latest features.
bill
So
is basically to
20.0
free
LTS
farmers from the
version
clutches
basically
of the
will be the more
mediators,
stable
which are
version,
already there for
but will not
really
have the
for
latest
many
feature.
years now, maybe more
But if
than
you want to
70
go
years.
with
Now, I think
latest
this
features
bill
which are
provides
getting added
protection
as
and
you are
empowers
downloading it, then
farmers.
go for
They
20
can
and
sell their produce anywhere.
this
So that
version,
means
and
they will not be selling in
which is good enough.
some
I've experimented
decided
with
areas,
both.
but they can
Both are
sell it
equally good.
outside the
For
areas,
our
anywhere. So
activity
I
today,
think
you
that
can
gives
choose
more
whichever you
liquidity to
want,
farmers.
whichever you feel
So
comfortable with. So for today, we will click
second
on
thought
this
think that
one,
maybe this protection is
which
not
is
done by
the
farmers.
latest
Or
version,
what is your opinion?
20.1.
My
And
opinion,
it
Kanchan,
start
is that
downloading, and it'll
this
just say
has to
that
be
thank you and
discussed
etc., and
in
straightway
the
without any
parliament.
permission
Of
it
course, me
downloads it.
and you are
Depending on the speed
probably
of your
only
network,
knowing some of the
like for example,
laws
if I have
and we are giving our
256
opinion, but the
Mbps line right
lawmakers of
now,
our
it'll take
country
hardly 2 minutes to
need to
download.
be discussing it. And of course,
But
no
nevertheless,
bill
it should not
like this
take more
will
than
ever
10 minutes to download.
ever
This is just
get
2 GB
in
file
our
which you can
Indian
download.
system
After
a
it is
thumping
downloaded, you
majority
will see in your
by the
download
both
section, it is
benches of the
already downloaded
parliament.
here,
But at
and
the
it is
same
just
time,
2 GB.
Kanchan, this
The
is
entire operating
important to
system
understand the
is 2
larger
GB, and
intent
now it
of the
is
government.
there with you
So the
as an
larger intent
executable file.
seems to
And
be
one thing
to
you have to
free
make
the
sure that
farmer
it
from
should
the
be an ISO
mandis,
file.
to
It should
free
not be
the
an
farmer
exe file or
from the
any other file.
clutches
It
of
should
the
be an ISO
mandis
file,
and
because
let them
ISO
reach
file
to the
is
direct
the operating
customer,
system file.
which is
Now,
which is
in order
which is
to
I
make
would say
this
a great thought. It's a great
into a bootable
imperative.
drive like this
But
one, you need
reality
tools
is something
called
like this,
Power
Kanchan.
ISO.
You know,
So
you are sitting in
again, it's
Hyderabad,
a
very
simple
close to
utility. You can
the
go to
chili growing plantation. The good
poweriso.com.
chili.
Again, this is all free.
Bengal is not very far
Just
from
click on
Telangana,
download,
which is the
and
rice
it will
bowl of the
download.
country.
It will
Now, a
take you to the next
farmer
version,
from the rice
next page.
bowl will not be
where
able
you
to
can choose
reach
what
Chennai to
version you want
see
to download. So
to sell
typically,
directly.
if your systems
And
are 32-bit,
the intent of the bill is
your
great,
laptop which you want to
but the
migrate is
logistical
32-bit,
challenges,
migrate to
the
ISO
decades, the practice
tape
that has been in
software
between
for
the middlemen,
32-bit. If your
how to
operating
move
system
it.
is chip is 64-bit,
Will there be a
take this
punitive
version. So
action
make sure that
towards
you
it?
choose the right
Or
versions of Ubuntu as well
the
as Power
opposition
ISO.
parties say
Download
that
all of these drives. Once
they
you
are
click on
losing,
download,
the farmers will lose out, whereas the
it will
unwritten that
download
I
very
have
quickly,
heard,
and as you can
Kanchan,
see, it
is
is
that
already here.
the corporate
It's downloaded.
houses
It's a very
will
small
benefit because they will
application.
have
It's
no borders.
hardly
They can
4 MB
from
everything, and
one
it downloads
place
within few
complete
seconds.
stock,
Once it
and
is
the rest of
downloaded,
the
you
place
kickstart
will
the
not
Power
get
ISO.
any buyer. The buyer can be
And it has
mobilized.
many things, so we don't want to
The
confuse
seller can also
with
be mobilized. The buyer can also be
what other
mobilized.
features it has.
Now, seeing for
But
last couple
click
of
on the
years,
tools.
Kanchan, that international retail
What you're looking
giants are
for is
trying
the
to
tools
come to
section.
India,
Click on this option,
and the
and you will start
agri-produce of the
seeing
country
a
needs
drop-down
to be
menu. And what
protected,
we want to do is
needs
basically
to be diversified, and the end
make
game has to be with the farmer.
bootable USB drive.
So yes, definitely. But
This is the option that we want to use.
I think
Basically,
that
what will happen
government
is
is
once
trying to
you
make an
click on this,
ecosystem and the
it
freedom
will
of
choice for
ask you to
farmers.
provide the
And
ISO
maybe
file of
you're
Ubuntu.
right when you say
And
that there are some
it's
very
a
rich
very simple
farmers and
process.
there are
Just
poor farmers.
download the ISO
But then
software, start it,
earlier, before this
choose,
bill, what I
click on
feel,
tools,
all
go
the
to this
farmers were
option
into the
called
clutches
create
of
bootable
a
USB
system
drive,
which is
and
being
then supply
mediator, then
the
mandi, then you
Ubuntu
have to pay mandi tax.
version here,
So now I feel the
and
farmer is kind
then
of
at this
free
point in
from
time,
these
you have to insert
small
before you go ahead,
taxes which they
insert
have
the drive
giving
into the
before.
USB
It is
port,
a direct
and the system will
produced
recognize
contact
and
to
then
the buyer, and now
copy
buyer can be
everything into
anybody.
this drive.
Let's
Now
take
this drive will
maybe a
become
corporate,
a
but now
Ubuntu
it's the
bootable
choice of a farmer
drive.
where to sell.
Now this is
If
ready.
they want to
Once this
sell
is
it,
ready,
and
it will
I
take
think there is a
hardly
slab
5
also
minutes
before
to
on
create the entire
above that
system.
particular
Their
price
Power
they
ISO
cannot sell.
software will make
So
sure
that
that the
I think is
Ubuntu is
being
copied
taken care.
properly, and
Suppose
it is also
one
bootable.
farmer
What
is
you
in
need to do
Bengal and
now
want to sell it
is
in Orissa. So I
take
think
the new
after
laptop
taking care of the logistics,
like this
he
one
can
here
very well
that I have,
plan
and
the
insert
price, and then again it will not be more than which is prescribed by the law. And he has,
part of the OS.
if you subtract logistic, he has the
10
real
megabit if
price
you
of his
are
produce. I think that
once it is
that is
downloaded,
a
you
benefit which
kickstart
farmer is
the Power
getting.
ISO.
Correct, Kanchan, you are right. As I said,
This is the option that we
intention of
want
the
to use.
government is good. Okay,
The
and I
drive
believe
into the
no
USB port,
government, no
and the
Indian
system will
government would
recognize
do
and then
anything
copy
to
everything
hurt
into
the
this
farmers,
drive.
which
Now
are
this
our
drive will become
Annadata.
an Ubuntu
You know,
bootable
we
drive.
treat them like that.
Now
All
this
our
is
festivals
ready.
are
Once
around
this
our
is ready, it will take
agricultural
hardly
crops.
5 minutes to create the entire
You know
system.
what?
The
When
Power
we
ISO
are bound
software
by
will
some
make sure that the
system, we are
Ubuntu is
become
copied
used to of that system.
properly, and
It's
it is
very
also
hard
bootable.
to resist
What
change.
we need to do now
So I would
is
put an analogy, Kanchan, something
take the
like
new
this. We
laptop
have a sensor board,
like this
and
one here
all
that
the
I have,
movies
and
and the
insert
television content goes through the sensor board.
the USB drive
Therefore, there is
into
a sensor. We still
this
have
laptop
some glitches in it. We
like
still
this.
raise
And once
eyebrows
this is done, you
through the
start
sensor
the
system. But
laptop.
then we have an OTT
When you
platform,
start the
there is no
laptop,
sensor.
just before it
And
start booting from
we
the hard
land up
disk,
into
you
something
press
which is a very thin
F12,
line between a
depending on
creative
your
freedom
make.
versus
In my
what
case,
should be
it's a Dell
portrayed.
PC, so I have to
Similarly,
press
farmers are
F12 many
worried
times.
about
I have to
the
continue pressing
regulation
after,
which is
every 1
not there
second, keep pressing
outside the
F12
mandi
as soon
system.
as the PC starts. So
Today,
that
we
will
are
actually
making our
bring
farmers
the
free, but there is no
BIOS
regulation
of
on the
the
other
operating
side of the
system
mandi. So
of the
mandis
laptop.
today are
And once you
regulated
see
by
that
minimum
BIOS, all you have
support
to do is
price,
basically
and the another
you
bills
have
are
to
there.
tell the
Otherwise,
BIOS of the
31 farmer
laptop to
organizations
boot
are
from a
opposing it.
USB.
One
Because
of the
right now it is
government's
set booting from the
main
hard disk. Here,
partners
this is the
have
address
actually
of the
quit.
hard disk. So
So
you have to
there
tell the
needs to be a
BIOS
debate
to boot
around it,
from the
and
USB. So it is simple
there
as simple
needs to
as
be a
selecting the
farmers'
software,
inclusion has to be important about it.
save,
India has
and
seen
restart.
farmers'
So when you
protests even
restart your
before, and therefore I think
laptop already
the
has the
farmer
bootable
organization, these 31 farmer
Ubuntu
organizations that I
flash
talk
drive in it,
about, they need to be
and
brought
this
to the
time
table.
BIOS will
It
recognize
needs to be
USB
seen, and
as a bootable
probably we need to
drive,
introduce
and it
this
will boot
bill
from the
in an
flash drive.
incremental
Once that
fashion,
happens, immediately after few
rather
seconds,
than through
you
an
will be
ordinance.
given this
Parliament
option,
is
and
not
here,
sitting.
depending on
So
which
I'm
country, what
saying
language
that
you want to
yes,
install
it looks
Ubuntu.
very nice.
Obviously
I mean,
for
it
me
is
it's
like saying
English,
that
but
today everybody in the
whichever
country
country
has
you
got
are
a
in,
mobile
you can
phone.
choose whatever language you want.
Has
And
it
you have to
increased the
choose
productivity
install
of
Ubuntu.
an average Indian?
That's it. So
That is a
you just
beautiful thing.
install
So
it,
I
click on
truly
install,
believe,
and this
Kanchan,
guy
that our
will
farmers are
install
our
Ubuntu
food givers.
on your
We
PC.
need to thank
And
farmers
now,
for our daily
once they
food.
you remove the
And
flash drive,
we need to see that
you don't have to
the
do
poor
anything.
farmers,
Your PC
the
is
farmers
ready
who have been
and
committing
has
suicide
everything.
in
It
the
looks
Vidarbha
like
region
Windows,
for
as you can
years,
see, is exactly
they
like Windows.
will be
It's
taken
not
care.
Windows, but
The
it looks like
eastern
Windows,
side
and it
farmers,
has
you
built-in
know,
utilities
whether
like
I say that, I mean,
instead
there
of
cannot
Word,
be
it
a
has the
100%
writer
perfect
in the
policy.
document.
There
It has
may not be a
presentation. It has a lot
100%
of
perfect
games.
regulation.
It has a
But
browser
our
and
country is
things like
known
that.
for
So it has
dialogue.
already
Our country
everything
is
in it
known for
as
a
part of the
great
OS,
parliamentary system, and therefore
therefore,
you can use
everybody
it
should be able to talk about it.
just like
Of course,
Windows,
the one that
without
will
any
have a more
complexities, and
majority
all of this will come
will
in
take the
about 4 to 8 GB
systems
depending on what
ahead.
software you choose.
Okay, but I
And the
don't
best part
want
is, since this is
that the
Linux,
country should
it
be
is open
stopped
source, you
due to
can make
this. The
everything your own
life
specifications.
the
So as
life
you become more
is
expert
lost.
in using
We are
this, you
already
can
under
change all of this. Right
corona
now,
at
this
this
is
point of
in
time.
this color. you can change it
What do
to
you say?
Yes,
maroon
I
color,
think
or you
you
can
have
change it
made
to orange.
quite
You can
interesting
change the
points, and
picture.
though the
You can,
intention
suppose
of
you don't
government
like the
is
file
very
manager, you can get
fine,
a new
it's
one,
right that they want to
a freeware
free
from
farmers
Linux
from the
websites.
clutches of
So there are
mediators,
so
and they
many
are giving
variations you
lucrative
can do.
price.
So
They
you can,
are giving
you can create
opportunity
your own
to
version
sell
of Ubuntu
outside
the way
the
you want it.
already
And
decided trading
unlike
areas,
Windows, which you are
and
stuck with one particular
connecting
software,
farmers
here
to the
there are more
traders,
flexibility.
giving electronic
And
trading
the best part is now I can use
platform.
my
But
30
if
gig
there is some
hardware which is
unrest,
lying
I think we should
without
sit on
any
the
use.
table, across the
I
table. We
can now
can
again use
sit
it.
and
I
find out
can
what is the problem.
watch my videos.
On
I
overall, I
can
feel this is a good bill,
start using it
and
for
if
my
there are
purpose,
concern, I think
and
everybody
also
should come
browse the
forward
net,
and
and also do
really
my
Agreed.
office
work on it.
Agreed.
administrative work, like creating
100%.
Excels,
100%. That's
writing
how
Yes.
Indian
Word
democracy has
documents,
flourished. And
preparing
that's why we are
presentation,
the largest
joining
democracy in this world. And I'm proud of it.
if the kids are there,
Yes,
they can
we
join
are
the
all proud
classroom
of it. It
using
was wonderful
Chrome. You
talking
can
to you,
download a Chrome
Sitesh.
on
We'll meet
Ubuntu,
again with
and
some more
the
interesting
use look and feel will
topic.
be
Till
different,
then,
but
bye bye.
usability
Take
will
care.
be exactly the same, just like Windows. So my friends, this is a tip for making sure you're kickstarting use of your old hardware which is not usable, just lying around. You don't know what to do with this. You don't want to throw it because when you bought it, it was really the top of the line, and you spend a lot of money buying it, but it is not useful now. You can make it useful by following this process, and you don't have to be a technical person. You just follow the guidelines that I have given you. All you have to do, just to summarize my points, download ubuntu.iso file from ubuntu.com, or Linux, Mint Linux or Kali Linux, whichever you feel, any
Hello
operating
friends,
system,
this
they are
is
all the
Chandra
same.
from
They are
Akulmach
very user
Technologies.
friendly.
Welcome
Download
to
them in
Top
your hard
Rise.
disk, get a
Today
flash
is
drive, at
International
least 4
Women Day,
GB,
and we will
make
talk a
that as
little
a
bit
bootable
about
flash drive of
International Women
your
Day
operating system of
and what
choice,
it
like
means to
Ubuntu,
men,
Mint,
what it
or
means to
Kali
society,
Linux.
and most
Then
importantly, what
you
it means
need
for
to
women.
boot your
So,
the
before I
laptop which you want
start
to
my
transform
conversation today, I would
using this
like to
flash drive,
congratulate
and
all
voila,
women
you
on
get
this
your
particular day.
laptop working.
And I
Now
really
in this
appreciate the
laptop, it has only
contribution
30
made by
GB.
women
Now I
for the
have 8 GB
upliftment
of
and running of
operating
the
system
society.
and my data files, and I still have
Today,
20
I would
GB
like to
spare
focus more
to
on the
fill in
Indian
more
women.
stuff in it. So
And
this is not
while
obnoxious.
there are
I
a lot
don't need
of
to throw it. I
women
can use it.
globally who
I can give
have
it to kids. I
achieved
can give it
so
to my
much, there
parents,
are
and they
so
can
many
use it.
names that we
So
can
this
take
is a
today.
small tip
But
for
I like
today,
to
my
focus
friends.
on the
Do engage with
women
me.
who are
Let me know
in the
if
business
this
of
tip was
providing
useful for you,
protection to
or you
India.
have any other
So,
suggestion,
providing protection
and we
to
can include
Indian
your comments in
people
the
as
next
well
video.
as
Until
Indian
then, I would
territories.
like to say
So,
goodbye.
these are the women who are working for the armed forces. Now, as most of you would know that there are multi-layer armed forces that work for India. There is a topmost agency which is the Indian Defense Indian Army, which comprise of three different forces, which is Air Force, Navy, and Army. And in all of these top uh, departments, there are women employed at very important positions. Below that, there are border security force, there are other paramilitary forces, then there are police forces, and then there are reserves. So in all of these, there are a lot of women who are working as soldiers, as officers, and they are basically helping the armed forces carrying out different objectives at different point in time. Well, I when I say all this, there are lot of achievements that women have done, and we have also as a country recognized all of them. In fact, for example, there is a BSF group of daredevils who ride the motorcycles every day, and they perform various aerobatics even better than the men. And there is a team of Indian Navy which is called Tarini. They have navigated the earth in a sailboat, And in fact, when they returned to India, they were welcomed none other than the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. Like that, for whatever reason, in the armed forces, women were not given that status until 2020. Uh, there were two things which were not given to women, and that these two things were reserved only for men, that is, the command and the combat. So, in the history, I mean, before the Britishers ruled India, the women, or even during the British Raj, there were a lot of resistance, and women were leading the way. In fact, there were warriors, and I don't want, there are a lot of names. I don't want to name all of them because there are many women who were fighting alongside the men. Many women have laid their lives for the country, and they died fighting. But after the independence was given to India in 1947, we sort of followed the rules set up by the British. And one of the rule was women were not given any command. That means they cannot become an officer. They can become an officer, but they will not become a commanding officer. And second thing was the combat. That means they will not go into battle. So in 2020, the Supreme Court of India has given them the command, and as a result, we have the first Lieutenant General as a woman this year, and she has been promoted as a Lieutenant General of first woman to become Lieutenant General, and she is obviously in the category, and she is obviously a commanding officer. So like that, now this whole area is opened up. There are pilots. In fact, some of the trivia that I like to share is the Indian pilot, women pilot, are the highest in number from any other country. So if you look at even the developed country, the number of pilots that countries like United States or country like France has, India has more than them in terms of the pilot who are flying for the defense. So we anyway have crossed certain numbers. We are a large country and we have a lot of people, and so we have a lot of women also who will qualify to become commanding officers. So my tribute is to women who are working for the defense and the paramilitary services to continue what the good work they are doing. They are working shoulder to shoulder with men. Now they have equal rights. They can get promoted as commanding officers. They are already very brave. They have carried out various operations, and they are working for the safety, security, and development of the country. So salute to all the women on the occasion of International Women's Day. I say goodbye, and I will meet you tomorrow again. Until then, bye bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Top Brass Nation. And as the name of the program suggests, the China is showing aggression at the border, at the Indian border, and you know why they are doing that. So in this episode, we will discuss this and analyze whether the Chinese are stupid. I don't think they are stupid. I think they are very smart. So we will go step by step analyzing what is going on, and the standoff is now more than 3 months. Both armies are facing each other, and it's a huge setup. So what is going on and what is the logic behind the whole thing? And one might think that you know, this standoff started 3 months back, But we feel that the standoff really started in 2017. The preparation and making a plan, because armies, such large armies, don't move without a plan. So in 2017 there was a Doklam standoff. Doklam is a place in a neighboring country called Bhutan, and Chinese army entered this place called Doklam, and the Indian army actually entered Bhutan and tried to stop them. So basically, this the foundation of what is happening today at the line of actual control, that is called LAC, was actually laid down in 2017, and I'm sure Chinese have been preparing for this. So now let's understand what is going on and why there is a standoff with huge build-up on both sides. Uh, the Indians have stopped their aggression, and they are standing face to face in front of Chinese army. So really, if you understand these two countries, they both were very poor countries in 1947-48. India got independence from British, and Chinese government announced the communism in that country. I think we will discuss all of these points and as point wise. And then India became a democratic republic with federal foundation, and Chinese became a communist country. And China has a big army. Of course, China is the most populous country of the world today. So the whole problem between India, China and Pakistan is with regard to the border disputes. And the border disputes, there are many places which are disputed, but let's look at the eastern side of Jammu and Kashmir, which we are going to cover in this video. We will not talk about Pakistan, because that is not the subject that we want to discuss today. So in 1962 there was a battle between India and China, in which India lost the battle, and the Aksai Chin is so-called the area acquired by Chinese. Now the problem is with this invasion in 1962, the battle happened at the same place where the two armies are loggerhead with each other. So the whole point is, when they actually came into India in 1962, acquired this land and defeated India at this point, which is called the Galwan Valley, etc. The battle was happening at that point. Then why they are doing that again? Because if you have defeated a country and you have taken over the land, why you have to fight for it again? So I think we will go step by step, and this is where basically the subject of today's discussion. So the two armies are basically amassed at the line of actual control, and both armies are comparable. I mean, there is one number 2 army in terms of numbers, and there is one number 3 army in terms of numbers. So India is number 3, China is number 2 in terms of numbers. So both armies are pretty large, lot of soldiers, lot of armaments, and it's a big country. China is also a big country, more populous country than India, but India is also a very populous country with 1.3 billion people. The army is also pretty large from both sides, and from both sides is a huge army which is amassed at the border. Now let's understand the geography of this place. The place is very, very high up in the mountain. The battleground is set at 17,000 feet, which is very high, where the normal human being will find difficult to even breathe. The oxygen levels are very low at such heights. At the same time, it is very cold. So right now the summers are ending, but during summer also the temperature does not go below minus 25 or minus 30. So usually these places are so cold and so high up, where a normal life cannot exist. There are only very few animals, but most of the plants, most of the human population is far below than this height where the battleground is set. Now it is the same problem for both parties, India as well as China. They have to bring their armament, and they have to bring their soldiers to fight with the enemy nation. So at such cold temperature, the usual armaments that you have may not work. You need to design things which work at such low temperature and they should be easily transportable at such heights, and then they should be able to you should be able to train your soldiers with those armaments. So I think this is a problem with both sides. So here India has an edge when it comes to face on the ground fight, simply because the Indian soldiers are well accustomed to fight on the height. There are places in India which are patrolled throughout the year 24 by 7 by Indian Army. So they are already well suited, well trained to operate at a height. Second advantage Indian Army has is that they are battle hardened. They have fought a lot of battles in variety of terrain. So they have experience of fighting in the sand, fighting in snow, on the mountains, in the desert, and so on, in the water. There are many training institutes which give such training in India, which are obviously operated by the army establishment. Then there are a lot of training which is available for smart uh, commando training, which are trained in all kinds of warfare. So India is very well trained, battle hardened, lot of experience, and have equal amount of armament as much as China. Now, if you look at the Chinese geography on the Chinese side, it is a plateau. It is a world largest plateau called Tibet, and so you can come up to the border area where the Himalayas starts. You can come south towards India. The problem is the Indian side is having a lot of gorge, valleys, mountains, and the Indians have a bigger problem in terms of understanding the geography. But if China starts a war with India, they will have to face the same problem, because they can come over the plateau and they can reach the boundary of India. But then what happens after that? So in the battle, they will have to face the same challenges that India is facing right now. Whereas India has overcome these bottlenecks because they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of soldiers who are accustomed to work, to live, to work, to fight at such height. They are trained at such height. Um, you know, the soldiers, Indian soldiers can run for 30-kilometer dash with full pack on their shoulders and back at such height. So they are very well trained, very well familiar with their surrounding. So in this department, where there is a face-to-face fight happens, India definitely gets an edge. And that probably explains the reason why the two parties are not still started the war, even though there are skirmishes here and there, but they have not started the full-fledged war. And China is the invader, but they should have started it, but they also not started. They have amassed at the border, but they are waiting for something. So let's analyze what is the next department, which is the air department. Now, if you look at the air, the role of the combat aircraft is basically to attain the air supremacy. That means from the height you can see the vast area and you can control things which are unfolding at the ground. And if your aircraft in the air, you have better control of the war field. That is actually the role of the Air Force, to eliminate enemy radar systems, enemy tracking devices, and enemy military installations on the ground. And once they attain that, they'll be just hovering over on the top to get the air supremacy. This is exactly what US achieved in the Iraq war within first 2 days, first 48 hours, where after that the war continued on the ground for a couple of months, couple of days, but the US had the complete air supremacy on the battleground. Now if you look at the India-China situation, today's fighter planes fully loaded are very heavy. They need to take off with full armament, but on Chinese side you cannot make airports which are on the Tibet plateau, because the atmosphere is very thin. So when the aircraft try to take off from such environment, they cannot take off with the complete payload. So even though the Chinese Air Force has all the equipment and all the fighter planes very advanced as we know about it, J-20, which is comparable to India's Rafales. But they have to take off from the air bases which are quite interior into China, and they are quite far off from the battleground. So by the time these aeroplanes reach the battleground in the Himalayas, they will be running short of fuel, and they will have only few minutes to engage with the Indian aeroplanes, Indian fighter planes. So this is a big situation for Chinese Air Force. Whereas on Indian side, there are air bases already on the ground, and where the advanced Sukhois and Jaguars and Rafales can take off with full load, full armament, and within 2 minutes they can reach the heights of Himalayas. So the Indian in this department in the Air Force, even though the Chinese planes may be, they may have more number of planes, but when they send their aeroplanes, they will not be effective enough to counter the preparation done by the Indian Air Force. So here in this department also, the Indian Air Force, have an edge because they are much more equipped and well trained and suited to defend their boundaries. So this is with regard to the Air Force. So let's look at the third aspect, which is the Navy. So very little is known about Chinese Navy. They have not done, apart from firing some rockets here and there, they have not got into any sort of naval warfare so far. So we don't know much about their capabilities. They may have a capability, but their capabilities are not proven. On the other hand, the Indian naval forces are quite capable. They have aircraft carrier, they have destroyers, cruisers, frigate, all kinds of category of battleships Indian Navy has, and they have also achieved complete blockades. They have managed blockades during battle in the past. So they have a lot of experience of fighting and creating blockade for the enemy countries. The biggest advantage Indian Navy has is that they have an ally called United States, which has the biggest navy in the world. And United States and India can, in case of a war situation, can completely block Chinese trade coming from the South China Sea. There could be complete blockade. So I think even without knowing Chinese Navy capabilities, it is fairly certain that the China will have a real big problem if they get into any naval warfare. So that is with regard to the Navy side of it. So we are just analyzing why the two armies are loggerhead but not fighting. So I think we are covering one after the other all aspects. The fourth aspect is basically the intercontinental ballistic missiles. So if you look at India and China, both countries have the intercontinental ballistic missile ICBMs. Both countries are nuclear powered. So if they want to fire and use this option, they can target various cities and they can reach out to various cities. India can fire on China, China can fire on India, and they can destroy cities and kill a lot of civilians. The whole problem with this option is that the objectivity is not achieved because both are equally matched. Even though China may have a better rocket systems, more advanced, but when you fire a rocket is a rocket. Both parties can fire on each other. Both parties can kill thousands of people, destroy cities. But the objectivity of going into war is not achieved. I think the history has taught us that until unless you have a clear conviction and clear objective in mind, you should not invade. Whereas China has decided to invade, but they are halted at the border. The Indian army has given them a bloody nose, and Indian army is actually stopping their advance. But they are not fighting. Both parties are still logger jammed, but they are not fighting. This is an option which is not going to be used, even though both countries have very advanced, very long-range continental ballistic missiles, but these will not be used. I don't think any country will like to use this option because of the no objectivity. They will not be able to destroy any military installation, but they will end up killing a lot of civilians and destroying a lot of cities on both sides. So I think this is a futile option which will not be used, even though both countries have invested heavily in developing their continental ballistic missiles. Now, even if you decide to fire on enemy on both sides, both countries have their uh, protection, defensive systems to protect themselves. So even if you fire a nuclear weapon or some sort of a rocket or things like that, both countries have the capability to stop them. So because of this defensive nature of comparable strength both India and China has, the it's futile to fire long range missiles on each other. So going back to the previous point that I made is that in air power, even though China may have a better air force, but because of the terrain they are lacking, they will not be able to uh, mount a very big aerial offensive. And Indian Air Force is not something like a small air force, they are equally comparable air force, and they are more suited to combat with the Chinese aircraft. In the Indian Army front, the soldiers are much suited to operate at a higher highlands, high mountains. They have different techniques which they have practiced and evolved into a much more better fighting force over the years, and they are battle hardened. So I think the China does not have too much of an advantage when they are uh, trying to show their strength to India. Now, the fifth element here is the people. So let's understand what is the difference between Indians and Chinese. So let's go with Chinese first. See, the China became a communist country in 1947-48, around 50s, last century, and then they decided. I mean, they were a very poor country, just like India was also a very poor country. But Chinese decided to implement a one-child policy, whereas Indian government did not impose anything. I mean, the whole point is that both government wanted to control the population because both countries were poor, and the Chinese government decided to impose the one-child policy. Now, since 50s till now, multiple generations have come and gone. At least 5 to 6 generations have come. So the effect of one child policy on the Chinese people is remarkable. You can't even imagine. The point is that one parent can have only one child, and over the years they have lost the connection between their families. So if you look at a Chinese person, the chances are almost like 90% they will not have relatives other than their parents. They will not have nephews, uncles, aunts, nieces, cousins. So that is why to lose a soldier, obviously this is a mass where the soldiers come from. To lose a soldier's life in a battle which is which is basically futile, where the objectivity is not visible, is a very difficult thing to justify for the Chinese army. At the same time, for India, let's look at the Indian people. India is a very diversified country. It became a federal nation with 29 different states, with 29 different governments elected by the people of that state, all coming under a central government umbrella. And this whole system works in a very democratic manner. There are elections done for each and everything in this country, in India. So the real power is with the people, not with individual. Unlike Chinese people, where there is a communist party and the communist party basically decides the fate of the country. Here, if people want, they can bring down a government, they can bring down a state government, they can bring down a central government, and so on. So there are multiple things. At the same time, there is a legal system which is independent of politics. That is a big difference. In India, nobody can influence the legal system of India. And the third difference here, which is driven by people, is the media. And as we say in India, media is the fourth pillar of democracy. So media is completely independent of politics, not legally bound, and there is freedom of expression. So this is how the India as a country evolved uh, both countries, India and China, most populous countries of the world, almost 50 to 60% of the population lives in these two countries. They started in 50s, both were poor, but they took a different path. Whereas the Chinese people became very in a silo, whereas India evolved in a multiracial, multi-religion, multicultural civilization. So this is a difference between India and China. The Chinese government will not be able to lose their people without any objectivity. They will have to go back to their people, even though they are communists, but then every government is scared of any uprising. So if they start losing people, and especially the family size are shrunk to only parents and child, it is very difficult for anybody to justify going on war. With what objective? With clear visibility that there is no edge that China can win over anything. Even if they are able to win, the Indian people are so different from Chinese people, they cannot be ruled, they will be uprising. So I think it's very clearly visible that what China is trying to show to the world by coming and attacking India is something which I'm sure they are not stupid. They already know that this is a battle which they cannot win, and it's a futile. So the last question is why? I think that's a big question. When we can think of what China is trying to do, I'm sure Chinese government and ruling dispensation can also plan things out. So my assessment of this whole situation is that it is futile to go on war. Both sides will amass. It is basically show of strength, giving a message to the world that hey, we are very powerful, blah blah blah. But I don't think there will be a war between India and China. There cannot be, because both parties are equally matched, and Chinese have little they don't have little India has a little edge. Chinese does not seems to have a lot of advantage, and they are the aggressor. So they are, if they want to basically attack India, they should have some objective in mind. It does not look like that they have a clear objective. They have come to the border, they have created a situation, but they are not coming forward and they are not starting the war. Why? So that's really the question. So I think they are trying to give a message. They are saying that hey, um, divert attention maybe, or they are saying that let's resolve our border issues, but they want to invite India on a border talk, but they want to show that they are calling India for a border talk and settle the issue forever for two civilizations to coexist, but from a position of strength. So they are trying to show off that they are strong. They are, but maybe that is something that they have in mind. So many conversations have happened between two countries. Delegation level talks have happened. Nothing has come out. So it is status quo. Indian Army Corps commanders meetings have happened. So many. At least Indians know about all this transparently because we have a very independent media. Everything is discussed. There is a parliament. There are assemblies in all states. Everything is openly known to people of India and the world. Because if we know everything, obviously the media is networked today. Everybody knows what is happening on the Indian-China border. But I have my doubt what is being fed to Chinese people. What is the level of information they have? But I think my understanding is that there will be no war, and maybe there is some other messaging which is being planned by China. And I'm perfect in my thought process that Chinese are not stupid. They are not going to wage a war with India. They are not going to basically waste their manpower. They cannot afford soldiers dying. They cannot afford to even losing their pilots, and obviously Navy is their Achilles heel. So I don't think they have right resources and right motive to engage with India, and uh, there's nothing like I'm going to win some landmass, because to hold that landmass again you need to set up a government, and you need to set up you need to win over people, which I'm sure they they are not in position to win over people, especially the democratic country cannot be ruled by a communist country. I'm sure the Chinese people know about this whole fact, and that is why this kind of messaging is going on from China. So this is the analysis of what is going on at the border. Friends, do write to me, give your comments, give your suggestions, give your feedback. If you have any questions, I will take that up in the next episode of Top Brass Nation, and I will meet you again tomorrow with something more interesting, more analytics. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training a lot of IT professional and marketing professional. But nowadays he is in Bangalore and I think enjoying his stay there. And welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good, Kanchan. Thank you. Have a great day ahead. And it's a wonderful to be talking to you again. And let's start.
Yes, Satish, we had been talking about the great state Karnataka, and we had been discussing about food, about places like Lal Bagh, and how we enjoy staying. Especially when I was in Bangalore, I got chance to see a lot of places. We enjoyed our stay, and now when you are in Bangalore, I'm sure you will be having a bucket list that I will be visiting this after maybe revisit some places of your liking, right? And then I also know that I feel that architecture of Karnataka is awesome because the architecture is not only done by one dynasty. When we see in the history, it has been done by Badami Chalukya. Architecture buildings are done by Hoysala. Then we have Vijayanagara also, which has awesome architecture, and it's worth really watching and visiting these places. What you say?
That's right. That's right, Kanchan. As I told you and mentioned that I have a very deep interest in the historical facts. Though history is always written from the victor's point of view, and but sometimes history leaves its trail much more than what it is written in the books or what it is shown in the media or movies. So it is very important to visit the historical places of any place where we stay. And luckily, Karnataka has got a lot of great historical points of interest, as you said, Chalukyas and other kingdoms, Kadambas and Vijayanagar very recently. And then there are like Bahmani Sultanate and some of the sultanates during the Mughal timings. So it is very interesting to visit these places and just stand there, be there, try to understand read the local literature, talk to the people, and sometimes we can really imagine what would have happened in those ruins that we see. And going by the my way of learning the history is going from today and then going backwards rather than learning from the starting of BCE times or millennia times and all. So I go back from the modern history to the medieval history to the ancient history, and That's how I am able to imagine, and I can tell you my imagination can run very fertile up to 200 to 300 years of timeline. Before that, it all goes into the medieval, where I have to depend more on the written and the said books or music or the folklores. But for the last 200-300 years, I can imagine, and I'm really impressed by the way the Carnatic region has shaped up. This is the state which is connected to all the southern Indian states by border. Goa is to the northwest, Maharashtra is to the north, Andhra Pradesh is to the east, Tamil Nadu to the southeast, and Kerala to the south. And it also has a sea coast. We spoke briefly about Mangalore yesterday. So this state in itself, if it would have been a country, it would have been a fulfilling country, because it has everything in it. The mining industry is there, the rich cultural heritage is there, music, literature, architecture. If we can talk about the Carnatic architecture, we will take so many days to just talk about the impacts of it, the effects of it. And the architecture, interestingly, is not just to be seen in the current borders of Karnataka. It is seen beyond the Karnataka borders. So I am told that Ajanta and Ellora also have the Carnatic architecture in their sculptures. And that is something very, very interesting, and it needs to be probed, it needs to be discovered, it needs to be discussed in a way where the real essence of this state is basically spoken about. Going by the strength that this state brings into the Indian Union, which is my foremost interest, that this state brings 28 Lok Sabha seats, Kanchan, in the 545 parliamentary seats. If I'm correct, 545 or 543. 28 Lok Sabha seats. And in Rajya Sabha, it has 12 seats. So it is a major state in that way. Actually, it can make and decide, make or break a central government in a given situation, right? So that way, this state is very important. And one thing I also want to pick up and say this in our conversation today, that Karnataka is more than Bangalore. Karnataka is more than Mysore. Karnataka has much things to rejoice and be proud of than just maybe one or two urban places, right? And that is where I think me and you have a responsibility to bring up this kind of information about our provinces, where we are able to say, yes, this place is, this city in this state is a flagship because it brings the revenue. But there are other places equally interesting, equally important, equally impactful. What do you say?
Yes, Siddesh, when you land and in Bangalore, and when you see even Vidhan Swadha, it itself is a very good example of a Karnataka architecture. And you must have seen Shravan Belgola, where we have a huge statue of Buddha, and many people, it's a very good tourist space. A part of this, we have Mysore Temple, we have Meenakshi Temple. So beside these religious places, they are a very good example of architecture. And when you really visit these places, I'm telling to our viewers, when they go to Karnataka and they go to Bangalore, don't miss any of these sites, because that provides so pleasure to your eyes, and you really compelled to think that how these huge artifacts and huge temples and domes, Gol Gumbaj, and all that is being created, being made by artisans, and how they are being propagated and promoted by the rulers of Karnataka.
That's right, Kanchan. So I have visited the Mysore Palace, and I must tell you that it was an awesome experience. I have seen it in the Dashera time when the whole Mysore Palace is lit up, and I kept wondering. I mean, the engineering, the marvel, the architecture, the design, all of this in a time when supposedly there was no technology as we know it today. How could the artisans do it? How could the technicians do it with the wonderful those temples and the carvings of those temples? How you make that with those kind of precision? How do you make a full temple on one stone? And all of this Vidhan Saudha, as you mentioned, that is a magnificent building. And whenever I have crossed the Vidhan Saudha, I just park my car for some time and I look at the wonder of that architecture, how it is made, how it is maintained. And I know for sure there are some school trips happening to the Vidhan Saudha where they take the school children inside the Vidhan Saudha. They are able to see the parliamentary or assembly process in the motion, which is very interesting. I don't know whether I can get into that mode and get inside Vidhan Saudha to see those things. And the other thing is that Karnataka is quite rich in terms of the coastal region, the hilly region, and the plains of Deccan Plateau. And Deccan Plateau is an interesting land formation in India, which is supposedly one of the oldest kind of rocks found on this planet. And Deccan Plateau is a study of a lot of geologists have studied the Deccan Plateau, and Karnataka has a big share of that Deccan Plateau. And that's very interesting to look at those. I'm interested in the geography of it, the flora and the fauna of it. Shravan Belgola, you mentioned. I have not been there, I must admit, but whenever I have seen that huge idol, I just think when I see it from the front, what kind of imagination or the story that I will be building, and probably I will get some different kind of an insight altogether. Shravan Belgola, I am also told it's a great pilgrimage for the Jains, our Jain communities, right?
Yeah, yes. Because I feel that Karnataka is a combination of all the religion. That's the center of all the religion: Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and of course Islam. So it is, and people are intermingled in a very strong thread of this culture. And you also mentioned about Mysore Palace. Have you been to Bangalore Palace, the Royal Palace, which is Kodiyar Palace, private palace? Have you got any chance?
I have seen it from the outside. Kanchan, because when I visit these kind of places, which I'm very much interested to, what I do is that I first of all do my research. I do a study about the folklore, the facts, the history, the fiction, what people tell about it, and then I go. Then when I am in these places, I can really enjoy. And maybe one day I will also be able to tell you. I have visited your Hyderabad's Nizam's palaces, but I visited once. I did my own study and understanding and made some insights about it. Then I visited and I figured out something more value out of it.
Yeah,
so I plan.
Yeah. It is said that this Bangalore Palace resembles a Windsor castle, and they have a great collection of lot of artifacts which are very, very beautiful. But the point is that they also have electric equipment collection, which is rare. So in case if you get chance to really visit this palace, make sure put it in your bucket list.
Definitely. I have enjoyed some science museums, planetarium, and M. Vishweshwaraya, who was a great engineer from this state, one of our original engineers of modern India. We have an institution named after him. I have been there, and of course, these historical places I would definitely visit. While I do my own research, I carry my own literature around it. And I'm also repeatedly told about North Karnataka. I have been told about Dharwad area of Karnataka, which is supposed to be intellectually quite ripe and intellectually sensitive, and a lot of academicians, poets, literature, artists, musicians have come from the Dharwad area, and including some of the top corporate people as well. So, and also Dharwad is also famous for that sweet Dharwad Petha sweet. Then there is Bidar, Kanchan. Bidar is a very, it is at a confluence of a couple of states together. So it has a mixed culture, Bidar, and there are some artifacts which are called Bidri items, and which is a collector's item. Bidar is also a place where Indian military has got a big installation over there. Bijapur has got its modern historical importance of Bijapur, and therefore each of these areas, Chikmagalur, Hassan, Uttar Kannada, Belgaum, these are the places where there is a lot of hidden gems in terms of the local people value, historical value, uh, cultural value, food value is there. And that is what excites me to talk about these things and bring forth and tell people that Karnataka is not only about Bangalore or not only just about Mysore. I think you agree.
Yes, definitely. And I also want to add in this list is Kurg, because Kurg tea, you just forgot. It is so tasty and it's so awesome. Really, people literally go to Kurg to have a tea there, isn't it? Have you been there?
I am really sorry that I couldn't mention it. Hopefully, my Kurgi friends would pardon me for that. And I have heard a lot about Kurg, Kanchan. The food of Kurg, not just coffee, but also other food, and the Kurg area, the hills, the natural beauty of Kurg. This is amazing, and I have to find time to go there. But as I told you, I have to do its research. I have to take my time, and I can't just go there for one night and come back next night. Probably I would go to that place, maybe stay for a couple of days, feel the air, feel the atmosphere, talk to the people, visit some uncharted places, visit some of the places where history is hidden. Folklores are only told, it's not written. Then I think I will be able to enjoy and bring an aspect which is not available probably in the public domain.
Yes, so we had been discussing about the state and the Bangalore and other buildings and architecture of Karnataka. We'll be discussing in great length in next episode about Hampi, which gives a lot of weightage to the culture of Karnataka in our next episode. So now I'm just closing this episode now, and we will be talking more in our next episode. And as usual, it is so good to talk to you always. So see you next time. Take care. Bye bye. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. We will relive the days of Hampi together.
Sure. All the best.
Like the serial Bharat Ek Khoj.
Sure. All the best.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gone.
Good morning, CK. It's a beautiful Wednesday here, although we're about to have a thunderstorm, so it should be electrifying. And you've got some electrifying news today, haven't you?
When it comes to thunderstorms, we are in the middle of it, and for last 1 week it's pouring non-stop, and it will continue for next, as per the predictions, next at least 6 to 7 days. So, we are enjoying it.
Absolutely, but you're in a political thunderstorm.
Of course. See, what has happened, Neville, is something which is very specific to India, but I just want to inform you about this before we start discussing, what are the repercussions of this. There is a very famous superstar in India who was just 34-year-old, quite dashing, quite smart, popular among youngsters, multifaceted personality. Is not only a superstar, is a India topper in engineering. So he was a very brainy fellow. He invested with NASA and he bought a land on the moon. He started a lot of scholarship programs for youngsters. He wanted to, apart from doing acting, because obviously he's doing acting to make money, and he was making a lot of money. He was also investing big time in artificial intelligence and also in virtual reality and stuff like that. He was a very person who had a lot of big dreams. So this is all known because he was very popular on Twitter and social media, working with the masses. He had a mass appeal. 2 months back, we heard that he committed suicide by hanging himself from the ceiling fan.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that well.
So initially, there was a lot of publicization by certain PR, come pseudo-secular, come political people that he was bipolar, and therefore he was not mentally stable, and he committed suicide and so on. So for a month, everybody believed that. In fact, I did a video along with my lawyer friend about how to prevent a suicide because everybody believed it. When the government of that particular state is talking about, especially the police and very senior people on the police who are investigating, are saying that there is no evidence. But it turns out that after almost like a month or 30 or 35 days, the certain other facts started tumbling out. Things like his diary, in which he's talking about his future plans. It turns out the doctor who declared him bipolar was a fake. So a lot of these things started coming out, and for some reason his body picture was made viral. And then a lot of people started analyzing the body and the ligature mark and what are the injuries and all that. And it turns out that a lot of people, specialists, not only from India, but even outside India, even from United States, non-Indians, they started analyzing these pictures and they started saying, it doesn't look like a suicide at all. The injury mark is not of a hanging, it's of a strangulation. And after that, and a lot of Indian experts, forensic experts who are probably retired or in different police forces across different states started voicing their concern. So ideally, the state government should have ordered a separate inquiry because, as a citizen, I feel that the state government or any government in India is elected by people. So their job is to represent people. And if people themselves are questioning the state government investigation, the police investigation. So what is the responsibility of the state government? They should look like as if they are representing people in the assembly. So they should order for an independent inquiry. So there are ways to do it. There is a centralized agencies. There are not one, there are multiple central agencies in India which can be summoned for conducting a independent inquiry. So this way, state government would look good. Say, and they can always give speeches in multiple platforms. Hey, you didn't believe us? At least believe the central agencies because we called them. But on the contrary, what happened? They blocked all central agencies. They tried to block the media, and they blocked investigation done by other states into this state as well. And finally, this whole murky business reached the Supreme Court. And today, after 2 months of long legal battle, and why I'm saying that it's a legal battle, it's not people versus the government, it's the governments of two states fighting with each other. Because this person who died belonged to another state.
Okay.
And he had a lot of fan following in that state. So the government of that particular state came under a lot of pressure of people. So they actually approached the court, the highest court of India. And now from today, the central agencies have been summoned by the court and they will do the investigation. So it's a big deal.
Wow.
It is a big.
It's a huge deal.
Yeah.
And a huge deal. All starting from something that clearly someone wanted to cover up. I mean, let's face it, from what you're saying to me, and you're in the know, this is a massive, massive cover up.
Well, I have not given you any names. I have not told you even the state names. I have not given you, I know, in fact, it is coming in the media, all the names are being pronounced, but between you and me, I'm not giving any names. I'm just giving you an incident so that we can, understand this in depth. And probably with your wisdom, you can say, in an elected government or in a democracy, what is the responsibility of elected government? Probably you can throw some light on that.
Well, it goes further than an elected government or democracy. It goes into one of the most highly respected values that we have in society, and that's one of trust. When we elect anybody, whether it's in an organization or it's in a community as a local representative, we're putting trust in that individual. We've made that mental assessment of trust. This is a person I can trust. Well, if they're a person you can't trust, you'd never give them your vote, would you? You'd never say, I'm going to vote for this person, but I don't trust them. You just wouldn't vote. Simple as that. That's not a wasted vote. That's just the fact that you don't believe in them. And the point is, it goes to our inner core of our belief system. So let's just make this very simple. You have a close friend, and that close friend has been a close friend for some time. You trust that friend with everything they're doing. And then that friend goes and does something that they don't tell you about, but you find out about it through someone else. And it's pretty bad. It's so bad, it's going to question everything about your friendship. Do I trust this person with anything going forward? I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, but it's bad. Just like this event is pretty bad. Saying that someone's committed suicide, advising everyone that, that's what happens to these famous people. They live on highs and they live on lows. I mean, we see it around the world. I mean, actors in particular are prone to this type of arena because they do have massive highs. But when nothing is going for them, there's no adrenaline rush. You can only imagine the lows that they go to. And some people do go into depression. They start heavily drinking, they go into drugs. And all of this discussion is going on around the fact that someone quite famous, quite young, long future ahead of them, has committed suicide. I didn't know this person, really. I read it in the newspaper and I saw it on the international media. And I remember it was on BBC News. I mean, this was big news. And now, you're finding out that it's not true. This whole person's life has been castigated by a lie, and that lie is now unfolding. So it's hitting everyone, not just Indians, but it would hit me too. I would turn around and say, do I really trust these people who are making decisions? What other decisions have they made recently that I now bring into question? And it's this whole one issue of trust. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. What you were going to say?
No, I was just saying that this is not the first issue in last 8 months. This is second cover up the state government has done. There was a lynching incident which has been covered up, and even that has gone to the highest court of India, which is Supreme Court, and it is awaiting judgment. So this is second one in very close proximity in terms of this few months. So I think.
But it would. I mean, it would bring into. I mean, even a good friend of yourself, you would bring into question your own judgment. Because we do judge people. Let's face it. But if you've got a really good friend of ours, and you then find out that really good friend has done something that actually is immoral, illegal, whatever, and it brings into question all of the other decisions you've made. Not they've made, but you've made. And obviously, the more popular the individual, the more people are going to feel it. And the last thing you want is literally, I mean, this is what social unrest is all about. It's the effect of one thing happening that has a massive impact across the community. I mean, we've seen it in America with Black Lives Matter, that brought to the forefront by what appears to be the innocent killing of an individual by the police. And it brings into question then everything else that these people are doing. So we just need to take a step back here and think about this one value that we have. Values are very personal, but communities have a value, and it's this value called trust. So it's been undermined, and the point is, you can lose it, and if you don't do certain things, you'll never recover it. We all make mistakes. But like anything else, if you make one lie and another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up the consequences of that lie, all of a sudden, you've lost reality. Your life is just a perception. You're constantly living this lie. So I think we can learn lots of lessons from this.
So on this subject alone, I would like to say that, I feel that the state government is foolish, because in today's environment, all these evidences which are coming out, because you have cremated the body, you have destroyed the evidence, and you have declared the person deceased as a suicidal case. You did not even file a police complaint because it's an accidental death. But, he had a lot of neighbors, and he had a lot of friends. So the incident has been captured by mobile from different angles when the body has been taken out and all that. So all that is coming out. So what on earth the state government was thinking that they can hide it? Because even if you cremate the body thinking that the evidence is destroyed, but it really doesn't, because there is Wi-Fi data. You can, in today's world, even if multiple people enter this guy's house, their mobile will be tracked, their Wi-Fi will be tracked. So if you want to do investigation, you can always catch the criminal. And if you just catch one fish, all the fishes will be caught. It's a matter of time.
Once you catch one fish, you catch the whole school. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is, unlike 20, 30 years ago, pre-internet, pre-smartphones, everyone being a journalist. We're all journalists. Everyone, if you see a tussle in the street, people don't call the emergency number anymore. They get their mobile phone out and start videoing it and stream it live. And this is the reality that we're working within, you know. And that's not to say, you know, you need to be really careful about what you do. Be who you are. I mean, that's who you need to be. And if that is merit-worthy on the internet, you know, then people will do it. You tend to find that the things that go viral on the internet are mostly the bad things. Sometimes we see some good Samaritan stuff that goes viral, you know, but that's just the nature of human beings. I'd like to see more of the good stuff going viral.
No, but one thing I have to say that, you know, they try to destroy the evidence by even destroying the CCTV camera footage. But the next building had the CCTV camera. They never thought about it. So how many things you can cover up? You know,
but that's my whole point is you start to tell a lie, a little lie, that grows into a bigger and a bigger and a bigger one, and then actually you lose sight of which one you're working with. If you always tell the truth, you've never told a lie. You know, your brain actually is only if you've forgotten things, you've actually physically forgotten it. You've not decided to put it in the back of your mind and lie about it. You've just forgotten it. So it's a message to us all, really, here. You know, and I'm not saying, you know, everyone tells little white lies. They do. You know, it's just a human nature. But this one has got massive repercussions. And the bigger the issue, the worse the consequence, as we all know. It's common sense, really. But again, going back to these elected officials, how deep is the cancer?
Oh, it's very deep. I don't want.
Exactly. You know, that's the problem. You know, it's just the question that we all start to ask: how deep is it? And the interesting thing is, that's one local government. Are the other local governments watching? Are they thinking about, oh yes, we've got to be really careful here, or actually saying we're never going to do that? You know, and they've all got policies. You know, they've got fantastic policies of being honest, truthful. You know, don't lie, seek the truth, because they're in public office. You know, and we trust people in public office, no matter two ways about it. Even in the most corrupt of arenas around the world, we've got a modicum of trust around certain leaderships. But when you're trying to promote trust, because undoubtedly they will have a value statement somewhere within the organization.
Of course, I mean, it takes long time to build a trust, maybe a couple of decades sometimes, but it takes just one incident to destroy the whole thing. So I think it's a learning for all of us. We have to learn from this incident, especially people who are involved. I don't think with what face they will go back to public asking for votes. I think that is where the whole question lies, and you know, public servants should never lose trust of people.
It's a difficult arena. I mean, I would never run for public office anywhere. We've all got skeletons in our cupboards, and that's not the reason I wouldn't run for public office. The reason I wouldn't run for public office is, if I were to do it, it would have to be 100%. I couldn't. I mean, even in the UK, you can be a member of parliament, you know, a local politician, and you can have another job. My view is, if someone's paying for my commitment in this arena, they're paying for me, period. And I take a sabbatical from everything I'm doing. And if that sabbatical is 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, then it's a sabbatical. But I have to be committed to that one thing. As you've heard me often say, commitment is an on-off switch. It's not a dimmer. So if you're an entrepreneur, for instance, you're living and breathing being an entrepreneur. That doesn't mean to say you have to be committed to one company, okay? But that's not in the public arena. You can have multiple companies, but each of those companies know the level of commitment you can give. So you might say, well, I've got 5 days a week. That means I can support 10 companies. So that's morning, afternoon, etc., etc. If that's the way you do it, that's fine. But in public office, you're a public servant. And a public servant is just that, a public servant. We all can take a massive lesson from this, from a very sad and unhappy event that I'm glad that his family and friends are getting closure, because I bet they didn't believe it in initially, but all the evidence was stacked up against them.
Yeah, so the family approached, they never believed in the suicide theory. So they approached the legal system, and based on their effort, we are seeing that the central agency is getting involved. So I think the investigation will now start. It is not, nothing has happened in the last 2 months. So.
Well, the good thing is the justice system is intact. It may have had a bit of a wobble for a couple of months, one hell of a wobble, but the justice system is intact. So that's where our belief can still be in that system. We can still trust in something that's above everybody else, which is great. So there's a real positive to come out of this. And hopefully we can all learn the lessons.
I think there is a huge lesson for people who are in senior positions or having public life. I really thank you for giving us this advice today. I would like to end this discussion by stating Martin Luther King, who said, and I quote, that if there is an injustice in a small area, that shouts out at all the justice in other areas. So I think this is exactly what has happened here in this case.
Yep. And of course, he said that last century, over 40 years ago. In fact, it's probably nearer 60 years ago.
Right.
When are we going to learn the lesson?
I think it's high time we should learn the lesson.
It's high time we should learn the lesson. Before social media teaches us.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for this discussion this morning. It's a sad event, fundamentally, but the right outcome is going to be had.
Yes, Neville, thank you very much, and we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Cheerio, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I will have to discuss or rather talk about how the CEO's perception or image is perceived by their own teams as well as by the industry by and large. Many times we all feel that CEO is not human being and he is a magician. The entire team basically look at the CEO and they expect the CEO to commit a wonder and come out victorious every time. But it is very, very difficult for any human being, even though he may be a CEO or a leader of a team, to tell what are the the qualities that they bring to the team, which makes them successful. So, considering this aspect, which is broadly overlooked today, and as you all know, we have a very popular platform for branding and lead generation called Top Brass. We have started a new feature in our platform called Likeable Leaders. In this feature, we talk to the leaders who are our clients, and we discuss about their story, where they can talk about uh, their successes, their failures, what sort of books they read to get inspired, how they inspire their own team, or rather motivate their own team, what kind of discipline they have in their public and personal life in order to control their activities, um, what sort of focus they have in their life, um, how they what drives them, and things like that. So this is going to be a 15 to 20 minutes video where there will be a conversation between leader and myself, where I will ask a set of few questions which will bring out all these aspects of a leadership, or of leading a company or a startup or a well established product organization or a services organization. And so this is just an introduction, and I look forward to talking to you all and taking your leadership, your qualities to the world on our Top Brass channel called Likeable Leaders. Thank you. Look forward to talking to you. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to another edition of Top Brass. And here I am privileged to have my guest today in our show, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist across India and also a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure again to be with you. Thank you so much.
It is our pleasure indeed, Nagesh. And as you know, we are on the journey of understanding the human rights. And one of the critical human rights that we want to talk about is the right to livelihood. So, like to know your opinion about this particular aspect.
Well, CK, as the first thing we must understand is that human dignity is the essence of all rights and liberties created by the constitution makers. Article 21 stands as a shield against the threat to basic human right, that is life and personal liberty, and right to livelihood can include basic shelter, food, education, occupation, and medical care. The Honorable Supreme Court, in a very famous Olga Tellis case, popularly known as Pavement Dwellers case, held that right to livelihood is born out of right to life, as no person can live without the means of living, that is, the means of livelihood. In yet another case of UP Awas Vikas Parishad and Chameli Singh, right to shelter has been held to be a fundamental right, which springs from the right to residence secured in Article 19(1)(e) and the right to life guaranteed by Article 21. Now, shelter for human being, therefore, is not mere protection of his life and limb. It is, however, where he has opportunities to grow physically, mentally, intellectually, and spiritually. The right to shelter, therefore, includes adequate living space, safe and decent structure, clean and decent surroundings, sufficient light, pure air and water, electricity, sanitation, etc., etc. So right to livelihood includes the right to occupation, which is infringed in many ways. Now, in the recent times, we see there is a banning of 59 applications by the government. There was introduction of lockdown, which has caused severe problems to daily wagers and workers, and therefore these are the rights which are now affected by government overreaching their powers by announcing some orders.
Fine, Nagesh. I think you mentioned about two aspects, which is the migrant labor related, and the second was the banning of the applications. So we will handle them one by one. So let me ask you one question. If I understand the applications, there were more than 2.5 to 3 billion subscribers, all of them as an aggregate put together, and the biggest one was TikTok and WeChat. So, as you know, TikTok was preloaded on the cheap Chinese mobile phone, so it reached the every corner, every village in India, and that gave a lot of opportunities to the small artisans or even people who want to make some funny musical videos. And these videos were then popularized globally as a funny video from India and from other neighboring countries. And people started making some money, some revenue out of it. So those are the people who are going to lose their small revenue which they were making. Because for them, even small revenue is a big one. So it's going to have a big impact. Second category, which is a direct category, is the TikTok company themselves. They will lose out 800 million user base, and they were selling that for advertising. So there is going to be a huge loss to this company from India, because India being the largest consumer for TikTok. And these videos grows globally. So the revenue comes from all across the world for TikTok, and they will lose out that huge revenue. The third direct category is the enterprises, because these enterprises depend on selling their products to this 800 million subscriber or even beyond. And it was a very important advertising medium for the enterprises. So they are going to lose out that segment itself from their advertising credit. And the fourth important segment of the society is the famous movie stars and different famous people who were running their channels, had their fan followers on TikTok. So while these people have fan followers on Facebook and other social media platform, but they are going to lose a big chunk of TikTok fan followers from their map. So I think there has been a direct impact on society. Some of them, or I would say 80 to 90% of the people who are part of TikTok category will lose out in terms of revenue, and hence they will lose out their livelihood. What is your opinion on this one?
Yes, CK, absolutely. As we have discussed that by this government order, suddenly 59 applications have been blocked. Now, the reason what the government has given is mainly that these apps have been blocked on account of national security. And also there has been an infringement of privacy of the users of these applications, as well as there has been a data penetration or data loss by the users. Now, when this is the reasoning given by the government, definitely it has directly impacted so many people who are using TikTok for their livelihood, for entertainment, for their increasing their popularity, etc., so on and so forth. Now, first I will talk about the people who were making little money, or
so what would that be?
for whom these applications were means of earning money on daily basis. Now, as you all know, now there have been so many social media applications
I think
where
mid-20s,
when people upload their videos or upload their
Very nice.
skills through a medium of a video or otherwise, they are being paid by these
It stokes up to me, doesn't it?
applications such as
I remember
YouTube,
I was there
such as
once, and I
other
think it was around 45
social
degrees.
media
I think we could have
applications.
fried an
Now,
egg
when
in the
we
bonnet
talk
of the
of
car.
TikTok, there were many people who were earning some amount of money, maybe as a means of their livelihood or otherwise, which have been greatly affected due to the sudden blocking of these applications.
I've experienced
There were
it.
some applications
But
being
the
used
challenge
for
was when I
office
used to come,
purposes,
when I
such
came over
as
to
Scam
India,
Scanner
is
and
that of
other
course
applications,
many people
which
don't
has
wear a
really
jacket.
affected the
They would just wear a
office
shirt.
business. Maybe some
Whereas
shop
being a
doing
Brit, I'm used to
Xeroxing
wearing a
or
jacket.
doing scanning
That's right.
documents
There's a shirt and a
for
tie is quite
people
common
in the
India.
offices. So
But
for
because I'm a
them,
Brit,
this was
I'm used to
an
wearing a
earning
jacket
medium,
with a
and
shirt
therefore
and a tie,
the blocking
and I don't
has
feel
certainly
comfortable without the
affected their
jacket on.
livelihood.
So
So far
I
as
ended
film
up
stars
with
are
the
concerned,
jacket, the
of
shirt,
course,
and the tie,
their
and 45 degrees.
direct profiting is because of their popularity. If a film star is
there you
more
go.
popular, he would earn more money and there would be more fan following. So definitely,
I'm not
when
Mr. Bond.
millions of users have been asked to remove these applications from their mobiles, etc., they are going to use millions of fan following, and therefore certainly it's going to affect them substantially. So my view on these kind of people is that when there is a effect on the livelihood of these people, this certainly can be challenged before the court of law, as the Honorable Supreme Court and the courts have held in so many decisions that one cannot be snatched away with the means of livelihood by a feared order by the government. It has to be tested on the in the court as to whether the order which has passed by the government has proper reasoning, whether the same can be passed under the against the protection that is fundamental rights under Article 21, under Article 19 of the Constitution of India. So therefore, of course, these rights are affected, but once this order is challenged, and the people who are affected by this order challenge this order before the court of law, the court could certainly test this order under the provisions of different human rights which are guaranteed to the citizens of this
diplomatic order.
So while the citizens have these rights, they can approach the court and seek the appropriate remedy. The good news is that the vacuum which was created by banning of these apps are already getting filled. In fact, the replacement of TikTok is already there. It's an Indian product called Chingari. They are showing almost like 400,000 downloads every hour, and from Monday next week, the expected download would be about 1 million every hour. So people are immediately downloading these applications and also migrating whatever they had on TikTok on Chingari. So I think solutions are coming on its way. While, as you said, Nagesh, there are rights, and people finding it difficult to migrate to other platforms, they can always take remedy from the legal system. So now coming to the second question, which is regarding the right to livelihood for the migrant labor. Now the situation in India, I can share a few points before you start your narration, is that systematically industries were destroyed in our country during 70s. And all these skilled labor, as a consequence, became unskilled laborers. You know, they were doing work in the factory and they were having different kinds of skills, but those industries were systematically killed during the emergency.
I had something similar.
In fact, when we were growing as kids, we always used to see these movies about workers going on strike. And those are real things because that was going on in the north side of the country.
You know, I was used to working in air-conditioned
then after that, to fill the gap, the industries started building up in the south and Gujarat and Maharashtra and these places. So what happened? The industries are coming up, but there are no labor, and labor became a baseline for any industry. So as a consequence, the labor, which is now called unskilled labor, is forced to migrate to other states and has worked as an unskilled labor in this industry. So during the corona, so this system was going on very well for last 20, 25 years, that the whole industry in India was dependent on migrant labor, either migrating from UP to Maharashtra or Odisha to Tamil Nadu. This was going on. After COVID, we realized that there are daily wagers, people who employ them, even though it is very important for them, they don't take care of them. The governments on those states, they know that these are the baseline workers for my own state's economy, do not take care of them. They're left on the road. And so my question is that this situation we understand very well. So they have returned to their states in UP, Bihar, Odisha, whichever place they are.
A bit of French,
some of them are still stuck.
German.
So my real question is that
French,
there has to be some certain law in the country with regard to migrant labor, right to livelihood. There has to be some sort of a minimum wage law. So I like to know your legal opinion on this issue.
Well, CK, unfortunately,
it's been a while
because of the lockdown, many people, many daily wager workers had to migrate from the actual place of work to their hometowns. Now, why it was done? Because the public health experts recommended that the factories, the companies should encourage that the work should be done either from home or that the workers should not be allowed to come to the workplace because of spread of virus. Now, there are certain work occupations such as retail, restaurants, personal services, gig economy, and informal sectors where this remote working option cannot work. You need people to work on these occupations every day, and they are directly affected because of the lockdown. Now,
but I had a few
since
key phrases.
The factories were shut, the restaurants were asked to close, the malls were asked to shut down. The owners had no option but to tell the migrants to be at home, and as soon as they reopen the factories or shops, etc., they can come back. Now, during the lockdown, some factories were allowed to work at 30% strength or at some strength which the government allowed during unlocking periods. Now, for that also, a lot of workers have started working, but a lot of them, since have gone back home, have not returned. Now, what best the government could do was, one option was direct cash payments to compensate these people who had lost their work, and also that these new arrangements be made for their for creating work for them in their hometowns. A lot of jobs have been announced by the government in Bihar and other places where the government is taking up sub projects, which is a welcoming thing. But as this lockdown is for everyone, be it the owner, the factory owner, the shop owner, and also the migrant worker, both of those have equally been economically affected. Now it is difficult for a person who is owning the factory to pay somebody when there is no work at all. The factory is absolutely shut. There is practically no business which is taking place. So these rights, of course, have been affected, but at the same time, there is a cause which has compelled everybody to shut down their work. Definitely, with saving of their
Right. Yeah.
jobs are concerned,
Yep.
the government
Yeah.
has
Yeah.
come out with some orders,
But
rights have also been said of these
yeah,
workmen.
that's pretty much
Again,
the same with
would be
French, actually.
challenged before the Good Acts. There are certain protection which
Okay.
is given to these daily wage workers under that act. But once
Yeah, I
that
get you.
that situation where everybody is affected, and the court will have to balance it out as to where, how, and in the best possible way the economy
Ah, yeah, I know. It's the same with
must come
French
back
though,
to test the
because
facts and
it's
circumstances
okay till you
of
get
that
to
particular case.
40, but then 60.
So I
doesn't
think
become
India
like,
being a very large country, and
it's not
there
like
is no
60.
bar
It is
from
like
people
40 plus
moving
20.
from one state to other. I
So,
think what we
yeah,
need
so
also, in
60
addition to what you said,
is
is
40.
as a layman, I'm just saying that there has to be some
42
minimum
means
wage
62.
concept. I think Corona has taught us that.
Yeah.
So if people are migrating
makes no
from
sense.
one state to other, there has to be
Because
a
you would
good
think you'd
compelling
have to say
reason.
soixante.
Otherwise, they can
60
continue
is
working
80.
in their own state.
I mean, it's just
There is no need to migrate.
trust
So
the
something
French to
like
make it
what
difficult.
European Union has done, they have created. I mean, in EU also people migrate from France to Germany to Belgium and so on. So they have implemented
There's about as much love lost
sort of a
between
minimum
France
wage
and
law.
England as there is between
Personally, as a
Pakistan and
layman,
India.
I think there has to be a minimum wage law. What is your thinking on that as a legal expertise?
Well, definitely, you see, government has already fixed minimum wages for skilled and unskilled workers, and accordingly, they are required to be
Well, I
paid.
mean,
Now,
we've got the same problem.
what generally
But
the
now, of course, we've got the
contractors or the
Scots
business
that are
people
causing
do
trouble
is
now. In fact,
the
Scotland is more
minimum
like,
wages are not
I think Scotland
paid
is more
to
like
these
Kashmir
workmen
to us.
while they are
it's a bit
taken
of
on
a,
job,
it's a bit of a
and
wart on the north of Scotland.
a threat is alive
I
for
mean,
those people if they don't
they're good enough
accept
people,
the
don't
money
get me
which
wrong.
is being paid to
And
them.
there's a lot of nice Scottish
If not
people. It's
accepted,
not
then they
a
might lose the
general
job.
statement about that.
So
But there is a
this is the
certain
arrangement
mentality.
which a
It's
lot
like I
of
was talking to a guy who's in
workers
Scotland yesterday,
come to,
and I said
and
to him,
they
because Nicola
accept
Sturgeon
whatever
is
wages
continually
are being
saying
given
she
to
wants
them,
to be,
despite the fact that minimum
Scotland to be
wages
a
are not
separate
given.
country.
Now, whenever there
So I
is
said,
a
well,
challenge
if
to
that's the case, I
any
said,
such right,
what currency do they think they're going to
court
use?
takes its own time to decide those rights, and
They
maybe
can't.
after a
They can't.
long period
It
of
would be
time,
like saying Pakistan can
maybe when
use
the workman
the
loses his
rupee.
job, gets
Why
to be
would you let
paid
them use the
whatever
rupee?
the
You
court
can't control their
decides.
economy.
So
And
the
she's
workers
now keeps on to Boris
in our
Johnson
country
saying, oh,
are
you
sometimes
another
compelled to
referendum
face
about
such a
whether we stay or
situation
go.
where minimum wages
And
are
I
not being
reckon the
paid to
best
them.
solution is to say,
But
okay, Nicola,
although it has been fixed by the
we'll
government
take
in
this.
all
We'll let you
occupations in
try
the
being
country.
independent for 12
Secondly,
months, and then you
you
can have a
pointed out
referendum
that
after that.
every state has to become self-sufficient in
So
providing jobs
from April the 1st,
because
we've got
of
to give her a
not
few months to get packed. I agree. We can't just
being
say like, okay, from March the
enough
1st this year
industries in a
for 12
particular
months, good luck.
state.
But what we
The
could say is,
workers,
okay, we
the
give you
people
12 months
who are
from say April
residing
2022
in a
until the
particular
end of
state
March
don't get
2023.
jobs, and
And
therefore
in
they are
May
compelled to migrate to
2023,
other
we'll have
states.
a referendum.
So every state government has to
But
make
in that
arrangements
12-month
by
period,
creating
you'll get
jobs
no
and projects so
assistance
that
from the
the
UK
people
whatsoever.
from that
You're
particular
an
state
independent country.
who
So you can't
need to
come to us for money.
migrate
You've got
from
to
one
balance
state
your
to
books.
another,
You've
gets
got to
their
figure
job
out
and are
how
able
you're
to
going to
survive
make Scotland
and
work
protect
as an
their
independent country.
daily livelihood.
And then you can have a referendum.
It was
We'll see whether
indeed
the
pleasure
Scottish
talking to
people
you,
still
Nagesh.
want
I
to
think we
be
have limited time
independent.
today, but next Monday we will continue our journey on the human rights, and we will also discuss about the world's largest food security
Well, this
program
is the thing. It's
launched
like
by the Prime Minister of
there's a
India,
guy called Ian
which is also
Brushwood.
a part of
and
human
he's
rights,
the
and we will
Scottish
discuss in detail in
National
the
Party guy
next
in
edition on Monday.
Westminster.
So until
Okay.
then, thank you
And
for
when he stands
coming,
up, you
Nagesh.
can give up
Thank you, everybody.
and hearing
Thank
anybody
you very
else for
much,
at least 20
CK.
minutes. The
It was
guy just
pleasure
goes
talking to
on
you.
and on and
Thanks a lot.
on and on
See you.
and on. And it's
Bye-bye.
like, I don't
Bye-bye.
know why we even give him a platform, because he doesn't want to be part of the UK anyway. So he should just go to Scotland and be part of their parliament. He shouldn't be allowed to sit in ours. And he's just, it's like listening to a dripping tap, you know. But there you go. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
Hello, friends. This is
It's
Chandrakant
a
from
bit like,
Akulmach
I think
Technologies.
you're
Welcome to
you
Top
mean
Brass.
the
And
Kashmir,
let me also
Pakistan
welcome
and
my colleague, my
India.
friend, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who's on our show. Nagesh,
Right.
welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you so very much.
Right, yeah.
And I'm glad always to be
No.
with you
Mind
and
you,
talk about
would you really
various
want
things
Pakistan being
happening
part of
around
India,
us.
the people?
So thank you
I
so
think the
very
problem
much.
was more the
So, viewers,
the
Nagesh
mentality
is
was
a
different.
very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he is also well-known pan-India human rights activist. So, in this series of discussion, we are discussing about human rights. And before we start our discussion today, I would like to share that there has been an unprecedented decision taken by Indian government last evening, where they have banned 59 online applications. And some are large applications, some are small applications, but even a consumer like me had one of the application, I had to delete that application, for which I had paid the money.
Right.
So today we will discuss about how banning of these applications affect the human rights. So Nagesh, we would like to know your opinion on this.
Was it us that did
Well,
it before
Chandrakant,
Independence?
as we all know that last night at about
Was
8
it
p.m.,
before you became
suddenly an order
independent,
comes
or?
and there are about 15 applications which have been blocked by the central government
The day
while
after the
exercising their
division.
power under Section 69A of the Information Technology Act 2000.
We did a lot of good
Now,
across the world. But
to
sometimes
tell
we
you
did
the
some really
brief history
stupid
about
things,
this
and I
section
think
was
we were bad
already
at things like that.
challenged
We used
in
to get a
a
ruler out and
landmark
draw a
case
ruler
of Shreya
line and
Singhal
say,
versus
okay, we're
Union of
dividing
India
here.
way
It's like
back
Africa.
in
Africa was
2015. The
divided up with a
Supreme
ruler
Court
and a pencil
struck down
rather
one
than
of the
divided up
sections
by
of
tribes
information
and
technology, that
cultures.
is Section
And that is a
66A,
real problem.
which prescribed penalties
All right, okay.
of the IT Act, saying that it had a chilling effect on the right to freedom of speech and expression over the internet. The person who had come before the Supreme Court had also challenged blocking power of the central government under Section 69A. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court said that Section 69A is legal and valid and did not touch upon that section, saying that that section has its own safeguard. It prescribes own safeguards that would protect the rights of the citizen. So when the government, central government, invokes Section 69A, there is a procedure, there are rules which are prescribed, which came into being in 2009 through a notification, which deals with a lot of rules, like nodal agency. The complaint has to be made by a nodal agency of an institution. Secondly, there is a designated officer which has to be appointed under these rules. There is a committee which has to be appointed, which would look into those complaints and make recommendations. And only after that, the designated officer can block the sites.
One is
now the unprecedented
religion.
move by the
There's a
central
continual
government
friction
blocking
between
en
religion.
masse 59
There's a continual
applications
friction
is not
between
prescribed under Section 69A. Section 69A only allows blocking of any particular site individually. But here what we see is there are 59 applications which have been blocked. So definitely it has affected the rights of the people, as you say, that we have to take out a lot of applications from our mobiles, such as Cam Scanner, which is being used every day by me for scanning the documents and scanning a lot of things for my office purpose. UC browser and other applications wherein people are earning money as well. So it has affected their livelihood as well.
Right.
So therefore, naturally, the rights of people have been affected by a blanket order which has been passed by the government yesterday.
So I think with regard to business, there has to be a business continuity plan. So all the businesses will migrate to different applications. So I don't think any businessman will have, some of them will be dependent on applications like Zoom, like we are doing today. But as a business, we are already thinking of not putting all the eggs in one basket. So like you mentioned, Cam Scanner, this is exactly what I had on my mobile, Nagesh.
True.
I had to delete it, and I'm feeling very sad because I had paid for that application. So, but I think it is part of the game. While this decision of government has sort of taken away a few rights, but what about national security? Because China is a country which is an aggressor on us, and because of the conflict, there are some soldiers dying at the border.
At the end of it.
So, in such a situation, what is your opinion? How Indians should treat this order by the government?
Well, briefly, I will tell you what Section 69 of the IT Act says. It empowers central government to order that access to certain websites and computer resources be blocked in the interest of defense of the country, its sovereignty and integrity, the security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, or for preventing incitement to the commission of an offense.
There's a lot of people. That,
now, the reasons which has come out purportedly says that it is in the national security, public order, and in the wake of endangering the users of their privacy, such an order is passed because people who are using these applications are threatened with their through their apps, their privacy and data security.
So I don't
now
know how that works.
As I said, of course, we are at heads with China these days, and there is a popular kind of movement which has come out that we should ban Chinese applications and Chinese goods, which is welcoming in a way, but the applications which are being used by people definitely must have a reasoned order. Now here there is a order which bans 59 applications. First of all, the order does not mention that these are Chinese applications. Number one. Number two, the government has to come out with some reasons as to what are the reasons of blocking these particular 59 sites. Now, how it is affected, whether there is a complaint, there has to be some logical reasoning which has to be brought before the public. And also, when such an order is passed, it is amenable to challenge before the court of law. Anybody who is affected, like people are using TikTok. There are people are making videos. They are earning money also out of it. They are being watched every day as a matter of entertainment, etc. Now, if that application is banned, definitely it has affected certain people. Like Camster, it's a paid app where people have invested, they have paid money for these applications, and once that application is taken off,
focus needs to be on that then.
Everybody has a right to know as to why from me that
I'll tell you what we should
application is
do,
taken.
Chandra.
The reason has to be brought in. Of course, there are powers with the central government,
we should create an ecosystem
there has to be
for the
cogent
SAARC
reasons
region.
which the government has to come forward with.
So Nagesh, I as a layman feel there are two things. One is as a human being, as an Indian, I feel very strongly in favor of the government order. That is my personal thinking. And number two, as a businessman, I feel that when these applications are taken out from the market, it creates a sort of a vacuum for a few days. But that vacuum will also give opportunity for others to come in. So I think, as I was talking about business continuity plan, one is the issue of BCP, and other is the issue of
Taj on the
our
Thursday
emotions.
evening if I'd
So I
gone to
think
India
with
that
these
week,
two,
because I always
what
had
is your
dinner
opinion?
at
How
the
people should
Taj
take it? Like you said
with
that
the
from the
head of
legal
sales for
standpoint,
Tata Communications,
government has to come out with
and that was
actual
always
reasons
my last
so
night.
that they should
I would meet him
effectively
at the
carry out
Taj
these
and have a
orders.
meal on the first
Second
floor.
thing is how people should,
And that was the very place that was shot
take
at.
this.
And I just
Like
thought,
you said,
well,
that
it's
TikTok,
obviously not
there
my
could be
time to go
livelihood
yet,
loss
Chandra.
for some of them. But I think there could be an opportunity for other
I had a
guys,
bit-
Indian players, or even other countries to come and fill the gap.
Yes, definitely. You see, so far as sentiment as an Indian is concerned, definitely, whenever made in China or Chinese application is coming in front of you, you would definitely would not like to use the Chinese product or the applications which are Chinese. So, of course, when your sentiments towards your country are involved, you would want that it's a good decision. But if you look at from the perspective of somebody who has been greatly impacted in terms of livelihood, in terms of his daily functioning, or the level of with which he has been using the particular application and the impact on his business or his personal life, then that is something very individual. That you see, even if there is a popular kind of sentiment which is involved, but what it has to be tested at the touchstone of legality and validity. Every law not necessarily is liked by people at large, but there is rule of law. There are procedures which are prescribed. There are rules one has to follow, and here the government has to follow certain rules. And if somebody's right is affected of freedom of speech and expression by blocking of these rights, definitely somebody can approach the court of law, and the court would test actually as to whether the order has been passed after following the due procedure, which is prescribed by the government itself in 2009. So that is the distinction we have, that any order does not become valid just because it is very popular amongst people.
No, that's very true.
That is my point.
They're afraid to say.
Thank you very much, Nagesh, for bringing the clarity to me and to my viewers. Personally, I, being an emotional person, I feel very strongly for this order. But I think this whole decision is still unfolding.
That's very true.
Government will
Very
have to
true, Chandra.
show what are the reasons. I think we are a
Very
democratic country, and it is fair for people and citizens of India
there
to
you go.
demand
That's a good
this.
idea.
So with this, I will like to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for your kind
Chandra.
words
I think we get on well
and your
together.
wisdom, knowledge. We are on the journey of understanding human rights. So we'll meet you again tomorrow on similar subjects
Travel the
again.
world again.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure being with you. Thanks again. You take care.
Yeah.
Thank you and
I
bye-bye.
had my jab.
Bye-bye.
I had my Pfizer jab last night. Yeah, fine. My shoulder's a bit bruised, but my arm is still on. You know, my arm's still here. I can still move my arm. A second one. I've got to have a second one within 12 weeks. Yeah. So hopefully that won't do the other arm as well, and I'll be waddling around like a penguin. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. You got a fair few people to cover.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. And today we will be discussing one of the fascinating king of India, Ashoka. Now, I always been mesmerized by this personality because at one phase of his life, he is tyrant, he's killing people. And at the other phase of life, he's non-violent, he has accepted Buddhism. And what I feel is that he's responsible for propagating Buddhism in India and all Indian subcontinent. He is the basic reason why Buddhism survived for so long. And the impact of his era is so much that even today we have accepted our national emblem from his era. So we'll be discussing more about this fascinating king. And to discuss about this king, it is a pleasure to tell you that I'm joined by Dr. Meeta Joshi, who is head of the Department of History in one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. She is teaching, she is giving all knowledge and traditional know-how of ancient India. A part of this, she has her work is being published internationally and nationally. So without wasting any time, I would like to introduce you to Meeta Joshi. Madam, welcome to the show, The Kings, The Great Kings of India. How are you doing today?
Yeah, have you got a question for me on
Namaskar,
that one?
Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Things are moving great. We are still in COVID era, but then life goes on. So we are also coping up with the times. But today we are discussing. We have an opportunity to discuss one of the great king India ever had, the great Ashoka. So I would like our viewers will also like to listen from you about our king.
Before I start talking about Ashoka, I should tell you that he was known as Ashoka the Great. And he was one of the greatest emperors of Maurya dynasty, and he happened to be the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya himself was a very great king, but why Ashoka became great was because of his deeds. Previously, a very
sort of industrial areas,
brutal and tyrant emperor, Ashoka got transformed by one incident which changed his life altogether. And that incident was the War of Kalinga, which he fought and won. But after this war, the very next day when he went into the battlefield, so when he saw the battlefield, he was too disappointed that what he has done. And that moment he saw all the houses burned, he saw many dead corpses lying here and there, and it was a very depressing and disturbing sight. After going to the warfield, Ashoka was in total, depression sort
not
of
so much of a problem in India, but of course,
and
cash
see,
in
destiny
the UK
is such
is
that
potentially contaminated
in his time period only
COVID.
Lord Buddha was there. And
So,
when he came to know about Lord Buddha,
in the UK,
he went and met
majority of people now are paying digitally for everything.
meeting. When he spoke to
and I think
Buddha,
that's going to only
his
continue.
mind, heart, and
The
soul
interesting
totally changed.
aspect
And
on that,
he
I think,
promised
Elon
Buddha
Musk,
that he won't wage
Tesla has
any
just
war from now
bought us at
on.
$1.5 billion
And he
worth
accepted
of
Buddhism
Bitcoin,
as his religion.
which is
Now,
a different
here
form
a
of
twist comes
transaction and
because
cash.
an
I
emperor
don't think it's going to affect the SMEs
he
per
was
se.
a very good administrator.
So you've got these two sort of
Now,
types of SMEs.
with his
Then of course there's always
religion,
the classification.
changed,
How big is an SME?
the perspective changed altogether.
I always tend to think of an SME
After accepting
as
Buddhism,
less than
he was
100
first of all what he
employees.
did. He appointed some
I think
officers
if you look at the
only to
top end,
propagate
the
Buddhism
larger,
in his
medium-sized
empire and
SMEs,
outside the empire,
then
and they were known
sometimes
as
that
Dharma
gets pushed up
Mahamatras.
to a count of
Okay,
250.
they used to travel from place to
But I
place
think the
to make people
majority,
aware
I
of
believe the
Buddhism.
majority of global
Now, the beauty
companies
of
are
Buddhism is
in the
Buddhism
SME
is such a religion
less than
which
100
teaches you only
employee
love,
section.
which teaches you
So they are
compassion,
really
which
important
teaches you
to
non-violence, and
the
which
global
even
economies
teaches you to
across
analyze
the world.
yourself. So
So I think
Buddha
there's
wanted
lots of
that
opportunities, particularly around
anyone
digital, for them
who is
moving
in this
forwards.
empire should know about this great, philosophy of Gautam Buddha and get benefited by it. After a point of time, he even his son and daughter, they also became the Dharma Mahamatras and they propagate Buddhism. After adopting Buddhism, Ashoka was a changed man because he adopted the theory of non-violence. Now, with such a huge empire, the extent of empire was so huge because Mauryan empire at the time of Ashoka was the largest empire,
a very
probably.
interesting change in this
If you see the Deccan, Satvahana Empire was the second largest. Mauryan Empire was the largest.
For
so,
traditional SMEs
managing
to trade
such a
globally
vast empire,
because
but now he had a vision. After adopting Buddhism, he developed that vision.
Of trading globally
all
meant a small company had to invest considerable resource to access
and
global
what he
markets.
told people that
now,
everybody should live in
for example,
harmony.
ourselves,
If
we are
anyone in his empire had any problem, they were allowed to meet the emperor, directly.
Together
and Ashoka would listen to them and solve their
continents.
queries. So he came to such level. He came to the
is
ground level after,
SMEs
adopting Buddhism.
To a mobile phone.
Personally, also a lot of
I
transformation happened in Ashoka.
In Agra,
he
from
spent
the south coast
lot
of England,
money in building stupas,
the north
viharas,
of Scandinavia
chaityas for the Buddhist monks. He even financed their councils. Councils means they were meetings of Buddhist monks in which they discussed about the principles of Buddhism. So he also financed that.
And basically,
the major development of stupas, chaityas, and viharas happened in the time of Ashoka.
Is huge
because
and
he
so you
wanted
can have virtual
that
exhibitions,
people should adopt it in their lives and take the goodness of the religion.
Web streaming.
That was his main aim.
Enables,
he wanted to spread peace, he wanted to spread compassion, he wanted to spread love through this act of spreading Buddhism.
So that is a huge opportunity.
This is one thing.
For
Another
SMEs
thing,
that we've got to embrace.
the rock
and the way
edicts which
Scale
we
Up Arena
get
helps that
from the
we
time of
give
Ashoka, they also mention this,
the
that he did a commendable work in spreading Buddhism, not only in India, but to the foreign countries also. As I told you, his daughter Sanghamitra, she traveled to Sri Lanka on the orders of his father because they all adopted Buddhism. And she also traveled to Sri Lanka to propagate Buddhism.
which
was a good thing, because they were spreading the good things about
maybe
Buddhism,
raw
and
materials,
people
a
were
shortage of
adopting it, and
ability to
somehow
deploy
people's lives
in a
got
scalable
transformed
form.
after it.
And what we're
Yeah, but
providing with the
I
Scale Up
feel, I
Arena
also feel
environment
that
is
in
access
spite of
to
accepting Buddhism, in spite
markets,
of
access to funding,
doing,
access to
practicing
partnering and joint
non-violence and
venturing,
not killing
access
animals
even
and
to
planting
M&A, access to
plant,
training and
trees
education,
around, and
and access to
facilitating
experts who
traders
can support
to have
these
economic
SMEs,
development in
not on
that
a full-time
particular area. He
basis,
also
because in many
maintained
cases
a
they won't
huge
need that,
amount of
but it will
army,
enable them
so
to
that
utilize these
around all this, yes,
pillars, these
around
core
or
elements
around his
that
boundary,
are
nobody
vital
should
for growing
think that he is a
in
weak king
an
since he
online
has
digital
accepted
remote fashion.
Buddhism, and since he has said he will not
So
fight
there's
anymore.
there's a
So I
great
think, but he
opportunity
still
to
maintained
engage, and
that
it doesn't matter
army.
where you
So
engage from.
Yes,
what do you
he did.
All
think
you've got
about
to
this
have is the
Yes,
motivation
he did.
to want
He
to
did
access
maintain his
markets,
army.
to work
It
together,
was not for
to
a war purpose.
optimize
It was to
support for each
guard
other.
the extent
There's
of the
lots of ways
empire.
that Scale Up
See,
Arena can help.
earlier,
The other
army people
important
were used.
aspect
Suppose
is
you
that we
have
all know that
some
the
little
best way to
civil
get a
war
sale
type
is
of a
via a
thing, or some
referral.
outbreak, or some
So
disturbances.
part of our
So they can go
engagement
and monitor the
mechanism
things. So
is
for
that
that
we have
purpose,
a referral mechanism,
after the
so
Kalinga
anybody
War,
can
it
refer
was
anybody else.
this motive,
So
not to
there's warm
wage a war,
introductions
kill
across the site.
people, or
Pre-digital,
spread
of course, we
the
all used to go
extent
to
of
a
the
room in
empire through the
London or a
wars.
room in
Totally his
Birmingham or a room in
of
Delhi,
course,
and we'd all
safeguarding
sit
the
there and chat
boundaries.
together, and that
I
was all
think
very
that is
good.
also
We'd
one
all
of the
go
main
away with an
purpose of
armful of
Ashoka.
business cards.
Yes, because he
There was no
wanted that the
guarantees
people
that
who
we would
are in his
actually be able to do
empire
anything
should
afterwards.
be protected.
Whereas now,
They should
there's
live
the
a
ability to
peaceful
interact there
and
and
life,
then,
and they
and
should
through the
not
Scale
have
Up
this
Arena
fear that
platform, do
any
an
invader will
immediate
come from
referral
outside and
to
disturb
one of
them,
the
because
services, the
India has a
experts,
history of
or for the
invasions.
reference
A
for
lot of
funding,
invasions
and there's
happened.
that
So he
immediacy
wanted that
to
his
access
empire should be
and
protected.
share
That was
somebody
his main
else's
motive.
expertise and
So
service with someone else
I
that can
always
make good use of it.
fascinated by the transformation of one person,
So,
as we were discussing earlier before this recording, that 1 minute can change the personality of a person. I think that
one moment, Kanchan, one moment.
Yes.
One incident, one person tells you a positive thing, or you see something. It requires a fraction of a second to transform you, and that transformation is always for better. See, if you not we are discussing about Ashoka, but there are many incidents in history. Valmiki, you see Rishi Valmiki, he was a dacoit, and one incident transformed him, and he wrote that Valmiki Ramayana. Angulimal, there are many incidents in which people got transformed totally.
Absolutely.
The same thing happened with
I think you're right.
Ashoka.
And one of the
I
areas of
also
Scale Up
feel
Arena,
that
which is a great opportunity
he
for
raised a war
large
and he
multinationals and
consolidated his
large
empire.
medium-sized
Even after
companies
accepting
across the
Buddhism,
globe,
even
is to
after
utilize
taking
find a
vows that he
solution
will
for your
not fight
multinational
any war to
area
extend the
of
boundaries,
the
just to
Scale Up
safeguard
Arena
his
area,
empire, which
because
was I
without
think
any
is
cost,
a work of
they can
a
say,
king to
actually, I'm looking for
safeguard
this.
people
They can
and the
go there, they
boundary
can
of the
post that
country.
in, and we'll do a
But
matchmake.
I think
Because
his aura
guaranteed
was
that there will be
that
somebody out there that
profound
we know of or
that
can access
nobody
that will
from
be able to
external
supply that
forces,
solution. And multinational
even
can use
that
that free of
point of
charge.
time, thought
So
of
it's
attacking
enabling
his empire.
SMEs
Because
to gain
First
access
of all,
to
everybody
and
was,
promote and
they were
interact and
in a
deliver
state of
services
confusion. That to a
into
king who was
people that they would
so,
never otherwise have been able to
after
reach. So that's an
conquests,
important aspect.
after killing
But the
people,
other part for an
after
SME
waging
is that they
wars.
can
But what
utilize
happened to this man?
our
So
ecosystem,
people
our
were in a
community,
state of
as
confusion.
an online
The
mechanism
neighboring
for
countries, they were
promoting their
like,
service,
because see,
promoting their
Ashoka's
expertise, and
empire was
also
still
promoting
Afghanistan.
education
His
of their
boundaries,
particular solution.
apart from
So if you
India,
come up with a new
they
product,
went up to
you know it's a
Afghanistan.
good idea,
So
but
people
your
were
market
wondering
doesn't
that what
necessarily
happened to
realize
this
they have a
man,
need for it.
how he got
So you could
transformed.
use the
And
briefing and
after he
webinar
came to,
area of Scale Up
after
Arena
he,
to
after
put
this
on a
transformation,
online
some
virtual
people visited
presentation
also.
available
know about
globally,
his,
which explains to
know-how, that
prospective
his
buyers why
state
they
of mind,
need
that what
your
happened to him.
product. It's not a
But when he
sales
met,
pitch,
then
it's
they
an
could
education
make
to
out that
help
he's a
people to
totally different person
recognize
now.
that they
And
have
it
a
was
need for this solution now.
and see,
You know,
this
maybe
happened only because
take
of
an
his
example
own
like
personal
robotics.
anguish.
10 years
Please try
ago,
to
nobody would have
understand
thought
this.
about it.
It was,
Now, there may be
when we do
an
something
occasion
wrong,
to use
then
a
it
certain
is
type of
that guilty
robotics
feeling
in a
which
certain type
kills
of
you.
manufacturing
So to
environment.
overcome that,
And you may have that
maybe
solution.
he went to
As an
Buddha.
SME or
He
a
went to
merger or a
Buddha to
scale up,
seek some
you could
peace,
actually present
because
that,
he was
have the product
he
on
was
the, on
having a
the
struggle in his
showcase area. You
mind,
can have your
that whatever
expertise
he
as
did was wrong.
robotics
He understood
experts
that.
in the expert
See, he
advisor
cannot undo.
micro
He
consulting
was not
area,
able
but
to
you could
undo
also have
what
a
he
briefing
did,
that says
because
anybody
whatever
who's
is done
interested in
cannot
finding
be
out more
undone
about
at
this
any point
robotic
of time.
solution, come and find out what it
He
is,
thought
why
was,
you need it,
from now
and how you can
onwards,
engage with us
if
and you can
I
support
change
it.
my
So it
perception,
becomes more of an
then
educational sell,
so many people
less of
who
a
have
sort of
lost their
hard-on,
husbands,
you must
they
buy my
lost their
product,
families,
because some
at
people don't
least
realize they
this
need
thing
it.
will not continue further.
Yes.
So that was a good thought.
Yes, yes.
That was a good thought. And for that only, like, he worked and worked.
Yes. So I think the Kalinga was a turning point in the life of Ashoka.
Definitely. War of Kalinga was the turning point.
Yes. And then
It was.
Yeah, though I feel he's such a great personality that he handled the Raj Dharma plus his personal anguish and plus propagating the goodness of Buddhism to the people. Because somewhere I read that he has engraved stones and put to places, and it's written that you should do this and you should not do this,
To do that.
and so that day and night people read
and this is
those
part of that smashing the silos
and embrace
area,
them.
Because
Kanchan,
of course,
he gave his own theory, which is known as
this, the nice
Ashoka's
part about the
Dhamma.
community is that we
In
welcome
Pali
government
language,
to participate.
Dharma
We
is
welcome Quangos
pronounced
to get
as
involved.
Dhamma,
We welcome
Dhamma.
large
So
enterprises
through
to get
his
involved,
Dhamma,
bankers to get
what
involved.
he
We want people
took
to interact, become part of the
ideologies and
community,
principles of
because
Buddhism.
otherwise the
He
government will continue to
propagated
go
that
back
in his
to the
own
big
way. He
suppliers.
propagated that in his own
They
way.
will get
It was not as it
probably
is
an overprice
what he
because
got
of the
from
overhead
Buddha or
costs
Buddhism. He
associated with
propagated
supplying through a big company.
in his own unique way.
There's the opportunity
And
to act
if
as a consortium
you
to
happen
put
to
together a good
if you are
proposition.
interested
Maybe
in
it is still
reading,
fronted
there are
by a big
several books on
company,
Ashoka's Dhamma,
but
Kanchan.
behind
You
that can
you
be
can
a
go through them.
combination
Then you will
of
see the vastness
SME and
of his
emerging
ideologies, his principles,
and
that
scaling
how
companies that
then
can
he
put
became
together
not
the
only he
pieces
was
of the
not only a
jigsaw
king,
that
he
give
became a thinker.
a paradigm shift and a much better
His
solution,
horizon was
say,
broadened.
in digital health.
After,
Where
see, why
previously
religion is required in
nothing
life?
happened, and if we
Because
left it up to
it
pure
makes you
government
a better
departments,
person.
we'd
It
still
makes
probably
you
be
wiser
using the
a
abacus
person.
to do some of this stuff.
Any religion,
And
for
today
that
we can
matter, not
deliver
only
a lot
Buddhism,
more
any
by
religion,
working
why
digitally.
we follow a
We'll only do
religion?
that if we
Because
bring
we get a
innovators
certain
into
set
that
of
solution.
principles from them,
But we can expose
which
and scale
are
up arena through
beneficial
these
for our
forums,
own
through
life,
gatherings,
for
through
the
showcase
people
pitches,
who are around
through
us,
proposition
and for the
qualification
society.
sessions.
So
can
for
help
that sake,
the SMEs to
I
get that
just want to
model
add
right,
that I
to get
think
their
when you're
message
talking about
right,
religion,
and then to
I
put
think
their
religion
solutions together
also
with others,
a factor
such
which
that they can
pacify
scale
some
and
badness
supply
in
the
religion.
solutions into
So
the
it
massive
subsides
opportunities.
something
And
bad
what
which you really think.
there's a big
What do you think?
misconception,
So
which
this
is,
exactly
and
how
I think this is common in government, is that they think the big
religion
brands are
will
the
not
engine room of the economy,
pacify, Kanchan.
but they're actually
Religion,
not.
see,
The engine
if
room
you
of the
see all
economy
the
is the
religions,
SME market, and that
it is
is the
Buddhism,
startups,
whether
the
it is
emerging, the
Christianity, whether it
emerge-ups,
is
and the
Islam,
scale-ups
whether
who
it
are
is
actually
Hinduism,
producing and
Sikhism.
supplying and growing
Some
with
religions,
next
they
generation
say,
solutions that will
they
keep your
instill
country,
a
your
feeling of
government,
fear in you.
your
Why we say God-fearing?
companies
Because you have that
competitive
fear
in this
in your mind
global
that if we do this,
digital
this
environment
is a sin.
we live even working now.
This is a bad thing. So personally, what I feel is religion should not instill a feeling of guilt inside a person. Rather, it should have the power to transform that person. It is a human nature to err. It is a human nature. Everybody will become a god if we don't err.
But I think,
but
this doesn't happen with Ashoka. He very consciously followed Buddhism, and he very consciously, I think, merged two things: the Buddhism and the Rajdharma, or the royal duties.
Yes, he took it parallelly. It was parallelly. The Ashoka's Dhamma, the administration, they were going like hand in hand. It was not like that he became a saint. No, he lived a normal family life, but with a transformed vision.
I think it's also
with
the
a transformed vision. But some historians, like A.L. Bashram, they don't agree with this transformation. They say that this transformation was not real.
Either a new market,
so see, different people, different perspectives.
Provide a new solution.
We should always see the goodness. That what is the positivity we can take from it.
Work together.
So from Ashoka's character, you can take the number one trait is adaptability.
So it really, it's a very exciting space,
adapted
and one that I think is going to
positive
only grow.
side of his character.
We've got conversations going on
transformation
with a group
of
called Africa, which is putting together a framework whereby
so that is the biggest trait, and then to accept, if
rebranded
in this word, the
give
whole
people the ability to
tussle or
deploy
war
easily
is for
across 40
acceptance.
countries in Africa. So
everyone wants to be accepted, Kanchan. Everyone. That is our whole, fight in
India,
this
for example.
Human birth. We want to be accepted
and the
as
opportunity there is for SMEs to get involved with that.
Daughter, as a wife, as a mother, as a teacher. Acceptance. Everyone craves for that acceptance. So he accepted that he did something wrong. That is the a wise quality in Ashoka. Otherwise, see, it is a natural thing that many kings, they have waged wars in the pages of history, but no one got transformed as Ashoka have transformed. So that is his greatness. That's why we call him Ashoka the Great. This the Great comes with Ashoka or Akbar the Great. Only two people have this, suffix with them, with their names. Ashoka the Great, Akbar the Great. Why Akbar was also called great? Because he was tolerant towards the other religion. Though he was a Muslim, he followed Islam, but he promulgated a new religion known as Deen-e Ilahi, which was the fusion of Islam and Hinduism.
Our scale-up arena
when you
ecosystem,
do
and then
such
even maybe a
things,
separate
see,
one in India.
Kanchan,
For
as
inbound
human
and outbound
beings,
work for
we
the
don't
SME
take anything
client
from
base,
with us
interacting with the
when we
multinationals
leave
as
this
well,
world
bringing them all
physically.
together.
Only
Very
thing which
exciting
we
time.
leave
We'd
is
love
a
to do that.
living legacy. So Ashoka did the same, Akbar did the same. They left a legacy.
Yes.
They left, and the contribution of Ashoka in the field of art and architecture is huge. It's immense. All the stupas, the chaityas, the viharas, and the rock edicts which you get. You know the inscriptions. They are the records now, from which we can refer to and tell the future generations that what happened. So that is his biggest contribution, apart from all other things.
Yes, I always appreciate Ashoka,
and the best way
because
to find anything through
impact,
Scale Up
I
Arena
always
is to
see
use the
impact,
search.
his
Just
era's
go straight
impact
to
even
search,
today.
type in a word,
Because
keyword or a
we
hashtag.
have
Unless
few
you
systems which
particularly
he
want
has
to browse
created,
for an hour,
the
which you'd be
economic
very welcome to
aspect
do.
which he has
But
created at that
if
point
you've
of
got
time,
something
which
particular
we
in
are
mind,
still following
go in there, type in
few
a
patterns.
keyword or a
So we will
hashtag,
be
and
see,
you'll almost certainly
Mauryan
find something
administration was
that will be
very, very
appropriate
good.
for you.
Mauryan administration, for that matter, was very, very good. And it was adopted by the later dynasties. After the Mauryans also, the dynasties which they came, they also took that model. They carried forward that model. So it is not only the philosophical aspect, but in all aspects, economic, administrative, in every field, you can see Ashoka as a role model.
So,
not only in one aspect,
did you feel it came
in
across?
many aspects. And the emblem, the national emblem which we have is from one of his rock edicts.
Perfect.
Right.
So that is again, that means you are giving acceptance, you are giving recognition to that king.
Super.
By making
well, I
it
mean,
a national emblem.
I'm really keen to get
so
involved with like the
Indian
Chamber of
Yes,
Commerce,
it's a big thing. I think Ashoka
CBI,
has given us, our civilization,
all the different bodies that we can bring together.
A kind of remembrance. We are known as people from the Ashoka's land. So I think that's a great thing. Today we have discussed about an overview about Ashoka and how he has transformed and how Buddhism he has adopted, and he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in Indian subcontinent. So in our next episode, we'll be discussing about administration, the good points of administration, which
or a local partner.
Somehow in little format we are still
good.
Following those traits of administration.
Definitely.
So it was so nice to talk to you about Ashoka and discuss about our great king, the great Ashoka. We will be discussing this topic further. So till then, bye-bye, take care, and all the best.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Yeah. That's a challenge, and hopefully, as part of our free trade agreement, that will change. There's a discussion going on with India at the moment about setting up a free trade agreement. I think the ability to transfer between UK and India is absolutely vital, because you've got to be able to flow both ways. And I think the easy entry route is always to go through agents and partners, and then eventually to establish a subsidiary. But maybe we should make that a conversation next time, talking about sort of partnering, joint venturing.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Spotlight. And I graciously welcome our guest today, Mr. Naval Gant from UK.
Partners and
Naval,
channels.
welcome to Top Brass Spotlight.
Good morning, CK. Look forward to a good chat this early morning.
Certainly, Naval. So before we start our discussion, I just want to give you little statistics on the Indian situation on the COVID.
Maybe next Thursday we can do a similar subject.
So as of now, we are almost touching 30,000 COVID infected people across the entire length and breadth of the country. And the rate of doubling of corona patient is almost equal to what we see in Europe and also in US. So now the cases in India are doubling every 3 days.
Sounds good.
And so which is alarming. At the same time, we have the fatality rate of 3%,
Have a good evening.
which is equal to what we have seen in the Europe and also in US. So it is very similar to the global database. However, yesterday, the rate of doubling of corona patient came down to 4 in a day. So I think if we continue our discipline, we can flatten the curve. So it is still going up, but at some time it has to start flattening. So that is a good news. I think the key here is that there are certain districts and certain states which are moving towards the green zone. So they had corona patients, they quarantined those facilities, they became red to orange, and now yesterday there are 16 new districts which have become green again. That means there is no corona patient for past 3-4 days in those districts. So I think gradually, India being a large country, I think we are moving towards ensuring that more and more districts become green and they do not have corona infection going forward. And then another news is that plasma therapy has been started. It is showing promising signs in some of these states. People are showing positive signs after getting the plasma treatment. But as you know, plasma treatment is not something which is very standard like a tablet So it has to be administered by an expert, a doctor who has knowledge of immunology. So I think that's a different aspect. We will not talk about that more in today's, because I think we are only covering statistics. But the good news in all of this is that the survival rate of in India is the highest across the world. So we have patients who are getting cured are 22%. So our fatality is 3%, and the number of patients which are getting cured in the hospitals and getting out of the hospitals are 22%. That information, along with the fatality rate, really flatten the curves if you look at it in a holistic manner. So I think the Indians have more resilience for the virus, and they are, even after getting the virus, they're getting cured faster. So I think this is something which I wanted to share with you as of today. I think we have to wait and watch the situation, have a very disciplined lockdown, and then revisit this point after a few days, after a week maybe.
That's really good news. And as you know, as we talked about when this coronavirus first hit, you know, when we were talking through our trip through the alphabet, we were talking about how we would come out of this lockdown arena, which is a real challenge for every country in the world. But as you remember, we spoke about almost nearly well over a month ago now, when we talked about the marketing specialists out there already know what the answer is, and it's test and measure, test and measure, test and measure, which is the sort of marketing mantra, really. So we need to be able to have a test capability and then a measuring capability, which a lot of people are now putting a lot of faith in, the apps, the tracing apps. So just imagine what a marketing person would have with that tracing app. You know, every time you do a marketing bit of marketing material, you can actually trace who's picked up that marketing material. And effectively, we're looking at the same thing with COVID-19, so that you can go back and find out just exactly who you've physically been in contact with over time. So it's really good news. I mean, there must be something in the Indian gene, let's call it, or the gene pool, that perhaps gives you more resilience than elsewhere. In the UK, we've noticed that it's the ethnic minorities here that are more prone to not just catching the disease, but seem to be their survival rates are not as good as the generic population. So there's got to be some more detailed research that needs to be captured for this. And again, I think as you say from India, I think we will find that there will be cultural and regional differences. So let's hope that our scientists that are capturing all this information are open to these types of discussions.
Absolutely. In fact, we also have an app which has been introduced by the government of India, which is very similar to the Australian app. It's basically used for contact tracing. So government of India is encouraging every citizen to download the app, and that will help government to trace the contact tracing or basically make a heat map of the entire situation. So I think that is also helping them in some way.
Yes, it certainly will, and it raises the issue. A lot of discussion over here has been around privacy. At the end of the day, this is a digital app. You know, we're in a digital world, so that's good news. So, not surprisingly, a digital app actually is going to get us out of this huge problem that we've got ourselves into. But there is a big issue of privacy. So, what data is being captured? How long it's being stored? And we know of all the issues that Facebook have had over the years, and LinkedIn, and any literal digital platform that's had over the years. And now government's having to deal with this privacy issue. And it's Australia and India. You don't have what we call GDPR, so we have to be a little bit careful over the type of information we capture, why we're capturing it, the longevity of that information. But frankly, my view is for the greater good and to kill this disease, we need to all download the app, whatever the app is, and start using it as soon as possible, because that's the only way we're going to kill this virus off, really, until we get a vaccine. Hopefully plasma will help, but until we get a vaccine, we're not really going to kill this particular virus off. And I think I'd like to talk about virus in a different term now, and the digital virus, cyber security, because despite the fact that we are in this digital age, I still see many people in the panic or denial arena with regards to the digital world. And for all you digital companies out there, your IT companies, software companies, etc., this is a huge opportunity for you to take advantage now of what's going on in the digital world. Don't sit in lockdown and wait for things to happen. I was speaking to the managing director of a moderately small business yesterday. The company's called Ramsack. They're based in the middle of the UK, sort of in the Midlands, as we call it. And he gave some fantastic news last week that he just recruited 7 more people.
Wow.
It is a wow, isn't it? I mean, this is a small company and they've just recruited 7 more people. Well, it's not surprising, really, because everyone's rushing for digital. And he's literally taken advantage of it, not furloughing his employees, not putting them on, goodbye and we'll wait for the upturn. They're being proactive. And the reason they took on 7 more people was because they needed them. You don't go and recruit someone because you don't need them, especially in these difficult times. So I just find that really great news, and perhaps people should be looking at the Ramsack model. What are they doing? But let me tell you, they're not doing anything different than a small IT group based in Mumbai, or based in Delhi, or based in Calcutta. It's looking at their audience and talking to their audience and providing a solution for their audience. So whilst a lot of people, and when I say a lot of people, there's some huge organizations that are in this panic mode over here. There are equally a lot that are in denial. They're saying, no, we're not going to go to the digital age. We're not going to go to the cloud, as we call it. We're just going to keep doing what, because things will return. Well, guess what? You're going to have to move. You're going to have to move over here. But don't move to the panic. The panic people need to move to the middle ground, and the denial people need to move to the middle ground and get into line with where the Ramsacks of this world are talking about. Get with the program, listen to the specialists. While everyone's working from home, we know that the future will be a combination of people working from home and working in the office. My own children have been told that some of you are going to be, actually, your new contract is, it will be based from home. Now, one's in a construction company, they're in consultancy, and they have consultants all around the world. And his job has literally gone from working from a London Bridge base to working from Welling, from home. That doesn't mean to say he won't have to go into the office every now and again to literally work with the team or give feedback. But they found that utilizing digital tools, just like the tool we're using here, and Skype and FaceTime and the telephone, using it in the right way, and some other online digital tools that help you to make sure you're being productive and active, they found that, you know what, our productivity levels have gone up. Now, they're not unusual, but they're not going to shout about it because that's competitive advantage. So all you I'm reaching out now to all of you small digitally based companies, the ones that do IT remote sourcing, remote maintenance. Now get out there, go to your audience, tell them what you do and how you do it for other people. Because if Ramsack in the Midlands can grow and add 7 people to their complement, there's no reason why you can't do it. The only reason you can't do it is you. So take organizations into the digital world. Show them how safe it can be. Educate people that are working from home to be safe in the cyber world. And get out there and do it now.
That's right, Neville. In fact, a few days back, I presented to my viewers an analytics on how the media business is going to be recalibrated because of the digital, the digital wave which is going to hit now. And I think the sponsors will also have to recalibrate where they spend. So I think your point is very valid, because if the business is moving on to the digital platform, the sponsors behind that digital business will also come. So I think it's very valid. And I remember one of the state chief minister made a public appeal yesterday in India saying that, hey, I think we need to learn to live with coronavirus because that's the way it is going to be. So learn to live with corona. So I think that is one very good message that chief minister gave yesterday.
No, it's true, and we laugh about it. I mean, this is a killer disease, but we've got to learn to live with it. It's a bit like learning to live with the other idiots that are on the road. You're a great driver, but you have accidents because of other people. Yeah, we're right. We believe that, don't we? Sometimes it's our fault. But the point is, we've got to live with it. Be resilient. Get out there. And the thing about this is, you're a great business. Tell people not how great you are, because that's a complete waste of time. They need to know what you're doing for other people, why other people are investing in your organization. And that isn't being a shareholder in your organization, but it is being a stakeholder. People buy from people, as we've said on many occasions before. Now the time is to explain to others who you really are. And people will flock to you. Again, just like they've done with Ramsack, you don't take on 7 people. This is a big increase for this organization. 7 new hires in the height of the corona virus in the UK.
Yeah, I'm sure this company must be doing something right, and that is why they are ramping up. And I think we should take a lead, learn the new trades, grow our business. I think your message is very, very clear, loud and clear, that we all have to move to the digital platform. So with this, I will also like to give my viewers a very positive news. The news is about the ozone layer. So as you know, Neville, that the ozone molecule is essentially oxygen molecule, but it has 3 oxygen molecules instead of 2. So it's a very unique combination, and that exists only at that particular height and temperature. And what actually destroy ozone is the the CFC molecules, which are found in our aerosols and a lot of chemicals which our vehicles and factories emit. And when these molecules rise to the ozone level of ozone, they break apart oxygen from O3 to O2 plus 1 extra oxygen. So what has happened in past 5 weeks? Because factories are shut off, there are no cars on the street, there are no deadly chemicals which are being released anywhere in the world by any factory. So there has been a reduction of pollutants in our atmosphere. And for the first time, we are seeing that the ozone hole over Arctic is completely sealed. So you see, within 5 weeks, the ozone layer has completely replenished itself, and the hole over Arctic was the biggest hole as per the scientists, and that has sealed itself.
Well, that's a great way to end this morning's discussion, because as we know, the environment, the world, it will recover. Now it's up to mankind to start to put things right.
Right. Hopefully, I think in days to come, we will have to learn different lifestyle also, because whatever we have been doing may not work very good in future. So I think we may have to adapt to a new lifestyle apart from adapting to digital world. Who knows?
I think you're absolutely right there. But the good news is, as you say, the ozone level has replenished itself. So nature's doing its job. Now it's about time we start to think about doing our job. So enjoy the rest of your day. Get through this problem, and remember, you digital groups out there, get out there, spread your word, start building the economy.
Thank you, Neville, for your guidance and your positive words. We'll catch up with you tomorrow again. Until then, be safe and stay safe, stay indoors.
Stay safe. High five.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to give you a piece of advice, or you can say a tip, or you can say sort of an input to all my startup friends who are either starting with a new idea, or people who are actually doing incubation and coming out with new ideas. So here is my 2 cents, which is expected to help you. Now this applies to your idea as well as how you promote your idea. So one of the thing is that you always have to be original. You can get inspired by what others are doing, but when you actually talk about your own idea or your own marketing concepts, or you want to promote your offerings, etc., you have to be always original, because you may go through right now, but you may be exposed later. So be confident, be original, never copy others, and while you can get inspired by any idea that you come across, but then you think out of the box and be original. So with this, this is my tip for today, and hopefully this is information which is coming from an experienced person, from your industry colleague. Hope you like it, and I'll speak to you next time. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. So today, as you know, we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training a lot of professionals, marketing professionals, IT professionals, and he is a very good orator. He has been doing some radio shows, they are wonderful. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, namaste, welcome. Good to talk to you every day. Look forward for it. Let's start.
Yes, as you know, we had been discussing about communication, and due to this pandemic, there's a lot of communication barrier which has come across, because there's social distancing, and we are stick to technology like phones, and we have to talk through phones only. And I have also heard many incidents like depression and concerning all diseases. So what I feel is that communication is very, very essential, and we should try to speak straight from heart rather than hiding it, or not speaking correctly, or not speaking honestly. So I think everybody should have a habit of communicating from heart and come out with the ideas and desires, isn't it?
Kanchan, you mentioned about speaking from the heart. And I must tell you, the best kind of communication, the best speeches, the best communication comes from the non-verbal part of it, which adds to the glory and the glamour of what is being said by the mouth, by the words. So, as we were discussing yesterday, non-verbal communication across the communities, across cultures, across countries, it is a wonderful part of the communication which generally is missed by when we trying to connect with some people who are outside our cultural boundaries. Within our own cultural boundaries in India, as we know, there are every 500 kilometers the culture changes in India, and therefore the communication becomes not just the words, not just the grammar, not just the spoken sentences, but it also becomes the non-verbal part of it. And to tell you the fact, there are so many connotations, so many contextual, so many non-verbal eye contact, facial expressions, standing close to each other, and making the different kind of use of face muscles. So non-verbal communication holds a very, very important weight on what is being said. And I always try to give it by examples. As you know, in Japan, where I have worked for a long time, we have seen they do bow in front of someone, and bowing in Japanese culture is showing a mark of respect. In India, we do this, which is namaste, which is we don't even say, but this means a communication has been done. In Japanese, if someone has to say, don't do it, they do it like this. This is called don't do it. They call it dame. Then if something is okay, this is the way they say it in Japanese, okay. They don't say anything about it. If this is like this is more about like money. I don't have it, or I have it, money. I do it for money. So these are this is just a small sample of non-verbal communication. And all the great speakers, all the great communicators that we have known in the recorded history, they had this gift of gab, non-verbal communication techniques, because like a poet would say, Kanchan, the heart speaks better not in terms of words, but in terms of expressions. And most of those expressions are non-verbal.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, very well defined. And I think that if it is a good communication, then it's like a therapy, and people enjoy listening again and again. And if it's a bad communication, then it leaves a bad taste. So communication is very powerful, and when we are discussing about gestures and the body language, which is an internal part of doing a good communication. So when we are yes, when we are talking about gestures, would you like to say we had been discussing gesture, but in the Indian context, how we can improve, and what is the best age to put children in doing a good communication, and they should enhance their communication better.
So Kanchan, we teach our children, our youngsters about communicating more in terms of words, more in terms of sentences, more in terms about spoken language part of it. What we really want to do is that we must actually inculcate the gesture part of it in any communication, the gesture, the non-verbal part of it, and trying to bring a balance between the spoken word and the non-verbal part. That is what we need to bring into a daily practice with our children, with our students, with our youngsters. More so in this today's highly addictive digital world, the interpersonal skills, I see there a drop because of the not a single spoken word being used, rather than a written word is more commonplace. Now, in written word, someone writes it and someone reads it, and when someone reads, there is no control over the mental image that the reader makes after reading that. So that means the spoken word has taken a back seat in today's too much of digital world, and therefore the youngsters, the what do we call them, millennials or Gen X, Gen Z, it is important for them to learn the language as it is spoken, and a clear distinction has to be made between the written word and the spoken word. And these two are two different realms, and both of them need to be supported with the non-verbal part equally. And that is something which comes with a time, and gesture as part of a curriculum would be definitely an interesting subject and interesting curriculum that needs to be brought into the schools. Probably in the schools, in the colleges, in the universities, I see students getting into this through the performing arts, the theater, sometimes in elocution, which was a debate some time back. But I think that can become a formal subject. Why not?
Okay, so it was a quite interesting suggestion you have put forward. Does culture also play an important role in developing a communication skill?
Yes, Kanchan. I can tell you with my experience from the Indian part, definitely we have so much to basically learn from. As I told you that every 500 kilometers in India, the culture changes. In Japan, shaking a hand is not a commonplace, and therefore a bow, which takes an important part of the Japanese culture. And to tell the viewers and the listeners, it depends on how much do you bow, whether it is a 90-degree or even lesser or even more. Depending on the bow in front of the person shows the respect. If two people are going both on the 90 degrees, it shows some kind of a very, very close trust. And I have been told, Kanchan, when somebody bows in front of a person in a Japanese culture, that says that I trust you with so much of integrity that even if you take down my neck, it will be okay for me. I trust you so much. Similarly, in South Africa, where I work, in South Africa, there are non-verbal communication, and one interesting part that I have noticed, they stand very close. And sometimes from the Westerner side, people who come from the West, I come from East, but sometimes that standing too close can become uncomfortable, but that is the part of the non-verbal communication that we pick up as we work nationally in India as well as internationally. And I'm telling you, there are orientation classes by the HRs of the companies, but there needs to be an orientation classes for the students, for the children, for the college-going students everywhere, and not just in India. So even some South African people, when they come to work in India, they need to understand the non-verbal communication part in India. Now in India, this means something interesting. I like it. But for a South African guy, this would be different. For a Japanese guy, they definitely don't understand the shake hand part, which is so common to the Indians as well as the other Western countries, even in South Africa for that matter. So non-verbal communication, Kanchan, is actually an unexplored area, I must tell you. And more, as you said, I work with the radio also and talk to the guests on radio. I realize that in his speaking, there are some non-verbal clues that we give in his speaking by taking a long pause, a small pause, changing our tones, making it much bigger, making it far. So there are so many things which uh, may be put into some kind of a curriculum. And if that happens, I would be a happy man, Kanchan.
Yes, it's wonderful talking to you, and it was so good to take the inputs, which is very, very crucial. We'll extend this topic further tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Namaste as another non-verbal communication, and I want to end the note with this part. Non-verbal communication is the authenticity of the personality who can showcase it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to the CEO Roundtable, and today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and Chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected with, from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates. Where the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there is a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel that student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges, they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because like for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah, so where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question, we all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital. They have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become, we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platforms. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of, like a mechanic or like a chef, or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there, the opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non-IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services-based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. You can give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So for instance, because if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. Chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to, for instance, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is, if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one-day activity.
Absolutely.
Really, in real sense, what really happens is, you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years. And from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses, and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is, there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. What will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well, that these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not most hotels in most countries are doing stay at home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people, because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are trained to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking he will do. There are some flower arrangement thing which we can teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. For instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also. In order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena, for example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical. But until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now, that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that hand-holding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do courses, so that when the economy opens up and COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation, they need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time, you need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor. Um,
Yes, absolutely.
Text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then
be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Farida's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also feel there's always is there a shift in the operation system also, like Farida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time. Train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities are available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, it's there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction, so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you, to orient you in the right direction, so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion, and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. So, let me quickly introduce our panelists. First, Mr. Naval Gund, who is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, and he joins us from UK.
Good morning, everybody.
Second, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone.
And third, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Hello, everybody.
So I welcome you all, and the topic for discussion for today is really the work of the future, which is going to be digital. That's the topic for today, and what it takes to get on the digital bandwagon. Because I think it's clear to everyone, all professionals, that digital is the way to go forward. But what it takes and what are the pitfalls, I think that is what we will discuss in this discussion today. So, Naval, you have an opinion on this subject.
I do have an opinion, but I'm going to let ladies go first here because we're trying to get more women back into the workplace because we've been sadly lacking that over the years, and their views and ideas, I think, should be aired first. So, over to you, ladies. You can fight over who's going to go first, but over to you.
Okay, I'll take this. Future of work has been discussed so much in the recent years, and in fact, I've had a 3-week discussion on future of work because we had a Thai Singapore event for 2 weeks, and now we have Singapore FinTech Festival. We have the Switch Festival. So, future of work has been discussed very extensively. In fact, the Singapore government has made an official statement saying that future of work is digital. And we are seeing that. Now, work is central to human experience because it provides income, identity, and meaning, right, to people's lives. And trauma of a job loss is second only to death of a loved one because it impacts a person really, really in a tough manner. There are a lot of things which are happening, but one of the things that kind of comes very starkly out of all of this is that globalization has happened at a very fast speed. And the COVID situation has accelerated this behavior by sudden shock, sudden action, because everyone was trying to grapple with the situation. So today we sit 1 year down into the pandemic by looking at our globalization, comfortable working from homes, comfortable working on projects in any part of the world. And then we also have our 3 A's of technology because automation, algorithms, and artificial intelligence. So that convergence has made it even easier. So people who can actually deliver their services online are finding new ways to do it. So I think future of work is going to be very gig based. It's no longer going to be a job. It's mostly going to be completion of task. And then most organizations have come to believe that strengthen the core and flex the non-core. So there are certain workers that you would kind of need on a regular basis, and those jobs probably are middle-level jobs. But if you look at the very low-level jobs or you look at the very high-end management level jobs, those are not a full-time requisition. So for instance, if you take like a finance department, the CFO is probably someone who's a permanent fixture because they are required through the companies whenever the company actually needs them, so they need to be there. But then there are projects within that, audit projects which are again cyclical, or financial control activities which are again cyclical, and those might not be something that you need permanently or regularly. So these kind of jobs, they are high end but not permanent. Those would be divided as well. That's a trend that I'm seeing because this is my business. I talk to a lot of people who are hiring authorities, and this is what I hear from them. So I think future of work is going to look very different. It will create more jobs because artificial intelligence is not here to take away people's jobs. It's here to augment their experience. It will get them to do more work, but then whatever is repetitive will get replaced. Anything that can be a process that will get replaced. So when we talk about future of work, there are a lot of question marks, but the trend shows that, in fact, I read a research report very recently which says that in the US, 55% of senior management will actually be part of the gig economy. So they would be paid for completion of what has been assigned to them rather than just being there as a part of the company. So that's kind of my take on it. I'm open to discussion because this is an interesting topic and I'm sure it's close to many people's heart and to mind as well, because people would be tracking it.
So I feel that New Year is round the corner, and now we have lot of jobs and lot of educational platform, and many people have understood and they are coming on digital platform. Now, what I feel is the high demand job in 2021 will be accountant, HR professional, operations professionals, IT professionals, or web designer. Now, the need of the hour is people should be open to take up not one skill, but multiple skills. So I put it like maybe a hybrid role is what we are looking at. Somebody who's interested in doing administrative work, he should be open to do operational work also. And I also feel that jobs like designer, graphic designers, creatives, digital marketing specialists, these jobs will be in high demand. So last time we have done a discussion that is there any scarcity in job market? But what I feel is that no, we have to update our skills and we should be ready to do hybrid roles.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and it's good that we're listening to, because Farida has had literally weeks of focused energy in a small country about a very important subject. What's going to happen to the future of our economy? Because this is where we are. This is not just about businesses, small, medium, and large. This is about the future of the economy. It's about the future of young people. Tomorrow's leaders. It's the future of our education systems. So this is such a big topic that we really need to get a grasp of. And I'd like to sort of throw two pennies in here with regards to looking at the global economy, and if you like, the way that corporates have been developing over the last few years. And it's worth looking at how they've been developing, because when I had a proper job last century, sort of in the 1980s and 90s, I was working in the oil industry. And one thing about the oil industry is that we collaborate with every other oil manufacturer, every other oil developer or oil investor. There's no other market, there's no other industry that collaborates like the oil and gas industry. So I would suggest that people just have a look at how the oil industry works, because I have a feeling that this is now going to set the trend for every other industry. And let me explain a little bit more. In the 1980s and 90s, the oil industry was suffering of oil prices. So the oil price was around about $18 a barrel. You had no say of what that value per barrel was, because it was a commodity on the international market. And in many respects, it was set by OPEC. So all you had was control of your intellectual property, in other words, your people, your expertise, and that's it. That's all you had control over. And this became very important to the way you now design your company going forward. And very simply, you decide what's core and what's non-core. You have to do both. Both are important to do. But what's core, you keep in-house. What's non-core, you outsource. And we are seeing, I think we're seeing, and I hope everyone agrees with me here, I think we're seeing more and more of the gig economy evolving from this non-core arena. So let's just take a very simple exercise for a small business. Unless you're a printer, you don't actually, as a small business, print your own business cards. You go to a printer, you have a discussion with the printer, and you say, this is my logo, or can you help me design a logo? And typically a printer is a designer as well. So you design a logo, how it looks on the card. The printer will give you lots of examples of what it could look like. And then they go and do the job. That's a classic example of outsourcing. It's important to your business, but it's non-core. You're not going to go and buy a printing press. You're not going to go buy the ink and buy the paper and buy the card just to print 500 or 5,000 business cards. You're going to outsource that project. And in today's language, that's a classic example of the gig economy. It's project-based. It's defined. It has a start and an end. And most of it is done outside of your eyesight. And I think this is the bit that companies are going to struggle with. It's going to have to be done outside of their eyesight. And this is where COVID has really brought the issue to home, is that some managers are in this FOMO arena where they have to be looking over the shoulder of everybody else. So that isn't the way to go. So we need to, as organizations, I think we need to take a step back, look at what we have to do, decide what's core and non-core, and outsource the non-core. Because you're never going to outsource your intellectual property, because that's yours. You know, and for people that don't understand what intellectual property is, it's things that make you tick, that gives you the competitive advantage. So it makes you win the project against somebody else winning the project. So I think if we help organizations think a little bit more, so rather than talk about artificial intelligence and the impact on jobs, etc., just look at your business, decide what's core to you. What do you need to keep in-house that no one else can do? And then the rest is non-core, outsource it. And as Farida said, you know, there's thousands of people in that gig economy already. You know, freelancers is a word that we're going to be more and more used to as this gig economy starts to evolve. And this is where I think women have got a great opportunity, because you can choose the time you work. So that what that means is you can do all of your other, you know, chores at home. You know, whether you're a man or a woman, you choose your time to work. And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as it works for you. And this is the thing, we're going through a big transition here, and COVID has accelerated the transition, and it's a bit fearful for lots of people. But you need to just go with the flow and try and get ahead of that trend. As I say, this is a huge, huge subject, but I'm a bit more concerned about the 13 and 14-year-olds at school today that really aren't looking for their jobs. They're not looking into the workplace yet. But even if they did, it wouldn't look anything like it's going to be in 7 or 8 years when they join it.
So, Naval, what I will address this in a way is that I will break it down into two broad segments. One is the public segment, which is the government-owned enterprises, and other is the private segment. The use of AI is very, very relevant when it comes to the government or public offices. And I will just quote few examples of the Indian government. They have been adapting very rapidly the use of AI when it comes to large applications like revenue collection, because in a country like India, it's a humongous task. Income tax filing. So a few months back, Indian government announced that for all individuals, 1.3 billion people, or roughly about 1.2 taxable people, there will be a faceless tax calculation. So the faceless basically means that you have a file, you will have a number, but who actually compute your tax in the back end is not in your control. So, there is a very heavy deployment of AI because the assessment officer can be from anywhere in India. You can be located in Mumbai. Your assessment can happen out of Calcutta. So, and next time, after a few months, the same person's assessment can happen out of Chennai. So I think there is a very heavy deployment of AI in the government sector. But when it comes to private sector and especially the mid segment and the startup community, uh, the gig economy is really shaping up. In fact, it is already there in a very big way. And all the marketing gurus are saying that almost 50% of the workforce for the private consumption would be contract labor. So whether you are senior or whether you are a junior guy, almost 50% of those workforce will come on contract. So as Farida said, if you are a CFO material, you will be part of gig economy, and your deliverables will be dependent on your experience and what value you bring. As Naval also said, value proposition, IPR, and those kind of things. So all these concepts are very relevant, and people have to learn to use these techniques to drive their paychecks when it comes to gig economy. It cannot happen that a person with 20 years experience in finance go for a go at the same price as a 2 years experience person. But the price, the valuation, the equity will be driven by the person himself, what he can bring on the table as a gig employee. So I think that I would like to address it this way so that we can focus on only 50% of the market, which is the private sector. And of that, 50% is going to be gig, and rest of this will be managed um, by the virtual office. So since I'm making the comment about virtual office, the uh, age of brick and mortar establishment is slowly going away. Google has already announced that for 3 years they will not call their employees back to work, and that means they're allowing their employees to work from home, and that brings a peculiar situation because now the managers will have to live with the personal life of the employee while they are delivering work. So I think the challenge in terms of adapting gig economy is there, but at the same time there is also a social angle which is coming up and becoming very relevant. So Kanchan, what do you have to say about that?
What I feel, I just want to tell our panelists that by 2022, we are coming up with a new parliament with the paperless function. So what I'm quite optimistic when it comes to digital platform because there are some addition and there are some usual practices which you have to lead as a professional. So when I suppose if I am a company owner and I have to hire, so I have to hire people with a different skill set, and at the same time I have to take care about the employee wellness and satisfaction. So that is where I feel we are moving towards that. And about for generation of revenue, I think there's no initially in 2020 there was a little bit, but now it's accelerating, and people are finding out small opportunities and big opportunities, and they are ready to cope up with this new change, and they are also very easygoing when it comes to digital platform. They are learning new skill in digital arena. So what I feel, though Chanka had explained the economy aspect, but what I feel maybe in coming years, like Singapore, they've already announced there will be all digital working platforms for everything. So I'm quite optimistic, and I feel that yes, we have to hire, we have to take up different skill set. Company owners have to hire maybe more contingent of workforce, and they have to be flexibility in their investment. And yes, employees should be ready to work double roles.
I like to pick up here. So, Kanchan just mentioned that employees should be happy at work. And yesterday I was part of a HR roundtable, a CXO roundtable, and there was a poll which was conducted. And out of the 5 or 6 things that CHROs are looking for, the most important thing was that they are finding it extremely difficult to keep the employees engaged in isolation, because there are new joiners who have joined, and we are all social animals, so it's very difficult to keep employees engaged. But having said that, I think there will be a solution. It's a drivable behavior and people will get used to it over a period of time, and it could be taken care of. But I think the good part which is coming out of this is that it makes the cost variable. So you have the same amount of money to spend in your resources, but you have flexibility, fluidity, and optionality, as I would put it, because you are able to choose where you want to invest that money or where you want to spend that money. And also, we are looking at re-aggregated organizations, because now everyone is looking at a flexible, so, like I said in the beginning, that strengthen the core and flex the non-core, right? So it's, so that's what I see, like the stomach muscles are tightened and the arm muscles are being flexed, because you want to make sure that it's movable. It can be, money could be put where you actually need it to work. So it's not all that bad, but at any point in time when there is a change, it's never sudden, because it comes over a period of time. This is a very, very different situation, because COVID response actually, accelerated everything. But any which ways, this is nothing new, because people were going towards that way. And gig economy, because there were so many platforms which came up providing opportunities for gig workers. There are, so many freelancers now who basically work for 6 months a year and take the next 6 months off, because that's the lifestyle that they choose. So it's not all that bad, but it's not all that hunky-dory, because at any point in time, any change takes time. And change is always difficult. So it's going to be a lot of moving pieces, but when you are mid-air, you don't have the option to land and fix something if something is broken. So there is no hard reset. We all need to, move with the times and get used to it and try to fix things mid-air. So I think the only way forward is adapt and move on.
That's a really good way to be. Adapt and move on. I mean, we are built to be adaptable, by the way. We are physically born to be adaptable, to think differently. Now is the time when it's going to come up to use it. I think I'd just like to throw in a bit of a wild card here, in that in the UK, we also rely, despite the fact that this gig economy has been around for some time, we have something called IR35, which I wouldn't worry about, but basically it's easier for the government to deal with a PAYE, in other words, an employee of an organization, because you're taxed at source. It's not so easy, actually, to deal with contractors, because you have to rely upon them supplying their information. Taxi drivers, chefs, I mean, all of this gig economy arena that we've been used to for so long. And interestingly enough, in the last 2 years, the tax authorities in the UK, I was talking to a senior tax inspector literally earlier this week, and I just said to her that the tax arena in the UK is going against the trends of work. So the trends of work are gig economy. So you've got lots and lots of projects that you're going to be working on, which means you are an independent. You're a consultant. You are no longer an employee of an organization. And yet all the tax implications over the last 2 years have tightened up, actually, to stop the gig economy growing. So although, Chandra, you say about we need to think of the public sector and the private sector from an employee point of view, which is slightly different, we need to remember that the private sector is dictated to by the public sector tax regime, the environment that we are allowed to operate within. So what it means is, for a lot of people out there, they need to think about looking after their own taxes. Now, this is a huge issue, to be honest with you. Because if you're an employee, you leave school at 16, 18 or 21 and you go and work for a company, they just take care of all of your taxes. No matter where you are in the world, you know, they pay your taxes for you. They take it out of your salary and you don't have to worry about it until the year end. But then you know that you've probably paid just about the right amount of tax. When you move into the gig economy, you're now responsible. So you now become an entrepreneur. You really do need to think differently. And this is what we're not getting people ready for, to be part of the gig economy. But there's going to be loads of work out there. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that if you want to work, there'll be work there. AI will create more work than actually taking jobs away. And I think Farida said that already. So, the biggest issue here is we need to be preparing people for the future. So part of this round table here, I think, hopefully, is not just telling people what to expect next year, but for those younger people, what to expect in 7 or 8 years' time. Because now you need to get yourself ready for this. It's coming. Please don't think it's not coming. It will be different in 7 or 8 years' time than it is today. But get yourself ready for that change. Find out what's going on out there currently. If you're not in full-time work and you're in full-time education, now's the time to find out what's happening in the world. And you could actually be part of that gig economy tomorrow, because there's lots of opportunities for you to put what you've got out there, whether you're a designer, any type of practitioner, whether you do art or anything like that, something that's of interest to you, you can actually start to put yourself out there. One thing I would say is the work trends of the future will be the same as today. Your network will be your most valuable asset. So network with as many people as you can, which will make you a better person anyway, but it will give you options for the future. So go and join Facebook, go and join LinkedIn, join the groups, get that experience. So no matter what age group, you can start doing something for yourself. We've covered a huge amount of ground here today, Chandra. I'm not too sure quite where we were going to go with this, because it's never scripted. People just say what they feel. But for me, it's been enlightening, because we are talking globally here. And people can be listening from a global perspective.
So I like to just add, I like to add something to this. So one way is basically, preparing people for the future. But I also feel that the younger generation is getting prepared without any, special effort. The reason is that people like me, we have never used a typewriter. Because by the time we grew up and started working, you were already computerized and you were trending towards that. So I didn't need special training to move from typewriter to the computer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think nowadays the kids, they actually hardly use a laptop or a desktop, because they have their smart tabs or smartphones and they use everything on that. So they are getting prepared. So in a way that, if you look at it, one way is, people who are probably, in the mid of their career, they need preparation more than the younger kids, because we will have to adapt. But they are already adapted and they are moving forward because they don't know anything else. This is the way that they've been growing up. If my child tomorrow is kind of referred to as a gig worker, my child is going to give like a look, what? Because everyone is going to be a gig worker in some form or the other. So yes, I think the preparation is more for us who still have a few more years to go in our career, but not so much for the younger people.
So I think all the panelists have made very good point, and I would like to summarize by giving information to our viewers. And some of these points are related to the taxation, as Naval said, and also about preparation, as Farida said, and also Kanchan talked about multitasking, ability to do multiple jobs to stay relevant. So I would like to I would like to provide two information to the viewers which are very relevant, because if people are preparing for the future, the Indian government, and India is a very large country with a lot of people. India has already moved ahead, and today in the digital payment area is number one, and that is sheer because of the number of citizens we have here. And by no means I'm saying that we are covering the entire India. The people who are using the online tax platform or online tax payment platform are not more than 20%, but that 20% takes you ahead globally because the sheer numbers are very large. So the government of India realized that the Indian workforce has to be ready for gig economy for next 5 years, and that is why they have introduced something called GST, which is a very big project. And for last 2 years, all businessmen are filing their returns online every month. So we are moving away from the traditional method of filing tax returns every year. We are making money, depositing tax every month, and moving on. And for doing that, certain businesses are also getting incentives, because if you are doing that on time, then the government of India will calculate incentives and return some of these tax to you after a quarter or so. So I think that the activity is stabilizing. It is not completely stable. It is stabilizing, but people have got used to this GST formula, where when you receive a payment, the GST is automatically calculated and paid to the government. So it is no longer a difficult situation for anyone to remember what expenses they incurred at the end of the year, how much money they made, and accordingly, they should not be worried about that they have not paid the taxes. So I think that portion of problem has been taken care largely. The second one, in order to support all these people, 1.3 billion people, or maybe half of that, you need a very strong network. When I say network, is basically the physical network which will allow bandwidth, and that has been a big problem, and not for India, but I think for it's a global problem. That is why we're talking about 5G, or Elon Musk is talking about Starlink. But 2 days back, a very ingenious plan has been introduced in India. It is called PM Vani. So, for the benefit of Neville, let me translate Vani. It is an abbreviation of Wide Area Network of India, but Vani actually in our local language means voice. So PM is Prime Minister. So it is a program which has been launched just 2 days back, and what that will enable is everyone in their household without any licensing will be able to share their Wi-Fi. So for example, if we have a Wi-Fi, I can share it, and if somebody is walking by outside the house, and if they are hooked on to that Wi-Fi, they can use my Wi-Fi. Basically, every individual with Wi-Fi can create a Wi-Fi network within his home or office or shop, and that will increase the bandwidth. It will solve the bandwidth problem. Now, Wi-Fi will be available across length and breadth, and that will solve a lot of these problems of reaching out, launching new applications like virtual office, tax filing on the move, and things like that. So I think, as you said, Neville, this is a very large subject. We are just giving information and asking our viewers to get ready. And if they are not ready yet, I think it's high time to get ready with the gig economy, because 40 to 50% of the people will be contract employees, whatever it takes.
Very true.
So if there are no comments, I would like to close the discussion for today. And we will catch up next week. And thank you for finding time to join us this week. And really pleasure talking to you to discuss this very important subject, which affects all of us.
Thanks, CK. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you, and have a good weekend, everyone. Bye for now.
Cheerio.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And we know that today the market crashed and it has crashed very badly. People are calling it different terms. Some are calling it mayhem, some are calling it bloodbath, blah, blah, blah. But I think the fact of the matter is that it has not happened today. It has been happening for almost like 10 days. There was initial crash about 10 days back, then intermediary, there was a stop. And then after that, it again started. And today morning, it just went down by 3,000 points. But I think coronavirus is one which is giving a wrong sentiment to the market. But I think we have also overlooked some of the news which happened, which came out last week related to the financial world. One of the major news item which we have missed is the Supreme Court of India, has allowed cryptocurrency in India because the RBI, which is the central bank, has always maintained that the cryptocurrency is not good for the country, and they've also used their ultimate power to not allow cryptocurrency in India. But now the case has gone to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has struck the RBI regulation down, and they said that it is allowed. Now, what will happen if the cryptocurrency comes in a big way? The cryptocurrency, there is no regulator. As we know, there is an online regulator, but there is no country-specific regulator. For example, in India, today, we have RBI, which is controlling as a regulator lot many things. It is controlling the lending rate, it is controlling the deposit rate, it is controlling what bank will do. It has absolute control on the banking industry. Without the RBI regulation, people cannot do anything in terms of whether it is financial banking, or it has impact on the stock market as well. So with cryptocurrency coming in India, where the regulation part of how the currency will be maintained will be taken out from the RBI realm, that will have a very profound impact on the Indian economy, because so far the banking industry has been managed in such a way that it is highly regulated, it is highly conservative. The people who are managing MDs of different large banks and the RBI, they are controlling the whole economy, and they basically represent the country economy as well, to some extent. With crypto coming in India, we need to see how it will impact, because with cryptocurrency, you don't have to keep your money in the bank. You can keep them in the cryptic currency, which is not under the regulation by RBI, and it can be freely sold and purchased, and it does not have any border limitations. So we will have to see now, since the Supreme Court has struck down the RBI regulation, and hence the cryptocurrency will be allowed in India. We will have to see, wait and watch what RBI will do now. Will they form a new regulation around crypto, or will they allow cryptocurrency to come as it is? So I think the market crash is related to many things. It's not related to just coronavirus, which is affecting the country today. There was a Yes Bank moratorium last week. Before that, there was cryptocurrency. Before that, there was something else, and so on. So the market sentiment has been sliding down, and it is just going down. So with this, my analysis is that cryptocurrency coming into India in a big way will make a lot of changes in the economic structure, how we do business, how we can we correct money for our services in cryptocurrency, or we need to have the payments made in Indian rupees or US dollars? So that has to be seen. So wait and watch about this change which is going to happen in 2020. I'm sure a lot of Indians have already invested in cryptocurrency during demonetization. So let's see, wait and watch what new regulations comes around the whole thing. I think this market crash is really moving towards some sort of adjustment, since the new products are going to be coming into the market, the new way of doing business in next few months. So let's wait and watch and see how this whole economic structure pans out in India. I will meet you tomorrow again with more analytics. Until then, I welcome your comments, and I like to know what you feel of what I'm talking about. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of global IT sourcing and procurement at Novartis. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very distinguished personality on the show. His name is Mukesh Narasimhan Murthy, and he joins us from Bangalore. So he has a long career of 2 decades. He is very well known in the startup fraternity. He has been a serial entrepreneur, so many of us knows who are part of the industry. But I think we will learn more about him when we bring him on in the discussion. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Mukesh Narasimhan Murthy.
Thank you, CK. I appreciate it. I'm glad to be part on your show.
It is a pleasure, Mukesh. In fact, I know you a little bit, and I would like to know more about you. And the viewers definitely would like to know more about you. And this is an interactive session, so viewers can also interact with you. So you had a very long career, Mukesh. You had, you worked with the corporate tier 1 companies, and then you have been a serial entrepreneur for almost like 2 decades. Would you like to tell us your story, how it all began, and what inspired you to become an entrepreneur?
All right. I would like to start from saying that I'm a Bangalorean. I've been a Bangalorean all my life. And, in Bangalore, the IT environment started pretty early. In fact, it started blooming from Bangalore. So that is something that it is more of a childhood dream to be part of the technology front. So that's pretty much what made me and my aspirations to get into the technology aspect and the forefront. And I was working with IBM, Hewlett Packard, and these are the organizations that gave me the bigger insight to get into global technology solution delivery. So that's pretty much what takes me and brings me here.
So I think you have been a very modest person also, even though you have achieved too many things in life. But I think we will learn more about you. You have been in
Absolutely.
You have been in the industry for almost 2 decades, 2+ decades, and in last 2 decades we have seen so many transformation happening. Would you like to throw your opinion or tell us more how you handle these transformations?
See, the digital transformation absolutely is a wonderful thing that happens to each one of us on a day-to-day basis, I would say. It started off with with Windows to start with, the early days of the technology. And that's what brought in a lot of people closer in terms of assembling of computers, I would say. So that is something that people started with. And later it became small businesses, medium businesses, and large enterprises. And these are the different areas that helped us to look bigger and having a wider perspective of how technology can grow. And that's pretty much what got us to have developed technologies today under Savvy Global Tech. And we have go-to-market solutions. And that's pretty much why we are here to have this discussion.
Mukesh, I think before we talk about your current organization, which is Savvy Global Tech, we would like to know more about your transformation as a leader, because you've gone through various, different businesses in life so far. So how your story as a leader transformed, we would like to learn from it and we'd like to know more about it.
Absolutely, CK. It started off with me being into training, which is a part of learning and development in IBM. So, starting to interact with peer engineers, recruiting them, and making them fit to market, training them for on different technologies. So, those are the different aspects that gave us an insight on how different functions in an enterprise organization work, and how to make individuals ready for those different levels that each one of them belong to, or they've been asked to fit into. So gives us a very wide perspective of what is the market need. And today it is very important that we will have to give what the market specifically want. So those are the areas where we need to really focus on to make sure we're able to fit the technology to what the market specifically asks.
All right, Mukesh. Sorry.
So coming from there, it became larger to having more responsibilities on the shoulders, and I was part of a larger enterprise called as Swish Home Theater and Automation. So that pretty much gave a bigger perspective in terms of handling larger audiences or clients, I would rather say, to fulfill their requirements. So from there on, for 15 plus years, giving audio, video, and technology automation solutions, I learned in the as the organization grew, and how to handle international clients, how to handle technology solutions, how to integrate them, how to forfeit for their requirement, and then thereon got into technology aspects of solutions on artificial intelligence and blockchain and augmented reality. So these are the areas which blew into the market in the last recent years. So that's pretty much what gave me a thought in bringing all of these technologies together under one umbrella to put together Savvy Global Tech.
So since we are talking about these buzzwords of the industry, which is IoT, transformation, and machine learning, etc., and now you're talking about Savvy Global Tech, would you like to give us more information about, what your current organization is all about?
Our current organization is all about providing the trending technologies, is what we call. We have different verticals, and this pretty much brings in my experience in the last 2 decades that I have collected to put it under one single umbrella, to make sure that we are a one-stop technology solution for our clients, so they don't have to really look into the market for different solutions and different people. So we are able to give them end-to-end solutions.
Fantastic, Mukesh. So now going back to your personal journey and your evolution as a leader, I would be very, very interested in knowing some of your key achievements which you cherish. Every leader has certain achievements and certain things they hoist their flag, and they get the feeling of pride. So would you like to share some of your achievements with us so that we can get inspired by those deeds of yours?
Absolutely. In fact, we started off with designing solutions on artificial intelligence, both in two different areas. One in technology perspective for industries, and the second one in the healthcare. And these are the two different aspects or the areas that the market is focusing on, especially considering the pandemic situation. We're glad to mention about one of the technologies, which is called as Artex, which is a solution, in fact, based on artificial intelligence on medical healthcare solution for COVID. So this pretty much is an AI-based solution that our team has developed in making sure that we are able to take an X-ray of a patient, and through which we can detect through the lungs signatures uh, whether the individual patient has COVID or not. So these are some of the tech end solutions that we have developed, the one among them. And apart from which, we've also developed another artificial intelligence based solution for industries, and where people are working on a day-to-day basis, even, but the industries can't stop because those are factories, and people, there has to be a human interaction with the machines. So in these areas, having maintained social distance is quite important, and it is need to be forefront safety aspect to make sure that the individuals who are working there, putting their life in front of everything else, and making sure the production is on, and then the technology is uh, cherished there. So we have developed a solution where the cameras which are installed in those industries can detect what is the distance between two individuals uh, that needs to be maintained, and it tracks that information in terms of the distance, and it also detects whether the individual is uh, wearing a mask to make sure that he's safe in a environment that he's working in. And those are the kind of solutions that we have developed, and these are the go-to market solutions that we have ready.
So Mukesh, from the sound of it, it looks like very, really, really high tech, applications, and I think almost 100% of the industries, small, large, and medium, all of them require this kind of application. So I think with this, we wish you good luck, and we will cover the application sometime again in future. But for today, I will come back to your leadership qualities, and as the time is limited, we would like to know more about what could be your message to the budding entrepreneurs in order to become a great leader.
Good question, CK. This is one of the very frequently asked questions, I would say, and it is one of the most important questions. This would help a lot of entrepreneurs to have a steady and strong foundation. And what really builds that foundation is a few things that I would like to mention here. One, uh, having a leadership in today's world is one of the very key things. So here, what I would mean by saying that is the personal connect with the technology that we are trying to build. The personal connect is completely missing out. So the forefront thing that we would need is to make sure that we maintain the same kind of personal relationship with individuals to build the network. And the network actually is the foundation for building any organization or an company. So it is important that along with the right foundation, the right connects that we get into in the market, and the right networking, and the personal trust that we have with each individual, and build that networking into a larger avenue to make sure that we are able to reach out to global leaders. And once we are able to reach out to global leaders, that's where we are able to offer the technology solutions to make sure it is more cherishing for each one of them to apply it in their own areas. So the very simple thing here is the personal connect is what I would say, which is completely missing out in the digital world.
So I think your message is very loud and clear. What you're saying or asking entrepreneurs to do is basically lead from the front, build your network, get known in the market, and not depend on your juniors. So basically, you're trying to say that, hey, you have to do what you're doing and make sure that you become a role model for your company. So I think it's a great learning for all of us. Um, so my next question would be to take your inputs about the changes in the industry. Mukesh, in last 2 decades, we have seen so many changes, at least 3 to 4 times drastic changes we have seen in the industry. From your point of view, right now we are riding the wave of IoT and machine learning. Um, from your point of view, after 5 years or 3 years in future, where do you see our industry going and how it is changing?
The future of today's technology is going to be part of healthcare. We've already started to see that. The kind of change that healthcare has brought into in terms of technology to people, it's giving out uh, heat and cold waves to everybody. And it's pretty much difficult for anybody to absorb such a change. And that is the reason why, even under the current scare or the pandemic situation, that we all are having a tough time to address the constant change that has been happening to us on a day-to-day basis. So in the coming years, as you rightly said, there is going to be a tremendous change in terms of there could be more scare to the market, and there could also be more solutions that can come to curb this different challenges that we would probably face. And technology is one thing that is going to help all of this to be taken care of. People are automating solutions. So these are some of the challenges that we will be facing in the near future, but we need to make sure that with the right technology and the right solution, we should be able to handle it very well.
It's very heartening to learn that you're already thinking about developing new applications for the new age, and your organization is now rapidly building applications which are for future, basically futuristic in nature.
Right.
However, the investor community also play a major role in whatever is going to come out in next decade or next 5 years. What is your key message to the investor community? Because I think that has become a holy grail of all IT entrepreneurs, to find the right investors who can live with them for at least 5 years or more. So do you have any opinion on this?
See, I have a completely different opinion in terms of investors. Investors, there are two ways of how investors come into organizations, and they either grow or they fail. So these are the two different ends that we see. There are very few organizations sustaining today, even after there has been great investments from investors. So I'm not against them, but I'm only trying to understand how this investment could be a more sustainable one than looking at even after good investments coming into organizations. We need to understand why they're failing. So my point of view is only to take it to in the positive direction and make sure that it becomes a more sustainable investment and growth for any organization, for that matter. So that makes it more easy for more and more investors to come in and invest in new startup organizations?
So I think you also say, or rather concur when I say that investor community plays a major role, because if the healthcare has to uh, develop more high-tech applications need to be deployed in the healthcare segment, then obviously investor community has to understand that future roadmap and back the IT technologists like yourself and your colleagues in the industry. Mukesh, I think we had a wonderful conversation today. However, we had limited time. It is not sufficient to understand your, the entire leadership journey. But I think we will find another opportunity to discuss with you. It was a pleasure knowing you and also bringing some of these facts in front of our viewers.
Thank you, CK. It was wonderful talking with you and being a part of your show.
Have a nice day, Mukesh, and catch you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, AK. Have a wonderful day.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nations. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training, is closely associated with radio and he loves talking and meeting people. So how are you Sitesh today?
I'm well, Kanchan. It's been long that we have spoken and I look forward for talking to you. How has life been with you?
Yeah, fine, great. We are also meeting new people, doing our daily routine shows, and eating a lot.
Great.
That is the
great.
best part of staying at home because there's no time. We are our own boss.
Yes. Well,
So,
what are we discussing today?
yes, we just celebrated 150th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and he was a great leader. His contribution is not less than Mahatma Gandhi. But everybody knows about Jallianwala Bagh, how General Dyer massacred the innocent Indian. But you would not know about a bigger massacre in India than Jallianwala Bagh. On 25th September 1945, 76 years ago, there was a Neelganj massacre where 2,300 soldiers of Azad Hind Fauj were gunned down by British soldiers. So I thought today on this Subhash Chandra, it was on 23rd of January, but we are still celebrating 25th birth anniversary of Subhash Chandra Bose. So I think it is a great topic to let our viewers know that there's a greater massacre than Jallianwala Bagh, which is hidden, which is not being talked about. So do you know about this massacre?
Kanchan, this is interesting and strange. In post-independent India, one of the sad part is that our history was moderated to so much into easy way of writing without any nationalistic connotations, without any facts giving there. It was something which was just a piece that needed to be written. It was written and many of the facts were hidden. And this is what we have been taught And even today, it is being taught in the schools. And Neelganj massacre was also an eye-opener for me, which I also got to know only recently in 2021 when we were celebrating Netaji's birth. And it filled me with lot of anger or towards why have we not written, or why have we not told this is information, this piece of history, which is much more gruesome as it appears than Jallianwala Bagh, which happened in 1919. The greater irritation is that this happened in 1945, as you just said, with less than 2 years of our independence. And that is something which has given me a kind of a lot of goosebumps, that 2 years before independence, when it was at the height of Second World War, in 1945, this kind of massacre happens in India, on Indian soil, the British Indian soil. And there were no reports about it. It was not just, even in those days, the reports are not seen in the national newspapers, or it was not talked about by the leaders. Forget, paying any kind of remorse. And that is something which suddenly makes me think that whatever I have learned as a history, the Indian history, the modern Indian history, do I need to relearn it? Do I need to relearn it from various authors and really question what was taught in NCERT and CBSC and ICSC? And why is it so? And therefore, Neelganj massacre, 22,300 people and no news. This is a pity on the modern Indian politics, which Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose has been meted out with in independent India. And despite his fan following, despite the unquestionable integrity that he carried with him, despite the rare personality that he was, in those days when there was no information flowing like today, and he could travel from his house arrest in Kolkata to Germany, and from Germany to Japan, and then from Japan to Singapore, and then finally coming up to Nagaland border, Kohima. And this is an incredible journey that needs to be told. The fact needs to be pulled out from fiction. All the declassified files in whichever country they are around Netaji's life should be declassified. If not now, then when? What do you feel?
Yes, I think there's no account of Indian, no account is given of INA contribution in Indian independence movement. It totally, political leaders totally ignored this NIA movement, which is very, very crucial. But Sitesh, there are many things which has to be declassified, like first election of independent India. Like I was just reading yesterday in one of the test book, the war between Rana Pratap and Akbar. Actually, it is said when you go to Rajasthan that Rana Pratap never defeated by Akbar. And in fact, I heard, I'm not sure, but somebody told me that Akbar tried to give whole of Sultanate in exchange of Chittor. But Rana said no. And yesterday I was reading that Rana was defeated by Akbar. But that last war, according to the history and some of the historian, was a draw between Rana Pratap and Akbar. But in textbook it is written that in last war Akbar defeated Rana Pratap. So I think few aspect of history has to be changed, is to be told as they are. And
the history and the contribution of INA is one of them. And when I'm talking about Neelganj massacre, it is really sad that this kind of incident been covered up or maybe hidden by Indians, and doesn't have any mention in the textbook. And I think that time has come that all which is hidden should come out, as you said, should be declassified. We have all right to know each and everything about our own country, about our own people. We have right, and I think time has come that people should think about it, and they should work towards it to really give information to Indians about Indians. You know that when this INA was emerging, it is more crucial to India, though the impact, the shadow of INA was there when we talk about Japan and when we go to Singapore, and he even met Hitler also. So you can really visualize the height of this leader, the impression of this leader, and no a small leader can do or act like this. He was one of the bravest freedom fighter we ever had. I'm talking about Subhash Chandra Bose.
Yeah, Kanchan. So probably I think that he was way ahead of his times. He was able to see the future. If you listen to what he said while he was Congress president, where he had apparent conflict with Mr. Gandhi, and then when he moved out and then he formed his forward bloc, his speeches, he was a person who was actually in a world of history. All that I can say that he was caught on the wrong side of the history, because he went and he had that conviction about himself and his thought that he met Hitler, and from there he was directed to go and the Japanese political setup, and he ended up meeting the Japanese emperor, where he asked for the help. And therefore after the Second World War became decisive, after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan pulled out. And that's where Netaji, he actually found the biggest setback of his life. He was so close to victory, he was so close to success, he was so close to becoming our de facto leader, but a fate, chain of events, and then the stories that were created around that mishap, the Saigon, the accident. And I have also keenly followed about the wealth that INA had, Indian National Army, as well as the provincial government of India, which was created in Singapore. The wealth of the Asia Pacific Indians diaspora people, that wealth which was for the Indian government that was created in exile. I have seen some documentaries, Kanchan. That value of that money in today's term could be somewhere around 6 billion US dollars, and no one knows where all that wealth has gone. So it is high time that the declassification should happen from India, from Russia, from Germany, and all the places that Netaji visited, and all the people with whom he was in touch. His daughter, Anita, I think I'm saying correct name, she is in Germany. She has access to some of the documentation available with the German government, and all of that. It is important. It's high time. It's 75 years, and while I was in Japan, I must tell you, in Tokyo there is a Renkoji temple, which claims to have ashes of Subhash Chandra Bose, which was found from the wreckage of the plane on that fateful day. And that ashes are kept in a Renkoji temple, and the Renkoji temple is open throughout the year. But on 18th of August, when this incident happened, on that day, a diary or a visitor book is kept at the table where outside of this temple, where people can go and write their comments about Netaji's Bose. And I'm told that there are comments from Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and multiple of other leaders from India who believe that they are Netaji's ashes. But the secrecy which is surrounded around Netaji's disappearance, therefore, and many of the, especially our Bengali brothers and sisters, they still don't believe that Netaji passed away in that crash. So it's high time that we need to come out from the government perspective, so that once for all, this story around Netaji can be settled. And I think all other rumors about Gumnami Baba and other people who were kind of, they were supposed to be Netaji living in exile in India post independence, those all can be put to rest. And I have been to Renkoji temple in Tokyo, where they believe that one day Indian community, Bengali community, would take the ashes from them, and then the circle of life for Netaji would be complete. So I think whether Netaji passed on that day or he passed out later from a Russian prison, and whatever happened, and then the Nilganj massacre that we are talking about, this all needs to be brought out, debate needs to be done, and it has to have a national presence of discussions, and a closure should be given. And I think I heard that government is also planning for a statue of Netaji somewhere in Kolkata or near Kolkata, which would be as comparable to Sardar's statue in Gujarat.
Yes, and there's no doubt that INA and Netaji Subhash Chandra holds a status of patriot and revolutionarist. So, and it is really sad that INA, they have suffered a lot in the process of Indian independence movement. And when we are talking about Nilganj massacre, it has to be put forward for other children and Indian at large to know that there was a massacre which was being covered up or maybe not told by historians and somebody who has written Indian modern history. They somehow missed it. So now it's time to really claim uh, and tell our new generations that freedom is not free. It costs soldiers, it costs people who have sacrificed their life for independence, and we have to care for this freedom which we are enjoying. And it's very, very essential to really come together and work for the progressive India.
Well, that's absolutely right. You could not have been more apt, Kanchan. And I wish that we should take up this to tell our youngsters and about Netaji's legacy. As much as we talk about other legacies, it is more and more important to talk about the legacy of our patriots, and Netaji stands right at the top.
So it was good to talk to you, Siddesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic, informative topic in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technology and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very special guest, Ritu Gupta, who is a PR consultant and also having her own consultancy. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How's going?
Thank you.
Everyone lockdown days, how you're spending?
Well, it is. I'm very positive that what PM is doing is very good for the nation.
Correct, very nice. And I really feel very proud today morning when I heard his message that he said that all Indians are great and they are doing great, they are cooperating and they are showing their strength to the world. And I really felt very good. And I thought, let me also discuss with you and find out how you feel about that.
Yes, I feel very happy and I heard the PM addressing the nation and my analysis is that he has requested the Indian public that on 5th April, Sunday, 9 p.m. in the evening for 9 minutes, everyone should come out of the houses. They should switch off the lights and they should come out of the houses and light a torch, flashlight, candle or diya as per their wishes. Because, PM has always been very positive. Now, this gesture of his, the request shows that he wants the Indian masses to come together and show their strength to the world, to everyone for the fight against Corona. Since the day one of the lockdown, when the lockdown was announced, he has always been very positive. Narendra Modi ji knows the ground reality of the nation, and this is the way that he wants everyone to come together. And he has always stressed on social distancing, but not on emotional distancing. So this task, I may say, or the things we are supposed to do on Sunday evening, it's a kind of getting emotionally connected to the people who are the frontline workers. And yes, India is setting an example to the world that this way we can fight against Corona. See, at the moment, Corona has killed so many people around the world. So I think what Modi ji is requesting everyone, we should all follow what he says. This in a way is good for us, for the future generation and for the country.
Correct. And the way he asks people to be connected and the way he asks all young generation and old generation, and he has that ability to take everybody together. And moreover, when you just mentioned about the frontline professionals who are doing a great job, he also in his messages he also asks her to really pray for them. And I really salute them, the kind of work they are doing. These are all COVID warriors, and we should also help them, and we should always boost their morale so that they keep on doing great work. So at the same time, I also want to appreciate our leader, our Prime Minister, who is also very, in a very simple way, want to convey the message, which all messages are very important for the people, and we all should cooperate, and we are cooperating, and in fact, so we should all do more to come to, so that this whole situation will pass easily and we come out winner. What do you say?
Definitely. I agree with you because, PM has the leadership quality. I mean, this is the first PM in India who's so dynamic and has the leadership quality. In fact, in the last Mann Ki Baat, he expressed his gratitude and thanks for all the people like the doctors, even the bank staff, like the farmers and the frontline workers, also the nurses and the other people, even the sanitation people also. So I think we should listen to him, follow what he says, and this is for the benefit of the country. Because right now we are going through a very bad time health-wise. So I think we should, and people are following him. Most of the people
are following. Most of the people, they are following things. But we have to do more, take up the more responsibilities and stay at home and propagate that kind of message to everybody. And at the same time, I take an opportunity that this is a disease which is connected with human, not with the animals. So in case if you have any chance to take care of the animals and want to give some food, so we all are free to do that. And yes. So any other message and how you're spending your time nowadays in 21?
Sorry.
how you're spending your time?
Well, I am meditating a lot, and I'm like busy in household chores. I'm meditating a lot, and plus, yes, like you said, I make it a point that every evening I feed 5 street dogs or cows or whatsoever animal I find, and I try feeding poor people also. You know, the daily wages, some of them are still here, and it's very difficult for them to survive. So I have given up one time of me, and that one time of me I do give to someone. So this is humanity, and this is the time to show the humanitarian gesture also.
Yeah, you are doing a great work, Ritu. Please keep on doing, and be safe, stay healthy, and we will be doing. We will be lighting lights in our balcony and the front door on 5th at 9.
Yes.
So stay safe. It was nice talking to you. We'll meet again and discuss more interesting episodes, interesting information. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra, and today I would like to talk to all my startup and small medium companies and give some ideas on how you can take your product and your knowledge and your services to right people, right audience. And this is something that I have personally tried, and I would like to share this information with you all with the intention that you can also leverage this and probably take some of these action points, and if you like, you can implement them and also grow your business. One other thing which I would like to mention today is um, the uh, the marketing strategy of all the people today is by and large based on the email. And while we get so many emails, we also individually delete all those emails which are hitting our inbox. So the chances are that if we are sending our emails, somebody else is deleting those emails. So there is a risk of your email messages not being reaching to the right audience or the intended audience, or even if they are reaching, they are getting deleted. There is very little analytics that is possible on what you can do to increase the interest level of the recipient. So that is one of the issues that there is, which is plaguing all of us in the field today. And the other issue is there are a lot of compliance related matters which we have to take care. So while there is a social media, and many organizations are leveraging social media to take their messages, and they are moving away from email, I personally feel that time is right to move away from email marketing and get into the social media marketing completely. For various reasons, there are a lot of advantages. One of the advantages is non-intrusive. That means whoever is seeing those messages, the control is in his hand, and he can actually control what he wants to see. And suppose he doesn't want to see your post, then he can simply move on and see something else. So it's completely non-intrusive. It is not interfering in any privacy. At the same time, you have leverage of reaching a lot of people globally. So you can now address a bigger segment of people on social media. The challenge on social media is how do you send your messages and the same version to all of these different social media which is available today. So we can help you with all these new techniques, and if you go to the link which is there on the website, that is topbrass.akulmach.com, this is a new platform that we have created which will help you do all this at a very low cost. So I think my ideas, my suggestions are in line with what you are thinking. My sincere suggestion is move out of email marketing as soon as possible, because you're spending a lot of money in building the infrastructure buying client databases, building CRMs, running campaigns, and the ROI is not visible. So start using social media as quickly as possible, and you will see the difference. Thank you. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, in this series we discuss the legal aspects. And for this purpose, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Hello Nagesh.
Hi CK, I hope you're doing fine. And thank you very much for inviting me again to this platform.
You're most welcome, Nagesh. And let me introduce you briefly once again for the benefit of our viewers. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. And today we would like to discuss about what is going on in our political circle. The today's news, or not really today's, it's been happening for past couple of weeks. The turmoil in Rajasthan Assembly, and today we hear that one faction which came out, which created the whole ruckus, has now looking at going back. So, from the legal standpoint, there is a law which is called anti-defection law applicable on political parties, and we would discuss about this with Nagesh today. Nagesh, over to you.
Yes, CK, before I talk about anti-defection law, let me briefly give you the background of what happened in Rajasthan. On 12th of July 2020, the then Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Sachin Pilot, and 8 MLAs went to Delhi from Jaipur, claiming that they have support of a total of 30 MLAs and can topple the Ashok Gehlot's government in Rajasthan. The Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot, called on senior Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Sonia Gandhi to handle this situation, and also accused the Bharatiya Janata Party for trying to destabilize his government. Although the BJP leaders claimed that it is the Congress party's internal dispute and matter, and BJP had no role to play in it, the Chief Minister then held a meeting at his residence at 9 p.m. On the same day. The Congress Legislative Party then issued a whip to all its MLAs to be present in the meeting, which was scheduled to be held at Mr. Gehlot's house on strict action to be taken against Mr. Sachin Pilot and 18 other MLAs. Meanwhile, Mr. Pilot reaffirmed that he won't be joining BJP, and senior BJP leader of Congress, Mr. Jyotir Aditya Scindia, also met him in Delhi on 13th of July. So there were constant accusations from both the sides, from Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Sachin Pilot, that Mr. Sachin Pilot has not been loyal to the Congress party, and he has been trying to buy MLAs, or the BJP is trying to buy MLAs of Congress, and they want to topple the government at Rajasthan. But the constant affirmation by Mr. Pilot that he would not be joining BJP was also in the news. But finally, on the say of the Chief Minister, the Speaker of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, Mr. C.P. Joshi, sent a notice to Mr. Pilot and 18 other MLAs about the dissolution of their membership from the assembly. That is when they used the anti-defection law. But the MLAs who were in one of the resorts at Gurugram were making allegations that they were, along with Sachin Pilot, were not allowed to work. And later, thereafter, the decisions were taken by Mr. Gehlot, whereby the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Sachin Pilot, was removed from his post as a Deputy Chief Minister, and also the head of the Pradesh Congress Committee. And Mr. Govind Singh Dosara was then appointed as President of the Rajasthan Pradesh Congress Committee. And there were two cabinet ministers who went along with Mr. Sachin Pilot, who were supporting him, were also removed from their berths. So a lot of changes were made after this tussle happened between the two sides. And the 21 notice